The mighty Titan truck used collision and Xuan transmigrated. He reincarnated into a world governed by Beast Tamers, bringing along his ancestral treasure, the Refining Demon Pot. Refining Demon Pot. Capable of devouring the corpses of myriad beasts, it swiftly elevates the realm of contracted demon pets. While others expend vast resources to enhance their demon pets, Xuan relies solely on consumption. What? You claim that dual-talent Beast Tamers experience slow growth in their realms? That there are limits to contracted demon pets? I beg your pardon, go and discuss that with my Refining Demon Pot. Even the weakest of insect beasts can shine brilliantly. Chapter 1. On the isolated island, cultivating beasts and breeding goo, Xuan, and the blood of Qiyu. In the black cool country, amidst the enigmatic sea, lies a mysterious deserted island. Within a colossal black structure built of blue stones, over 300 young men and women huddled in the corners, their ragged clothing and vacant gazes resembling a congregation of lifeless, decayed puppets. With a sudden, ominous rumble, the heavy stone door creaked open, allowing light to seep in and casting mottled shadows. The inhabitants of the room snapped back to reality, their dazed expressions turning toward the outside world. Entering was a tall, slender man clad in a black robe and donning a pig's head mask. He stood at the entrance like a specter, his shadowy gaze sweeping across the faces of the gathered. After a moment, a hoarse voice broke the silence. Out of 300 insects, only 2 shall survive today. Before his words could fully settle, the youths sprang into action, seizing stones and sharpened bone clubs to turn against one another. In an instant, the room erupted into a brutal melee. Wails, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed relentlessly. The masked man watched with arms crossed, his body trembling with excitement, seemingly indulging in the chaos. After 100 breaths, surveying the carnage strewn across the stone floor, he gently clapped his hands, commanding, "Stop!" The surviving youths halted abruptly, mechanically returning to their original positions. From over 300, only 200 remained. "Well done, you have proven yourselves capable by emerging from 1,000 in just 1 month," he remarked. "Tomorrow, I shall conduct a talent assessment for Beast Tamers. Simultaneously, I will assist you in contracting your first beast." With that, the masked man cast one last glance at the gathered, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he departed. With a heavy thud, the stone door slammed shut, plunging the room back into darkness and silence. "I want to go home. Is there anyone who can save me? I would do anything." A sob broke the stillness as a girl sitting on the ground could no longer hold back her tears, clutching her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Her cries seemed infectious, swiftly spreading to every soul present, enveloping their hearts in an inescapable gloom. A month prior, from 1,000, only 500 had survived. 2 weeks ago, from 500, only 300 remained. And today, from 300, only 200 would live to see another day. What would come next? 200 to 100, 100 to 50, 50 to 10, 10 to 1. Under unprecedented pressure, some succumbed to madness, rising to laugh maniacally before staggering into the stone wall. Crack! Now, only 199 remained in a shadowy corner of the stone house. A short-haired boy clad in a burlap robe observed the scene. He resembled a wounded creature, cautiously tearing the sleeve from a corpse on the ground, tending to the injury on his arm sustained during a struggle with another youth. The adversary had bitten off a piece of his own flesh before perishing, a haunting expression of unwillingness etched in his final gaze. With a sigh, Xuan lowered his head, biting the makeshift bandage to tighten the wound. As he tended to his injury, a tall boy approached, his expression icy. Standing at nearly 2 meters, his bare torso was a canvas of bulging muscles, exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to strike. "Xuan, you just killed my brother." His voice was devoid of emotion as he bent down to hoist the body beneath Xuan's feet. "People say you are the wastrel of the Yi family, but from your actions, it seems." "Xuan, you are far from a wastrel. And what of it? Du Gang, do you intend to avenge him?" I should thank you." Du Gang sneered, carrying the corpse away. "You spared us the tragedy of fratricide. However, remember this, Xuan. Next time we clash, Du Gang, will be the first to strike you down. The Du family's direct lineage is not something a mere illegitimate child of the Yi family can threaten." With that, Du Gang departed, and several surviving girls timidly followed, seeking shelter. Du Gang did not refuse them. All present were 18, of age to awaken their beast taming talents. They understood that the best way to release pressure was evident to all. As night descended quietly, Yi Xian sat in a corner, ever vigilant of his surroundings, his slender fingers unconsciously brushing against a small black pot pendant hanging from his neck. This pendant was a family heirloom, accompanying him through the dimensional transition. Indeed, Yi Xian was a transmigrator from the Blue Star. In his previous life, he was an exemplary student who had just emerged from the mountains after completing his college entrance examination, scoring a remarkable 700 points. This score should have propelled him into a promising future. Yet, fate had other plans. A Tintin truck, lacking in decorum, struck him down as he stepped onto the mountain road. In his final moments, he vaguely heard a voice from the driver's seat exclaim, "What? This rugged mountain road has speed bumps?" Ah, good news. He had reincarnated into a fortunate lineage, commencing with a heavenly advantage. He became the newest offspring of the Yi family, one of the three great beast-taming families of Stone City. The bad news was that he was an illegitimate child, overshadowed by three older brothers. Those in the know understood the treacherous nature of the struggle for the heirship. The good news: his father was the current head of the Yi family, a fourth-tier beast tamer. With such a powerful position, he could reign supreme in Stone City. The bad news: one fateful night, his mother was taken away by a mysterious force. This incited his father's wrath, vowing a fierce retribution. 30 years of the East, 30 years of the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged, nor my son Yi Xian's poverty. Generations upon generations may be impoverished. From the moment he could walk, to ensure his survival and avoid the schemes of his three brothers, Yi Xian adopted the persona of a wastrel. He frequently led old servants to engage in trivial pursuits, visiting the beast fighting arena daily. At a young age, he established the Long Medicine Red and Eye Pavilion, recruiting unemployed, virtuous women to embark on early entrepreneurial ventures, contributing to the taxes of Stone City. He earned the moniker, Long Medicine Yi Boss. Alas, he ultimately could not escape the invisible machinations of the airship struggle, and as his father departed on official business, he was ambushed just as he was about to awaken his beast-taming talent upon turning 18. Now, fingering the small black pot pendant in his hand, Yi Xian flicked it 3 times, and his vision abruptly darkened before brightening again. When he could see clearly once more, he found himself in a dim prison cell. Inside, dark mist swirled around a stunning girl clad in black, her hands bound by chains, languidly kneeling on the ground. Her long black hair was intricately styled, revealing a snow-white neck, with 2 strands framing her exquisite face, partially obscuring her features. "Oh, little Yi Xian has come to see his sister. Coming quickly," she greeted, her red eyes sparkling with a playful smile as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Yi Xian remained cautious, not daring to step forward. This creature was a demon beast, a humanoid demon beast that Yi Xian could never forget the events that transpired when he was 10 years old. A drop of my own blood inadvertently activated the mysterious pendant, leading me into a bewildering confinement where I bore witness to a transformation. Me captor morphed from a human form into a colossal creature, adorned with twin horns and wings sprouting from its back. With a menacing grin, it opened its mouth to instill fear, casually licking its own forehead in the process. That single lick rendered me utterly weakened for a full year, confined to my bed, unable to care for myself. Afterward, a family physician diagnosed me with severe trauma to my soul, a condition that required an arduous 2.5 years to mend. "Xiao Yi Xian, your demeanor saddens me. Dear sister," she lamented. "When you were 10, you wept with a runny nose. Yet you did proclaim, with your own lips, that you would one day marry a beautiful sister." The girl in the black dress appeared genuinely distressed, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking pity. "Enough of this," I retorted. "You are well aware of my current predicament. Being the illegitimate son of the Yi family comes with its own burdens, and I am not held in high regard. A month ago, I was abducted and cast onto this island to fight for my survival. This was all to thwart my inheritance of my father's second-tier beastmaster talent, the Eye of Death, and to prevent me from claiming my rightful place as the heir of the Yi family. Hey G, I wish to survive. Do you possess any means to assist me?" "Assist you? How can I? I am but a remnant of a soul," she replied. "Farewell," I interjected, preparing to leave without another word. "Hey G, if I perish, you shall not fare well either. Before I succumb, I will cast the necklace into the cesspit, leaving behind a stench for eternity, never to rise again," I declared coldly. Wait. The girl in the black dress's countenance shifted dramatically as she hastily called me back. "Please, Xiao Yi Xian, I will help you." "Ha!" I scoffed, halting my steps only to return to the foreboding black prison. You audacious wretch! How dare you threaten me? I am truly intimidated, I retorted. Come inside. Sister shall bestow upon you the most precious treasure she possesses as a Kamingafage gift, the girl in black said, raising her delicate chin, her expression earnest. I shall not enter. Look at your demeanor. Provide it to me through the bars. Having been bitten by a snake once, I fear the rope for a decade. I had learned my lesson well. Very well. I shall give it to you through the bars, she replied, her expression one of feigned sorrow. With a slight parting of her lips, she expelled a droplet of crimson-black blood that drifted toward me beyond the prison's confines. What is this? I stepped back, scrutinizing the floating blood before me with curiosity. This is the treasure you seek, a substance capable of defying destiny. The girl's expression grew grave. This is the blood of Chiyu. Chapter 2. Dual Talents. Bloodline of Chiyu. The legendary Chiyu of the Blue Star myth, who rode the iron-eating beast and commanded wolves, tigers, and leopards in a fierce competition against the Flame Emperor? Indeed, it is Xian. This drop of Chiyu's bloodline is a remarkable treasure, capable of elevating your Beastmaster talent to a higher echelon of evolution. Black G spoke of it nonchalantly, yet within Knight Xian's heart, tumultuous waves had already begun to surge. The prospect of his Beastmaster talent undergoing a profound evolution? Knight Xian clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. In this ancient world dominated by Beastmasters, one awakens their talent upon reaching the age of 18, thus becoming a true Beastmaster. The talents of Beastmasters are varied and wondrous, encompassing offense, defense, and enhancement. They range from the strongest, Class A, to the weakest, Class D. Class A Beastmaster talent stands at the pinnacle, while Class D is the most feeble. Knight Xian gazed skeptically at the girl within the cage, lost in contemplation. If he were to awaken his father's Class B Beastmaster talent, the Eye of Death, and then transform through the Chiyu bloodline, would he not ascend to the status of a top-tier Class A talent? Do you think I am deceiving you? Xian, we are currently two grasshoppers on the same string. Your demise would serve no benefit to me. My sister is counting on you to aid in my future escape and the reconstruction of my physical form. Furthermore, let me impart another piece of information. The black jade vase you are wearing is also an extraordinary treasure. This item is known as the Refining Demon Vase and possesses the terrifying power to refine corpses and condense chi. In simple terms, it can transform the corpses of demon beasts into pure spiritual energy. This energy can be utilized to accelerate the cultivation of contracted demon beast realms. Knight Xian was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, his breath quickened and his heart raced with fervor. Indeed, this jade vase that could restrain Black G is a treasure. Typically, Knight Xian had not been without his own research, but unfortunately, he had failed to uncover any leads. He could only engage in occasional conversations with the imprisoned Black G. After bidding farewell, Knight Xian departed the cage, leaving behind the sorrowful gaze of the captive Black G. The night passed serenely, and on the following morning, the stone door opened once more. Knight Xian's arm muscles bulged as he gripped the bone club tightly, straining to observe the source of the sound. This time, in addition to the pig-headed masked man, there was a group of black-robed chromasked beastmasters. The black-robed beastmasters emanated a formidable aura, accompanied by mantis beasts. The mantis beasts varied in size, with the largest standing as tall as a human chest, adorned with black, bony light armor. Their forelimbs were sharp and menacing, exuding an air of lethal intimidation. The initial impression they conveyed was akin to that of a valiant young general. Knight Xian was not a mere wastrel. His facade of a debauched youth was merely a guise. In secret, he often immersed himself in the halls of Juhui Nihon, diligently studying the intricacies of beast mastery. He possessed a unique understanding of demon beasts. The Night Mantis, with its talent of shadow flash, bore an ordinary bloodline, ordinary, elite, leader, king, emperor, saint. Observing their physical prowess, it was evident that all present possessed at least a second-tier realm standard. Knight Xian discreetly scrutinized, while the black-robed, pig-headed masked man did the same. Can you not withstand the pressure and take your own life? Useless. Sang Biao, come and have your breakfast. He raised his hand and clapped. Buzz, a mantis beast, towering as high as a person, materialized from thin air. This mantis beast's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary night mantis, its exoskeleton armor exhibiting a blackish-blue metallic sheen, with thickness exceeding that of the night mantis by threefold. What was most spine-chilling was its asymmetrical forelimbs. The left limb was robust and heavy, resembling a colossal executioner's blade. This was the evolved form of the ordinary night mantis, the elite blue edge night mantis. The stout single arm was the hallmark of the blue edge night mantis. Realm, second tier, 9 stars. Upon the emergence of the blue-edged night mantis, all night mantises lowered their proud heads in reverence, trembling as if in the presence of a formidable ruler. Bloodline suppression. Hiss. The blue-edged night mantis, with its malevolent gaze surveying the crowd, transformed into a streak of light and pounced upon the corpse of a young man. Bowing its head in gluttonous delight, blood splattered across the arena, the sounds of gnawing and bones shattering intertwined, tearing at the taut nerves of all present like a demonic symphony. Once the blue-edged night mantis returned, only a mangled corpse remained. Witnessing this scene, Night Xian's heart sank. This pig-headed masked man was undoubtedly a third-tier beastmaster. A third-tier beastmaster could contract 3 demon beasts for battle. With him stationed on this isolated island surrounded by the sea, escaping would be akin to scaling a mountain. Li Dazhao, come forth and awaken your beastmaster talent. Now. From the crowd, a youth clad in gray robes rubbed his palms together, nervously stepping forward. The pig-headed masked man wasted no words, producing a small black stone. This is an awakening stone. Consume it to awaken your talent. Yes, Li Dazhao dared not refuse, nodding eagerly as he quickly accepted and swallowed it. In no time, a white circle appeared above Li Dazhao's head. Class D Beastmaster talent. Next, Li Tai. The pig-headed masked man's voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow. Li Dazhao exited in frustration. Class D talents were numerous, and only he would know what talent he awakened. Li Tai, Class D Beastmaster talent. Next, Sun Sha. Class C Beastmaster talent. Next, Du Gang. The towering Du Gang stepped out from the crowd, approached the pig-headed masked man, clasped his fists in respect, and subsequently took the awakening stone to consume. As soon as the awakening stone was swallowed, Du Gang's body trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a purple halo burst forth above his head. The onlookers were taken aback, their breathing becoming involuntarily labored. White, blue, purple, gold. A purple halo. Class B Beastmaster talent. Indeed, as expected of the direct descendant of the Du family, perfectly inheriting the Du family's Class B Beastmaster talent, Titan. The pig-headed masked man could not help but express his admiration. The power of Titan, breaking through the heavens with a single strike, is an enhancement-type Beastmaster talent. When bestowed upon a contracted beast, it can temporarily augment the beast's strength by 2 to 3 times. Step down, last one, Night Xian. Night Xian stepped forward from the crowd, brushing past Du Gang. Du Gang sneered, his killing intent palpable, and in a low voice warned, Night Xian, you are a clever individual, understanding that if you kill my brother first, should he awaken Titan as well, the entire island's prisoners would be insufficient for the 2 of us to slaughter. Enjoy the remaining time. Only I, Du Gang, am worthy of emerging as the Gu King. Chuckling, Night Xian shrugged. Du Gang was indeed correct. Killing should be purposeful. Approaching the black-robed, pig-headed masked man, Night Xian performed a symbolic salute before accepting the awakening stone. Night family's boy, consume it, and let me witness the eye of death of the Night family. The pig-headed masked man's eyes narrowed, his interest piqued. Night Xian took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and swallowed the black stone. The awakening stone melted upon entry, releasing a peculiar flavor akin to sour plum soup. A warm current surged through his entire being. In a daze, Night Xian seemed to hear a crackling sound resonate within him, as if some restrictions had been lifted. Buzz, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a white halo rose above his head. Class D Beastmaster talent? The pig-headed masked man furrowed his brow. No, the awakening time has not yet concluded. The pig-headed masked man's pupils jolted as he fixated on the halo above Night Xian's head. In a moment, following the white halo, a purple halo appeared once more. Chapter 3. The night mantid slaughter. The head of the Yi family possessed the fabled Eye of Death. As he gazed upon the dual auras, one white, the other purple, emanating from Yi Xian's head, the arena fell into a profound silence. Even the group of cloaked figures found themselves momentarily entranced, their breaths quickening. Is this a dual aptitude Beastmaster? Someone whispered in awe. The dual aptitude Beastmaster is an exceedingly rare entity, endowed with 2 distinct Beastmaster talents. Should such a dual aptitude individual achieve growth, their future would be nothing short of resplendent. Alas, that young man named Yi Xian possesses a D-grade first talent. Yet what does a D-grade matter when the second talent is of B-grade? Humph, that may be true. However, it appears you have overlooked a crucial detail. The dual talents often impede the advancement of a Beastmaster's realm, necessitating a substantial investment of resources. That D-grade talent has become a burden. The cloaked Beastmasters murmured amongst themselves, some expressing admiration, while others voiced their regrets. Am I truly a dual aptitude? Yi Xian snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of surprise and a hint of delight. Indeed, he was among the rare breed of dual aptitude Beastmasters. The figure in the pig mask concealed his admiration, only to swiftly pivot his words. But this is No's Island. You still need to train. Only those who survive can truly be called geniuses. Most here wish to see you dead. The pig-masked man was not mistaken. At this moment, nearly 100 gazes converged upon Yi Xian, each individual gripping clubs and glaring like famished beasts, poised to pounce. Had it not been for the presence of the pig-masked man, they would have undoubtedly rushed forward to bludgeon Yi Xian to death. It was a universally understood principle: eliminate the most promising beast master first. Yi Xian's expression remained impassive, yet internally, he was on high alert. Survive, then seek vengeance against those lurking shadows who had orchestrated his arrival here. Only by surviving could he exact his revenge. Haha, let us set aside our thoughts for now. In this place, I am the law. Once you leave this dark room, you will need to cooperate in the wilderness to survive. Any unauthorized conflict is strictly prohibited. The pig-masked man chuckled mockingly, gesturing toward a green tree. Suspended from its branches were several weathered dolls, remnants of those who had defied the rules. As the wind blew, the tattered cloth swayed like the dolls themselves, with greenish liquid dripping from their feet, emanating a foul odor. The prisoners fell silent, their murderous intent dissipating. Strength, it seemed, was the ultimate truth. Those who dared to disrupt the established order and challenge that truth had already become mere dolls. Yi Xian retreated to the crowd, choosing a secluded corner to observe. This position would allow for an easier escape when under siege. Indeed, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Surveying the crowd, the pig-masked man produced a birdcage-like object. As he unveiled it, a soft radiance emanated from his palm, releasing a multitude of varying-sized night mantids. Precisely 200 in number, matching the original assembly. Listen carefully. Awakening the Beast Master talent through the Awakening Stone signifies that you have also established your Beast Master consciousness space. Sit cross-legged, gather your energy and focus, and use this consciousness to forge a beast contract. The first to solidify their contract among these 200 ordinary first-tier night mantids will have the opportunity to select. The eyes of the young prisoners brightened, and they promptly settled onto the ground. Yi Xian was no exception. Awakening the Beast Master talent indeed brought about a distinctive transformation within him. He could now sense and capture the faint spiritual energy in the air for cultivation, thereby enhancing his realm as a Beast Master and strengthening his physique and soul. Moreover, he could perceive the ethereal silver consciousness space within his mind. The Beast Master consciousness space could summon and store contracted beasts, accelerating their recovery from injuries. However, this space could only harbor contracted beasts. Yi Xian held his breath and concentrated. His consciousness transformed into an intangible hand, pulling at his consciousness space to solidify the beast contract. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Several minutes later, he abruptly opened his eyes and spread his palm. Within his hand, a shimmering silver rhomboid materialized, gently swirling and pulsating. This was the Beast Master contract, imprinted upon the body of the demonic beast, achieving the desired contract effect. Seeing that over a dozen individuals had already formed their contracts and begun selecting their beasts, Yi Xian wasted no time and approached a night mantid. The larger the night mantid and the thicker its armor, the more formidable its realm. Starting with a capable night mantid would undoubtedly save him considerable training effort. Wait. Select the 7th one in the last row. It is quite intriguing. The voice of He Ji echoed unexpectedly within Yi Xian's consciousness. Yi Xian paused, his eyes flickering. He Ji continued, soothingly advising him not to be startled. Now that you have awakened your talent and established your consciousness, it serves as a beacon, allowing me to communicate with you through the Demon Refining Cauldron. Trust me, choose the 7th one in the last row. It possesses unique qualities. Yi Xian reacted swiftly, altering his course to bypass the cluster of mantids. Upon reaching the 7th night mantid in the last row, he found it to be of average stature, roughly the height of an adult's thigh. Standing amidst the other mantids, it gave off an unremarkable impression, neither particularly impressive nor particularly weak. Hiss! The night mantid, noticing Yi Xian's attention, raised its greenish eyes, swirling with contemplation. How about becoming my partner? I will help you grow stronger. Trust me. Yi Xian's voice was gentle as he extended his hand, offering the hovering beast contract. Simultaneously, an eerie blue glow flickered in his eyes. The B-grade Beast Master talent. The Eye of Death. The head of the Yi family possessed the enhanced talent of the Eye of Death, capable of expanding the Beast Master's field of vision tenfold while also scanning for the enemy's weaknesses. No matter how powerful a creature may be, it will always harbor vulnerabilities. Targeting those weaknesses yields tremendous results. Yi Xian's vision transformed, the world around him morphing into shades of gray and white. Within this monochrome landscape, various red markers of differing sizes appeared, starkly visible like stars against the night sky. The night mantid before him appeared similarly draped in gray. Although its chitinous armor revealed few weaknesses, several still emerged, such as the joints of its second forelimb and the 3-inch area of its abdomen, marked by the most significant red spot. In essence, the greatest vulnerability of this night mantid lay within its abdomen, 3 inches in. As their gazes met, the night mantid let out a sharp cry, slowly retracting one of its forelimbs to touch the beast contract in Yixian's palm. Observing Yixian's selection of the night mantid from the last row, the pigmasked man expressed a flicker of surprise. He had a profound recollection of this particular mantid, known for its ferocity. From the moment of its birth, it had single-handedly slain over 10 of its siblings and devoured more than 40 unhatched eggs. Sibling bonds were ephemeral. It was a relentless predator, driven by its insatiable appetite. Chapter 4. The Chaos of Battle. For the Blood Bodhi. With the first beast contract concluded, Yixian gained a basic understanding of the night mantid's attributes. It possessed an ordinary bloodline, holding a first-tier, 3-star realm. Excellent. Let us strive forward together. He thought joyfully, gently patting the night mantid's head. This marked the first beast he had ever contracted, since Heiji had urged him to select this creature. He was eager to see what made it unique. The Night Slayer mantis possesses a solitary and proud disposition, remaining unperturbed in the face of touch. Its pair of black mantis arms unconsciously clashing and producing a metallic clink. Withdraw. With a thought, Yixian summoned the beast contract within his mind. Buzz. The Night Slayer mantis vanished. Within Yixian's consciousness, the beast space materialized, with the Night Slayer mantis appearing out of thin air. Release. Withdraw. Release. Yixian reveled in the process, diligently examining the intricacies of the beast space. The beast master's consciousness space is intrinsically linked to the strength of their realm. The higher the realm, the more expansive the space. As time flowed by, witnessing the completion of contracts among the crowd, the masked man with a pig's head snapped his fingers, conjuring a woven rattan basket in the midst of the gathering. Inside the basket lay 200 rolls of sheepskin maps, bound neatly with red strings. He clapped his hands, his voice measured and calm. Indeed. Now that you have become beast masters, how can tender saplings thrive without enduring trials? The black-robed individuals in attendance worked in perfect harmony, distributing the map scrolls in an orderly fashion. The master had intentionally provided 100 supplies in this Nose Island. The locations of these resources were meticulously recorded in the distributed maps. Among the resources was a vial containing the 3rd-tier evolution potion, Blood Bodhi, crafted by a master alchemist. When ingested by a creature of ordinary quality, it could effortlessly elevate its status to elite quality. For the next 10 days, this Nose Island shall be your dominion. Whether you wish to capture new mythical pets or engage in thievery, it matters not. Here on Nose Island, no one will concern themselves with your fates. After 10 days, we shall reconvene in the dark chamber, and I shall see how many of you endure. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the young men and women present gleamed with excitement. A 3rd-tier evolution potion, Blood Bodhi? Should one acquire this, it could indeed alter the tides of fate, allowing them to surpass their peers. Alchemists, a highly esteemed profession, wield the secrets of concocting wondrous potions, granting mythical beasts formidable enhancements, making them invaluable connections for every beast master. Yixian clenched his fists, equally intrigued by the 3rd-tier potion, Blood Bodhi. To transform the bloodline of mythical pets? The 3rd-tier potion must be secured. The higher the bloodline of a mythical pet, the greater its power. Ordinary level, the CR me de Lasar me among beasts, possessing a modicum of intelligence. Elite level, endowed with unique abilities, mastering elemental attacks. Commander level, longevity enhanced, effortlessly commanding fellow beasts of lower rank. King level, a ruler of its domain, exuding domain pressure that significantly suppresses beasts below king level, rivaling high IQ humans. Emperor level, a rare existence capable of influencing celestial phenomena. Saint level, a once-in-a-millennium being, wielding the terrifying power to devastate cities and nations. His own father, the 4th-tier beast master Yihu, possesses a 4th-tier king-level mythical pet. Night Mountain Lord, standing 3 meters tall and as robust as a small mountain, capable of outrunning even the fastest high-speed train of his previous life. It is worth noting that a high-speed train can cover 100 meters in a mere second. Yixian unfurled the map, which simply marked the major regions of Nose Island. Deep within the map, a conspicuous reds indicated the location of the 3rd-tier potion, Blood Bodhi. Securing the 3rd-tier evolution potion, Blood Bodhi, is imperative. Almost simultaneously, the crowd dispersed like startled birds into the jungle. Yixian followed suit, his feet enveloped in a gentle azure breeze, sprinting away. One of his dual talents, the D-class talent, grants him exceptional speed. This ability can be temporarily amplified for both the Beast Master and their contracted mythical pet. Damn it! A few youths who had conspired to corner Yixian found their faces darkening, left only to watch his retreating figure in helpless frustration. The vast expanse of Nose Island is fraught with ancient trees, where venomous snakes and wild beasts lie in ambush, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. In a secluded woodland path, a boy in ragged clothing halted his frantic pace, cautiously advancing with a blade of grass clenched in his mouth. "Black Princess, shall we converse?" Noticing the absence of onlookers, Xuan initiated communication with the Black Princess within the Beast Refinement Cauldron. "Let me guess. You wish to know why I selected this Night Slayer mantis for you?" Needless to say, Xuan rolled his eyes in response. "Very well, since you have sincerely inquired. I shall generously inform you. The Night Slayer mantis you contracted shares your dual talents. However, its second talent remains dormant and requires external assistance to awaken." Xuan was taken aback, genuinely surprised. Just as humans possess the Beast Master talent, so too do mythical beasts. For instance, the Night Slayer mantis possesses a racial talent known as shadow prowess, bestowing it with remarkable agility, often exceeding the initial speed of other beasts of the same realm. Another example includes the common mythical beast, the fat pig, whose racial talent is fertility, allowing it to reproduce more effectively than other beasts. Xuan summoned the Night Slayer mantis from the contract space, intrigued as he observed it twirl gracefully. The second talent remains dormant? Could it be that this creature is a hybrid? Hybrids are often sought after by many beast master families eager to acquire powerful mixed-breed mythical pets, compelling them to breed potential beasts with different species. Despite the minuscule probability of producing hybrids, it remains a possibility. Indeed, a hidden hybrid. Black Princess seemed to intuit Xuan's thoughts, elaborating at a leisurely pace. And how does one awaken this hidden talent with external assistance? Simply put, consumption, consuming its kin. After devouring a sufficient number, the second bloodline within can be unlocked, granting the second talent. Understood. After a brief exchange, a smile crept onto Xuan's lips. This Nose Island is abundant with Night Slayer mantises, and consuming its kin would unlock the second talent? In such a light, he had indeed stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Reaching out, he gently stroked the head of the Night Slayer mantis, deep in thought. "If you accompany me, Xuan, you shall feast to your heart's content, and I shall bestow upon you a fitting name. Given your sleek black form and sharp claws, how does the name Night Hunt strike you?" The Night Slayer mantis offered no reply, maintaining its vigilance as its insect-like eyes scanned the nearby thicket. "Little Xuan, a mythical beast approaches you with great haste. Its aura indicating a first-tier 5-star level, with an ordinary bloodline," Black Princess warned. Just then, a loud rustling erupted from the bushes, as a wild boar clad in thick crimson armor charged forth. Humph! Upon spotting Xuan, the boar's wrinkled eyes widened in fury, baring its sharp tusks as it charged forward. The red armored boar, of ordinary bloodline, possesses a racial talent known as armor manifestation. The older the red armored boar, the thicker its armor becomes. Chapter 5, Beast Refinement Cauldron, refine for me. Ah, so it is merely a red armored boar. Xuan recognized the beast species, sidestepping leisurely to narrowly evade the charge. Bang! A tree, roughly the thickness of an adult's arm, shattered upon impact, splintering wood flying in all directions. This demonstrated the destructive power of the red armored boar. Humph! Seeing Xuan evade the charge so effortlessly, the red armored boar snorted in displeasure, its hind hooves furiously scraping the ground, flinging decayed leaves and clods of earth into the air before it lunged forward like a cannonball. "Up, Night Hunt! Prepare for your first battle," Xuan commanded, summoning the waist-high Night Slayer mantis. Hiss! The Night Slayer mantis glinted with fierce determination, undeterred by the size disparity. Coiling its legs, it launched itself forward, charging at the red armored boar without hesitation. The racial talent of shadow prowess granted the Night Slayer mantis a speed far surpassing that of its contemporaries. In mere moments, Night Hunt arrived at the side of the red armored boar like a specter, slashing its dark, scythe-like appendage towards the beast's neck. The blade struck. A resounding clang echoed as it met the tough hide of the red armored boar, creating a cacophony akin to metal clashing. Clang! A peculiar tremor suddenly erupted, forcefully repelling the night-slaying mantis. The crimson-haired armored pig halted its advance, twisting its head to glare menacingly at the mantis beast. How audacious! A mere mantis dares to exude murderous intent towards itself. It ceased its assault on Xuan and redirected its fury towards the night-slaying mantis. Unwilling to yield, the mantis intended to confront it head-on when a voice echoed in its mind from the Soul Beast contract, advising against a direct clash due to its lower rank. Instead, it should lure the foe 100 meters southeast, where a gnarled tree awaited. Understanding the strategy, Xuan soared into action. Humph! Upon witnessing the night-slaying mantis fleeing, the armored pig mistook this for fear, its brows furrowing in irritation as it charged with renewed vigor. Why allow the night-slaying mantis to escape? Black Princess observed this with perplexity. Just watch. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with blue light, exuding calmness. The night-slaying mantis moved at an astonishing speed, reaching the gnarled tree in mere breaths. It halted, poised for the impending collision with the armored pig. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. At such a close distance, the mantis could distinctly sense the pig's hot breath. 3 meters, 2 meters. As the armored pig bore down upon it, a surge of azure wind enveloped the mantis's legs. Dodge! Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with urgency as he signaled through the beast contract. Empowered by Yi Xian's beast mastering talent, the mantis's speed surged dramatically. At the critical moment, it narrowly evaded the armored pig's charge. With a loud thud, the armored pig collided with the tree trunk, its massive form wedged between the gnarled branches, immobilized. Roar! Trapped, the armored pig panicked, thrashing wildly, its taut muscles causing the tree to tremble. Quickly, seize the opportunity to strike at its weak point. The night-slaying mantis trembled, darting behind the armored pig to deliver a swift blow. Buzz! A dark red cross slash erupted from the mantis's scythe, slicing with unyielding precision into the pig's vulnerable spot. Umph! The pig's eyes widened in shock as it sustained a devastating blow to its frail underbelly, and a piercing shriek echoed throughout the forest. This is a beast technique, cross slash. Yi Xian was astonished, never expecting that Yi Xiao could wield such a skill. Typically, a first-tier ordinary beast rarely possesses such abilities. Hiss! Observing that the armored pig had not yet perished, the night-slaying mantis tilted its head and raised its scythe for another strike, unleashing the cross slash once more. Uffed! This strike rendered the armored pig's legs stiff, and it gradually ceased its struggles. You're so wicked, little Yi Xian. What can I say? This creature has tough skin and solid flesh, with a rank 2 stars higher than Yi Xiao. It merely required some cleverness and the advantage of terrain. Black Princess, did you not mention that the Demon Refinement Pot can refine beast corpses into pure spiritual energy to enhance a beastmaster's rank? How does one utilize it? Yi Xian approached the lifeless armored pig, gripping the black pendant tightly around his neck. It's simple. You have awakened your beast mastering talent and possess spiritual power. Infuse it into the pendant and make contact. All right. Yi Xian paused to glance at the pig's corpse, now in a state of decay and filth, feeling a shiver down his spine. Even this defensive creature could not withstand a critical hit. Yi Xian reached out to touch the corpse, which vanished into the Demon Refinement Pot space. Closing his eyes, he focused his consciousness on the space, witnessing the pig's body gradually dissolve like snow in spring until it entirely disappeared. Within the pot, a mass of white vapor materialized. Little Yi Xian, follow my lead and store the night-slaying mantis. Understood. Yi Xian complied and extended his hand to retrieve Yi Xiao into the pot. In the blink of an eye, the white mist surged toward Yi Xiao, and under Yi Xian's watchful gaze, the mantis absorbed the mist, effortlessly breaking through to the first tier 4 stars. It has broken through. So easily, as if it were merely eating or drinking. Hiss! Yi Xian inhaled sharply, slowly opening his eyes. An indescribable exhilaration enveloped him. Incredible. Unstoppable. If he could refine enough beast corpses, would he not quickly elevate Yi Xiao's rank? Suppressing his excitement, Yi Xian summoned the night-slaying mantis and proceeded to follow the map in search of the third-tier magic herb, Blood Bodhi. One must admit, the expansive Nose Island is rich in beast resources, and during his journey, Yi Xian encountered a plethora of various beasts. For instance, the benign plant beast, Puffball, which resembled a palm-sized humanoid with a tuft of white fluff atop its head. Additionally, there was the catfish beast, which could articulate human speech and favored lurking in streams to spray intruders. Moreover, there was the cawing creature, I am the guardian spirit of Nose Island, the embodiment of the island's conflicts. I command you to swiftly hunt down the fish beasts in the stream. By the stream, Yi Xian could not help but roll his eyes. He looked up at the branches above, where a plump golden parrot beast was observing him with keen interest. The golden feather parrot, of ordinary bloodline, possessed the talent of mimicry. Generally, golden feather parrots are slender, yet this one was notably rotund. Entirely golden with a tuft of fluff atop its head, currently scrutinizing Yi Xian intently. This golden feather parrot had been following him all along. What are you staring at? Seeing Yi Xian gazing at its robust form, the parrot puffed out its chest, slightly displeased. Come down, and I'll treat you to some small fish. Yi Xian swallowed hard. This hefty bird would surely be delectable roasted. Caw, really? Indeed, guardian spirit. The golden feather parrot tilted its head in contemplation, ultimately succumbing to its cravings and swooping down. Chapter 6. The Blade-Wielding Baboon. A bounty of corpses. Don't eat me, spare my life. By the stream, the golden feather parrot was on the verge of tears, pinned beneath a rock by Xuan. Clang. The night-slaying mantis nudged its sides, preparing to strike. Wait. Spare my life. I have information. Information? Xuan raised an eyebrow, signaling the night-slaying mantis to withdraw. This creature was so corpulent and articulate. It must have lived for at least 20 years. Speak, and I shall grant you mercy. The golden feather parrot's small eyes darted around. Then it clutched its belly, rolling on the ground. I can't. You must let me eat first. Xuan's eyelid twitched, and he casually handed over a roasted fish. The parrot's eyes lit up, and it sat down eagerly to devour. After finishing one fish, it belched contentedly, and, at a leisurely pace, said, Caw. Tonight is the hunting time for the blade-wielding baboons. They are the true rulers of Nose Island. A decade ago, a group of humans perished at their hands. Xuan instinctively glanced skyward. The sun was setting, and night was approaching. The blade-wielding baboon, a first-tier beast with the racial talent of immense strength. Blade-wielding baboons are incredibly powerful and prefer to hunt in groups at night. If a leader-level baboon emerges, their overall strength dramatically increases, transforming from militia to regular troops, ready to sacrifice their lives for the hunt. Today, the pig-headed masked man had given a training period of 10 days. One could foresee. In the fierce competition for the third-tier potion, Blood Bodhi, many prisoners will undoubtedly choose to hasten their journey under the cover of night. A chill ran through Xuan's heart. If Fei Niao's words held any truth, this night would surely unleash a tempest of bloodshed. No, before darkness enveloped the land, it was imperative to find a safe haven to conceal himself. With this thought, Xuan resolutely rose, preparing to seek refuge for the night. As time slipped away, the night descended silently. In the dense Nose Island jungle, a group of over 10 young men and women proceeded cautiously. Dugu, I really like you. You will protect me, right? A young girl asked, clinging to the robust youth's arm with hopeful eyes. Yes, as long as you behave. I will naturally protect you. Not just you, but all of you, Du Gang replied, halting his steps and surveying the bewildered faces of his companions. Trust me. Follow me. Du Gang, I am confident I can lead you through the next 10 days. His voice resonated, uplifting the spirits of the crowd. Their tense expressions relaxed, and some even managed to display smiles of relief. A young man attempted to ingratiate himself, yet his gaze inadvertently wandered to a certain spot and froze in horror. He seemed to have glimpsed something terrifying. Dugu, there are beastly monsters ahead. Du Gang frowned and admonished. Beasts? Why the panic? There are 11 of us. As long as we unite our strength, even a first-tier 10-star beast can be slain. No, it's not that, the young man stammered, unable to articulate further. In his line of sight, the darkened path revealed a series of flickering red stars. As the clouds parted and the moon ascended to its zenith, the silhouettes of towering gray baboons emerged. These creatures bore savage faces, with sharp fangs and muscular builds, wielding bone knives. The leader, adorned with a necklace of skulls, exuded an air of indifference towards life and death, ready for a fight. 1, 10, until 100. The atmosphere turned oppressive, akin to a quagmire that made breathing difficult. Du Gang sensed the shift in the air, turned to glance, and fell into a profound silence. I love you. Without hesitation, he summoned his strength and slapped the girl in his arms, pushing her away before fleeing in the opposite direction. Damn it, it's a knife-wielding baboon. As a direct descendant of one of the 3 prominent families in Stone City, Du Gang was well-versed in survival tactics. When faced with danger in the wild, the only rule was to run faster than those around you. This was precisely why he had chosen to lead a group of burdens. Help! Dugu! Save me! A young man stumbled in retreat, but before he could finish his plea, his head was crushed on the spot. Run! Run faster! Du Gang ignored the desperate cries behind him, fleeing with all his might. The slaughter did not end there. More monkeys surged from the trees. A second tier, 1-star ordinary giant bear became the target of the baboon horde. The baboons, fearless and relentless, leaped into the air, brandishing their bone knives to strike at the giant bear. The 3-meter-tall giant bear roared, using one paw to block its vital points while the other swung in retaliation. With immense strength, the bear swatted away the knife-wielding baboons like mere balls, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Moments later, having sent more than 10 baboons flying, the bear, bloodied and battered, gasped for breath. Just as it caught its breath, shadows danced among the trees, and countless baboons surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly encircling the enormous creature. When the swarm finally dispersed, only a gruesome mess of blood and viscera remained. As dawn broke, the monkeys retreated, and the carnage ceased. From within a 30-meter-high ancient tree hollow, Xuan peeked out nonchalantly. He had heard the ruckus caused by the baboons the previous night all too clearly. Let us go collect some corpses. Xuan activated his beast master talent, the Eye of Death, enhancing his vision tenfold. with the Eye of Death's power. The corpses of the slain baboons came into view. Many weak baboons had perished in the fray last night. In nature, only the fittest survive while the weak are eliminated. The knife-wielding baboons, known for their ferocity, instinctively shunned and detested the corpses of their own kind. These vicious creatures, covered in needle-like bristles, would rather gnaw on decaying wood than touch a single part of their kin's remains. Thus, Xuan found himself at an advantage. He led the slashing night mantis to the ground and began collecting the beast corpses for transformation. The golden-feathered parrot peered curiously from a branch, observing Xuan quietly. Half an hour passed, and Xuan's haul was substantial. He effortlessly gathered over 40 baboon corpses from the surrounding area. Excellent, a bountiful yield. As my cultivation progresses, the required spiritual energy increases. I wonder if this will help Night Hunt break through to first tier 6 stars? As Xuan infused spiritual energy into the beast refining pot, the 40 baboon corpses suddenly transformed, gradually disintegrating into pure spiritual energy. The slashing night mantis within the pot could no longer contain itself and lunged forward to devour the energy orbs. With each orb consumed, the mantis's cultivation would rise. First tier 5 stars, first tier 6 stars, first tier 7 stars. After consuming the last orb, the slashing night mantis's cultivation naturally ascended to first tier 7 stars. The speed of its advancement left Xuan in awe. What a rush, I am far ahead. In just a day and a half, the slashing night mantis had effortlessly risen 4 small tiers. At this rate, it might even turn the tables on that group of raven-faced reapers. Hiss! The mantis's size surged. What was once just waist-high now reached Xuan's neck, and its exoskeleton glimmered with a bright metallic sheen under the sun. Chapter 7. Elite-level Thorn Whip Tree Demon. Remarkable. Gazing at the slashing night mantis, now towering to his neck, Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Noticing the sun high in the sky, with rays piercing through the leaves, he decided not to delay any further and pulled out the Nose Island map to continue his journey. The third-tier potion, Blood Bodhi, marked on the map, must be acquired. At noon, in the dense forest, cloaked in leaves and moving cautiously, Xuan halted, his gaze fixated on a girl in a tattered dress not far away. The girl lay quietly beneath a crooked brown tree laden with red fruits, her complexion pale. Beside her lay the lifeless body of a headless mantis, green ichor flowing from its severed neck. Ah, a wild little beauty. It's quite stifling here on Nose Island. Should I take the opportunity to do something? Black Princess teased within Xuan's mind. Thorn Whip Tree Demon. Thorn Whip Tree Demon? Keep pretending, go on. Xuan rolled his eyes and picked up a stone to hurl at the crooked brown tree. Thud! The stone struck, yet the tree remained unperturbed, the air still. Haha! Xuan chuckled, slowly activating his beast master talent, the Eye of Death. His vision darkened, and a small red light appeared to move within the tree trunk, darting up and down like a creature with hyperactivity. Thorn Whip Tree Demon. Ability: Limb Regeneration, Beast Bloodline, Elite. Weakness: the heart of the tree, which moves and hides within the trunk at all times. Only by shattering the heart can one utterly extinguish the life of the Thorn Whip Tree Demon. This plant beast was adept at camouflage, using its fruits to emit a peculiar fragrance to attract animals to feed the moment a prey stepped into its attack range. The long-dormant Thorn Whip Tree Demon would suddenly unleash its fury, its deeply buried whips striking with a thunderous force to ensnare its prey. In summary, it is an immobile old foe. Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up another stone, and hurled it once more. This time, the stone did not strike the tree itself but was ensnared by a whip that burst forth from the earth and was gently lowered. Buzzing, under Xuan's watchful gaze, tendrils of green whips, resembling sinuous serpents, emerged, swiftly wrapping around the limbs and neck of the unconscious girl. An eerie scene unfolded. The comatose girl, akin to a marionette controlled by a puppeteer, slowly straightened her back with a series of creaks and pops, adopting a posture that defied reason. Her hair hung loosely, her eyes firmly shut, as she extended her hand towards Xuan in a gesture of greeting. The entire tableau exuded an unsettling sense of incongruity. Noticing Xuan's indifference, a thinner whip gradually pierced the girl's neck. Her lips parted slightly, her voice melodious yet disjointed. Cooperate. Clever, clever one. You brought people here. Here to feed me, we can exchange. Beauty for your enjoyment. Intriguingly, this Thorn Whip Tree Demon demonstrated a remarkable understanding of manipulation and allure. It was undoubtedly of second-tier status, a commendable quarry. Xuan crossed his arms, murmuring to himself. Clang. The night mantis, Zhang, positioned itself protectively before Xuan, its dark blades poised and ready for action. Little Xuan, are you prepared to confront it head-on? Black Princess's voice resounded again. Confront? I am hardly foolish. That is an elite second-tier plant demon, while Night Hunt is merely a first-tier 7-star. As Yixian spoke, he began surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a small black tree. The olive tree, a precious species capable of producing plant-based oil, is highly sought after as a cosmetic ingredient among noble families. In Shurcheng, a pound of olive oil could fetch the price of a beast coin. On this resource-rich Nose Island, olive trees were plentiful. Go cut it down. Hiss. Zhang Yi nodded and leaped to the olive tree, swinging its blade. Crack. The small tree splintered, releasing a rich, dark oil from within. Yixian fashioned a large banana leaf into a bowl and began collecting the olive oil. What are you planning to do? The girl, manipulated by the thorn whip tree demon, inquired anxiously upon witnessing Yixian gather the abundant dark oil, her voice tinged with panic. Burn you, of course. You cannot move, so who else should I burn? Yixian chuckled lightly, signaling Zhang Yi to prepare to pour the banana bowl. Be cautious. Pouring from such a height, this creature has an extensive attack range. Zhang Yi understood and lifted the bowl, taking flight. In no time, it hovered above the panicking thornwhip tree demon. Wait, don't. I have a beauty in hand. She will perish too. Pour. Yixian's voice was icy. Smack. A torrential downpour of black oil cascaded down like raindrops, striking the thornwhip tree demon. Almost instantaneously, hundreds of whip-like tendrils, the thickness of a child's arm, surged from the ground, thrashing wildly in an attempt to thwart the oil. However, the oil was too dense, and some managed to seep through, splattering onto the body of the thornwhip tree demon. Yixian hesitated no longer. He hastily fashioned a few crude torches, ignited them, and threw them. Faced with the torches, the thornwhip tree demon trembled in terror, flailing its whips in a futile attempt to block the flames. Yet it overlooked one crucial fact. The whips were also coated in olive oil. This led to contact with the torches, and the orange flames swiftly spread, voraciously consuming the thornwhip tree demon. Accompanied by agonizing screams, the fire rapidly engulfed the entire demon, along with the unconscious girl. Little Yixian, you have a ruthless heart, so mercilessly hastening her demise. Enough. This is Nose Island. It's either you or me. I merely wish to survive. Then I shall seek vengeance against the Knight family members who brought me here. Furthermore, she had already suffered severe damage to her central nervous system and spine at the hands of the thornwhip tree demon, rendering her ability to awaken uncertain. Yixian stated flatly, devoid of expression as he laid out the facts. The imprisoned black princess chuckled softly, intending to continue her conversation with Yixian when she suddenly seemed to sense something. Warning, little Yixian, hide quickly. Someone is approaching. How many? 1. Yixian's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly recalled Zhang Yi, seeking refuge in a dense thicket. The grand conflagration consuming the thornwhip tree demon had undoubtedly attracted the attention of nearby prisoners on Nose Island. Before long, a figure, accompanied by a demon pet, cautiously approached. It was a young man clad in a hemp robe. Hiss, what a massive fire. My goodness, an elite thornwhip tree demon. The young man muttered to himself. Yixian narrowed his eyes, having recognized the identity of the hemp-robed youth. It was Lu Erfa, the second son of the Lu family in Shurcheng. The Lu family, a minor clan in Shurcheng, primarily engaged in the spice trade, albeit on a much smaller scale compared to the three major families, Yi, Du, and Shur. However, among the numerous minor families in Shurcheng, they still held a respectable position. In the current situation, flames roared fiercely, the oil crackled and popped, sending sparks flying. Lu Erfa, arms crossed, observed with keen interest as the thornwhip tree demon struggled in the fire. Only when the flames began to subside did the thornwhip tree demon reduce to a withered husk. Upon seeing the demon's stillness, Lu Erfa rubbed his palms together, preparing to approach and scavenge for anything useful. The elite thornwhip tree demon's body was laden with treasures, its sap had restorative properties, and the heartwood within could enhance a demon's physicality. Yet, as Lu Erfa took a few steps forward, a figure suddenly emerged like a specter, blocking his path. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Lu Erfa's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly retreated as if avoiding a plague. Young Master Yi, it's you. Lu Xiao, do you intend to seize my spoils? Yixian inquired with a disingenuous smile, his interest piqued as he scrutinized the startled Lu Erfa. Clang. Zhang Yi, Night Hunt, sprang forward with its dark blades poised, ready for command, its ebony armor reflecting a dazzling sheen in the sunlight. Lu Erfa felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck under Yixian's gaze, his throat tightening, especially upon witnessing the imposing Zhang Yi. Towering to the height of an adult's neck, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Why does your Zhang Yi grow so rapidly compared to mine, which resembles an underdeveloped child from the slums? Lu Erfa rolled up his sleeves and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, donning an innocent smile. Misunderstanding. I merely passed by, Since the Thornwhip Tree Demon is young Master Ye's quarry, how could I interfere? Yi Xian cast a penetrating glance at Lu Erfa before moving toward the Thornwhip Tree Demon to collect his spoils. Upon touching it, the demon's body vanished from sight. This Thornwhip Tree Demon was certainly an elite second-tier beast, and he believed it would yield a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Seeing Yi Xian gather the Thornwhip Tree Demon, Lu Erfa turned to flee. Night Hunt. Buzz. In a flash of black light, Xuan Yi materialized before Lu Erfa, with a swift slash of its arm. A sapling the thickness of an arm shattered with a crackle. Lu Erfa's expression soured as he clasped his fists in salute. Young Master Yi, we are distant relatives. Both members of Shicheng, we have crossed paths several times. I believe there is no need for such hostility. Moreover, there exists no stipulation on the Isle of Noses that only one may survive in the end. I am a merchant, as are you. Merchants prioritize profit over separation. Perhaps we could forge a partnership, mutually beneficial and supportive. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Knight Xian idly chewed on a blade of grass. Lu Erfa hesitated, as though making a monumental decision. Knight, I have discovered a treasure trove, a location abundant with 100 stalks of black crystal flesh sprout. These sprout flourish atop black crystal veins, imbued with metallic properties, which are no less than delicacies for the night hunter mantis. Ingesting them can enhance the thickness of one's carapace, fortifying defense. In the market of Stone City, a single first-tier flesh sprout can fetch 100 coins. If we were to collaborate, how about a division of 1 for me and 8 for you? After discussing the benefits, what are the drawbacks? The drawback is that the black crystal flesh sprout's vein is guarded by a pack of wild night hunter mantises, numbering around 50. But rest assured, they are far weaker than your own night hunter mantis. My family specializes in spices. I can still concoct a simple powder from the white stone beast. You surely know what that is, right? This substance, when consumed by ordinary level beasts, renders them dazed and drooling. We can take advantage of their vulnerability. At this juncture, I would require your assistance. Knight Xian pondered for a moment before assenting decisively. His interest lay not in the black crystal flesh sprout, but rather in the 50 or so night hunter mantises. As Black Princess had mentioned, night hunters are a hidden hybrid that must consume the flesh and blood of their kin to unlock a dormant second bloodline and awaken a second talent. Is this not a rare opportunity? Before Lu Erfa, Knight Xian extended his hand to touch the night hunter mantis, Night Hunt, and summoned it into his possession. Lead the way. Absolutely, Knight. Seeing Knight Xian retrieve his beast, Lu Erfa sighed in relief and similarly stowed away his own, signaling his sincerity. As for the danger, he was not overly concerned. The Knight family's beastmasters possessed the talent of the Eye of Death, allowing them to discern weaknesses and offering a terrifying tenfold enhancement in vision, making them natural scouts on the battlefield. Following Knight Xian, he felt assured of his safety. As dusk descended within the jungle of Nose Island, Knight Xian followed Lu Erfa cautiously until they arrived at a ravaged stone forest. Along the way, Knight Xian was fortunate enough to stumble upon several intact corpses of knife-wielding baboons. The incomplete remains had been devoured by beasts. In the stone forest, a red-haired armored pig detected their presence, snorting angrily as it charged forth. Knight Xian flicked his fingers, and in a flash of black light, the night hunter mantis, Night Hunt, lunged at the red-haired armored pig. With a swift stroke, the pig's head was severed, blood staining the stone forest. The act seemed effortless, akin to crushing a chick. Night Hunt then tore off a piece of the pig's tender flesh, tossing it to Knight Xian before indulging in its feast. Care to have a taste? Knight Xian leisurely sampled the meat in his hand, his expression serene. No, no. Lu Erfa hastily waved him off, a chill running through him. The red-haired armored pig was renowned for its defense. Judging by its size, it was at least a first-tier 5-star creature, yet it had been decapitated with a single strike. Something was amiss. The night hunter mantis appeared to have grown considerably in size. Lu Erfa couldn't suppress a gasp. At that moment, the night hunt had surpassed Knight Xian in height, standing at around 1 meter 80, like a diminutive black-armored giant. Previously, it had barely reached Knight Xian's neck. Indeed, the night hunter mantis realm had surged from first-tier 7 stars to first-tier 9 stars, having absorbed the essence from the remains of an elite second-tier Thornwhip Tree Demon. Knight Xian found this result somewhat unsatisfactory, as that was a creature of elite caliber. It should have at least attained first-tier 10 stars. Black Princess provided a reasonable explanation. The remains of the Thornwhip Tree Demon had been severely damaged by flames, limiting the amount of spiritual power that could be refined. Young Master, the higher the bloodline of a beast, the more challenging it is to elevate its realm. While ordinary-level beasts can advance swiftly, your Night Hunter Mantis progresses at an alarming rate, far ahead of our mundane ilk, Lu Erfa said with a smile, attempting flattery. Knight Xian crossed his arms, casually attributing it to his innate Beastmaster talent. Actually, I am a 3-talent beast master, Knight Xuan casually remarked. Lu Erfa rolled his eyes at the statement, internally scoffing at its veracity. Chapter 9. The Poisonous Occupation of the Magpie's Nest, the Ancient Rock Violent Lizard. The two continued onward. The number of beasts in the stone forest was considerable. Aside from the common red-haired armored pig, they occasionally encountered peculiar earth element beasts. Passing through a pile of rubble, an unassuming green stone suddenly trembled violently, unfurling like a blossoming bud to reveal a rotund figure. This was an elite-level first-tier stone giant, standing 1 meter tall, its form resembling a chubby green stone ball. Its skin, forged from blue steel stone, was impervious, adorned with flecks of moss, and its face bore a comical, sleepy expression. Stone giants are gentle, extremely reclusive beasts. They are timid, lethargic, long-lived, and prefer solitude and sunbathing. Their method of reproduction is also unique. Upon reaching maturity at 10 years of age, they do not require a mate. Each year, a mature stone giant will split, producing a common-level stone doll. With a cautious glance at Knight Xuan and Lu Erfa, the stone giant let out a low growl and curled into a green ball, rolling away and leaving a long trail behind. Seeing this, Lu Erfa breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He pointed ahead, saying, "Young master, just a short distance ahead lies the black crystal vein occupied by the night hunter mantis. We must prepare ourselves. First, let us find a place to recuperate. I will concoct the white stone beast powder." Agreed. The two readily reached a consensus, seeking a concealed spot to rest temporarily. Chewing on a blade of grass, Knight Xuan leaned against a stone pillar, quietly observing Lu Erfa as he prepared the white stone beast powder. Lost in thought, Knight Xuan seemed to recall something and silently departed. Upon returning, he bore an assortment of miscellaneous materials, thin-shelled fruits, bark woven into ropes, a pile of yellow-green stone powder, charred with charcoal, olive oil, and more. What is this?" Lu Erfa inquired, puzzled. "I am crafting a simple explosive package. During the explosion, it will enhance the dispersal of the white stone beast powder, mitigating risk. The urine of the stone giant contains sulfur and other components, which, when blended with charcoal, creates powerful black gunpowder. Unfortunately, the stone giant we encountered previously was not yet mature, so its urine was limited." As Knight Xuan spoke, he began skillfully assembling the materials. Moving with practiced ease, he was well acquainted with the crafting of earth explosives. In his previous life on Blue Star, his grandfather often took him to hunt game with homemade firearms, and when unsuccessful, they would use earth explosives to fish. Lu Erfa fell silent, clenching his fists tightly, a flicker of barely concealed apprehension flashing in his eyes. The world regarded Knight Xuan, the illegitimate son of the Knight family, as a good-for-nothing wastrel, indulging in wine and women, living life frivolously. Yet, after their brief interaction, Lu Erfa found himself astonished. The rumors were utterly erroneous. Good heavens! If Knight Xuan were truly a wastrel, Lu Erfa would eat 10 pounds of knife-wielding baboon feces on the spot. After several minutes, a makeshift explosive device of modest power was assembled. With the bomb in hand, Yi Xian and Lu Erfa ventured into the dimly lit cavern. "Is this the place?" Yi Xian inquired. "I am certain, young Master Yi," Lu Erfa replied, his expression earnest. Nodding in agreement, Yi Xian produced a fire starter to ignite the fuse, swiftly handing it over to Lu Erfa with lightning speed. "You throw it." With that, Yi Xian took off without a second thought. Damn! Lu Erfa felt a shiver run down his spine, cursing Yi Xian under his breath as he summoned all his strength to hurl the explosive. Buzz! The device rolled into the cavern, and mere seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed within, a cloud of white mist billowing forth. Did it work? Yi Xian's ghostly figure reappeared, a blade of grass clamped between his teeth. "Young Master Yi, let us wait a bit longer. We should allow the white powder to spread further." "All right." The two settled in, patiently waiting until the mist had completely dissipated before they made their way into the cave. Yi Xian proceeded with utmost caution, his face obscured by a cloth. Even Yi Shou mirrored his demeanor, creating an almost comical sight. As they entered the mine, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Passing through an L-shaped bend, the light began to brighten, revealing a hidden expanse. Not long after, Lu Erfa furrowed his brow, a look of suspicion crossing his face. "What's wrong? Young Master Yi, something seems amiss. Whether human or beast, once a group is formed, there will invariably be sentinels on guard for the safety of the clan. We encountered no trace of the night-slaying mantises along our path." Turning around a corner, Lu Erfa suddenly fell silent. He had successfully spotted the clan of night-slaying mantises that occupied this area. Before them lay an open space, surrounded by clusters of black crystals. At its center, a towering mound made entirely of the carcasses of night-slaying mantises stood out starkly. Lu Erfa's complexion paled in an instant. Yi Xian remained silent, his gaze shifting to a beast nearby. This beast, measuring over 3 meters in length, had eyes that blazed like torches, its elongated head adorned with a tuft of silvery brown horns, and its body was covered in brownish armor. It fixed its gaze on Xuan and Lu Erfa, its eyes brimming with a ravenous hunger for flesh. It was an elite-level beast, the ancient rock tyrant lizard, classified as a second-tier, 1-star Earth attribute beast. A chill crept down Xuan's spine as he stealthily began to retreat, while Lu Erfa, terrified, turned as pale as a ghost, his legs trembling uncontrollably. No wonder they hadn't encountered any night-slaying mantises along the way. They had all been dispatched by this formidable creature, which had claimed their territory. Roar! The ancient rock tyrant lizard slowly rose, opening its massive jaws wide in the direction of the two. Whoosh! A barrage of irregular, blue-green diamond-shaped stone projectiles erupted from its mouth, sweeping through the air indiscriminately like a machine gun. Beast technique, shattered stone impact. Run! Xuan shouted, leaping aside to evade the onslaught. The blue-green projectiles struck the ground, sending showers of orange sparks flying. The ancient rock tyrant lizard favored feeding on mineral veins, but it also had an insatiable appetite for fresh flesh. Lu Erfa's face flushed crimson, wishing he could sprout additional legs to flee faster. Roar! Seeing Xuan and Lu Erfa attempt to escape, the ancient rock tyrant lizard was clearly displeased. It shook its head, its horns spinning like a drill, emitting a resonating hum. Lowering its head, it dove into the ground like a fish swimming, pursuing the two. Beast technique, earth escape. With a rumble, the ground heaved, creating a terrifying mound of flesh that surged forward at an astonishing speed. Brother Lu, let's split up and run. Outside the cavern, Xuan suggested. Agreed, Lu Erfa responded. And they hastily diverged, separating in opposite directions. Below ground, the ancient rock tyrant lizard paused, its head popping out like a groundhog, seemingly deliberating on whom to pursue. After a moment, it settled on a target and resumed its pursuit. Little Xuan, you certainly possess a certain charm, He Ji teased. This charm is one I wish to avoid, Xuan retorted, his expression grim as he panted heavily, hastily activating his D-grade talent for speed. If it comes to it, I might have to confront it. Don't be foolish, Xuan rolled his eyes. They were all at the same starting line. Their beast taming bloodlines at an ordinary level. The creature pursuing them was a formidable opponent, able to burrow through the ground with ease. Faster than even the night-slaying mantises. It could unleash stone projectiles from afar and relied on its formidable physique in close quarters, ranking among the elite beasts. No. There's still one option. Xuan inhaled deeply, flipping his palm to reveal a black-red blood droplet. Ouch, I thought you weren't going to use that, He Ji remarked, her eyes gleaming as she spotted the bloodline of Qiyu in his hands. Xuan ignored her, nimbly dodging the stone projectiles like a nimble monkey. And without hesitation, consumed the Qiyu bloodline. The Qiyu bloodline could elevate a beast tamer's abilities to new heights. However, it was a double-edged sword, particularly one that defied the natural order. Xuan had always harbored concerns about its potential repercussions, initially intending to study it further, but at this moment, he could not afford to be picky. If he didn't use it now, he might never have another chance. As the Qiyu bloodline coursed through him, it transformed into a warm current that spread throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, especially around his eyes, as if countless gentle hands were caressing him. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in Xuan's mind, and in a daze, he found himself transported to an ancient battlefield unlike any he had ever known. The ground was littered with corpses, and bizarre beasts roared and charged, driven by a robust man at the forefront of a frenzied army. Buzz! The man stood atop a colossal bear, laughing maniacally as his eyes flashed, unleashing a wave of black light that swept across the battlefield. An eerie transformation occurred among the beasts caught in its path. A 3-meter-long canine beast swelled in size, its genes seemingly undergoing a metamorphosis, sprouting a second head on each side, spewing venomous fire into the enemy ranks. A dying giant python sprouted a rocky armor, its size multiplying several times as it burrowed underground, ready to devour. Even an ant inadvertently swept up in the chaos transformed into a creature the size of a dog. Crack! The vision froze in time with a sharp sound, shattering like a mirror. Xuan snapped back to reality, a surge of ancient information flooding into his mind. A-grade beast tamer talent, devastating demon eye, capable of siphoning the life force from the living to enhance oneself and forcibly evolving beasts within a short period. As he processed this information, Xuan's pupils widened in astonishment. A-grade beast tamer talent, devastating demon eye, forcibly evolving beasts in a short time? Holy crap! With this talent, why would he even consider fleeing? Xuan's courage surged, his legs that had been poised to flee suddenly rooted to the spot. Smack! The ancient rock tyrant lizard emerged from its concealment, glaring at Xuan with confusion as to why he had ceased running. Xuan straightened his back, a cold smile gracing his lips as he summoned the night-slaying mantis, Yisho, from his beast space. Clang. Sensing the pressure of the bloodline emanating from the opposing beast, Yisho's eyes glimmered with resolve, and it unfurled its mantis arms, positioning itself protectively in front of Xuan, hissing defiantly at the ancient rock tyrant lizard, embodying the spirit of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The ancient rock tyrant lizard, with a mocking expression, regarded the night-slaying mantis as mere sustenance. After all, within the cavern, 5 or 6 had already fallen, and this one was hardly a loss. Underestimating the night hunter? Xuan let out a cold laugh, decisively activating the Class A Beast Master talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye. Buzz. The world morphed into shades of gray, yet the familiar red weak point markers remained, indicating that the vision amplification from the Class B Beast Master talent. The Eye of Death had not vanished. Rather, it seemed to have fused with the Annihilation Eye, presenting an unexpected delight. With a mere thought, Xuan sensed a significant energy being extracted from his entire being. This energy transformed into a black light, illuminating the night-slaying mantis, Night Hunter. Intimidated, the Night Hunter hesitated, and under Xuan's gaze, its insectoid form began to change. The dark exoskeleton of its body shifted to a deep azure color, thickening at a visible pace. Its left mantis arm grotesquely swelled, becoming asymmetrical, akin to a hefty bronze blade forged by a master craftsman, adorned with intricate patterns, its sharpness subdued, and exceeding the right arm's size by more than double. The ordinary night-slaying mantis evolved into the elite-grade azure blade night mantis. The Night Hunter was momentarily dazed, tilting its head to examine its transformation. The elite-grade ancient rock tyrant lizard across from it was equally startled, instinctively taking a half-step back. I believe Night Hunter can continue to evolve, Xuan mused aloud, as another beam of black light shot forth from his eyes, enveloping the Night Hunter. As the black light radiated, a third of his black hair instantly turned white. The Class A Beast Master talent, Annihilation Demon Eye. It siphoned the life force of the living to replenish its own, facilitating a transient evolution of the beast. Remarkably, Xuan had grasped the essence of this process. Life could be exchanged for power. With renewed vigor, the Night Hunter's azure exoskeleton transformed into a black gold hue, its thickness doubling, while its stature also grew. From a height of 1 meter, it surged to an imposing 2.5 meters. It had ascended to the rank of a commanding level beast, the black gold night mantis. A wave of pressure emanated from the Night Hunter as it twisted its neck, its exaggerated left arm blade effortlessly slashing through the air, releasing a black gold blade aura that instantaneously severed several trees as thick as an adult's thigh. The atmosphere shifted to an oppressive silence, almost suffocating. The ancient rock tyrant lizard, now unsettled, watched as its once violent eyes gradually cleared, revealing a hint of foolishness. Superintelligence seized the upper hand. It understood one crucial fact: run. Night Hunter eliminated. Hiss. The Night Hunter sprang into action, moving with such swiftness that it left an afterimage in its wake. It seemed to teleport silently before the ancient rock tyrant lizard. The robust left arm blade was raised high, mercilessly descending upon the lizard's head. The ancient rock tyrant lizard had no means of escape. A chilling dread enveloped it. In the face of imminent death, it opened its mouth to unleash a barrage of azure stone projectiles. Clang, clang, clang. To its horror, the projectiles that could effortlessly pierce through trees merely struck the Night Hunter's exoskeleton, producing a sound akin to rain on banana leaves. The mantis stood unharmed. In a flash of black gold, the Night Hunter retracted its blade, returning to its original position. The ancient rock tyrant lizard, still poised to spit projectiles, saw its eyes dim, and with a soft thud, its head rolled away, blood gushing forth. The brief surge in vitality enabled it to easily slay the second-tier ancient rock tyrant lizard. Xuan was at a loss for words, feeling his own spine stiffen with newfound strength. Incredible, truly worthy of its Class A Beast Master talent. As he reached out to touch the Night Hunter's exoskeleton, Xuan sensed that further evolution was still possible. However, an instinctive feeling warned him that if he continued, he would prematurely deplete his own lifespan and face death. Minutes later, the Night Hunter reverted to its original form, the night-slaying mantis. Xuan calculated the duration, estimating it lasted nearly 60 breaths, approximately 3 minutes. Did it feel fatigued? He inquired through their soul bond. The Night Hunter tilted its head, honestly shaking it in negation. There were no adverse effects from the transformation, Xuan noted inwardly. After stretching, Xuan approached a stout ancient tree, extending his palm. As the Annihilation Demon Eye activated, the tree began to wither, while half of Yixian's white hair reverted to its original black. This was the terrifying aspect of the Class A Annihilation Demon Eye. It siphoned the life force of the living to replenish its own lost lifespan. This meant that the lifespan expended during the Night Hunter's evolution could indeed be regained. It was not irreparable. 1, 2, 3, 100, 300. Wherever Yixian went, the vegetation withered. Only when the last strand of white hair returned to black did he cease the life force extraction. Chapter 11. Gathering of Forces. After collecting the remains of the ancient rock tyrant lizard, Yixian returned to the black crystal cavern. Observing the towering mound of corpses created from the night-slaying mantises, the night hunter's insectoid eyes glimmered with avarice, saliva seeping from the corners of its mouth. Eat. Consume these kin, and I shall surely undergo an extraordinary transformation. Go and feast, he commanded with a smile, and with a flash of black light. The night hunter dashed to the pile and began devouring voraciously. It resembled a caged beast starved for days. Or perhaps it was simply born with an insatiable craving for the flesh of its own kind, tearing apart the exoskeletons of its brethren with ease to reveal the succulent meat within. Yixian, the trees that stand out in the forest shall surely be toppled by the winds. Do not carelessly expose your new talent, warned the languid voice of Heiji. I understand. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, I shall not reveal it publicly, Yixian replied, rolling his eyes before beginning to gather black crystal meatbud grass within the cavern. The black crystal meatbud grass, a first-tier magical plant, was thumb-sized and resembled a finger stripped of its nail. This magical plant was immensely valuable when consumed by shelled beasts. It gradually increased their shell thickness, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities. In the marketplace, it could easily fetch 100 beast coins. Yixian scoured the area, leaving no hidden crevice unexamined. After a short while, he had amassed 100 black crystal meatbud grasses. In total, this amounted to a value of 10,000 beast coins. The beast coin was a universal currency among the major human cities, and 10,000 beast coins could purchase a decent elite-grade beast in the pet market. Perfect. Enough for the night hunter to feast for a while. Yixian smiled, removing his coarse garment to wrap the plentiful meatbud grasses. The path of a beast master is filled with mysteries. Beasts are not tireless machines. They too require sustenance, just like humans. Among them, carnivorous beasts incur the greatest feeding costs. For instance, some large beasts require 100 pounds of flesh per meal. The expenses are indeed staggering. In addition to regular feeding, magical plant cultivation is necessary. For instance, the night-slaying mantis that consumes black crystal meatbud grass over an extended period will exhibit significant differences compared to ordinary individuals. The former will vastly surpass the latter in terms of physical strength, combat instincts, and other aspects. The disparity will become increasingly pronounced over time, ultimately resulting in a chasm of difference. This is the essence of magical plant cultivation. Of course, magical plant cultivation comes at a high cost in beast coins. Having finished his task, Yixian observed the night hunter ravenously consuming its kin, showing no signs of stopping. He leisurely wandered through the cavern. Within the mineral cave, there remained a number of weak, ordinary-grade beasts. For instance, the pig bat, which enjoys sleeping upside down, is the size of an adult's head, plump in form, capable of spraying urine to weave nets for trapping insects as food. Yixian raised his gaze, his eyes emitting a beam of black light that swiftly enveloped the ordinary-grade pig bat. Once the aura dissipated, the pig bat vanished, revealing a blood bat the size of a basin. An elite-grade bloodline beast, the violent blood bat. The pig bat's green eyes were filled with bewilderment. Bewildered, one might wonder how a mere slumber could precipitate such a transformation in one's bloodline. With a cough, it tentatively opened its mouth to unleash its hunting prowess. Splatter! A torrent of blood erupted, morphing midair into a colossal net, a meter in diameter, as delicate as a cicada's wing. The moment this net adhered to the wall, it emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Intriguing. Night Shin nodded with satisfaction, turning to stealthily depart in search of feeble demon beasts within the cave. Eager to experiment with the Class A talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye. With each successive trial, his mastery over this ability grew increasingly adept. Ultimately, Night Shin reached a conclusion. For ordinary bloodline demon beasts, a mere expenditure of vitality could facilitate a fleeting transformation into an elite level, akin to crossing a shallow stream with ease. However, once they attained the elite bloodline tier, every advancement became akin to swimming against a torrential current, immensely arduous. The more formidable the bloodline, the exponentially greater the cost and lifespan required of him. Rubbing the patch of white hair atop his head, Night Shin returned to Night Hunt's side. Night Hunt was still indulging, feasting voraciously upon the remains of the slain night mantis, surrounded by several dismembered carcasses. He was content to slowly consume within the demon refinement vessel. Hiss! Night Hunt nodded, allowing Knight Xian to store him and the pile of corpses within the vessel's confines. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Knight Xian exited the black crystal mine. He felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the second hidden bloodline within Night Hunt. As time passed, Knight Xian advanced according to the map, forging through obstacles. On the 5th day, he finally reached the marked location of the 3rd-tier potion, Blood Bodhi. Deep within the dense forest. There, over 20 prisoners clustered in groups, their expressions devoid of emotion. Upon noticing the figure approaching barefoot, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. The scrutinizing gazes pierced through the air like sharp blades, eager to dissect Knight Xian and uncover his intentions. 5 days had elapsed, and most had exchanged their night mantis for more suitable demon pets. Yet, this dual-talented beast tamer stood alone, without a summoned companion. Moments later, someone broke the silence, calling out loudly, "Young Master Yi, over here." A member of a trio quickly rose to beckon Knight Xian. "Dear Xiao?" Knight Xian was taken aback, astonished that Lu Erfa had managed to arrive here. In plain view of everyone, he approached Lu Erfa. Standing beside Lu Erfa were a man and a woman. The man was bare-chested with a buzz cut and a square face, while the woman was petite, bearing a doll-like visage with a voluminous skirt that barely concealed her curves. "Second young master, allow me to introduce you to these two from Jiang Town, Chen Pai and Sun Yutong." "Young Master Yi," Chen Pai said, his eyelids drooping slightly, his demeanor lukewarm. "Welcome to join us." Compared to Chen Pai, Sun Yutong's attitude was more amiable, her delicate doll-like face adorned with a gentle smile. Knight Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, frowning as he spoke. "We all share the same goal, seeking that 3rd-tier potion, Blood Bodhi. Since we have arrived, why do we hesitate? Is there perhaps an undisclosed reason?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erfa plopped down on a tree root, lowering his voice to divulge the truth. "Young Master Yi, what you may not know is that ahead lies a den of knife-wielding baboons, numbering around 100, and the Blood Bodhi is hidden there. The sheer number of these baboons has everyone waiting for the other prisoners to gather, so we can strike en masse. Once we clear out those beasts." A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "It will be every man for himself. Whoever seizes the Blood Bodhi shall claim it." "Ah, I see. Lu Xiao, how formidable are the knife-wielding baboons?" "The strongest among them is likely at the 2nd tier." "Good." Knight Xian nodded, striding towards the depths of the forest. Much to the astonishment of the trio, "Young Master Yi, don't be reckless," Lu Erfa urgently cautioned as Knight Xian departed. "It's fine, I will test my strength against them." "There's no need to worry," Knight Xian waved dismissively. Soon, his figure vanished from sight. Chen Pai closed his eyes with a cold smirk, arms crossed, continuing to await the convergence of the prisoners. "Test your strength? What a joke. Huh, testing will lead to demise. I believe it won't be long before this young noble from Shurching comes running back, crying for his mother." Chapter 12. The Contest for the Baboon King. The crowd paid little heed to Knight Xian's departure, remaining in anticipation. After traversing approximately 4 miles, Knight Xian arrived at the territory of the knife-wielding baboons. These baboons were not lacking in intelligence. With their nimble hands, they had constructed rudimentary wooden huts reminiscent of human dwellings. Knight Xian's arrival stirred unrest among the baboon horde. As they emerged from their huts, brandishing bone knives and glaring menacingly at him. Leading them was an elite-level knife-wielding baboon, towering and muscular, with a completely bald head. "Hey G, is anyone nearby?" "No." Knight Xian understood and decisively summoned Night Hunt from the beast taming space. Buzz. The approaching knife-wielding baboons were momentarily dazzled as a massive black-armored creature materialized before Knight Xian. The Night Mantis, Night Hunt, stood at the 1st tier, 10 stars. The soul contract limited Night Hunt's growth, preventing it from breaking through to the 2nd tier, unless Knight Xian ascended to the rank of 2nd-tier Beast Tamer. This constraint would remain unbroken. Ultimately, the Beast Tamer's soul contract serves as a protective mechanism, ensuring that the power of the contracted demon beast does not surpass that of its master, thus avoiding the risk of backlash. Roar. The lead knife-wielding baboon hesitated, tilting its head to scrutinize Night Hunt. This creature, unlike the Night Mantis it remembered, bore subtle differences. Ultimately, the knife-wielding baboon's gaze fell upon the golden patterns on Night Hunt's chest, which coalesced into a semblance of a bee's head. Moreover, the thickness of its carapace far exceeded that of a typical Night Mantis of the same tier. The baboon's instincts were not mistaken. Night Hunt was no ordinary Night Mantis, but a hybrid demon beast that had successfully unlocked a 2nd talent, distinguished by the golden bee patterns adorning its chest. After 5 days of combat, and through the consumption of a significant amount of its kin's flesh, Night Hunt had finally unlocked its 2nd talent. To Knight Xian's astonishment, the 2nd bloodline within Night Hunt was a rare Hunter Mantis bee bloodline. The Hunter Mantis bee is an inherently elite demon beast, endowed with the talent of synchronization. Despite its low combat prowess and limited attack methods, it is considered the lowest tier among elite demon beasts. In the grand tapestry of nature, predator and prey coexist. Wolves devour sheep, aardvarks feast on ants, and the hunter mantis bee is the nemesis of the mantis demon beasts. This creature lays its eggs within the bodies of mantids for incubation, reproducing at a frightfully low rate, with only one larva produced at a time. The hunter mantis bee preys upon mantids, and the venomous fluid it ejects from its tail induces a staggering 200 paralysis and hallucination effect on mantids. Curiously, this fluid is ineffective against all other demon beasts, akin to being shelled by a cicada's urine, utterly inconsequential. Knight Xuan was elated. The hunter mantis bee's synchronization talent was intriguingly beneficial, allowing him to save a substantial sum on nurturing expenses. It is well known that methods to enhance a demon beast's bloodline are scarce. The most common approach involves the passage of time or external assistance through rare magical plants or potions. However, the hunter mantis bee boasts a more straightforward and brutal method, capable of converting the mantis bloodline into the hunter mantis bee bloodline through predation and consumption, thereby fortifying its own lineage. The methodology for enhancing bloodlines is refreshingly simple and direct. In a tranquil mood, Xuan felt a twinge of melancholy. The awakening of his talent as a hunter mantis signified that he was embarking on an irreversible path, one that involved the consumption of his kin to enhance his own bloodline. A peculiar breed among mantises, the devourer. The atmosphere in the arena was somber. The blade-toothed baboon bared its teeth, nostrils flaring with hot breath, its arms bulging with veins like coiling dragons, poised for action. What are the peculiarities? After all, he was a second-tier, 3-star elite beast, with dual advantages in bloodline and realm. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xuan's eyes as he prepared to activate the annihilation magic eye to transform into Night Hunter. Suddenly, a deafening roar from a distant beast echoed through the forest, its sound waves carrying with them a scent of blood, an astounding display of power. Xuan turned towards the source, observing a cloud of dust rising not far off, as a foreign clan of baboons brandished bone knives, charging toward him. A new clan of knife-wielding baboons. Leading them was another elite-tier, second-level blade-toothed baboon. A jolt of anxiety surged through Xuan, instinctively. He believed it to be reinforcements for the baboon clan. However, the subsequent reaction of the baboon leader was quite unexpected. Roar! Upon hearing the distant baboon's roar, the blade-toothed baboon facing Xuan reacted as if its tail had been stepped on, abruptly redirecting its attention, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It was as if it had encountered a mortal enemy. Without hesitation, it abandoned Xuan and led the other baboons into battle. Roar! The baboon horde seemed invigorated, leaping and screeching as they followed their leader. Boom! In an instant, the two groups of knife-wielding baboons collided like waves, engaging in a fierce melee. Soldier against soldier, general against general, the two blade-toothed baboons clashed head-on, relying on brute strength, exchanging blows aimed at each other's vital weaknesses. Before long, they were both bloodied, wounds gushing profusely. So it is, Xuan suddenly realized. So what? He was curious, keenly observing the baboon battle. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. And the same holds true for baboons. The new baboon king would vanquish the aging old king, expelling him from the clan and seizing the harem established by the former king. The old baboon king, harboring resentment, would rally to take revenge against the new king. Look, the fangs of that blade-toothed baboon king are nowhere near as sharp as those of its predecessor, its body covered in scars, clearly a seasoned warrior. As Xuan spoke, he leisurely approached the site of the baboon skirmish. Such a rare opportunity. He aimed to search for third-tier magic medicine, blood bodhi, rather than merely join the fray. There is no rush. The magic medicine won't sprout legs and run away. The knife-wielding baboons are rather intelligent. Tell me, if I assist the old baboon king in defeating the new one, would it not be grateful to me? I believe it would harbor resentment and turn against you. I don't believe that. Xuan arrived at the battlefield of the two baboon clans. At this moment, the old baboon king appeared weary, its body riddled with wounds. A deep gash on its chest exposing bone, particularly alarming. In contrast, the new baboon king seemed to possess boundless energy, wielding a beastly bone knife with ease, swinging it with a ferocious wind that uprooted the ground and snapped trees asunder. Xuan's eyes glimmered with intensity. In the blink of an eye, he had turned half of his head white. Aim, fire. Buzz. A black beam erupted forth, targeting the old baboon king. The beam struck home. The old baboon king, already fatigued from the battle, trembled, and in the next moment, its fur ignited with a scarlet flame. In the blink of an eye, it expanded in size like bamboo shoots after rain, its fangs protruding, becoming increasingly formidable, while a robust arm shed its flesh, transforming into a bony blade. An elite-level beast. The Flame Blade Baboon. Chapter 13. The Old Baboon King's Gift. The parchment notes of the previous generation prisoner. An unexpected transformation left the old Baboon King in disbelief, while the new Baboon King wore an expression of utter confusion. Fear spread silently. Boom. A torrential downpour began to fall from the sky, the large raindrops crashing onto the ground and splattering mud, seemingly cheering for this fierce competition. The old Baboon King roared, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Though puzzled by the situation, having obtained this newfound power, it felt compelled to slay its mortal enemy. The blade on its arm ignited with scarlet flames, radiating an even more eerie red light, while its battle-hardened muscles bulged under its fur, revealing distinct patterns. Roar! The new Baboon King had yet to recover from its shock when the first strike descended. The old Baboon King's right arm traced a crescent arc, the flames trailing behind like a crimson comet. This was no ordinary fire. It was the sole flame unique to the Flame Blade Baboon, capable of burning gold and splitting stone. Beast technique, triple slash of the dominant blade. The hastily raised bone knife of the new Baboon King shattered instantly, its arms torn and bloodied. Crack! The sound of bone splintering was drowned out by the roar of flames. The new Baboon King staggered backward, a flicker of fear finally surfacing in its once maddened eyes. What the hell? How could the old fool suddenly gain such terrifying power? The old Baboon King showed no mercy, its left arm slicing upwards as the scarlet flames tore through the rain, creating a vacuum corridor. The second strike was swifter than the first. The new Baboon King barely managed to evade, yet the flames still carved a charred gash across its chest, the stench of burnt flesh mingling with the rain-soaked earth. Its once proud youthful body was as fragile as tofu before the might of the old Baboon King's flame blade. A mournful cry lodged in the new Baboon King's throat as it beheld the flames flickering in the old king's eyes. Not joy in victory, but absolute calmness. The third strike came down. The old Baboon King's feet sank 3 inches into the ground, its arm blade crossing in a cross formation. Whoosh! The scarlet flame surged and suddenly condensed into a fine line, a testament to its extreme temperature. Time seemed to freeze. The raindrops had yet to dissipate into steam before the new Baboon King's head was sent flying. Smack! The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Blood gushed forth from the remains. The outcome was clear. The old Baboon King panted heavily, retracting its arm blade, while the new Baboon King's body lay sprawled in the mud, rainwater washing over its charred wounds. The observing Baboon clan fell into a hushed silence. Several younglings clutched tightly in their mother's arms. Roar! After a moment of stillness, the old Baboon King suddenly howled at the sky, its resounding voice shaking the water from the treetops. The baboons ceased their fighting, kneeling on the ground with raised blades in reverence to their leader. The old Baboon King was quite formidable, but alas, its lifespan was limited and it would not last long. Hey Ji's voice rang out, as languid as ever. Xuan nodded, standing beneath a tree, shielding himself with a large leaf from the rain. Roar! Shaking off the water from its fur, the old Baboon King's gaze fell upon Xuan, a mixture of suspicion and human-like contemplation. It was I who intervened to assist you. Xuan smiled, reaching out to touch the ancient tree beside him, siphoning its vitality to replenish himself. The ancient tree began to wither at a visibly rapid pace, until it decayed. Roar! The astonishing scene left the old Baboon King dumbfounded, an inexplicable wariness blooming within it. Tilting its head in thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in its mind, and it raised its hand to call forth several female baboons, roaring a few times. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. It intended to offer these beautiful female baboons to Xuan as wives. What is the old Baboon King saying? Offering you wives, what do you think? Those few female baboons. Indeed. Heiji chuckled softly. Xuan rolled his eyes, decisively waving his hand to decline the old Baboon King's goodwill. Observing Xuan's disinterest in the baboon beauties, the astute old Baboon King grew increasingly frustrated. If one does not desire baboon beauties, then why extend a helping hand? In this world, nothing comes without a price. As the old Baboon King pondered, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. With a low growl, he signaled to Xuan, then turned and ventured deeper into the baboon tribe. He beckoned for you to follow, for he had something of significance to reveal. Xuan, sensing the gravity of the moment, cautiously trailed behind, shielding himself beneath the expansive leaves of a tree. After a brief while, the transformative power enveloping the old Baboon King dissipated, returning him to his previous, battle-hardened form. Navigating through the array of rudimentary structures, Xuan arrived at a secluded path. At the end of this path lay a ravaged earthen grave mound. Within the pit, a multitude of bones lay scattered, fragments of tattered human skirts barely visible amidst the skeletal remains. It was a human grave, Upon witnessing the desecration of the burial site, the old baboon king emitted a heart-wrenching wail, throwing himself to the ground in a desperate attempt to gather the scattered bones. Xuan narrowed his eyes, as if grasping the deeper truth. Perhaps the old baboon king had once been a contracted beast, and the bones belonged to his master. He silently observed as the old baboon king meticulously collected the remains and prepared for reburial. Once the solemn task was completed, the baboon king gingerly unearthed a simple wooden box from a nearby pit. With a low growl, he tossed the box towards Xuan. Xuan reached out to catch the box, deftly flicking it open with a finger, revealing a time-worn sheepskin notebook within. As he opened the notebook, a series of elegant characters greeted his gaze. Day 1. Everyone turned against one another. I shall never forget this day. My brother perished at the hands of 2 young men. Day 2. The man in the pig mask, who imprisoned us, seemed to take pleasure in our suffering, providing only meager rations and confining us in darkness, deliberately eroding our will to resist. Day 3. Day 4. Xuan paused, continuing to peruse the sheepskin pages. It was evident that these entries were penned in secret by the previous generation of prisoners. As for their fate, Xuan glanced back at the grave mound, where the old baboon king sat in quiet contemplation, reminiscent of an elderly man lost in memories of the past. Day 15. The man in the black robe and pig mask, who called himself instructor, reappeared and forced us to fight once more. In the end, out of 500, only 300 survived. Day 30. The instructor returned. This time, only 200 of the 300 remained. Xuan's brow furrowed as he absorbed the entries. The timeline chronicled in the notebook mirrored his own harrowing experiences. Once again, 1,000 souls were reduced through violence to 500, then to 300 after half a month, and ultimately to 200 after a month. Day 31. The instructor brought forth numerous awakening stones, granting the survivors the chance to awaken their talents. I successfully awakened the C-Class Beastmaster talent, Crimson Flame, enhancing my odds of survival in the trials to come. Following the awakening, the instructor began distributing beast companions and relentlessly subjected the survivors to 10 days of survival training on the Nasal Island. I knew that a new round of bloodshed was imminent. Day 32. Unfamiliar with the rules of Nasal Island, during the night, my contracted beast companion fell in battle, while I could only cower behind a tree stump, helplessly witnessing its demise. Day 33. At dawn, I discovered a severely wounded knife-wielding baboon and contracted it, naming it Devour. Chapter 14. The Abyssal Demon Manor, Yi Mei, a collaboration of revenge. Oi, Devour, Xuan suddenly called out. The old baboon king, seated beside the grave, jolted at the sound, turning to cast a complex gaze upon Xuan. Don't mind me. Continue reminiscing about the past. Let the tears flow. Xuan smiled. With a grunt, the old baboon king disregarded him, instead gathering wildflowers to weave a wreath, placing it gently atop the grave. Day 34. I encountered a desperate prisoner who, in his despair, attempted to assault me to satiate his primal urges. Ultimately, he was fatally injured by the valiant Xuan, who fought back fiercely. Damn it. Whoever desires that third-tier potion, Blood Bodhi, must contend for it. For now, I must focus on nursing Xuan back to health. We must survive these next 10 days. Day 35. I dreamed of my grandfather making my favorite pine flower cake. It was delicious and sweet. Upon waking, I found myself stricken by illness, my body cold and my limbs weak. Fortunately, with the aid of the Beastmaster's space, Dejuang's injuries had largely healed, granting me a semblance of self-defense. Day 36. My condition worsened, my eyes barely able to open. In a daze, Dejuang carried me through the forest in haste. When I regained consciousness, it was nearing dusk, and I could taste the remnants of potion in my mouth. Dejuang had saved me. It had engaged in battle with a first-tier 10-star cloud leopard, risking its life to procure a medicinal herb. Day 37. I encountered another prisoner who, rather than attacking me, kindly advised me to hide quickly. Upon inquiry, I learned that the instructor had dispatched 100 black-robed raven-masked inspectors, with 10 raven-masked captains tasked with hunting us prisoners. For each prisoner slain, a reward of 1,000 beast coins was offered. Indeed, this 10-day training was not as simple as it appeared. It is only natural that a demon, who tramples upon the lives of the innocent, would not sit idly by. It has once again revealed its fangs. Day 38. Despite my best efforts to remain concealed, I was discovered by 2 raven-masked inspectors. Their formidable presence sent chills down my spine, their gaze akin to that of ravenous wolves eyeing a sheep. Should I fall into their clutches, my fate would be dire, likely reduced to a mere plaything until my demise. Before me lay 2 choices, to fight or to survive by any means necessary, to flatter and appease, to offer my body in service to both. I chose the former, engaging the inspectors in a life-or-death struggle. Fortune seemed to favor me, as during our fierce battle. The Xuan's lineage underwent a transformation, elevating it to an elite-grade, knife-wielding baboon. I successfully turned the tide against them. The raven-masked inspectors, those black-robed figures donning raven masks? Yi Xian's eyes flickered, a glimmer of murderous intent passing through. Today marks the 35th day, which means the inspectors are about to commence their hunt for the prisoners. Day 39. With De Zhuang's aid, I eliminated another raven-masked inspector and extracted valuable information from him. The Abyssal Demon Manor. They hail from the Abyssal Demon Manor. This organization is the most powerful Dark Beastmaster faction on the continent, rumored to be led by an 8th-tier Beastmaster of unfathomable strength. The Abyssal Demon Manor has committed numerous atrocities, the most heinous being the blood sacrifice that claimed entire cities, using the lives of millions to cultivate blood beasts, transforming several cities into desolate wastelands. Thus, they remain the primary target of the Beastmaster Alliance's manhunt. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. Upon reading this, Yi Xian fell into a contemplative silence. Little Yi Xian, are you frightened? Black Princess's voice remained lazily teasing. Heh, the term fear has never graced my lexicon. Yi Xian retorted defiantly. What of the Abyssal Demon Manor? What of the 8th-tier Beastmaster? One day, they will pay the price for their transgressions. I shall penetrate the very heart of the Abyssal Demon Manor. Yi Xian's cold smile reflected his refusal to accept the fate of being toyed with like an ant. Stretching his limbs, he redirected his focus to the sheepskin notebook. Day 40. The 10-day training concluded, and I returned to the cramped black room. Out of 200, only 43 returned. Just as I believed the slaughter had ended and prepared to accept my new identity as a member of the Demon Manor, fate dealt me another crushing blow. The bloodshed had not ceased. Day 41. In the Beastmaster arena, only 22 survived out of the 43. On the 42nd day, only 11 out of 22 individuals are permitted to survive. By the 43rd day, the infinite dread has manifested into a nightmarish grip, leaving me in a state of withered despair. I am acutely aware that my demise on this island is imminent. To the successors, I am Yimei, hailing from Sioux City in the Eastern Province, and I fervently hope that my chronicles will aid you in escaping the clutches of the Yuluo Demon Manor. Although hope may seem ephemeral, I implore you not to surrender. Persevere. Should you have the means, please return my relics to Sioux City in the Eastern Province. Thus ends the account recorded in my sheepskin notebook. Yi Xian turned to the final page and extracted a peace talisman tied with strands of black hair. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he clutched the talisman tightly, the delicate veins upon his wrist bulging. Yimei's notes provided a wealth of practical information. Power. I must acquire strength that surpasses that of my instructor in a fleeting moment. Only then may I grasp a slender chance of escaping Nose Island. Stowing away the talisman, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon the knife-wielding baboon, De Zhuang. His assistance in reclaiming the baboon's tribe bore deeper significance. After all, an individual's strength is limited. The knife-wielding baboons are inherently ferocious, with a strong territorial instinct, thriving on the expansion of their dominion. Yi Xian recognized this attribute and aimed to harness the collective might of the entire knife-wielding baboon tribe to hunt and eradicate the Night Mantis clan, thereby nurturing the bloodline of his beast companion, Night Hunt. Unexpectedly, there were hidden circumstances that allowed him to be privy to certain rules beforehand. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian spoke, his voice akin to a winter's frozen pond. De Zhuang, do you desire to expand your tribe and amass strength to avenge Yimei? The death of Yimei is inextricably linked to that group of black-robed individuals. With my assistance, we could conquer a multitude of knife-wielding baboons in a short span. Shall we collaborate? Under the tree, Yi Xian extended his hand. The knife-wielding baboon, De Zhuang, abruptly rose from his stupor atop the grave. His dim eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. Their gazes locked, and the aged baboon nodded without hesitation. A decade's worth of honing a blade, though aged. His ferocity still endured. He yearned to avenge those he had once strived to protect against the black-robed beast tamers who had forced their demise. De Zhuang would never forget that day 10 years prior when a girl, claiming to be Yimei, knelt before him, tenderly healing his wounds. With a roar, the knife-wielding baboon lunged forward to collide hands with Yi Xian. Chapter 15. The Azure Edge Night Mantis. I require a healer. Upon returning to the territory of the knife-wielding baboons, Yi Xian unearthed his desired treasure after digging 3 feet deep. Within a thumb-sized translucent porcelain vial, a swirling crimson galaxy appeared to be encased, its dark red viscous liquid ebbing and flowing, reflecting a myriad of glimmers. This was the 3rd-tier potion, Blood Bodhi. Crafted by a potion master, the 3rd-tier Blood Bodhi, when consumed by ordinary bloodline beasts, could metamorphose them into elite-level creatures. Throughout the entirety of Stone City, only one potion master possesses the capability to concoct such a potion, holding a status nearly equal to that of Yixian's father. This underscores the esteemed position of potion masters. Emerging from the 3-foot-deep pit, Yixian tossed the vial aside. Night Hunt, drink this. With a knowing glint. Night Hunt opened its mouth, clamping onto the porcelain vial and shattering it with a swift motion. As the starlit liquid entered, Night Hunt's body trembled violently. And in the next moment, every bone beneath its shell creaked with an agonizing crunch, its flesh roiling as if boiling. Gradually, its body began to undergo a visible transformation, evolving towards a higher life form. Minutes later, Night Hunt's metamorphosis concluded, officially ascending to the elite level. The elite Azure Edge Night Mantis, adorned with a thick, dark shell and a distinctive robust left arm, bore the hallmark of its kind. Unlike ordinary Azure Edge Night Mantises, Night Hunt's chest was embellished with a vividly detailed golden bee's head motif. Excellent. Yixian nodded, circling around the towering figure of Night Hunt, occasionally striking its formidable left arm wielding the decapitating blade. During the observation, he halted, issuing a command through their beast contract. Night Hunt, attempt a cross-slash on that ancient tree. With the command barely uttered, Night Hunt sprang into action like a charging tiger, propelling itself towards the tree. The innate talent of Shadow Sprint granted Night Hunt unparalleled speed. In a fleeting moment, a dark red blade of energy erupted forth, intertwining into a cross-shaped energy slash nearly a yard wide. With a resounding crack, the ancient tree was cleaved in two, its severed edge polished smooth as a mirror. The dark red energy surging forth as if alive, consuming the wooden fibers. The primary distinction between elite and ordinary beasts lies in the ability to unleash attribute attacks. Night Hunt, being of the dark attribute, naturally imbued its attacks with this essence upon reaching the elite level. Yixian was thoroughly satisfied with Night Hunt's transformation. Several miles away, twilight bathed the small forest in a sanguine hue, filtering through the branches and casting a melancholic orange glow upon the ground. At this moment, the number of prisoners had swelled to over 40. Strangely, despite the passage of time, why had Yixian yet to return? Under the tree, Lu Erfa could not restrain himself from speaking aloud, biting into a blue fruit. A blind punch may well have claimed the life of the Night Clan. Perhaps that surname has already met its end at the hands of the knife-wielding baboons, he mused coldly. Lu Erfa was about to retort when his peripheral vision caught a familiar silhouette emerging slowly from the depths of the thicket. It was Yixian. Yixian's arrival instantly drew the attention of several Beast Tamers. "Brother Gang, it's Yixian," exclaimed a bald young man, unable to contain his surprise. Du Gang's eyes narrowed, fixating on Yixian with a cold gaze. It seems the offspring of the Yi family possesses an extraordinary resilience, managing to survive until this moment. The Du family and the Yi family were rivals, their animosity well known. Furthermore, Yixian had slain his brother Du Lei. Encountering him today provided an opportunity to settle both new and old grievances. "Brother Gang, do we need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Should I test Yixian's mettle?" The bald young man, Zhang Ji, appeared eager to prove himself, seeking favor. Du Gang inhaled deeply, contemplating before nodding in agreement. The 5 days of life and death trials had taught him caution. "Be careful." "Ha." Zhang Ji smirked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Aligning himself with Brother Gang was indeed fortuitous, providing an opportunity to test his new beast companion. "I require several healing-type beast tamer companions." With the atmosphere taut in the forest, Yixian halted his steps and articulated his request. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The crowd remained unmoved, some standing, others seated, coldly observing. "Trust me, become my companions, and I shall lead you out of this island of slaughter." Yixian's voice resonated with conviction, echoing through the tranquil woods. This time, a flicker of hesitation crossed some faces, their hearts grappling with indecision. Ultimately, a man and a woman stepped forth from the throng, both familiar figures. The man was Lu Erfa, and the woman was the doll-faced maiden, Sun Yutong. Sun Yutong, anxious, clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. She was gambling on whether this dazzling dual-talented beast tamer truly possessed a solution. With one stepping forward, another soon followed, witnessing a leader emerge. More individuals began to waver and join the ranks. As they took only a few steps, a sudden cacophony of mocking shouts erupted from the crowd. The bald young man, Zhang Ji, stepped forward with a cold smirk, arms crossed. "Lu Shang Zhaolei. Not long ago, Yixian murdered Brother Gang's younger brother, Du Lei, creating an irrevocable enmity. You two align yourselves with Yixian. Do you intend to go against Brother Gang?" Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, the expressions of the two young men shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Damn it, they had completely forgotten about this. Yixian had indeed killed Du Gang's brother, and by associating with him, they were inevitably courting the wrath of Du Gang, a fellow B-class Beastmaster. Du Gang's extraordinary talent, the giant force, leaned heavily toward combat, capable of amplifying a beast's power by 2 or 3 times in a short span. Such a terrifying augmentation rendered him a formidable opponent. Fear gripped the two as they instinctively retreated into the crowd. They could not afford to misplace their positions. Among the throng, several eager healing-type Beastmasters reconsidered their intentions. "What about you two?" Yi Xian inquired of Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong. "Young Master Yi, I'm with you," Lu Erfa declared, having found Yi Xian reliable during their brief acquaintance, even more so than Du Gang. "Young Master Yi, I shall accompany you as well," Sun Yutong resolutely affirmed, biting her lip. Indeed, while Du Gang was powerful, she had witnessed firsthand how he abandoned his comrades in the chaos of that fateful night with the knife-wielding baboon. "Very well, let us depart." With a lingering glance at Du Gang, Yi Xian turned away. "Heh, Yi Xian, since time immemorial, one must pay with their life for murder, and debts must be repaid. You think you can just walk away?" Seeing Yi Xian ignore him, Zhang Ji's demeanor faltered as he summoned his contracted beast. With a thud, the ground trembled slightly as a robust red-haired canine beast materialized before them. The beast, known as the Red Hound, possessed a physique akin to a saber-toothed tiger, its fangs exuding an ominous fiery glow. It was a fire element elite beast, boasting impressive strength, with a rank of first tier, 6 stars. Roar! The Red Hound crouched, its back arching like a bow, its eyes radiating ferocity, as if poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Hiss! An elite beast, the Red Hound. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Ji narrowed his eyes, savoring the astonishment around him. He lacked the capability to subdue such a beast. But with Brother Gang's backing, he felt secure. Chapter 16. Shadow Clones, 3 strikes to slay the Red Hound. The first to ascend must lead the way for the subsequent ones. On that chaotic night, when the knife-wielding baboon went on a rampage, Brother Gang fortuitously encountered an injured elite black-scaled violent tiger. Through collective effort and significant sacrifice, they managed to secure the beast, losing several contracted beasts in the process. It became evident to Brother Gang that individual strength had its limits. Following their pact, he began to recruit talent widely, forming an elite team. The elite black-scaled violent tiger. Combined with Brother Gang's B-class talent, the giant force became an unstoppable force, pushing through all adversaries. Red Hound, attack. Kill him. The opportunity for display lay before Zhang Ji. And with murderous intent, he commanded through the beast contract. Roar! The Red Hound unleashed a ferocious roar and lunged forward, its powerful paw aiming to strike Yi Xian's head with devastating force. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a strand of Yi Xian's hair as he turned, offering no attempt to evade but instead gazing intently at the oncoming beast. At such close range, he could even discern the remnants of flesh lodged between the hound's teeth. As the paw descended, moments before impact, a shadow appeared at the perfect moment, effortlessly raising an arm to block the strike. Clang! The forest echoed with the jarring sound of metal clashing. It was not the Night Slasher. No, it was the elite Greenblade Night Mantis. Yi Xian too possessed an elite beast. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the shadow that had effortlessly intercepted the Red Hound's assault. Night Slasher, allow me to witness your newfound strength. I grant you 10 moments. Yi Xian issued the command, his expression devoid of emotion. Hiss! The Night Slasher sprang into action, its mantis arm shaking with ease as it repelled the Red Hound. It darted like a ghost through the underbrush, leaving the crowd bewildered, unable to follow its movements. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes of the Greenblade Night Mantis materialized simultaneously before them. The Red Hound's eyes widened in shock. The 3 figures danced before it, intertwining and overlapping, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. In a moment of desperation, before Zhang Ji could issue a command, the Red Hound opened its massive jaws. A searing orange flame erupting forth. Beast technique, flame spout. A torrent of raging flames engulfed the arena, yet the 3 azure phantoms glided effortlessly through the inferno, evading capture. Before the flames could dissipate, the 3 figures had breached the fiery barrier, surrounding the Red Hound in a relentless assault. The Night Mantis's powerful red-tinged scythe arm was drawn back, ready to strike, without mercy. Beast technique, cross slash. In an instant, a piercing shriek pierced the air as 3 dark red energy slashes erupted forth, accurately striking the Red Hound's form. Crack! A terrified canine head tumbled to the ground, staining the withered leaves with its blood. In less than 3 moments, the elite first-tier, 6-star Red Hound was slain without resistance. With a swish, 2 shadows dissolved into black mist. The Night Slasher did not pause. It leaped toward the pale-faced Zhang Ji. Brother Gang, save me. Zhang Ji's face turned ashen as he turned to flee for his life. Yi Xian, you dare? Gang snapped back to reality, his fury boiling as he bellowed a challenge. With a splatter, Zhang Ji halted mid-flight, blood spewing from his mouth as he looked down at his chest, where a hefty black-green scythe glinted ominously. With a swift motion, the scythe retracted, and Zhang Ji was cleaved in two. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, saturating the nostrils of all present, lingering ominously. Gang, you should be grateful you still hold some value. Otherwise, you would have been the first to die today. Facing Gang's furious gaze, Yi Xian remained unhurried, making a gesture across his throat. The Night Slasher tilted its head, mimicking the gesture, seemingly in mockery. We depart. Yi Xian waved his hand, turning toward the depths of the forest. Notes from Yi Mei indicated that on the 37th day, the instructor would dispatch 100 black-robed crow-faced inspectors, with 10 crow-faced captains tasked with hunting down prisoners. This would heighten the difficulty of the 10-day special training, allowing Gang and his ilk to expend their strength against the hunters. Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong, elated, followed closely behind. Wow, young Master Yi is incredible. Gang's face darkened, his chest swelling with suppressed rage, wishing he could tear Yi Xian apart. Brother Gang. Zhang Ji's death ignited a flame of righteous indignation among his loyal followers. Let us go. Gang clenched his fists, veins bulging as he struck a nearby ancient tree, causing a shower of leaves to fall. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all traces of fury had vanished, leaving only a chilling calm. Observing the situation, it was evident that the third-tier potion, Blood Bodhi, had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The Yi family scion was not to be underestimated. Today's grudge would be noted, and when the time came, both new and old grievances would be settled. We depart. Let us select a fitting elite beast for Little Four. Yes. Several followers suppressed their anger, glaring resentfully at Yi Xian's retreating figure. Yi Xian's Greenblade Night Mantis was exceptionally strong, with a rank likely at first tier. 9 stars. After a moment, someone in the crowd gasped in admiration. While rank is one aspect, battle technique is another. His Greenblade Night Mantis possessed not one, but 2 beast techniques. If I am not mistaken, the first type should be a dark attribute beast, capable of mastering the Phantom Clone technique, which consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy to conjure 2 illusory forms, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The second type, on the other hand, is an explosive cross-slash, demonstrating formidable lethality. A young man, well-versed in beast techniques, spoke eloquently about these matters. The expressions of the other prisoners were a complex tapestry of envy and admiration. Damn it. It's one thing for Knight Xian to have a head start with his innate talent, but how can his beast companion be so powerful too? After a while, the crowd dispersed, seeking a place to rest. With the third-grade magic potion, Blood Bodhi, already in hand, lingering here would serve no purpose. The night on Nose Island was soon to descend. In the territory of the knife-wielding baboon, Knight Xian led 2 companions to this location. Young master, do you think these knife-wielding baboons might suddenly attack us? Lu Erfa asked, retracting his neck in trepidation. In his eyes, the knife-wielding baboons were nothing less than a band of malevolent nocturnal ruffians. No, as long as you do not provoke them, Knight Xian replied with a smile, gesturing towards some injured knife-wielding baboons. Gentlemen, I implore you to lend your assistance. Today's clash between the new and old baboon kings has resulted in heavy casualties among the knife-wielding baboons. Even the elder baboon king, Xuan, has sustained injuries and is currently seated cross-legged, allowing several female baboons to apply mud to his wounds. Such injuries will hinder their combat abilities. Knight Xian hoped the baboons would assist him in hunting the night-slaying mantis. At this moment, the role of the support healer became evident. It was indeed true that one must use chopsticks while dining. All right. Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong signaled their understanding and began to utilize their beast-taming talents to heal the injured baboons. Chapter 17, The Boar Knight. Lu Erfa's beast-taming talent was of the D-grade healing light, which offered slow healing and required direct contact. The youthful girl, Sun Yutong, possessed a slightly superior C-grade water mist ability. As she invoked it, a blue mist resembling twinkling starlight enveloped several injured knife-wielding baboons, and those within the mist began to visibly recover at an impressive pace. Seeing everything fall into place, Knight Xian entered a dilapidated wooden hut. He sat cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to delve into the mysterious realm of the beast refining pot. At this moment, the pot's space was brimming with a large mass of pure spiritual energy, akin to thick clouds in the sky. All of this had been refined from the beast corpses recently hunted. The former would elevate the latter. Bound by the constraints of the beast contract, Knight Xian's realm stagnated at the first tier, 10 stars, unable to break through to the second tier. Now, it was time for him to enhance his own abilities. The more beast corpses he possessed, the greater the spiritual energy he could refine. Knight Xian brimmed with confidence, certain that by the end of the 10-day training, he could forcibly elevate his beast taming realm to the 2nd tier. An increase in realm not only bolstered the physical and spiritual constitution of the beast tamer, but also allowed a 2nd beast contract to be formed, enabling the binding of a 2nd beast companion. Taking a deep breath, Knight Xian closed his dark eyes and began to absorb the energy within the pot. The spiritual energy, drawn by his will, flowed out, filling his mouth and nostrils. As time passed, within the tent, Knight Xian's realm surged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 1st tier, 2 stars. 1st tier, 3 stars. 1st tier, 4 stars. 1st tier, 5 stars. When nightfall enveloped the land, the young man quietly opened his bright eyes. The spiritual energy refined from the beast refining pot was completely drained, and within half an hour, he had reached 1st tier. 6 stars. Such an astonishing advancement. It is well known that elevating a beast tamer's realm is notoriously challenging. A common beast tamer might require at least a year to break through from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. Of course, this pertains to commoners. Those from affluent families would experience a much quicker progression, as they are not lacking in resources. Knight Xian stretched his neck, feeling the differences between 1st tier, 1 star, and 1st tier, 6 stars. His physical attributes had roughly doubled, and his senses had also been enhanced, as had the range of his beast taming space. Excellent. With improved physical prowess, he would at least avoid becoming mere cannon fodder. A smile crept onto Knight Xian's lips as he rose to push open the rickety wooden door and stepped outside. The starry sky twinkled above, and Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong appeared fatigued as they sat beneath a tree, nibbling on wild fruits. Roar. The elder baboon king, Devour, whose wounds had healed, let out a low growl, shaking off his heavy fur, and approached Knight Xian, wielding a fearsome bone knife. Knight Xian remained composed, issuing commands. For time was of the essence. Have your kin prepare. Leave a small portion to guard the home and protect these two. Knight Xian had no intention of revealing his greatest secret before them. Roar. The elder baboon king understood and turned to roar at over 100 knife-wielding baboons. In the night, countless green beastly eyes flickered like fireflies. The baboons readied themselves for battle, their innate aggression igniting their desire for the hunt. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. As for the distribution of beast forces on Nose Island, the elder baboon king, Xuan, was well acquainted. In the dead of night, he led the baboon horde to another tribe of knife-wielding baboons. The two factions had clashed 6 months prior, and it was time to settle the score. Knight Xian observed, noting that this gathering of knife-wielding baboons numbered around 100. They appeared to have finished their hunt. Igniting a bonfire to cook their spoils, surrounding the fire to sing and dance in celebration of their bounty. Roar. Unable to contain himself, the elder baboon king surged forward, leading the horde through the thicket. The baboons, brimming with wildness, charged like a mob, bone knives flailing as they struck at their rival comrades with all their might. The forest was soon filled with wails and cries, chaos reigning supreme. Roar. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with fierce animosity. The leaders of the two tribes clashed fiercely, each determined to prove their superiority. Amidst the battlefield, Knight Xian, clad in a simple robe, drifted like a ghost, scavenging the fallen baboon corpses to enrich his beast refining pot. Cackling with glee, 5 first-tier knife-wielding baboons noticed him and charged with their knives raised. Yet, before they could close the distance, their heads vanished in an instant. The swift and elusive night-slaying mantis, a loyal guardian, struck with lethal precision, continuously dispatching any baboons that dared to approach Knight Xian. Roar. Minutes passed, and as the tide of battle began to shift unfavorably, the yellow-haired baboon king, entangled with the elder baboon king, grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of power, forcing the elder baboon king, Xuan, to retreat under the onslaught of its bone knife, and disregarding the battle, it dashed toward the largest wooden hut deep within the tribe. Is it fleeing? Knight Xian pondered. No, something fell off. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. For within that wooden hut, a series of beastly roars echoed. Bang! The wooden hut collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a colossal creature burst forth, its massive beastly feet shaking the ground like a tank barreling forward, toppling several makeshift wooden tents along its path. Illuminated by the moonlight, Knight Xian recognized the gigantic figure. It was an elite-level earth spike boar, exuding a second-tier aura. With a rhinoceros-like horn atop its head and clad in a red-brown armored hide, it measured 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in shoulder height. Originally a common-level beast known as the red-haired armored pig. Good grief, has it taken on the mantle of a boar knight? Knight Xian was astounded. He was aware that the baboons possessed considerable intelligence, but he had not anticipated they had reached the level of domesticating other beasts to fight on their behalf. Roar. the yellow-haired, knife-wielding baboon king rode upon the formidable body of the earth-stabbing warthog, exuding an air of authority and command. Humph! The earth-stabbing warthog charged forward with determination, embodying the spirit of a lone guardian at the gate. In the face of such mass, even the old baboon king, Xuan, dared not confront the enemy directly and opted to evade. In an instant, the earth-stabbing warthog plunged into the throng of baboons. Bang! 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 One by one, the knife-wielding baboons were caught off guard, suffering grievous injuries. Those fortunate enough were flung aside, their bones shattered, while the less fortunate were trampled into a pulp, meeting a swift demise. In just one reckless collision, over 20 knife-wielding baboons perished on the spot. Huh! The yellow-haired, knife-wielding baboon king roared in triumph, pulling the reins to redirect towards the dark night, intent on crashing into the enemy. How dare that old rascal collude with humans, daring to wreak havoc in my territory? I shall smash you. Facing the oncoming earth-stabbing warthog, Xuan remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance as a black beam of light descended upon the old baboon king. With the Class A Beast Master talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye activated. The old baboon king's eyes gleamed with excitement as he felt the surge of power from the Annihilation Demon Eye, his bloodline quality once again enhanced, elevating him to a commanding level. Roar! The second-tier old baboon king's physique swelled, flames blazing fiercely in the night, illuminating the battlefield. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xuan, his muscles taut, his eyes resembling the radiant moon, exuding an aura of infinite majesty. Handle it yourself, Xuan gestured, turning to search for valuable items among the baboon horde. Chapter 18. Who is the traitor? The preemptive hunt. The yellow-haired, knife-wielding baboon king stood dumbstruck, gazing at the flame knife baboon king Xuan blocking his path, feeling an instinctive panic from the suppression of bloodline, his mind blank. Roar! The elite second-tier 3-star earth-stabbing warthog charged recklessly, relying on its massive bulk to bulldoze through. Its razor-sharp horn was an unstoppable force, determined to pierce through all adversaries. Thud! 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 The sound of a pounding heart resonated as the flame knife baboon king's chest heaved erratically, the veins on his muscular right arm twisting like a coiling dragon. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, unwavering, and at the critical moment, he precisely seized the warthog's horn as it charged. Boom! 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Under the ferocious impact, dead branches and fallen leaves were cleaved into deep imprints on the ground. It wasn't until he had been flung back 10 meters that the flame knife baboon king finally steadied himself. Even so, he still clutched the horn of the earth-stabbing warthog tightly. Their gazes locked. The yellow-haired, knife-wielding baboon king bristled, terror-stricken. In contrast, the flame knife baboon king remained composed. In the next moment, a scene that instilled dread in the hearts of the assembled baboons unfolded. With his arms swollen with power, he gripped the warthog's horn and, using only one hand, he forcefully lifted the several-ton warthog off the ground. Its limbs flailed helplessly in midair. The earth-stabbing warthog squealed in fear, shaking its head and tail, struggling wildly to break free. Roar! The flame knife baboon king glared fiercely, unceremoniously beginning to swing and slam it down. Bang! 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 The ground trembled, the sound echoing thunderously. The earth-stabbing warthog became a mere plaything, unable to resist, its head spinning, blood oozing from its orifices, excreting filth that splattered high into the air. The unfortunate yellow-haired, knife-wielding baboon king met a most grievous end, dying with eyes wide open. After a few moments, the baboon king Xuan ceased his violent onslaught, panting heavily as he released the severely injured earth-stabbing warthog. He thumped his chest and roared, one foot viciously planted upon the warthog's snout. Both baboon factions knelt in submission, reverently worshipping the victor. With the old order fallen, a new baboon king was welcomed. The following morning, after a sleepless night of hunting, Xuan returned, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he followed the baboon troop back. Starting with 130, he returned with 300 mighty baboons crossing the threshold. Of course, the greatest gain from this expedition was the elite-level earth-stabbing warthog. Humph! The warthog was thoroughly bound, squealing pitifully, as a group of baboons hoisted it with rough wooden poles. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Xuan's return, Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong stepped forward to greet him, feeling a sense of relief. The night on Nose Island was akin to a woman with cascading waves, dangerously alluring. The skies were filled with blood-sucking bat demons, swift-moving night cat demons, and voracious earth dragons, a myriad of nocturnal beasts. Not to worry, I will need your assistance with some healing shortly. Understood. After a brief exchange, Xuan yawned and entered the humble wooden cabin. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Having gone a night without sleep was an unpleasant sensation. He activated the night hunt alert, and in less than 3 seconds, he collapsed into a deep slumber. In a secluded bamboo grove on Nose Island, a black-robed, pig-faced instructor sat at a table sipping tea, accompanied by a black-robed, crow-faced individual. Lord Wind, he began in a grave tone, there's news from above. The black-robed, crow-faced individual took a deep breath. We have reason to suspect that there is a traitor among us, secretly infiltrating our ranks and leaking intelligence regarding the 5 islands to the higher-ups of the Beastmaster Alliance. They urge us to expedite the cultivation of the Goo King from the 5 islands to avoid prolonged troubles. As silence enveloped the air, only the sound of breaths rustled against the iron mask. After a pause, the instructor spoke thoughtfully. Tudo, what are your thoughts? Who do you suspect as the traitor? I cannot say, my lord. Tudo chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. The instructor fell silent, lightly tapping the stone table with his fingertips as he contemplated. Tudo, present. Relay my orders. Inform the islands of eyebrow, eye, ear, mouth, and nose to accelerate their processes. Tonight, deploy the crow-faced inspectors to initiate the hunt ahead of schedule. My lord, what about Nose Island? Nose Island shall proceed likewise. Only through pressure can one grow, and in slaughter, one shall flourish. In this world, only the strong deserve to survive. Understood. Tudo departed, filled with a sense of pity for the captives on the 5 islands. The inspectors had trained rigorously for over 2 years to reach the 2nd-tier Beastmaster level, while the other side consisted of novices whose talents had awakened less than 10 days prior, still green behind the years. 100 2nd-tier crow-faced inspectors and 10 2nd-tier 10-star captains commenced their hunt in advance, indicating that this year, the 5 islands would see an even greater loss of life. By midday, Xuan awoke in his wooden cabin. The first thing on his agenda was to utilize the alchemy cauldron for training. After a night of strenuous efforts, he had dismantled 3 territories of knife-wielding baboons and collected over 200 beast corpses, among which were 3 elite-level 2nd-tier corpses. The higher the realm of the beast, the richer the spiritual energy that could be refined. Feeling invigorated, Xuan believed he might just break through to the 2nd-tier Beastmaster level today. Rubbing his face, just as he prepared for his training, a voice called from outside the cabin. Young master, are you awake? I made some meat soup for you. Come in. With permission granted, the wooden door swung open, and Sun Yutong, clad in a linen skirt, bent low to enter. The moment she bent down, Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Coming to his senses, he quickly recited a silent prayer, closing his eyes. Sun Yutong was not unattractive. She possessed a charming beauty. And though she had turned 18, her face still bore the innocence of youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16. Even more striking was the contrast between her youthful visage and her alluring figure. The interplay of her youthful features and mature curves exuded an unintentional allure. Sun Yutong appeared to realize something. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she tightened the neckline of her skirt. Young Master Yi, people are as solid as iron and rice is as strong as steel. I have specially prepared some soup for you. Seemingly concerned that Xuan might hesitate to drink, Sun Yutong took out a coconut shell bowl filled to the brim, took a small sip herself, and indicated it was safe, before handing it to Xuan. Thank you. Xuan accepted it, cradling it in his palms, smiling, yet he did not rush to drink. Young Master Yi, we are companions now. Is there anything I can assist you with? I am capable of anything within my means. Within your means? Please, remove your armor. Xuan remarked with a playful smile, his gaze keenly assessing the young woman before him. Sun Yutong felt a wave of trepidation under his scrutiny, as if she were a helpless prey before a famished wolf. Instinctively taking half a step back, remove my armor? Sun Yutong stammered, her face turning crimson, her heart racing. Remove your armor, Xuan said, his expression devoid of emotion, as if articulating the most natural of requests. When hungry, one eats. When under pressure, one releases it. Such is human nature, quite simple. Sun Yutong, from the moment you stepped through the door, did you not resolve to win my favor? Are you worried I might disregard you, treating you as a mere pawn to be discarded? After a brief pause, Xuan smirked, adding, but how amusing it is. This vile suggestion could not have possibly originated from Lu Erfa, could it? Yes, yes. Xuan's piercing black eyes seemed to cut through Sun Yutong's heart, prompting her to respond involuntarily, her shame palpable. Remove your armor. Yes. Sun Yutong lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting with the hairpin at the back of her head. After half an hour, Xuan pushed the door open and stepped outside. Young Master Yi. In the distance, Lu Erfa approached with a silly grin, eager to curry favor. Xuan rolled his eyes, patting Lu Erfa's shoulder as he walked towards a tree. Sitting cross-legged beneath it, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him as he released his pent-up stress. He silently absorbed the spiritual energy from the alchemy cauldron, immersing himself in cultivation. Noticing Xuan in deep meditation, Lu Erfa chose not to disturb him and turned to leave, seeking to strengthen his relationship with the elder baboon. Dajuang. As time passed, relying on the pure spiritual energy within the alchemy cauldron, Yixian's realm surged steadily. First star of first rank, second star, third star, fourth star. By late afternoon, as he drained the last trace of energy from the cauldron, he made a final push and successfully entered the ranks of second-rank beast masters. Boom! A wave of energy emanated from the seated Yixian, sweeping through the surroundings and scattering a multitude of fallen leaves. The speed of his breakthrough was so astonishing that if others were to witness it, they would surely be left agape in disbelief. With the breakthrough, the restrictions of the beast contract were lifted. Night Hunt, who had been guarding Yixian's side, suddenly opened his eyes, seamlessly breaking through to the first star of second rank. Crack! The breakthrough caused Night Hunt's physique to swell at a visibly rapid pace. Previously, he stood at the same height as Yixian, around 1.80 meters. However, in just a few breaths, he had grown to over 2 meters tall. With his robust, dark, chitinous armor, he looked every bit the part of a fearsome executioner. Hiss! Night Hunt's azure insectoid eyes gleamed with excitement as he brandished his executioner's blade-like limb towards Yixian. Yixian smiled knowingly, clenching his fist in response. I told you, follow me, and I will make you strong. Night Hunt remained silent, but fervently expressed his excitement through their beast bond. Yixian retrieved several first-rank black crystal flesh buds to feed Night Hunt and leaned back against the tree, contemplating his plans. The ascension to second rank meant he could forge an additional beast contract. Thus, it was imperative to seek out suitable wild magical beasts for the contract to bolster their combat strength. After a brief contemplation, Yixian quickly made up his mind. The knife-wielding baboon was a nocturnal beast, active at night and resting during the day. He refrained from disturbing them and called for Lu Erfa and the just-awakened Sun Yutong. At this moment, the young woman's face blazed with embarrassment. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, unable to meet Yixian's gaze. Would you two be interested in exchanging for a new magical pet? An elite level 1. Elite level. Lu Erfa's eyes lit up, eagerly thumping his chest in agreement. The night-slaying mantis was hardly formidable. Among ordinary magical beasts, it could only be ranked in the lower tier. Its temperament was also unfriendly. Had it not been for that masked, pig-headed man's coercion, who would willingly contract such a pet? Young Master Yi, I am willing to exchange for a new magical pet, igniting myself to contribute to second young master's path. Brother Xian, I too am willing, Sun Yutong chimed in, her tone compliant. Yixian nodded, signaling them to prepare for the hunt. Once ready, the trio departed from the knife-wielding baboon territory, cautiously traversing the forest. Young Master Yi, where are we headed? Lu Erfa whispered as he approached Yixian. Random wandering. Elite magical beasts are not as common as cabbages. They cannot be so easily encountered. Moreover, even if we do come across one, how can you ensure it is suitable for you? Lu Erfa scratched his head, wholeheartedly agreeing with Yixian's viewpoint. There were plenty of less popular elite magical beasts, such as the poison sac toad, thousand-legged worm, corpse water catfish, burrowing slug, and the Hahuan giant ape. Not only were they unattractive, but they also possessed various flaws and strength. After half an hour of leaving the knife-wielding baboon territory, the trio struck luck and discovered an elite magical beast by a stream. It was a silver-white leopard beast, measuring 2 meters in length, with a powerful build. The black patterns on its back formed a ghostly face as its muscles tensed. The elite magical beast was the ghost-faced cloud leopard, gifted with resilience. Lowering its head to drink from the stream, the ghost-faced cloud leopard sensed their presence. Its vigilance peaked as it turned to face Yixian and his companions. With a slight twist of its neck, it approached with an unyielding gait, letting out a roar. To the ghost-faced cloud leopard, humans were no different from the knife-wielding baboons. Yixian remained expressionless, raising his hand to signal. The shadow of the mighty tree branch flickered as the ever-watchful Night Hunt jumped to the ground, positioning himself in front of Yixian. Night Hunt's eyes glinted with ferocity, adopting a dominant stance as he provocatively sized up the ghost-faced cloud leopard, whose realm was merely at the first star of first rank. Wait, this aura. The ghost-faced cloud leopard was taken aback, its unyielding steps abruptly halting. Swish. Just as it was about to flee, it turned on its heels and bolted like an arrow. Run? Night Hunt, bring it back to me. Remember, I want it alive. Hiss. Night Hunt complied, utilizing the beast skill Mirage clone to split into 3 and commence the chase. Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong watched in astonishment, their hearts racing as they thought. Is this mantis beast growing even larger? Less than a minute passed in anxious anticipation. Night Hunt returned, having successfully captured the ghost-faced cloud leopard, avoiding its vital organs and piercing through its waist as if plucking a flower from a lantern. Do you wish to have this ghost-faced cloud leopard? Yixian inquired, glancing at Sun Yutong. The ghost-faced cloud leopard was a wind attribute magical beast, proficient in speed, One speedster was sufficient with Night Hunt around. Sun Yutong hesitated, gently shaking her head. Brother Xian, I feel it is not suited for me. Very well. Sun Yutong was reluctant. Yet this elite-level first-tier ghost-faced cloud leopard was bestowed upon Lu Erfa by Yi Xian, leaving Lu Erfa overwhelmed with emotion, to the point of wishing to transform into a youthful maiden to repay the kindness. Yi Go, how about we lie in wait for our quarry near this stream? Sun Yutong suggested, crouching down to scoop a handful of clear water for a sip, wiping her mouth as she remarked, water is the essence of life. Humans need it. And so do the magical beasts. Yi Xian paused, contemplating her proposal, ultimately accepting her suggestion. Water is indeed the source of life. If we wait patiently, we are bound to encounter suitable magical creatures. Assessing their surroundings, Yi Xian led the two to the thicket, remaining vigilant for ambush. As time passed, various magical beasts arrived to quench their thirst. A group of ordinary-level green deer bounded forth, with the leading stag on lookout, while the others drank from the stream. Green deer won't do. Hardly had the small group departed when a black and white creature bearing a royal emblem emerged from the bushes, bobbing its head as it approached. This was an ordinary-level royal striped honey badger, known for its tenacity in battle. The more it was injured, the stronger it became, ranking among the elite within ordinary magical beasts. Yi Xian found himself quite taken with this royal striped honey badger, yet after a moment's hesitation in the grass, he ultimately decided to let it go. Royal striped honey badgers were notoriously arrogant and reckless, often seeking to engage anyone they encountered, sometimes even turning against their own masters in a fit of rage. Watching the royal striped honey badger depart, Yi Xian took a deep breath and continued to wait patiently. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, more magical beasts began to appear at the stream's edge to quench their thirst. These creatures, whether in small groups or solitary, surrounded the stream while maintaining a safe distance from one another, lowering their heads to sip cautiously without overstepping their bounds. Among them were ordinary-level knife-wielding baboons, ordinary-level black-spined bees, ordinary-level earth pythons, and ordinary-level spotted hunting cats. Young Master Yi, they are merely groups of ordinary magical beasts, Lu Erfa remarked, holding two branches as makeshift shields, somewhat perplexed. Just a little longer. The waiting felt interminable. Just as Yi Xian's irritation began to surface, a sudden arrival of a butterfly beast captured his attention. Yi Xian held his breath, his dark eyes gleaming as he focused on the golden butterfly beast drinking at the stream's edge. The butterfly, roughly the size of a wooden bathtub, was entirely golden and exquisitely beautiful. Young Master Yi, it's an elite-level white light butterfly, Lu Erfa exclaimed, her eyes widening. The elite-level white light butterfly, a creature of light, possessed a natural talent for healing. What a treasure! Yi Xian clenched his fist, a smile creeping onto his lips. The white light butterfly was inherently gentle, skilled in healing techniques. Among elite magical beasts, its practicality was undeniable. Fond of flowers, honey, and pure maidens, the healing butterfly was a true rarity, akin to a nurturing caregiver. Night Hunt, go capture it for me, but be gentle. Gentle? Night Hunt tilted its head before leaping into action, akin to a lurking tiger pouncing forth. Its speed was as swift as a bolt of black lightning. By the time the white light butterfly noticed, it was too late. Night Hunt appeared before it, brandishing its fearsome scythe-like claws. With a swift strike, Night Hunt effortlessly severed half of the butterfly's wing, temporarily disabling its ability to fly. The white light butterfly let out a pained cry, retaliating with vigor. You throw mud at me, I'll plant lotus flowers with it. It unleashed its healing powder technique, showering the air with starlight dust that slowly mended Night Hunt's hidden injuries beneath its carapace. Beast technique, healing light powder. The butterfly repeatedly deployed its healing technique, seemingly belligerent, furiously attempting to heal Night Hunt. Night Hunt's insect-like eyes sparkled with satisfaction, seeing Yi Xian urging it through their bond. It ceased its hesitation and knocked the white light butterfly unconscious with a swift blow. Night Hunt returned to the thicket, casually discarding the unconscious butterfly. Contracted. Yi Xian summoned Sun Yutong, who was brimming with excitement, her youthful face flushed. Why, young master, is this truly for me? She stammered, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. Indeed. Understanding her task, Sun Yutong summoned her ordinary-level first-tier 4-star night mantis, then proceeded to dissolve the soul contract. As the bond severed, her face paled instantly. To voluntarily dissolve a soul contract would incur backlash. The night mantis, hesitating for a moment, did not attack Sun Yutong but instead gazed at her, seemingly questioning her decision to abandon it. I'm sorry. Sun Yutong felt a pang of guilt and regret. The night mantis acknowledged her with a nod before swiftly departing without a trace. Night Hunt, drooling with anticipation, readied its scythe, its bloodline yearning to devour its kin. Had it not been for Yi Xian's restraint, it would have already succumbed to its instincts. There's no need for guilt. This is Nose Island. Survival is key. Yi Xian reassured her nonchalantly. Yes, Sun Yutong steadied her emotions and began to coalesce the contract with the unconscious white light butterfly. With the bond solidified, the butterfly, without any resistance, became her first magical pet. In a moment, the white light butterfly regained consciousness, its initial reaction one of disbelief. As if it had unexpectedly awakened from a daze only to find itself at the mercy of a bully, left to weep in despair. The bully mocked. You'll bear my offspring one day. In a fit of rage, the butterfly unleashed its fury upon Night Hunt once more, retaliating with its healing powder technique. Night Hunt remained unfazed, allowing the butterfly to vent its frustrations. Shoo, let your magical pet be quiet. Yi Xian's expression tightened. His gaze fixated on a creature that had darted to the stream's edge. Sun Yutong, hearing his command, quickly embraced the white light butterfly while stealing a glance at the stream. Yigu, I recognize that beast. It's an elite-level egg-stealing concealed lizard. Indeed. The elite-level egg-stealing concealed lizard, a creature of Earth, boasted the talent of invisibility. This lizard was exceedingly rare, giving birth to a single egg once every 30 years. True to its name, it delighted in pilfering the eggs of magical beasts as prized possessions. Yi Xian's breath hitched slightly, his bright eyes illuminating with excitement. Wang Defa, what incredible fortune! Who would have thought we'd encounter an egg-stealing concealed lizard? This creature was effectively a moving treasure map. Simply following it back to its lair would yield a bounty of magical eggs. It was akin to a game of chance, a thrilling gamble. There had been beast masters who had tracked egg-stealing concealed lizards, pilfering their collections, resulting in the acquisition of commander-level and even higher-tier magical eggs. Chapter 21. The Commander-Level Beast Egg. The hunt begins. At the shallow banks of the stream, a lizard the size of a calf was bent over, drinking water. Its earthy brown scales blended seamlessly with the riverbank's pebbles, save for its amber vertical pupils that scanned the vicinity with vigilance. After satiating its thirst, the egg-stealing concealed lizard wasted no time, swiftly darting away. As Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong stood bewildered, the elusive egg-thieving lizard vanished into thin air. However, within the realm of Night Xian's disintegrating magical gaze, every movement was laid bare, revealing the creature as it retreated with a peculiar gait. Its scales shimmered in the dim light, each step deftly avoiding the brittle twigs and fallen leaves, soundlessly maneuvering through the underbrush. Let us proceed, Night Xian urged, his eyes aglow with the brilliance of black starlight, maintaining a safe distance as he followed. Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong rose cautiously behind him, treading lightly for fear of alerting the egg lizard by stepping on a dry branch. The cunning egg-thieving lizard, despite its invisibility, paused intermittently, lifting its head slightly to scan the surroundings with its chilling vertical pupils, as if seeking to penetrate the shadows of the forest for any lurking pursuers. After approximately half an hour, the lizard finally halted, using its claws to part the undergrowth and reveal the dark, cavernous entrance of a tree hollow. With a graceful leap, the egg-thieving lizard plunged inside, and moments later, a piece of bark cautiously emerged from within, sealing the entrance with precision. The ancient tree restored its original appearance, as if nothing had transpired. Observing this, Night Xian ceased his concealment, leading the two forward to blockade the entrance like brigands. With a resounding clap, he struck down, shattering the bark and exposing the tree hollow once more. Night Hunt, lead the way. With an understanding nod, Night Hunt darted ahead, vanishing into the darkened cavity. The hollow extended deep underground, and not long after Night Hunt's entry, a piercing shriek erupted from the egg-thieving lizard. Moments later, Night Hunt emerged from the tree hollow, carrying the unconscious egg-thieving lizard on his back. Its eyes were glazed over, and its robust hind legs trembled uncontrollably, as if it had been frightened into a faint. Night Xian, holding the lizard aloft, commanded with a grin, Night Hunt, extract all the eggs below. With a hiss, Night Hunt dropped the egg-thieving lizard and dove back into the subterranean hollow. Extracting, tossing, colorful beast eggs flew out, deftly caught by Night Xian and his companions. In a mere 3 minutes, they amassed over 20 beast eggs, a bountiful and unexpected windfall. Night Xian beamed with delight, while the egg-thieving lizard, now regaining consciousness, could only watch in despair as its precious loot was brazenly pilfered by the humans, entirely forgetting its own thieving nature. What's the matter, you little egg thief? Are you aggrieved? Night Xian teased, flicking the lizard's head, producing a sharp ping. Tears of humiliation welled in the lizard's eyes, reflecting a resigned acceptance, as if to say, do as you please. With a faint smile, Night Xian had no intention of ending the creature's life. Its level was merely 1, and the spiritual energy it yielded was scant. Moreover, The egg-thieving lizard was a rare species, akin to a first-class protected animal in his previous world, Blue Star. He hoisted the lizard and gave it a gentle kick, releasing it at a distance. Should they cross paths again, it could continue its egg-thieving antics. With a thud, the lizard fell unceremoniously to the ground, glaring at Knight Xuan in indignation before scurrying away. Young Master Knight, Lu Erfa mused. Squatting down to tap a nondescript beast egg with his fingers, your knowledge is vast. Can you discern the species of these beast eggs? I'm not omniscient. I cannot tell. Knight Xuan replied, shaking his head. The varieties of beast eggs were numerous, some of which defied conventional judgment. For instance, the water attribute beast, the jade lion. Its egg was particularly peculiar. Contemplating this, he silently reached out to the imprisoned black princess within the demon refining pot. Oh, have you remembered me? Young Master Knight? The girl in the black dress, confined in the prison, teased, her enchanting eyes glinting with mischief. Black Princess, please assess the strength of these beast eggs for me. Certainly. The Black Princess began her analysis and quickly delivered her findings. Young Master, among the 25 beast eggs, 23 are of ordinary lineage, 1 is elite, and 1 is commander level. Upon hearing this, Knight Xuan's excitement surged. His fist clenched in exhilaration. Commander level. The classification of beast bloodlines is ordinary, elite, commander, king, emperor, saint. Fortune had undeniably smiled upon him today. A commander-level beast egg was extraordinarily precious. Even the weakest among them could fetch a price of 1,000,000 beast coins in the black market. A contract. I must forge a contract. With the demon refining pot at his disposal, Knight Xuan was unconcerned about elevating his beast taming rank, as long as there was an ample supply of beast corpses. Ascending to the second level within a day was no challenge. Black Princess, which one is the commander-level beast egg? The blue one. I can sense that the little creature inside is on the verge of hatching, no later than 2 days. Excellent. With great care, Knight Xuan cradled the blue beast egg, infusing it with his spiritual energy to nurture the life within. This process, known as egg education, would allow the creature to become familiar with the aura of spiritual energy. Unlike fully grown beasts, young beasts were akin to blank slates, making them more amenable to forming contracts. Youthful Master, the day wanes. We should gather all the beast eggs and return to the Knife Baboon tribe. Certainly, young Master Knight. Lu Erfa swiftly shed his coarse garments, cheerfully wrapping and shouldering the numerous beast eggs. As dusk fell, the encroaching darkness loomed like a ravenous beast, swiftly consuming the last rays of the setting sun. Within the pitch-black forest path, Knight Xuan led the way. The amplifying vision of the disintegrating magic eye granted him terrifying insight, enabling him to deftly evade potential dangers at critical moments. Truly a human detection device. As they passed a secluded intersection in the woods, Knight Xuan furrowed his brow and gestured for his companions to halt. Young Master, what is it? Someone is present. Knight Xuan chuckled coldly, his gaze fixed on the crossing path. Come forth, if you wish to ambush us, hiding in the shadows. Both Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong were taken aback, their hearts racing. At night, encountering others was the most perilous situation. The atmosphere fell eerily silent, save for the rustling of insects in the grass, weaving a symphony of sounds. Impressive, truly worthy of the Knight family. From the depths of the intersection, a figure cloaked in black, with a crow-like mask, emerged silently like a specter, seemingly merging with the darkness. Beneath the mask, 2 obsidian eyes fixated on Knight Xuan, as if poised to devour him whole. Upon sighting the crow-masked figure, Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong turned pale, their faces drained of color. They had not anticipated encountering an enforcer at such a late hour. It was well known that all enforcers were second-tier beast tamers, possessing formidable and unfathomable power. Knight Xuan's brow furrowed deeper, the situation starkly contrasting the accounts in Yi Mei's notes. According to her records, the enforcers were not due to emerge until the 37th day, engaging in a bloody hunt for the captives in the woods. Yet today marked merely the 36th day. This meant that Knight Xuan surmised a possibility. Something must have altered, prompting the enforcers to commence their hunt a day early. Licking his lips beneath the mask, the second-tier crow-faced enforcer flashed a sinister grin, advancing menacingly while summoning forth his contracted beasts. Ordinary level, second tier, 3-star Night Mantis. Ordinary level, second tier, 5-star Night Cat Demon. With a hiss and a roar, a towering Night Mantis materialized, its blades scraping against one another, poised for action. Beside it, a hunched figure with a shock of white hair let out a ghastly screech, its crimson eyes glimmering with a thirst for blood. Go, eliminate them. The Black Crow enforcer wasted no time, swiftly issuing commands through the beast contract. A rare opportunity presents itself for the prodigious Beastmaster, endowed with dual talents in hunting. One must not allow such a moment to slip by. The Night Scythe Mantis brandishes its double blades with lethal precision, while the night cat demon, its eyes flashing like lightning, stealthily approaches the trio under the cloak of darkness. It appears that the target of the hunt has been misidentified. Unfazed, Xuan sighs and claps his hands, summoning the concealed azure edge night mantis. Night hunt. Buzz. A flash of black aurora illuminates the scene as the obsidian blades of the mantis swiftly cleave through the bodies of two second-tier demon beasts with blinding speed. The delayed sound of the blade's strike reverberates. The figures of the demon beasts momentarily freeze, a crimson line appearing silently on their foreheads. Their bodies splitting open in unison, collapsing to either side. The air becomes thick with the pungent stench of blood. The expression of the crow-masked inspector stiffens, as if a fish caught by the throat, frozen in shock. Moments pass. Cold sweat pours down his back. Crack. The grotesque sound of flesh tearing fills the air, and the dark clouds above slowly disperse, revealing the luminous silver moon. Bathed in moonlight, the inspector recognizes the killer who has dispatched his two demon pets. On the ground, the azure edge mantis ruthlessly devours the remains of another mantis. Casting a cold glance at the crow-masked inspector, Night Hunt shifts its focus back to feasting on the flesh of its fallen kin, blood splattering onto its carapace, reflecting the vibrant hues reminiscent of plum blossoms. A second-tier elite azure edge mantis. You are a second-tier beastmaster. The inspector gasps in disbelief. Impossible. The awakening of a beastmaster's talent occurs only 6 days in. The inspector, gripped by inexplicable terror, finds his voice hoarse. A newcomer of merely 6 days possesses the strength to easily turn the tables on a second-tier inspector. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. If left to grow on this island, he suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, turning on his heel and fleeing without a word. Oh, running away? Weren't you just quite fierce? Lu Air, emboldened, remarks, for a beastmaster stripped of their beasts is like a toothless tiger, merely posturing. He rolls up his sleeves, summoning an elite first-tier ghost-faced cloud leopard. Go kill him. Night Xuan does not intervene, his gaze following the ghost-faced cloud leopard as it darts into the shadows. Soon, a piercing scream echoes through the night, and the leopard returns, clutching the severed neck of its prey. Sun Yutong snaps back to reality, her eyes betraying her shock. The crow-masked inspector referred to Xianji as a second-tier beastmaster. Watching the composed youth, a tempest of emotions surges within her. She has a senior in her family who is a third-tier beastmaster and knows well how arduous it is to ascend through the ranks. It took her grandfather 2 full years to rise to the second tier, and a decade for the third tier. Xianji, you don't ask foolish questions. Oh. The girl quickly covers her mouth, obedient and docile, her eyes unable to resist casting furtive glances at Xuan. Young Master Yi, the spoils. Lu Air rummages through his belongings, producing a palm-sized black birdcage. Recognizing the item, Xuan identifies it as a demon trapping cage, crafted by a master of beast tools. A first-tier beast tool, it possesses a spatial capacity of several dozen square meters, suitable for storing supplies and wild demon beasts. Beast tools are categorized into 3 types: auxiliary, offensive, and defensive. In ancient times, to compensate for the limitations of contracted demon beasts, some human beastmasters chose to forge tools using the bones, scales, claws, and fur of powerful demons to arm their pets. Simply put, if a second-tier demon pet is high in offense but low in defense, the defensive beast tool serves to remedy this shortcoming, significantly enhancing survival capabilities. Evolved into the present, beast tools have become as indispensable to beastmasters as potions, albeit at exorbitant prices, rendering them largely unattainable for low-tier beastmasters. Holding the first-tier demon trapping cage, Xuan cannot help but reminisce about his family heirloom, the Demon Refining Pot. Perhaps the pot is also a type of beast tool, one of the finest kind. Gripping the first-tier demon trapping cage, he channels his spiritual energy into it, aiming at the corpse of the crow-masked inspector on the ground. Buzz. A sucking force emerges, the black light flickering as the corpse vanishes from sight, leaving only a pool of crimson blood on the grass as evidence of its prior existence. Not far from the baboon group, you two head back first. Hanging the demon trapping cage at his waist, Xuan retrieves a black garment from the cage and dons it. The garment fits him perfectly, replacing his coarse attire, bestowing upon him a more spirited and enigmatic air. What about you, young Master Yi? Lu Air inquires, feeling a pang of anxiety. I have my own matters to attend to. Xuan traces his fingertips, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with anticipation, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing within. A month of torment in the dark room leaves its mark on the remaining prisoners, each with some psychological issue. Yet, Xuan feels mentally sound, driven solely by a desire to kill. With the awakening of the bloodline of the hunting mantis, devouring mantis beasts accelerates the transformation of his lineage. The crow-masked inspector likely possesses at least 2 second-tier night scythe mantises. What a rare opportunity to feast. Having been raised like livestock for a month, it is time to strike back. Xuan adjusts his black garment, concealing the surging murderous intent beneath his calm gaze. Tonight, it shall be revealed how many corpses of the Chromast inspectors this demon trapping cage can contain. Chapter 22. The Frenzied Night Hunt. A one-sided slaughter. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil, as a massacre unfolds silently on the nasal island. In a forest so dark that one cannot see their own hand. A young boy flees in a state of disarray, his body marred by countless wounds, branches tearing at his skin, blood staining his tattered robe, emanating a nauseating odor. Despite his grievous condition, the boy shows no intention of stopping. Run. Survive. His youthful face is etched with terror, pale as paper, his mind muddled, aimlessly fleeing in all directions. As he runs, a glimmer of hope emerges in his eyes. Within his line of sight, a shadow unfurls like ink in the air. The figure is cloaked in a black robe, a slender blade hanging at its waist, the scabbard adorned with swirling dark patterns. Most alarming is the crow mask that adorns its face, its beak sharp as a hook, with 2 crimson gemstones embedded in the eye sockets. The gilded crow-shaped chest armor glimmers coldly in the darkness, emblazoned with the character 2. Help! The boy cries, scrambling and nearly collapsing at the feet of the cloaked figure. Sir, save me. Puff. The crow-masked figure moves with blinding speed, drawing its blade as swiftly as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the eye. The boy's pupils dilate in horror, his world spinning as the surroundings warp grotesquely. In a daze, he sees his headless body continue to run forward, only to realize that it is his own head that has been severed and sent flying. The third, number 2 Chromast captain, he mutters to himself, retrieving the demon trapping cage from his waist to collect the astonished head that has rolled on the ground. A single head of a prisoner is worth 1,000 beast coins, a trivial sum for someone of his rank. The hunt is pursued solely to satiate an unfounded sense of competitiveness. Roar. From deep within the forest, a black tiger beast roars, its forelegs bent in caution as it regards the number 2 Chromast captain with trepidation. Danger. The instincts of the creature warn it that this human is exceedingly perilous. Oh, a little black cat? I am quite fond of cats. You may have some meat, little kitty, the number 2 Chromast captain replies with a gentle smile, casually kicking the headless corpse towards the tiger beast before strolling away leisurely. The number 2 Chromast captain appears as though he is merely strolling through a private garden, utterly unperturbed. Indeed, he possesses the necessary credentials. This evening, 100 Raven-masked inspectors and 10 Raven-masked captains commence their hunt, each captain boasting a formidable second-tier, 10-star proficiency, accompanied by elite-tier contracted beasts. As a breeding ground for venomous creatures, Nazaida Island cannot afford the presence of powerful monsters, prompting the organization to conduct periodic purges. The mightiest beings on the island are merely second-tier beasts. Please, spare me. I will do anything. In the dark recesses of the mine, a trembling girl wept pitifully, resembling a frightened kitten. Oh dear, I will do anything, mocked the Raven-masked captain, whose chest bore the number 7, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With a delicate flourish, he brandished his razor-sharp claws, glinting ominously in the dim light. Please, my lord, grant me mercy. I am young and possess value. I can serve you well. The girl, clad in a grass skirt, clung desperately to hope, crawling before Captain 6, gazing up at him with a woeful expression, embodying pure vulnerability. Serve me? Go to hell. You filthy little wretch, repugnant and reeking. Captain 7 disdainfully glanced at her, swiftly delivering a fatal kick, severing a lock of her hair as he turned away. His demeanor oozing disdain. I'll have my revenge on you all. I'll obliterate your wretched souls. On the rocky outcrop of Nazaida Island, a bald boy clad in a grass robe glared menacingly, his robe flaring open to reveal clusters of purple thunder fruit. The elite-level botanical beast, the thunder tree, produces 8 fruits daily, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones upon activation. He shed his garments, channeling spiritual energy, and hurled the fruits toward the 2 raven-masked inspectors. Foul creatures, prepare to be annihilated. The inspectors, terrified, darted away like owls in the night, desperately evading the impending doom. Damn it. There are indeed fierce newcomers among the ranks, capable of contracting an elite-level beast like the thunder tree. Boom. The fruit struck the ground, erupting in a dazzling explosion of purple lightning, casting a radiant glow that charred the surrounding flora. A bunch of fools treating lives like mere playthings. 30 years of fortune can turn to misfortune in an instant. You better hope I perish in this jungle, otherwise the boy, Lu Zhong, seethed with vengeance, glaring at the 2 inspectors, before collecting his violet, humanoid sapling and fleeing into the shadowy forest. Moments later, a severed head flew back, rolling lifelessly on the ground. The moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating Lu Zhong's lifeless gaze. You two useless idiots, creating such a ruckus. From the darkness emerged a towering raven-masked captain, his stature reminiscent of a giant, tossing the headless corpse of the bald boy as if discarding refuse. Captain, the two raven-masked inspectors broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing in respect. The ancient trees of Nazida Island are dense and flourishing. These little mice enjoy hiding everywhere. Search thoroughly, especially for those two with B-tier talents. His voice was deep and frosty, akin to a howling winter gale. Yes, Captain. On the sandy shores of Nazida Island, cloaked in the thick night, one raven-masked inspector rode a Black Panther beast, cursing the creatures around him. The B-tier Beastmaster's talent, the giant force, was overwhelmingly terrifying, tripling his strength. While his ordinary 5-star second-tier baboon could not withstand a single blow from the elite first-tier black-scaled violent tiger. Run, you coward. Is that all you can do? Weren't you just boasting about tearing my head off to use as a ball? Behind the inspector, a massive black-armored tiger relentlessly pursued him. Its rider, a muscular youth, sneering with a monstrous grin. After a prolonged chase, seeing that escape was futile, Du Gang halted his pursuit, his expression icy as he allowed his quarry to flee. He waited patiently, and soon, a group of young men arrived, riding their beasts. Brother Gang. This fellow just attempted suicide, but I stopped him, said a boy with black hair and bangs, roughly tossing aside the injured raven-masked inspector. The inspector lay on his back, gasping and coughing, his chest heaving. He glanced at Du Gang and suddenly burst into laughter, coughing as he spoke. The heavens have favored us. The power of the B-tier Beastmaster's giant force is indeed formidable. You all shall perish. Ultimately, only one will survive. Listen to me. Strength lies in numbers. Let us kill Du Gang now. Once you grow stronger, you will become nothing more than stepping stones. Boom. Du Gang, expressionless, leaned down and delivered a punch to the raven-masked inspector's face, interrupting his words. Chapter 23. There are more experts. He did not cease, continuing to rain down powerful blows. Bang, bang, bang. The scene turned gruesome, blood and flesh splattering. The sickening sounds of bones cracking sending shivers down the spines of the young onlookers, who retreated in terror. Gradually, the raven-masked inspector's limbs ceased to move, falling lifelessly to the ground. After a few moments, Du Gang stood, as if nothing had transpired, wiping the blood from his fists. The second-tier Beastmaster, the raven-masked inspector, had been brutally bludgeoned to death by his bare hands. The mask shattered under the impact, revealing a grotesquely distorted face. The head crushed into the earth like a ripe fruit, with only the severed neck stubbornly protruding, sputtering blood. Brother Gang, I haven't finished my question yet. The boy with bangs gulped nervously. Just one more capture, and we'll have enough. Du Gang replied meaningfully, the bloodshot in his eyes slowly receding. Yes. The group followed Du Gang, vanishing into the shadows. The expanse of Nazida Island was vast. Locating the prisoners often relied on fortune. As time passed, the night deepened. And when the dawn broke, a purple haze rose from the east. The raven-masked inspectors, in unison, ceased their searches, like startled night ravens guiding their beasts toward the designated gathering place. According to the rules, killing was prohibited during the day, granting the young prisoners a moment of respite. Strange, don't we seem a bit short on numbers? Remarked one raven-masked inspector, furrowing his brow by the campfire. Perhaps the distance was too great. We should wait a bit longer. Indeed, by noon, the raven-masked inspectors had mostly assembled, including 10 captains. Where are they? Captain 1 inquired, his tone laced with displeasure as he surveyed the others. Out of 100 inspectors, only 67 had returned. The inspectors exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered by the significant absence of their comrades. This shouldn't be the case. Let us wait another half hour. Captain 1 nodded, settling cross-legged with his eyes closed in rest. Half an hour later, the temporary gathering place fell into silence. Excluding the 10 captains, only those 67 remained. Could it be Du Gang's doing? He is formidable. I encountered him last night with Inspector 91, one raven-masked inspector spoke up, his tone grave as he recounted his experience. Are you suggesting he single-handedly killed 33 of us? The inspector fell silent, realizing the absurdity of his previous statement. All the inspectors were second-tier beastmasters. Even if they could not defeat him, could they not escape? After all, he himself had managed to flee from Du Gang. The atmosphere grew tense, the expressions beneath their masks frozen in apprehension as they speculated in their hearts. It is not Du Gang. Could it be someone else? Perhaps Yi Xian from the Night Clan of Shurchen? But that seems unlikely, as Yi Xian possesses the Death Eye, a talent suited for detection, far inferior to Du Gang's overwhelming strength. As the crowd pondered, a low gasp suddenly broke the silence. Wait, that is, number 31. Number 31 has returned. Instantly, Numerous gazes converged on the distant shaded pathway. Approaching, a raven-masked inspector staggered forward, clutching his neck as if intoxicated. As he drew near, the crowd's pupils constricted in alarm. Blood was seeping profusely from the inspector's neck, staining his fingers. Treat his wounds. Several raven-masked inspectors possessing healing abilities rushed forward to support him. They pried open the inspector's hand that was pressed against his neck, and silence fell upon them. Captain, number 31's vocal cords have been removed. He cannot speak. One of them said, his voice trembling with composure. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The implication of severed vocal cords was clear. Number 31 had been intentionally released. Number 31, tell me, who did this? Was it Xuan? Suddenly, number 31's eyes revealed terror as he stammered, seemingly recalling something, and hastily lifted his shirt to expose a horrifying sight. His abdomen appeared to have been forcibly sliced open and crudely stitched together with coarse rope. The scars twisted grotesquely, resembling a centipede, evoking profound shock. No, it wasn't Xuan. It was another prisoner I do not recognize. There is something inside me. Take it out. It hurts. The raven-masked inspector wrote frantically on the ground with his toes, attempting to communicate. The nearby inspector's breaths quickened, frozen in a state of confusion. Coming to their senses, they summoned several more inspectors to provide aid. Before long, a red crystal the size of an infant's fist was extracted. Initially, the crowd was filled with curiosity until the crystal suddenly emitted a blinding light and intense heat, at which point they realized something was amiss. Quick! Boom! With a decisive explosion, the red crystal detonated, unleashing a torrent of flames. The inferno surged forth, only to retreat in an instant. As the orange flames dissipated, a lingering heat swirled in the air. Several raven-masked inspectors were left in disarray, their uniforms charred and torn, their exposed skin marred by horrific burn marks. Some clutched their arms in pain, while others stumbled backward, their black metallic masks glowing a dark red under the searing heat. Interesting, a female raven-masked captain, bearing 3 characters on her chest, spoke calmly from a shadowy corner. The Inferno Demon, a leader-level beast, possesses the talent of explosive energy, capable of temporarily transforming touched objects into explosive energy bombs. She crossed her arms, her expression contemplative. It is peculiar. The island is surrounded by the sea, and the number of fire-type beasts is pitifully low. If a leader-level beast existed, it would have been captured long ago. Upon hearing this, several captain-level beast tamers felt a wave of unease. Leader-level, their own beasts were only of elite level at best, seemingly perceiving their thoughts. The third raven-masked captain continued, there is no need for fear. The power of the earlier explosive energy bomb was only at the first tier, meaning the Inferno Demon has yet to mature. Indeed, it is merely first tier. We need not concern ourselves with it. A sense of greed swiftly replaced the brief unease. A weak leader-level beast. If they could locate the Inferno Demon and eliminate its master, wouldn't they gain a leader-level pet for themselves? Captain, number 31 is dead. Someone interrupted the conversation. The recent explosion had utterly extinguished number 31's life. Chapter 24, Incubation. Xuan's second contracted beast. Burial. Several raven-masked inspectors nodded in understanding, silently lifting the body of their comrade and making their way toward the wilderness, far from the temporary encampment. The first captain turned his neck, the bones creaking ominously. Beneath the cold mask, a pair of ink-black eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a predatory glint. He raised a hand, and with a crisp clap, he seized the attention of all present, as if it were thunder. Through the mask's openings, his dark eyes scrutinized each raven-masked inspector present, who, under his gaze, lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Among this batch of young ones, a few fierce characters have emerged, daring to defy the odds and hunt down our inspectors. 33 casualties, a number unprecedented in history. Tonight, I fear we must trouble a few of you to stretch your muscles and engage in a fierce battle. Even if we were to slay all the prisoners, the higher-ups would not be displeased. Understood. 9 captain-level raven-masked individuals nodded, excitement flickering across their faces. In the territory of the knife-edge baboon, under the scorching midday sun, Xuan, clad in dark robes, returned, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Young master, Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to greet him. You arrived just in time. Help me search thoroughly and see if you can uncover anything intriguing. Xuan reached a clearing and extracted a first-tier beast cage from his waist, giving it a shake. Buzz. A dark light flickered into existence, and the air was saturated with a heavy stench of blood. Corpses of raven-masked inspectors in black robes materialized, piling higher and higher, with the topmost bodies still oozing crimson droplets that trickled down their companions' masks. The overwhelming odor caused Sun Yutong and Lu Erfa to stagger back. Both turned pale, feeling as though a fishbone was lodged in their throats, rendering them speechless. 1, 2, 3, 10, 24. Gasp. Lu Erfa's legs trembled slightly. 24. In a single night, young master had slain 24 raven-masked inspectors. Roar. The knife-edged baboon king, Xuan, opened his eyes, looking at Xuan with a complex gaze. He knew all too well how formidable the raven-masked figures were. 10 years ago, on that fateful night, his master Yi Mei had exhausted all his strength to emerge victorious against them. Yet this young man had annihilated 24 in one night, a truly terrifying feat. After greeting Xuan, Xuan returned to his wooden cabin and summoned Night Hunt to guard him closely before collapsing into slumber. Hiss. The quiet blade night mantis, Night Hunt, stood vigil, its golden honeycomb patterns on the black armor growing increasingly radiant, hinting at an impending spread across its entire body. Last night, it had devoured over 20 ordinary second-tier night mantis kin, gaining the enhancement of the hunt mantis talent. Its bloodline was currently surging towards the realm of leader-level beasts. Night Hunt had an instinct that after consuming several hundred mantis beasts, it would soon undergo a transformation. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Xian stirred awake, forcibly roused by the black princess within the demon refining vessel. Is there something you need? Yi Xian sat cross-legged, his hair a tousled mess, his black eyes struggling to conceal their weariness. He scratched his head, a few strands of hair falling away, causing him some distress. I've grown stronger, yet lost hair in the process. Look at your precious egg, the black princess reminded languidly. The egg? Yi Xian perked up, retrieving a blue beast egg from within the demon cage. At this moment, the beast egg began to exhibit visible cracks. Holding his breath, the young boy focused intently on the spectacle before him, while Night Hunt tilted his head, mimicking the boy's curiosity as he covered his mouth with his scythe-like blade. Crack! A faint, crisp sound shattered the silence, and under the eager gazes of both human and insect beast, the fissures on the azure shell became increasingly pronounced. The cracks spread outward like the thawing ice on a spring day, emitting delicate and clear popping sounds. The eggshell began to tremble rhythmically, more and more fissures weaving together to form a fractured web. With a resounding pop, the last piece of the shell was forcefully breached, and a diminutive figure poked its head out, wide blue eyes curiously surveying this unfamiliar world. Night Xian's pupils narrowed slightly, plunging into contemplation. Before him stood a young beast, its upper half remarkably human-like, adorned with short blue hair and a bone frog ornament, pointed ears, a smattering of scales on its face, and those enchanting blue eyes. Its lower half, however, manifested as a slender blue serpentine tail. The little creature, resembling a human with a snake tail, emerged from the eggshell, demonstrating the intelligence typical of a leader-class beast. Seemingly shy, it repeatedly lifted the half-broken shell to cover its body. Noticing Night Hunt's intense gaze, the little one clumsily swam closer, raising its head to greet him with a gentle sound. Hiss! Night Hunt's beastly eyes sparkled with surprise, unable to resist the urge to poke playfully with his scythe. The moment he did, the little creature tumbled to the ground, only to rise again in a huff, dragging the remnants of its shell toward the contemplative Night Xian. Suddenly, it dawned on Night Xian. A flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. A water system leader-class beast, the sword frog priest, gifted with the dual birth talent. Rubbing his hands together, Night Xian's smile widened as he cradled the little one. Observing it, as if it were a treasured gem, the little sword frog priest showed no resistance to Night Xian's presence. It willingly nuzzled into his palms, its blue serpentine tail gently coiling around his fingertips, bringing a refreshing chill. A sword frog priest? Could it be that this little creature possesses immense strength? Black Princess pondered. Indeed, do not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous little one. Even among a multitude of leader-class beasts, it would undoubtedly rank at the top due to its terrifying dual-birth talent. Night Xian said mysteriously, gently poking the little one's cheek. With a flash of light, the second beast contract materialized. Be good, relax your spirit, and I shall provide you with the finest delicacies in the days to come. Night Xian transformed into the mischievous uncle, coaxing the newly hatched creature that had yet to see an hour of life. The little sword frog priest blinked its blue eyes, struggling to comprehend Night Xian's words. Its blue tail lifted, playfully tapping Night Xian's cheek. Night Xian smiled gently, giving a light push, embedding the second beast contract into the little sword frog priest's body. The little creature, oblivious and docile, showed no inclination to resist. The process of forming the contract was as effortless as eating or drinking. Moments later, the contract was complete, and Night Xian successfully bonded with his second beast companion. Come, little one, let us test your strength. Chapter 25. The Sword Frog Priest's Debut Battle, Summoning the Blade Frog Legion. Outside the territory of the knife-wielding baboon, Knight Xuan, with the little sword frog priest perched atop his head, wandered about until he finally spotted a target to practice against. It was a gray coyote, crouched in the grass and feasting rapidly, measuring half a meter in length, its tail tipped with a spiked ball reminiscent of a meteor hammer. The gray coyote was an ordinary-level wind attribute beast, known for its high intelligence. Its innate cleverness allowed it to gauge situations effectively. Growl. Sizing up Knight Xuan warily. The coyote tore into a bloody piece of rabbit meat, tossing it aside, as if to say, "Here, have a bite. Let's keep things friendly and avoid trouble." Not wishing to provoke unnecessary conflict, Knight Xuan turned and sought a more suitable opponent for the little sword frog priest. Not long after, he found a fitting target. Hiss. A wooden-horned python, as thick as an adult's thigh, burst forth from the underbrush, blocking his path and glaring fiercely at Knight Xuan. The ordinary-level wooden-horned python was a wood attribute beast known for its immense strength. With a body nearly 8 meters long and at a level around first tier 9 stars. This creature's dense soft bones rendered it terrifyingly powerful, making escape from its coils exceedingly difficult. The little sword frog priest trembled with fear, its webbed hands clutching Knight Xuan's hair tightly. Up. It is your opponent, Knight Xuan urged, grasping the little sword frog priest and locking eyes with it. Show me the prowess of a leader-class beast. The little one hesitated, shaking its head in trepidation. Observing this, Black Princess couldn't help but chuckle. Sending a newborn into battle? I can't believe Knight Xuan would dare. Young beasts are fragile. They are usually nurtured and provided for, laying the foundation for their future growth. Should they sustain any injuries, it would surely lead to regrets. Do not fear. Here, have a taste of honey to bolster your courage, Knight Xuan said with a warm smile, retrieving a coconut shell bowl from his enchanted cage. Inside, it brimmed with amber-hued honey, a resource abundant in the lands of Nijo. The little sword frog priest, enticed by the rich floral scent of the honey, widened its blue eyes, drooling uncontrollably. Knight Xuan chuckled. The creature's palate was far from complex, reveling in sweet treats. For the sword frog priest, sweets held an irresistible allure. He dipped a finger into the honey and smeared it on the little one's mouth. Instinctively, the sword frog priest extended its tongue to lick, the sweetness igniting a spark of excitement in its eyes as it experienced food for the first time. To fight is to eat. Defeat it, and this entire bowl of honey shall be yours. The little sword frog priest tilted its head in contemplation before summoning the courage to leap from Knight Xuan's head, timidly charging at the wooden-horned python. Hiss! The wooden-horned python, coiling its body, looked down disdainfully at the tiny figure barely the size of its palm. With a whoosh, it lunged forward like an arrow, mouth agape, aiming directly for the little sword frog priest. In fright, the little sword frog priest crouched low, covering its head, just as a blue 5-pointed star magic array illuminated the ground before it. The array formed with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of frogs composed of blue water began to leap forth, competing with one another. 1, 2, until a total of 20 frogs had emerged. Each frog, the size of a wash basin, possessed limbs shaped like sharp blades. Their level matched that of the little sword frog priest, both at first tier 1 star. Summon Beast Technique, Blade Frog Legion. Croak. The 21st tier 1 star blade frogs, fearless and unyielding, leaped forward to slash at the wooden-horned python. The python's eyes widened in shock. It had never encountered such peculiar little creatures before. Instinctively, it halted, coiling its green tail protectively around its head to shield its vulnerable eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the water blades of the blade frogs shattered upon contact with the python's scales, only to reform moments later. Although the disparity in their levels prevented them from breaking through the python's defenses, the continuous onslaught still inflicted a stinging sensation upon the creature. Furiously, it swung its serpent head in an attempt to disperse those bothersome little creatures. Not far away, Xuan quietly observed, clutching a tuft of dogtail grass. The blade frog swarm, adept in swiftness, consisted of ordinary water spirits shaped from condensed blue water, each possessing an autonomous combat consciousness. The more formidable the priest's realm, the greater the number of blade frogs he could summon. Similarly, as one's realm strengthened, so too did the size of the summoned beings. With a thought, Xuan communicated with the shivering little blade frog priest. Little one, remember, you are the charismatic commander responsible for directing the battle. Now, divide your blade frog swarm into 2 teams, with 10 in each. The first team will distract the wood-horned python's torso, while the second will split into 2 groups, flanking from both sides to strike at its vulnerable spots when the opportunity arises. Follow my instructions. Perform well, and a generous reward of honey awaits you. Upon hearing of the plentiful honey reward, the little blade frog priest immediately gathered its courage, shaking off its fear. Its large blue eyes fixated on the battlefield. directing the actions of the blade frog swarm. Quack! The little blade frog priest issued 2 brief commands. Croak! Instantly, the blade frogs altered their formation, executing the little priest's directives. 10 of them harassed the wood-horned python's torso, while the other 10 split into 2 groups, maneuvering from the left and right to target the python's eyes, shielded by its tail. With a swift leap, the blade frogs moved with remarkable speed, their blue water-like bodies tracing elegant arcs in the air. The wood-horned python, sensing danger, abruptly buried its head deep within its coiling body. In a flash, 5 blade frogs' water blades sliced across the distinctive wooden horn atop its head, leaving faint scratches in their wake. The wood-horned python, thoroughly enraged, reacted violently. The horn, a prized possession it used for courtship, could usually shatter even the hardest rocks with ease, yet it had now been wounded by these seemingly insignificant creatures. Infuriated, it unleashed its might, the unique horn atop its head glowing with a menacing azure light, while its robust tail lashed out, creating 5 afterimages. The 5 shadowy whips intertwined and swept across the ground with a speed reminiscent of thunder, tearing the earth into spiderweb-like fissures. A dozen blade frogs, caught in the fray, were unable to evade, their bodies exploding into a mist of water under the ferocious strikes. The sheer force sent splinters flying, leaving countless fine cracks on the surrounding trees. Yet, just as the wood-horned python's strength began to wane, several blade frogs poised themselves for a sudden strike. With agile limbs glimmering, they seized the moment when the python's vision was obscured by the water mist to aim directly for its cold, slitted eyes. With a piercing thrust, multiple sharp beams of blue light flickered. Before the wood-horned python could react, a sharp pain shot through its left eye, blood gushing forth like an unrestrained torrent. Murky fluid dripped from its scales, saturating the ground beneath. The python emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its tail thrashing wildly in a chaotic frenzy, striking down indiscriminately, resulting in the remaining blade frogs exploding into vapor. Thus, a simple battle came to a close. 20 summoned blade frogs perished. Yet the wood-horned python bore the injury to its eye. Little one, we have exhausted our resources. Now, employ your innate ability, dual birth. Quack! The little blade frog priest understood. A blue light radiated from its body, and suddenly, a blue frog silhouette leaped from within, swiftly merging into the still-active summoning array. As the frog's shadow entered, the once tranquil summoning array began to twist violently, shattering like a broken mirror. A deafening croak erupted, echoing like thunder. Xuan was unable to maintain his footing, retreating 3 steps as an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth from the heart of the array, akin to a tsunami. That was the unique, deathly presence of a leader-level beast. In an instant, the array was completely shattered, revealing a colossal figure, standing 3 meters tall. Its gigantic form was entirely composed of translucent blue water spirit energy, refracting a dreamlike sheen in the sunlight. Most fearsome of all was the spiral-shaped massive sword drill atop its head, shimmering coldly as if it could pierce the heavens. Its back was adorned with densely packed blue water swords, gliding like fish. Each blade emitted a fierce sword aura. The innate ability of dual birth had manifested a leader-level summoned creature, a 1-star sword abyss frog. The strength among leader-level beasts of the same realm varied. And the reason the blade frog priest could ascend to the top tier was not merely due to the overwhelming number of blade frogs. Its true value lay in the contract with the blade frog priest, where the beast master would simultaneously gain the loyalty of 2 leader-level beasts. The woodhorn python, gripped by dread, could scarcely control its own body under the oppressive aura. The frog and the python locked eyes, time seemingly freezing in that moment. The sword abyss frog lowered its body, its azure translucent form radiating a dangerous glow. The spiral sword drill, formed from numerous water swords, began to spin wildly, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. The python's slitted pupils narrowed, straining with all its might to resist the pressure, before turning to flee. Yet, what was destined to escape would not succeed. Buzz. Boom. A blinding blue light tore through the air as the charged sword drill shot forth. The sharp sonic boom shattered the surrounding leaves into fragments. The fleeing woodhorn python did not even have time to scream before its massive body was pierced directly through, leaving a horrifying gaping wound. The blue sword drill maintained its relentless momentum, penetrating several ancient trees before vanishing. Quack, quack. The sword abyss frog, victorious over the wood-horned python, leaped before the blade frog priest, bowing and croaking obediently, as if inquiring about any injuries. Quack. The little blade frog priest squinted its eyes into crescent shapes, affectionately embracing the sword abyss frog while chirping in its unique tongue. After a while, the blue light flickered, and the sword abyss frog, constructed of water spirit energy, dissipated, the blue frog's silhouette returning to the little blade frog priest's body. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Xuan applauded, laughing as he approached the little blade frog priest. Quack! The palm-sized little blade frog priest nuzzled against Xuan's ankle, shyly rubbing its little face in affection. Its beautiful blue eyes covertly eyed the honey in Xuan's hand. Xuan chuckled, lifting the little creature onto his head and offering a small bowl of honey. You truly are impressive, my little friend. Let me ponder what name would suit you best. How about Chow Chow? Chow? Chow Chow. It seemed to accept the name bestowed by Xuan, the little blade frog priest becoming excited, clutching the bowl and playfully causing a ruckus atop Xuan's head. After tidying up the scene, Xuan returned to the territory of the knife-wielding baboons. Inside the small hut, Yisho sat cross-legged, tilting his head to observe Chow Chow. The little blade frog priest, foolishly staring back at Yisho, seemed to remember something and reluctantly offered half a bowl of honey as a tribute. It was reminiscent of a little brother presenting a gift to his elder sibling upon visiting a treasured place. Yisho, not one to refuse, dipped his slender left scythe into the honey and bent down to lick. The two magical pets coexisted in harmonious companionship. Observing the ongoing interaction between Chow Chow and Yisho, Xuan chuckled and intervened, lifting Chow Chow and tossing it into the beast refining pot. Yesterday, during the hunt for the raven-faced inspector, aside from the night-slaying mantis devoured by the night hunt, over 20 corpses of ordinary second-tier demonic beasts remained. The spiritual energy obtained through the transformation in the Demon Refining Cauldron was just sufficient to nurture Chow Chow. However, Xuan speculated that Chow Chow would not ascend much in star rank, at most reaching the level of a first-tier 6-star. After all, the higher the bloodline tier of a demonic beast, the more arduous the path to breakthrough becomes. Furthermore, with Chow Chow possessing the dual birth talent, it implied that the accumulation of spiritual energy required for each elevation would far exceed that of a typical leader-tier demonic beast. Before long, Xuan was left dumbfounded. His earlier assumptions were completely misguided. Chirp! The spiritual energy within the Demon Refining Cauldron vanished entirely. The released Chow Chow had only attained a first-tier 5-star level. Hiss! You wretched little gold-swallowing beast. Xuan gasped in astonishment, unable to resist pinching the little creature's cheek, causing it to become a squishy ball. That was the spiritual energy derived from over 20 ordinary second-tier demonic beasts. Chow Chow had only managed to rise 4 stars. Truly absurd, a deviation from reason. Casting a glance at the aloof night hunt, and then at the innocent-looking Chow Chow, Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He could hardly fathom how those 8th-tier beast masters on the continent cultivated their contracted demonic companions, considering the astronomical resources expended in such endeavors. I need to hunt more beast corpses to convert into spiritual energy. Today marks the 37th day. Only 3 days remain until the special training concludes. In the final 3 days, I aim to evolve Night Hunt's bloodline to the leader tier and elevate Chow Chow's realm to the 2nd tier. Taking a deep breath, Xuan's eyes glimmered with cold light as a nightmarish figure cloaked in black emerged in his mind. The mysterious instructor donned in a pig skull mask, a 3rd-tier beast master, overshadowing 10 raven-faced captains and 100 raven-faced inspectors, a terrifying presence. Chapter 27, the 6th MOE. The strength of this instructor was not documented in Yumei's notes. Yet there was no denying that the instructor was formidable, surpassing everyone else. If he were not strong, he would not hold the title of instructor. It is said that knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle, yet currently, the instructor had only revealed an elite-level 3rd-tier Qingfeng Night Mantis. Xuan was entirely oblivious to the bloodline levels of his other 2 contracted demonic companions. He could not afford to be complacent. Tonight, the priority was to hunt down those 10 2nd-tier 10-star captains, using their corpses as stepping stones on the path to challenge the instructor. Xuan clenched his fists, closing his eyes to feign slumber, silently conserving his strength. Noticing this, Night Hunt gently tapped Chow Chow with his mantis blade, signaling for silence. Chow Chow obediently nodded, clumsily climbing onto Night Hunt's head to fall into a deep slumber. After all, it was still a baby, not yet a day old, and required ample rest. As time passed, with the sun setting in the west, the night of the 37th day approached. Within the territory, the knife-wielding baboons stirred awake, the nocturnal hunting instincts of these demonic beasts igniting their excitement as they bared their fangs and screeched. Young Master Yi, what shall we do tonight? Upon seeing Xuan emerge from the wooden cabin, Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong approached him, as if having found their anchor. Both of you now possess elite-level demonic companions. Tonight, join King Baboon Dazhuang in battling the knife-wielding baboon clan. Remember, collect the corpses of the fallen beasts. I need them to feed Night Hunt. Understood, Lu Erfa acknowledged, unable to resist glancing at Night Hunt, who was clad in dark green insect armor. The golden bee pattern on his chest sparkled brilliantly under the setting sun. This fellow had a penchant for consuming his kin, a true parasite. No wonder he was young Master Yi's demonic companion. He had character. Roar. The knife-wielding baboon King Dazhuang bellowed, rallying the ape horde and summoning the elite second-tier earth-stabbing boar, mounting it with ease. Humph. The ground trembled slightly as the earth-stabbing boar trotted over, its eyes filled with servility. Once a captive, the earth-stabbing boar had now been wholly rendered a steed for the baboons, primarily due to the large size of their clan and their extensive hunting capabilities. When they lay down, baboons would bring them ample food and drink. With sustenance and hydration, who could resist being treated like royalty? This was the lifestyle of the earth-stabbing boar, collaborating with the clever baboon clan. As night fell, the baboon clan was mobilized, splitting into two hunting groups. The first group comprised the elite second-tier, knife-wielding baboon King Dazhuang, the elite second-tier earth-stabbing boar, over 300 knife-wielding baboons, elite first-tier beast masters Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong. The second group consisted of the leader-level second-tier beast master Xuan. Observing the baboons departing in pairs, Xuan tightened the snake-tailed scarf around his neck, leading Night Hunt into the shadows. Tonight was destined to be tumultuous, with danger lurking in every corner. Having experienced the bloody baptism of the previous night, many prisoners chose to huddle together for warmth. In the depths of a hidden underground cave on Nose Island, 6 youths sat in a circle around a piece of fluorescent stone, the dim light casting shadows on their faces. Their expressions varied from fear to calmness, but most were marked by indifference. After a while, one of them broke the silence, his voice laced with confusion. Everyone, let us endure for 3 more days. Once the 10-day special training concludes, perhaps we can join them and gain a chance at survival. Huh, you really want to join them? A youth with crossed arms scoffed, his gaze filled with deep-seated hatred. His only sister had perished here, starved to death, all because of those raven-cloaked figures. No, I simply want to live. To return home and see my family. The atmosphere turned quiet. The youth filled with animosity fell silent. Life is precious. Everyone merely wished to survive. The silence did not last long before a girl suddenly spoke, breaking the tension, her expression turning frantic. Did you hear footsteps? They're coming this way. The mention of footsteps made everyone tense, holding their breath to listen intently. A faint sound echoed from the third fork in the path. The group stiffened, their spines tingling with dread, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. Who could it be? A raven-faced inspector? Or perhaps another prisoner of the same ilk? As the footsteps grew nearer, a figure emerged leisurely from the darkness, cradling an unconscious girl. Upon seeing the silhouette, despair plunged into the hearts of all. It was a raven-faced captain, marked with a 6-character emblem on his chest. A captain-level beastmaster. Despair spread like black dye in water, seeping into the hearts of everyone. You little ones are quite careless, unaware of how to mask your scent, the 6th raven-faced captain remarked, his voice imbued with a cheerful tone that was oddly comforting. Relax. I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will help you escape this Nose Island. The 6th raven-faced captain continued speaking as he approached, gently placing the girl he had been holding on the ground. The youths exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of skepticism. This 6th raven-faced captain intends to rescue us? What nonsense. Master. No need to call me master. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo He. The Mo from ink and the He from river. The 6th raven-faced captain seated himself cross-legged, removing his raven mask to reveal a strikingly charismatic young man. He produced some provisions to distribute, explaining, to put it succinctly, I am currently an undercover agent. As for my identity, I hail from the Capture Division of the Beastmaster Alliance. The mere mention of the Capture Division ignited a spark in the eyes of several young men and women, their breaths quickening as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope. The Capture Division of the Beastmaster Alliance, an enigmatic entity responsible for apprehending malevolent beastmasters. Are you not elated? A youth, his cheeks flushed with excitement, eagerly declared, Yes, senior. I have always aspired to join the Capture Division. Haha, do not be too quick to rejoice. In truth, I was merely jesting. I am not an undercover agent. The smile on the face of the 6th-ranked leader, Mo He, abruptly faded, replaced with a sinister smirk. His gaze darkened, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf lurking in the shadows of the forest. Chapter 28. Fishing, Mission Impossible. Silence enveloped the scene. The young man who had just expressed his desire to join the Capture Division paled, frozen in disbelief. The others felt a chill creep up their spines, their smiles vanishing in an instant. Despite their coarse, homespun garments, they felt as if they were trapped in a frigid dungeon. Not an undercover agent of the Beastmaster Alliance? Could it be that his previous statements were merely a cruel jest? The cat plays with the mouse before feasting upon it, and this scenario bears a striking resemblance. Huh, you truly believed me? You little rascals, once again, I have deceived you. The gloom on Mo's face dissipated, replaced by hearty laughter, his eyes narrowing into slits. The group fell into a heavy silence, their gazes towards Mo, he increasingly wary. Some even cast furtive glances at the cave entrance, secretly calculating how many of their temporary companions they might abandon to buy themselves a fleeting chance at escape. Enough of this jesting with you youngsters. Mo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I am Mo, an officer of the capture division of the Beastmaster Alliance, a second-tier 10-star Beastmaster. I have been undercover in the Shadow Demon Fortress for over 3 months, gathering intelligence for the Alliance. Mo's identity was a fabrication, his visage a mere faade. With a swift motion, he tore off a mask of human skin, revealing a somewhat weathered young face beneath. Upon witnessing this, the doubts of the group faded significantly, and they gathered around the glowing stone once more, though their expressions turned increasingly bitter, akin to ants standing before an approaching elephant. The Shadow Demon Fortress. It is the most mysterious dark Beastmaster organization on the continent. Blood Sacrifice City routinely breeds demonic pets, a commonplace occurrence. Their ability to confront the omnipotent Beastmaster Alliance is merely the tip of the iceberg. You need not worry, Mo reassured them. Trust in the Alliance. Hold on for a few more days, and the powerful members of the Alliance will arrive. His words trailed off as the glow illuminated his weathered features, which suddenly tensed. It was as if he sensed something. He hastily donned the skin mask and raven mask, feigning nonchalance as he rose. Hush! Someone is approaching. You must pretend to be terrified and cooperate with me to put on a show. The group exchanged glances, some crouching or kneeling, trembling in place. Moments later, 2 ghostly figures silently emerged into the cave. The insignias on their chests, 4 and 8, indicated their rank as team leaders. The 4th team leader, corpulent and clad in a billowing black robe, resembled a large meatball. In stark contrast, the 8th team leader appeared leaner and more elongated. As they appeared, the trembling of the 6 young men and women intensified. The 4th team leader cast a sinister glance, unable to suppress his astonishment. Old 6, I didn't expect you to be the first to stumble upon this rat's nest and effortlessly capture 6 little mice. Your luck has always been remarkable. Indeed. Fortune favors me, the 8th team leader rasped in agreement. Old 6, it's merely a coincidence. Mo replied with a hearty laugh, gesturing towards the prisoners. Shall I provide you with some heads for counting? It would save time and effort, and make for an easier report tomorrow. No need for that. Capturing surrendering little mice is as tedious as chewing on sugarcane pulp, utterly uninteresting. We have plenty of time. Enjoy yourself. Old 8, we shall take our leave. The 4th team leader waved dismissively and turned to depart. Very well, the 8th team leader cast a deep, complex glance at Mo. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoed through the cave, striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. My lords, he is an undercover agent from the Beastmaster Alliance. The girl's voice, hoarse and strained, seemed to drain her of all strength. Mo was taken aback, while the 5 youths stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that a companion would make such a revelation. The 2 team leaders paused and slowly turned around. For a moment, the cave was eerily silent. The 4th team leader's gaze sharpened beneath his mask, fixated on the girl as he chuckled darkly. Child, repeat that. Who is the undercover agent? The girl rose, hesitated, then resolutely stated, it is 6, the 6th team leader. He just claimed to be from the Beastmaster Alliance, having been undercover for 3 months. With this accusation, she seemed to release a burden, collapsing to her knees. My lords, I have no father, and my mother abandoned me at 10 to run off with a wild man. I have endured the harshness of the world and have longed to join the Shadow Demon Fortress to become one of you. I beseech you to take me in. I am willing to serve you as a slave, to bear your children. All I ask is for my life. Old 6, the 4th team leader ignored the girl, his voice icy, murderous intent radiating from him as his garments fluttered. Mo fell silent, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he sighed, summoning forth 2 contracted demonic pets. Elite-level demonic beast, second-tier 10-star blue, edge night mantis. Elite-level demonic beast, second-tier 10-star ancient rock lizard. The 2 beasts positioned themselves protectively beside Mo, one on each side. Upon seeing this, the 4th team leader's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, transforming into a chilling blizzard. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Old 6, I have long suspected there was something amiss with your origins. While everyone enjoys sweet beast milk, you alone prefer the sour bean juice. How could one endure such a foul concoction? Truly, you must be the undercover agent. Old 8, seize this traitor and bring him back to the Lord. We shall split the reward 50-50. Old 8. The 4th team leader's body quivered in shock as he turned to the 8th team leader, now blocking the cave entrance. The latter's frail figure now stood like an indomitable wall. The 8th team leader remained silent, raising a hand to summon his demonic pets. Elite level 2nd tier 10-star Blue Edge Night Mantis. Elite level 2nd tier 10-star Azure Antler Deer. The Azure Antler Deer, a wood attribute beast, boasted serrated horns and a muscular physique, instilling a profound sense of security. With a fierce roar, it guarded the cave entrance, ensuring no one could escape, its glowing green eyes resembling two flickering fireflies. Old 8. What is the meaning of this? The 4th team leader was a mix of anger and confusion. Could it be you also enjoy sour bean juice? You too are an undercover agent? I do not relish that vile drink. The 8th team leader rasped as he shook his head, removing his hood and mask to reveal a horrifying visage, severely burned. But you guessed correctly. I am indeed an undercover agent from the Beastmaster Alliance. This sudden shift illuminated the eyes of the 5 youths, igniting within them a surge of excitement. An undercover agent. Who would have thought that the 8th team leader was also from the Beastmaster Alliance? Captain 6, Captain 8, and Captain 2 joined forces, certain that they could vanquish Captain 4. A 2-against-1 scenario, victory was assured. Let us strike together, for such an opportunity is rare. Glancing at the dazed Captain 6, Emohi spoke solemnly. He had believed himself to be the sole infiltrator on Nose Island, only to discover that another pair of eyes lurked in the shadows. Good. Emohi understood, directing his contracted beast to charge at Captain 4. The 2 beasts sprang into action. The Qingfeng Night Mantis readied its scythe-like arm, its hind legs coiling slightly as it unleashed a thunderous boom, transforming into a dark blue projectile that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Feiqing. The ancient rock violent lizard emitted a deep roar, its scaled body curling rapidly, its hardened shell interlocking, swiftly morphing into a 2-meter-wide spiked sphere. Beast technique, Earth Spike Ball. Boom. The spiked ball rolled forth with devastating momentum, crashing towards its target. You traitors, my lord shall never forgive you. Feiqing bellowed, hastily summoning his contracted beast to block the attack. A 3-meter-tall stone giant thundered to the ground, its stout granite arms outstretched, bracing against the onslaught of the ancient rock violent lizard. Simultaneously, a Qingfeng Night Mantis ambushed from the shadows, clashing with Emohi's Qingfeng Night Mantis. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce melee. Opportunity. Observing Captain 4's beasts ensnared, without any protection, Captain 8's eyes glimmered with cold light, decisively launching his attack. The higher the captain's rank, the greater their strength. Resolving this conflict swiftly was paramount. He slightly clenched his palm, activating his C-grade talent, Wind Hold. Go, Qingming, eliminate him. Roar. Empowered, the Qingming deer surged with a violent whirlwind, enveloping it tightly, its antlers bending like verdant blades aimed at the panicked Captain 4. The scene appeared to be in their favor. A mere strike would suffice to preemptively extinguish a captain-level powerhouse. Several young prisoners had already begun to envision Captain 4's grim fate. As the Qingming deer advanced, poised to deliver the fatal blow, the situation altered in an instant. Attack. Emohi unexpectedly shifted his stance mid-battle. The Qingfeng Night Mantis, engaged in combat, pivoted its blade, while Captain 4's own Qingfeng Night Mantis simultaneously changed its tactics, their scythe arms intertwining in a deadly cross strike. Bang! 2 black-red cross slashes erupted, landing squarely upon the Qingming deer. The terrifying force shattered the whirlwind encasing the Qingming deer. Seizing the moment, the stone giant brutally slammed the curled ancient rock violent lizard against the Qingming deer's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground, blood spraying forth. The Qingming deer emitted a heart-wrenching wail, and as it attempted to rise, for precise blades pierced through its body, culminating in a devastating punch from the stone giant that obliterated its skull. The turn of events unfolded too rapidly for the Qingming deer to evade. The elite 2nd-tier 10-star beast, Qingming deer, was vanquished. Captain 8's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooding his senses. Emohi. Emohi leisurely wiped his hands, standing shoulder to shoulder with Feiqing, a cold smile gracing his lips. Apologies, old 8, but I am no traitor. I have remained loyal to my lord from the very beginning. I was merely executing my lord's orders, collaborating with Captain 4 in this elaborate ruse. How intriguing, old 8. You, usually so taciturn and ruthless, turn out to be a member of the Beastmaster Alliance. Surrender, old 8. Captain 4, Feiqing, shed his earlier panic, his demeanor unsettlingly calm. My lord has always held you in high regard. Perhaps he will show leniency. Within the cavern, the observing young prisoners suddenly grasped the situation. This was a trap. Using Captain 6, Emohi, as bait to ensnare an insider. Cough, cough. A contract beast shattered. Captain 8's complexion paled, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Despair and regret flooding his heart. He had always acted with caution, yet this time was different. Intelligence from Nose Island had reached the Alliance. Soon, a fourth-tier Beastmaster would arrive to cleanse the area. Eager to achieve merit, he had ultimately fallen into a trap. Chapter 29. Slaughtering Captain-level beasts like cattle, overwhelming power. Bang! Within the cavern, Captain 8 lay gravely wounded, his black robe stained with blood, his face crushed beneath Captain 4's foot, utterly immobilized. Old 8. You have squandered my lord's expectations, Captain 4 sighed, pressing down harder as if to grind him into dust. Cough, cough. You will all perish. That esteemed lord will avenge me. Captain 8's scarred and fearsome visage twisted into a grotesque smile, as if making a fateful decision. Silence. Old 4. How should we deal with this group of youngsters? Kill them. Leave that little girl who reported them to me. I have use for her. Very well. Captain 6. Emohi chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the 5 youths. They shivered, gritting their teeth as they huddled together, preparing for a desperate fight. Pooh, commendable courage. Emohi chuckled softly, raising his hand to summon the eager Qingfeng Night Mantis. They are all your prey. Hiss. The Qingfeng Night Mantis grew exhilarated, its insectoid eyes gleaming with greed, uncontrollably secreting slime. How does one make a beast ferocious? Quite simply, by allowing it to feast upon humans. Just as Emohi intended to command the Qingfeng Night Mantis to commence its hunt, a bone-chilling wind suddenly swept through the dark mouth of the cave. In an instant, a ghostly figure materialized, swiftly pouncing upon the Qingfeng Night Mantis, tearing it to the ground. The figure, wreathed in an ominous aura, or claws like hooks, gripping the struggling mantis tightly, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal scraping against metal within the cave. Time seemed to halt, descending into an eerie silence. The next moment, a heart-wrenching chorus of insect cries mingled with the sounds of devouring reverberated throughout the cavern. It was the anguished scream of the Qingfeng Night Mantis, its voice hoarse, filled with despair, as if confronting an insurmountable monster. Attempting to resist, it found itself paralyzed, helpless against the creature's frenzied consumption. Damn it, there are still enemies. Old 4. Emohi's scalp prickled, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Captain 4 reacted, biting down on his silver teeth, urgently directing the stone giant to provide assistance. The stone giant growled, stepping forward, its powerful granite arms ready to unleash a devastating blow upon the figure. The figure, sprawled on the ground, instantly sprang to life, abandoning the nearly defeated Qingfeng Night Mantis, launching itself toward the stone giant. Slicing through the air, the figure's arms clasped together, swinging down with ferocity. In a flash, a 5-meter-long, chilling black gold cross slash took form, hurtling toward the stone giant with cataclysmic might. Boom! The blinding black gold light carved a radiant trail through the dim cavern, distorting the air in its wake, colliding squarely with the stone giant's imposing form. A scene that instilled terror unfolded, as the stone giant's body faltered, shattering like a fragile mirror, collapsing into a heap of debris, never to rise again. In an instant, the elite second-tier 10-star stone giant was obliterated. Crack! The shadow raised its foot, crushing the stone giant's head, extinguishing any remaining flicker of life. The cavern plunged into an oppressive silence. Within the glow of the fluorescent stones, the onlookers finally beheld the monster's visage. Before their eyes stood a 3-meter-tall humanoid insect beast. The insect beast, glistening with an opulent black gold sheen, boasted a smooth and polished exoskeleton of uniform thickness. Its head was streamlined, resembling a hard helmet, with a pair of sharp, azure compound eyes gleaming with the light of predation. The most striking feature is its colossal steel arms. The edges are as sharp as a beheading blade, exaggerated and imbued with a potent sense of brutality. The joints where the pincers connect are shrouded in black gold armor. Flexible yet powerful, capable of unleashing astonishing destructive force at any moment. 2 pairs of translucent insect wings adorn its back, although no longer used for flight. They quiver subtly during rapid movement, emitting a low, predatory hum. Its chest and abdomen are covered with overlapping black gold armor plates, each resembling exquisitely forged armor, adorned with intricate patterns that form the visage of a bee's head. The legs are robust and powerful, with 3-toed steel claws that grip the ground firmly, allowing it to traverse even vertical rock walls as if on level ground. Overall, this 3-meter-tall humanoid insect beast resembles a warrior clad in black gold armor, seemingly born for slaughter. Every inch of its body exuding tenacity and strength. The commander-level black gold night mantis, Captain Number 4, spoke with a voice thick and gravelly, as though his throat were constricted by phlegm, delivering his words in a stutter. Captain Number 6, Emohi, was so terrified that his complexion turned pale. What the hell? Where did this commander-level black gold night mantis come from on this cursed island? The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent when suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached slowly. Several youths swallowed nervously and turned to see a young man in a black robe stepping forth, his half-white, tousled hair strikingly visible. Xuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, all were rendered speechless, including the three captains. Their faces reflected disbelief, their hearts tumultuous with shock. "Good evening, gentlemen," Xuan grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. His wolf-like black eyes fixated on the three captains. Captains number 4 and number 6 instantly felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins. The bloodied teeth of Xuan glimmered menacingly in the dim light, and within his pitch-black pupils swirled an unadulterated thirst for slaughter. That gaze was not human. It resembled the stare of a ravenous beast locking onto its prey. Captain number 6's throat convulsed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. He had never experienced such raw oppression, as if he would be torn apart at any moment. Captain number 4's fingers trembled involuntarily, a dagger slipping from his grasp. Both men instinctively held their breath, fearful of making even the slightest move that might provoke this poised predator. Quack! The little sword frog priest peeked out from Xuan's chest, curiously observing. In the next moment, Xuan gently pressed it back down with his outstretched hand. "Gentlemen, I have long harbored a question. Among the 10 captains, there is one who is a woman. Do you happen to know her name?" Xuan mused aloud. "Su Xing. Her name is Su Xing, Captain number 3, Captain number 6 mo," he replied, suppressing his dread. "Su Xing. Indeed a lovely name. For she is beautiful in appearance as well," Xuan remarked, raising his hand to pat the demon-capturing cage at his waist. With a flash of light, an ebony orb appeared in his palm. It was a head, specifically, that of a beautiful woman adorned with a tear mole. The woman's face reflected terror, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Through her eyes, the fading image of Xuan could be discerned. "Captain number 3. The two captains exclaimed in shock, as if struck by lightning. The head in Xuan's hand was none other than that of the powerful Captain Su Xing. Run! Under an unprecedented terror of death, the two commanders commanded their beasts to pounce at Xuan, while they themselves exerted every ounce of strength to flee towards the cave's exit. Chapter 30. The Escape Route. The transport ship. The bloodline of Night Hunt transforms. Xuan made no effort to stop them, allowing their escape towards the cave. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed. Accompanied by croaking calls, a massive frog beast, formed from converging blue waters, leaped forth, its mouth agape as 4 legs struggled desperately within. The giant frog remained unfazed, its eyes narrowing to slits, leisurely chewing as if savoring a delectable treat. Gradually, the thrashing human thigh ceased its struggle, growing rigid. The 2 second-tier, 10-star Beast Tamers perished, drowned in the maw of the blue giant frog. The flesh of Beast Tamers is inherently fragile. Otherwise, they would not resort to subjugating beasts for battle. The summoned commander-level beast, the Sword Abyss Frog, was a contingency that Xuan had prepared to prevent his prey from escaping. Quack! Quack! The little sword frog priest once again peeked from Xuan's chest, waving a greeting. Quack! The Sword Abyss Frog, possessing a fair amount of intelligence, tilted its head and hopped over to Xuan, the sword diamond on its head a mere hand's breadth away from the youth. It opened its mouth, expelling 2 corpses with eyes wide open and faces ashen. Captain number 8 was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. How could 2 captains, seasoned in battle and terrifyingly powerful, fall to a newcomer who had only recently awakened their beast-taming talent? "Now it's your turn." Xuan's gaze shifted to Captain No. 8. Wait. I'm an undercover agent of the Beast Tamer Alliance, not a member of the Yu Luo Demon Mansion. Captain No. 8 was on the verge of losing control, hastily making his declaration. "I don't believe you." Xuan's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent unabated. A pale youth raised his hand, swallowing hard as he gathered his courage to speak. "Xuan, he truly is from the Beast Tamer Alliance. His identity was just exposed, and both of his beasts were killed." The youth recounted the events that transpired, and several others timidly corroborated, vouching for Captain number 8. "Trust me, Captain No." 8 forced a bitter smile, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Surprise flickered across Xuan's face. After some contemplation, he decided against killing Captain number 8, retracting the remnants of the stone giant and ancient rock tyrant, and settled down beside a luminous stone to rest. The Night Hunt shrank silently, reverting to a height comparable to a human. It transformed back into an elite-level Qingfeng Night Mantis. Its aura had significantly increased, reaching the second-tier, 5-star level. Thanks in no small part to the elite second-tier, 10-star beast corpse contributed by the woman, Captain number 3. As for the other elite-level Qingfeng Night Mantis corpse, it was ingested by Night Hunt for digestion. Hiss! Night Hunt eyed the 2 elite-level Qingfeng Night Mantis corpses, dragging them to a corner to devour, producing eerie sounds. "Shall we discuss some intelligence?" Xian's expression was calm as he held Chu Chu, his gaze firmly fixed on Captain Number 8. Very well. I will divulge everything I know, Captain Number 8 replied. Xian organized his thoughts and then inquired, since you are an undercover agent of the Beast Tamer Alliance, when will reinforcements arrive? Fear not, it won't be long. I have already informed the nearby Alliance branch about the situation on this cursed island. They will dispatch a 4th-tier Beast Tamer Master to this location. Good, then let me ask you, how did they know there was an undercover agent on this island? They went to great lengths to set a trap to lure you in. Captain Number 8 seemed to grasp something, his expression darkening. Xian, are you suggesting that there are members of the Yu Luo Demon Mansion within the nearby Beast Tamer Alliance branch? Xian sighed, pulling out a small herb and chewing it. It was bitter, but not as bitter as his own fate. Captain Number 8's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Yet ultimately, he could not release his grip. If there truly were members of the Yu Luo Demon Mansion within the nearby Beast Tamer branch, and they were deliberately sowing discord, then reinforcements would arrive only when pigs fly. Late justice, can it even be called justice? The flowers have already wilted. Chu Chu. The little sword frog priest curiously observed Captain Number 8, contemplating before it stealthily extended its tiny hand, unleashing a torrent of blue mist. This marks her second mastery of beastly techniques following the summoning of the blade frog swarm. This particular technique is known as water healing. As a water attribute beast, it is hardly an exaggeration to possess a healing ability. The crystalline water elemental energy swirls through the air, emanating a soft azure glow, imbued with formidable healing properties. Thank you, little one, the captain of Team 8 expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Qiuqiu, timid by nature, quickly withdrew her body into Xian's cloak, revealing only her pair of azure eyes that peeked out curiously. Let us set aside the matter of rescue for now and discuss our next topic. Very well. Please proceed with your inquiry. I wish to understand the specifics regarding our instructor and the contracted beasts, Xian stated. At this, a hint of embarrassment resurfaced on the captain's face. Are you unaware? Indeed. The instructor is enigmatic. He trusts no one but a select few confidants. All I know is that he stands at around the 3rd tier and possesses a Qingfeng night mantis as his pet, which he amusingly prefers to support with his left hand while relieving himself. Oh, and by the way, he is left-handed, the captain remarked with utmost seriousness. Consider this. What sort of respectable individual would support himself with his left hand while urinating? Xian rolled his eyes in response. Forgive me, but I too have a preference for my left hand in such matters. Perhaps you might pose another question? The captain of Team 8 cautiously suggested. Xian nodded and introduced a topic that piqued the interest of all the prisoners. Surrounded by perilous seas, Nose Island is fraught with danger, with aquatic beasts lurking beneath the waves, far more treacherous than the terrestrial beasts. I wish to know how we might escape this place. That is easily resolved. We will utilize a transport ship, the captain replied without hesitation. As the saying goes, man is iron, food is steel. One feels uneasy when a meal is missed. Every month, a transport ship delivers essential supplies to this location. In 5 days, another ship will arrive at Nose Island. Each of these vessels is worth its weight in gold, with construction costs soaring to 10 million beast coins. The hull is crafted from rare alloys and reinforced with the bones of high-tier sea beasts, rendering the ship as sturdy as a rock, unwavering even amidst tumultuous waves, with the aura of the sea beast bones to suppress. These ships can often disperse large numbers of aquatic creatures, allowing for unobstructed travel across the ocean. If we can seize control of the transport ship, we can make our escape from Nose Island. As he spoke, the captain hesitated, for commandeering the transport ship necessitated first dealing with the instructor. The instructor's strength was unfathomable, akin to an insurmountable mountain. I understand, Xian nodded, signaling his comprehension. Suddenly, a cacophony of bones and flesh grinding together interrupted their conversation. Xian's senses heightened, drawing his gaze toward the cave's corner, the feeding ground of night hunt. The captain peered closely and was taken aback, stammering, Your Qingfeng night mantis appears to be secretly advancing its bloodline, transforming into a commander-tier black gold night mantis. Chapter 31. Directly into the enemy's lair. Transformation. The young prisoners could hardly contain their agitation, their thoughts bordering on expletives. All of them were on the same starting line, yet in less than 10 days. Their contemporaries among the Beast Tamers were leagues ahead, boasting 2 commander-tier beasts. Truly, comparison breeds discontent. While keeping an eye on Night Hunt's transformation, Xian took out some provisions to nibble on. Wait a moment. I see now. Your Qingfeng Night Mantis is a hybrid, possessing the bloodlines of 2 different beasts. A dual-talented hybrid. It has a penchant for consuming its kin. Could it be that its other bloodline is that of the hunter mantis? The captain's realization struck him suddenly, as he grasped the implications and exclaimed, the hunter mantis possesses the talent of synchronization, allowing it to devour mantis beasts and forcibly enhance its own bloodline. Yi Xian was astonished, never expecting the captain to discern such intricate details. Seeing Yi Xian's surprised reaction, the captain chuckled heartily, supporting himself against a stone pillar. Little one, do not underestimate a middle-aged man seasoned by the trials of life. After all, I was once a top student at the Battle Beast Academy. Have you heard of it? It is the premier institution for beast tamers in our Black Cool Kingdom. The academy boasts a robust faculty and features specialized branches for potion crafting, beast equipment forging, and beast training, dedicated to nurturing talented young beast tamers like yourself. There are even subsidies and beast coins every month. Once we escape Nose Island, I shall gladly recommend you. The captain held a deep admiration for Yi Xian, nurturing a desire to cultivate his talent. After all, a wild seedling requires proper support to grow and bear fruit. The Battle Beast Academy. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled, if memory served him correctly. His adoptive father had ventured out to secure a few spots for beast tamers at the academy. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian refrained from responding and focused his attention back on Night Hunt. Having undergone a transformative metamorphosis, Night Hunt successfully ascended to the Commander Tier Black Gold Night Mantis. Standing 3 meters tall, adorned in a full suit of black gold armor, with its scythe-like arms resembling those of a dark knight. Its azure insectoid eyes gradually illuminated, shining like 2 ghostly lanterns. The captain was momentarily taken aback as the black-armored insect beast appeared before him, moving with astonishing swiftness that resembled teleportation. With a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, he managed to force a strained smile as he greeted, "Hello, Xiao." The little blade frog priest blinked its bright blue eyes, an eager learner at this tender age, adorably waved in greeting. Night Hunt's insectoid eyes narrowed slightly as it slowly raised its scythe-like arm, pointing directly at the little blade frog priest. The little blade frog priest tilted its head. Contemplating for a moment before its webbed, tender little hand formed a fist and gently tapped Night Hunt's scythe. Yi Xian chuckled softly, rising to brush off his robes. Preparing to take his leave. "Where are you going?" the captain asked anxiously, instinctively inquiring. "To continue the hunt. Do not wander off. At dawn, I shall lead you to safety," Yi Xian replied, gesturing for the Commander Tier Black Gold Night Mantis to follow him as they exited the cave, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. The others fell into a brief silence, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and reverence. In the jungle of Nose Island, the predator had become the prey, as Yi Xian had transformed into a voracious predator, now hunting the very ones who once hunted him. The group silently rose, prepared to deal with the traitor. Moments later, the cave erupted with the sounds of fists and kicks, as 5 young men and women mercilessly assaulted a girl, disregarding her cries for mercy as they rained down blows. "Get lost. You filthy traitor nearly caused our demise." One youth spat venomously, delivering a vicious kick that left the girl bruised and battered. She collapsed to the floor, curling up and sobbing softly, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face, leaving trails of sorrow. Yet beneath her seemingly pitiful exterior, a fleeting glimmer of cold malice flickered deep within her tear-filled eyes, as she brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. The girl was about to plead for mercy from the captain when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck as a dagger emerged. Crimson blood flowed down, splattering vibrant droplets around her. "You," the girl gasped, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she looked toward another girl nearby. "You know too much. I'm afraid you cannot be permitted to live," the girl with the innocent face replied coldly, her demeanor incongruous with her age. Watching the 5 young men and women, the captain couldn't help but sigh deeply. After a month of brutal combat within the confines of this small dark room, their numbers had dwindled from 1,000 to a mere 200. The mental state of this group of youths had, to some extent, become compromised. In a secluded corner of the Nasal Island woods, the moon hung high in the sky, casting silver beams that filtered through the branches and draped the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. Yi Xian sat cross-legged upon a piece of blue stone, observing the nocturnal hunt within the spirit refining pot. He urged the pot, refining the corpses of 2 elite-tier monsters, a second-ranked 10-star stone giant and an ancient rock lizard. As the ethereal light swirled within the pot, a surge of pure and formidable spiritual power flowed into Yi Xian's body, swiftly elevating his cultivation level. He ascended from second-rank 5-star to 6-star, then broke through to 7-star. After a brief moment, Yi Xian reluctantly opened his eyes. The higher the strength of the Beastmaster's bloodline, the more profound the spiritual power required for a breakthrough. The energy garnered from refining the 2 elite second-ranked 10-star beasts had only allowed him a modest rise of 2 stars. Captain number 3, Captain number 4, Captain No. 6. Excluding Captain number 8, there remained 6 captain-level beasts. Eliminating them would yield a significant reservoir of spiritual power. Yi Xian clenched his fist, formulating a plan. He stretched lazily, intending to scour the vicinity for captain-level figures clad in raven-black robes, when suddenly, the stillness of the forest was shattered by the sharp crack of a breaking twig, followed by the rustling of footsteps drawing nearer through the convoluted woodland paths. Xuan turned his gaze to behold a young man, bare-chested and frantically fleeing, pursued by a pack of humans who crawled like hyenas, their throats emitting chilling growls. Upon spotting Xuan, the young man's eyes brightened, and driven by the instinct of a stranger's death is better than my own, he sprinted towards Xuan. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when a hunched figure erupted from the underbrush, akin to a leopard pouncing, bringing him crashing to the ground. Its jaws tearing into him. The young man let out a desperate cry for help, which was abruptly silenced as he was engulfed by the relentless shadows, fading into nothingness. Xuan observed with a cold detachment. His gaze shifted to a raven-faced figure not far off. The figure, clad in a black robe with a raven iron mask, was sturdy in stature, a peculiar black blade sheathed at his waist, and the number 2 prominently displayed on his chest. Beside him trailed a gaunt, hunched wolf beast. Its body a dull gray, eyes bloodshot, standing in a humanoid form while wielding a staff crafted from bone. Noticing Xuan's scrutiny, the wolf beast grinned ominously, revealing its menacing fangs. Captain number 2? Xuan's attention was drawn to the number emblazoned on the raven-faced man's chest. As fate would have it, he unexpectedly encountered another captain-level beastmaster this night. Xuan? Captain number 2 halted, taking a keen interest in the black-robed youth. Fascinating. No wonder a dual-talented beastmaster like you has survived thus far. Their eyes locked, and Xuan pointed at the wolf beast, an elite-level corpse wolf shaman. Sharp eyes, indeed. This is a corpse wolf shaman. Acquiring this creature demanded considerable resources and effort, nearly depleting my coffers, Captain number 2 mused as he approached Xuan. To obtain an elite-level corpse wolf shaman, one must first feed 1,000 flesh-and-blood humans to a gray coyote for 100 days, allowing its resentment to saturate. Only then can one take its life and bury it in a mass grave. After 7 days, the deathly energy seeps in, providing a chance for it to metamorphose into a corpse wolf shaman. Xuan, you are a rare young prodigy with dual talents. To be honest, I have a fondness for the youth, especially someone like you, vibrant and full of life. These are all things I once possessed, now lost to time. I shall grant you 10 breaths to escape. After that, I will pursue you relentlessly until I claim your body. Captain number 2's words bore an unsettling undertone, hinting at something amiss. With a growl, a throng of corpses with milky eyes gathered around Captain number 2, drooling and poised for action. The elite-level corpse wolf shaman, possessing necromantic attributes and the talent for regeneration, could command both beasts and human corpses in battle. The method of cultivating a corpse wolf shaman was deemed excessively malevolent and had long been prohibited by the Beastmaster Alliance, classified as taboo. To encounter one today was indeed intriguing. Xuan licked his lips and boldly advanced toward Captain number 2. What's this? You're not running? Do you intend to challenge me? Captain number 2's expression shifted slightly beneath his mask, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Haha, Xuan, you possess courage. I shall ensure you experience the depths of despair. The following dawn, as purple light heralded the arrival of morning, the raven-faced inspectors ceased their hunt in unison, preparing to return to their temporary encampment for rest. In the woodland path, a blood-drenched shadow in a black robe appeared, blocking the way of a raven-faced inspector. The inspector's complexion paled as he hastily clasped his fists in respect. Inspector number 51, greetings Captain number 2. Return. The man's voice was heavy, reminiscent of someone suffering from a cold. Yes, the raven-faced inspector, devoid of suspicion, obediently led the way. As they approached the temporary encampment, the inspector felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if an ancient lion were surveying its territory behind him. The thought of Captain No. 2's peculiar and undisclosed quirks made him instinctively place his hand protectively at his waist, his expression betraying his anxiety. Oh heavens! Captain No. 2 couldn't he possibly have taken an interest in me, Captain? How was your harvest last night? Unable to withstand the intangible pressure, the young raven-faced inspector broke the silence. For, Captain number 2 replied, his voice somber, revealing no emotion. Truly impressive, Captain number 2. Those little brats are cunning, evading capture. I exerted tremendous effort just to deal with one last night. When it comes to skill, you are unrivaled among the captains, the others pale in comparison. The inspector's flattering words suddenly lodged in his throat, akin to a chicken caught by the neck. He fixated on the black-robed figure ahead, whose expansive sleeves billowed in the breeze like drooping raven feathers, the numeral 5 emblazoned on his chest. Curse my luck. This morning, I encountered 2 captain-level figures in succession. Captain number 2? A familiar voice greeted as Captain number 5 approached, leading a black canine beast. The black canine beast stood about a person's height, its entire body a deep ebony, muscles taut as if ready to burst from its skin. Looking up, the inspector was startled to see two heads adorning the beast's neck, one entirely black, the other a fiery red. The two-headed dog, a rare variant among elite-level beasts, possessed dual attributes of darkness and fire, known for its ferocity and the talent, battle frenzy, enabling it to become stronger with each wound it sustained in battle. Even among elite-level beasts, it ranked among the top, a veritable machine of slaughter within its tier. With a growl, the two-headed dog halted, its bristled fur standing on end as it lowered its body, blocking Captain Number 5. It emitted a series of low-frequency growls, clearly sensing an imminent danger. Captain No. 5 fell silent, his heart plummeting into despair. The frantic warnings from the two-headed dog echoed within the soul bond. Run. The one before us is not Captain Number 2. Flee. Quickly. Otherwise, death awaits. Beneath his sleeve, Captain Number 5's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He had never witnessed his two-headed beast exhibit such a lapse in composure. This creature, which had accompanied him through countless adventures over the years, was now conveying an almost desperate warning through their soul bond. A frigid sensation was creeping up his spine, a long-forgotten emotion known as fear that resurfaced since he became captain. In an instant, Captain Number 5 mounted his two-headed beast without a word, recklessly fleeing towards the densely wooded area. The two-headed beast was a gift from Captain Number 2, and to provoke such a reactive response in it meant that the figure before him was not Captain Number 2. It was an enemy, an adversary masquerading as Captain No. 2. The raven-masked inspector was taken aback, contemplating why Captain Number 5 was fleeing. Had he discovered my identity? Night hunt, eliminate him, and bring back his complete corpse. Captain Number 2 murmured to himself, slowly removing the raven mask to reveal the youthful visage of Zhongling, whose soul seemed to be escaping. He appeared as if he had seen a ghost, staggering back a few steps. Night Xian, how could it be you? Night Xian paid him no heed. Summoning the commander-grade black gold night mantis, Night Hunt. Boom. A 3-meter-tall black gold insectoid beast materialized out of thin air, its gleaming armor refracting the sunlight in a regal display. The raven-masked inspector was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, his pants soaked. Commander-grade beast, black gold night mantis. In that moment, he finally understood why Captain Number 5 had fled without hesitation. It was a perception of imminent danger. Night Hunt clasped its arms together, launching itself forward like a streak of light in pursuit. It barreled ahead, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Wherever it passed, towering ancient trees, as thick as an adult's waist, were severed in half, crashing heavily to the ground with smooth, clean cuts. In the lush forest, Captain No. 5 was fleeing in a frenzy, akin to a panicked dog. The continuous sound of collapsing trees behind him sent beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, leaving him too terrified to look back. Boom. Night Hunt swung its arm. A crescent-shaped black gold blade of energy tore through the air, swiftly cleaving through several large trees to intercept Captain Number 5's escape route. The two-headed beast faltered momentarily, its claws scraping deeply into the muddy path. And in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Night Hunt had already blocked its path like a specter. Roar. Faced with the obstruction of Night Hunt, the two-headed beast retaliated fiercely, its dual heads opening wide, exhaling two bizarre mists, one black and one red. Night Hunt remained unfazed, allowing the mists to strike. The fog hissed against its insectal armor, leaving faint traces. Twisting its neck covered in soft armor, Night Hunt moved, unfurling its decapitating mantis blade, closing in relentlessly. Realizing its beastly technique was ineffective, the two-headed beast made a choice, flinging Captain Number 5 off its back and lunging at Night Hunt with a roar. It was attempting to buy time for its master to escape. Captain Number 5 clenched his silver teeth, summoning an elite-grade green blade night mantis in a bid to flee. If you wish to live, surrender without resistance. Night Xian, holding a blade of dogtail grass, silently scrutinized the raven-masked inspector before him. The inspector, drenched in cold sweat, ultimately chose to give up resistance, despairingly sinking to the ground. A wise decision. Night Xian spat out the dogtail grass and gazed into the thicket. In just a few breaths, Night Hunt returned, arriving before Night Xian, dropping its spoils, the mortally wounded Captain Number 5, whose chest was pierced, and the corpses of two beasts. With the second, third, fourth, and sixth captains accounted for, only 5 captain-level figures remained. A faint smile graced Night Xian's lips as he leaned down to remove Captain Number 5's raven mask, revealing an unremarkable man's face. You. Captain No. 5 coughed up blood, struggling for breath, ultimately succumbing to lifelessness. Witnessing this scene, the raven-masked inspector felt as though he had plunged into an ice pit, his entire being crumbling. Captain, how was your harvest last night? 4. So, the 4 in his mouth referred to 4 raven-masked captains. No. Now it was 5. As Captain Number 5 had died right before his eyes, the youthful raven-masked inspector found it hard to believe that 5 captain-level figures had perished in a single night. It was indeed terrifying. Get up, continue leading the way. Take me to the temporary resting site. There are 5 captains, and you are not one of them. Knight Xuan stored the corpses, donned his mask once more, and signaled to proceed. In the cave, he engaged in a casual conversation with Captain Number 8, who possessed a wealth of useful information, including details about the inspector's resting locations during the day. What do you intend to do? The raven-masked inspector's voice trembled. Do you wish to know? I want to know. No, I don't want to. I'll lead the way right now. Facing the boy's pitch-black, luminous eyes, the raven-masked inspector quickly covered his mouth and rose. Chapter 33. The Identity of Captain Number 1? Uncle 6. As the sun reached its zenith, Knight Xuan followed the raven-masked inspector to the temporary encampment. Inside the encampment, numerous raven-masked inspectors were either solitary or huddled in small groups, conversing in hushed tones. 3 heads can be exchanged for 3,000 beast coins. I truly envy your fortune. I have only managed to harvest 1. Enough, don't flaunt it. I haven't gotten a single one. Noticing familiar figures, a few ceased their chatter and stood to pay their respects. Knight Xuan moved as if in his own backyard, nodding as he surveyed the surroundings, casually wrapping an arm around the shoulder of the youthful raven-masked inspector as they approached the wooden cabin. Upon witnessing this, several individuals immediately drew erroneous conclusions. Hiss. Number 51 is in for a rough time. With that slight build of his. Wait, I remember Captain No. 2 prefers round-faced individuals. The group whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with pity, beginning to mourn for Inspector Number 51. Inside the wooden cabin, Knight Xuan lounged with his legs crossed at the table, snacking on jerky. Inspector Number 51 trembled uncontrollably, huddled in the corner with his hands over his head. Xiao. Little sword frog priest Xiao Xiao peeked out, curiously observing with a finger in his mouth. Is it tasty? Seeing this, Knight Xuan casually tore off a piece of jerky and offered it. The little creature caught it, sniffed, and then cautiously bit into it. After a while, Xiao Xiao, disheartened, gave up. No teeth, still just a baby beast born only a few days ago. Currently, it could only consume nutrient-rich honey. Little Knight Xuan, you're quite bold, daring to venture alone into the enemy's stronghold without fear of being sliced apart. Within the demon refining pot, Black Princess stretched lazily, her voice languid. This guy, Knight Xuan, is quite insane. I am not alone. As long as I have it with me, I can possess the strength of 100 men. A smile teased Knight Xuan's lips as his fingers unconsciously stroked the first-tier beast artifact, the demon capturing cage at his waist. Who is that? It's a secret. Just wait a bit, and you'll know. Gazing through the window at the returning raven-masked inspectors, and even the raven-masked captains, Knight Xuan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Rather than searching one by one, Knight Xuan preferred to take the initiative. It was both efficient and effortless. By midday, all the raven-masked individuals in black robes had gathered in the temporary encampment, including 4 captains. What happened? Where are Number 2 and the others? Captain Number 10, munching on a wooden lunchbox, broke the silence with a puzzled expression. Captain Number 9, leaning against a green stone, opened his eyes and glanced sideways at the wooden cabin, overhearing that Captain Number 2 had already returned early and was resting. As for Captains Number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, they had yet to arrive. Not here. Could something have gone wrong along the way? Impossible. As the Captains 7, 9, and 13 exchanged words, Captain 1 found himself inexplicably agitated, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. He steadied himself, arms crossed, and commanded, 9, summon Captain 2. Understood, 9 nodded, rising to his feet, only to witness the wooden cabin designated for Captain 2 being forcefully kicked open. Inspector 51, adorned with a crow mask, fled in terror, exclaiming, help. Inside is not Captain 2, but Yi Xian. A hum echoed in the air as blades flickered within the cabin, precisely piercing Inspector 51. The inspector froze, his body cleaving in two, spilling his innards onto the ground. The gruesome scene shocked all present. Yi Xian? In a heartbeat, over 50 crow-masked inspectors rose simultaneously, their faces beneath the masks etched with disbelief. The 4 captains looked on in shock, their faces paling as if they had tasted something foul. Inside was Yi Xian, where then was Captain 2. Amidst the confusion, a sigh emanated from within the cabin, and Captain 2 emerged. Yi Xian? Captain 1 stood, his voice steady. It is I, Yi Xian replied, halting in his tracks, revealing his true visage as he removed his mask. Captain 1 fell silent, his chest rising and falling erratically. Before continuing to inquire, and Captain 2? Present, Yi Xian said, flicking his fingers to unveil a corpse beneath the beast trap. Lying on the ground, a middle-aged man with a crew cut, eyes wide open in death, filled with unyielding resentment. Yi Xian chuckled softly, continuing to strike the beast trap. The bodies of a headless woman, Captain 4 who drowned, and Captain 6 appeared, followed by Captain 5. The emergence of these corpses drained the color from the faces of all the Chromast inspectors. Once enigmatic captains now revealed in such a tragic state caused an impact that was nothing short of terrifying. You did this. Captain 1's fury surged, barely contained. The atmosphere thickened with disbelief as all eyes fixated on Yi Xian's slender figure. Indeed, it was my doing. They sought my head, thus. I decided to engage in their game. Yi Xian shrugged, as if recounting a mundane event. Captain 1 fell silent before a chilling smile crept across his lips. He clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, "Impressive, impressive. Truly worthy of being a scion of the Yi family from Stone City. You remind me faintly of your father in his prime. It seems, bringing you here was indeed the right choice." At Captain 1's words, Yi Xian, who had maintained a calm facade, froze momentarily. "Little Yi Xian, steady your heart. Take a deep breath." His mind went blank, Black Princess's voice fading into obscurity. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, veins bulging. Was his presence in this cursed place orchestrated by Captain 1? Yi Xian, do not blame me. If blame is to be laid, let it fall upon your father. He could not restrain himself, indulging in a tryst with an unknown woman, resulting in your unwarranted existence. Captain 1 recounted somberly, his tone gaining strength. Before you, I removed my mask, revealing a scarred, horse-faced visage. Upon seeing this face, Yi Xian felt as though struck by lightning, his composure shattered. This face was all too familiar. "Uncle Lu?" "It is I," Yi replied, standing with a reflective demeanor. The three captains were visibly shaken, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. So, the enigmatic Captain 1 was a member of the Yi family? Yi Xian, you are exceedingly clever. Smart enough to masquerade as a wastrel. The people of Stone City, and even those of the Yi family, believe you to be a genuine wastrel. Only I, Uncle Lu, am aware of your ruse. Your father, often preoccupied, entrusted me with your care. I have watched over you for 6 years. I know you well. Uncle Lu, why? Yi Xian forced a smile, grappling with a sense of injustice. In his childhood, this seemingly benevolent Uncle Lu had doted on him, nurturing him with great care. For this uncle, who also received little regard from the family, he had held profound respect. Why? Yi's expression was complex as he slowly revealed, Yi Xian, do you know that your elder brother, Yi Guang, is my biological son? Before your father wed Zhu'er, she was already with child. Your elder brother, Yi Guang. Though I am of the main line of the Yi family, I have not awakened the eye of death, leading to my lack of esteem within the family. Yet my son has succeeded, as the legitimate heir, rightfully inheriting the Yi family. I take pride in him. For his sake, I would do anything, including preemptively eliminating potential threats. The position of family head is his, and all that belongs to the Yi family will ultimately be his. And you are the potential danger. Yi Xian, you are far too clever enough to defy your age. In the competitive milieu of Stone City, you opened the Jiu Yihong Ni Pavilion at the tender age of 8, yet you have never experienced a loss. Tell me, Yi Xian, is this something an 8-year-old child can achieve? From that moment, I knew you would inevitably become an obstacle to Yi Guang's development. You are too clever. Clever enough that I feared you might awaken the eye of death and contend with your brother Yi Guang for the position of family head. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. You successfully awakened the eye of night. Yi Xian's gaze fell, unable to maintain composure. Never imagining that his frivolous venture of opening a tavern would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Observing the slender youth, his fists clenched tightly. Yi's eyes flashed with a mix of pity and helplessness. Frankly, he rather liked this nephew, obedient and sensible. The only pity was that his intelligence had ultimately led to his downfall. Yi sighed internally, raising his hand to summon a beast from the space of his beast mastery. A lion's roar erupted, and a massive purple eagle appeared, circling around Yi. This majestic creature bore irregular lightning horns atop its head, resembling a crown, with lightning flickering about it. Its wings spanned an astonishing 5 meters. A second-tier, 10-star elite beast known as the Thunder Crown Eagle, exclusive to the Yi family of Stone City. Ancient families with deep roots often invest generations into nurturing their unique beasts. These tamed spirits possess not only extraordinary strength, but also bear the unique marks of family heritage, such as the Thunder Crown Eagle of the Yi family, the gigantic gorilla of the Du family, and the Earth Rock Snake of the Shi family. Yi's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. He regretted his earlier kindness, lamenting why he had not eliminated Yi Xian earlier, leaving him to this fate. Yi Xian, reveal your capabilities. I know you never engage in losing ventures. Killing Captain 2 was indeed beyond my expectations. To dare come here alone today, you must have some advantage. Yi Xian rubbed his aching forehead. the warmth in his gaze dissipating entirely. Uncle Lu, I harbor no intentions of contending for the position of heir to the Yi family. I genuinely wish to live a life of leisure, marrying several beautiful wives after reaching adulthood, far removed from the burdens of managing the family's external enterprises. Huh? Do you believe I would be swayed by such words? Yi scoffed, his tone resolute. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Yi. Uncle Lu, do you recall how you taught me in my childhood? You said that Yi family members must never allow themselves to be bullied. If anyone dares to harm us, we must retaliate. That is the pride of a Yi family member. Yet what of you? Your betrayal of the family, siding with the Euro Demon Court, assisting outsiders in bullying me. From this day forth, our bond is irrevocably severed. You are no longer the sixth uncle etched in my memory. Yi Xian inhaled deeply, a murderous intent surging within his gaze. Henceforth, I shall employ every means at my disposal to personally annihilate you, the traitor. Buzz. Yi Xian raised his hand and struck the demon trapping cage at his waist, summoning forth a hunched silhouette. Upon its appearance, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The hunched figure clad in black robes was none other than the formidable pet of the second team captain, the elite-level, second-tier, 10-star Corpse Wolf Shaman. The Corpse Wolf Shaman, bowing submissively like an aged servant, was exceedingly docile. After enduring a beating from Yi Xian, it was well aware of his terrifying prowess. He was a beast master capable of commanding a leader-level demon beast. Incredibly powerful, he surpassed all present. Sixth uncle, are you aware that the Eye of Death possessed by the Yi family can evolve? The Eye of Death can grow. Yi's expression shifted drastically, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Yi Xian smiled, his eyes radiating an obsidian glow, akin to a black star in the midday sky. It can evolve into the Class A Beastmaster talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye. As the Annihilation Demon Eye was activated, Yi Xian's raven hair turned white by 2/3 in an instant. Buzz. A dark light, coalesced from life force, shot forth and entered the body of the Corpse Wolf Shaman. The shaman trembled violently, and in the next moment, its form began to transform. Its already hunched stature shrank further, its gray fur transitioning to a vivid crimson, red as the blood of a weeping azalea, while a vertical pupil materialized on its forehead. A leader-level demon beast, the great shaman of the Corpse Wolf. A faint but palpable pressure emanated from the leader-level beast, leaving the onlookers gasping for breath. How is this possible? The bloodline of the second team captain's Corpse Wolf Shaman has undergone a transformation, elevating it to a leader-level demon beast. The Class A Beastmaster talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and the temporary encampment fell into an eerie silence. Fear spread like a tidal wave, causing those present to feel a chill run down their spines, their breaths involuntarily growing shallow. As they gazed upon the youth clad in black, several captains instinctively took a step back, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The murderous intent surging from across the way was more frigid than the ancient ice of the far north. Yi stood agape, his mind struck as if by lightning. Fixating on the phrase, Class A Beastmaster talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye, he opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. The hands that once guided Yi Xian in writing now trembled uncontrollably. A Class A Beastmaster genius. He had unwittingly betrayed a family prodigy capable of evolving the B-level Eye of Death into an A-level talent. Yi was panicking, unprecedentedly so. The Class A Beastmaster talent was an exceedingly rare existence. A genius among geniuses. He could scarcely fathom the treatment Yi Xian would receive upon returning to the Yi family. All the elders would bow and scrape, revolving around the youth like planets around a sun, going to great lengths to cherish and protect him. The talents of the Yi family would become mere shadows, forever unable to rise again. All resources would be funneled toward this illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? No, he would be more akin to the future head of the Yi family. In the face of absolute talent, being an illegitimate child would become a mere jest. It was only a matter of time before this seed, nurtured by his Class A Beastmaster talent, would see the Yi family rise to become a superlative clan of Beastmasters. He must die. Yi Xian must die. He cannot be allowed to survive. Die. Lei Feng, kill him. He must not leave by island alive. Yi's terror erupted, nearly roaring as he commanded his demon pet. Chapter 35. A Transmigration of 6. Roar. The Thundercrest Eagle opened its beak and screeched, enveloped in violet lightning as it soared through the skies. The Thundercrest Eagle, an elite-level flying demon beast with lightning attributes, possessed the talent of Purple Sun Thunder. Yi's plan was straightforward: launch an aerial assault. The Thundercrest Eagle, having been bathed in lightning for an extended period, boasted mobility far exceeding that of most flying beasts. Coupled with the fierce and pure purple thunder, It could even confront and potentially slay third-tier elite demon beasts. What of a leader-level beast? My Thundercrest Eagle is no slouch. With bloodshot eyes and a frigid killing intent, Yi clenched his fists tightly. The Thundercrest Eagle roared, its wings folding together as a mass of lightning began to coalesce and compress, forming an expanding sphere of thunder. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters beast technique. Thunderburst. Faced with the thunderous sphere plummeting from the sky, the great shaman of the corpse wolf was taken aback, instinctively attempting to flee. Yet at that moment, it felt an icy sting at its neck. Swoosh. The serpent tail of the Chio tightly coiled around it, a small hand forming a sharp water sword. The great shaman of the corpse wolf froze in place, afraid to move, lest it be pierced. You are now a leader-level demon beast. I shall temporarily borrow your power. Perform well, and I will grant you your freedom, releasing you back into the wild. Yi Xian's voice resonated. The corpse wolf shaman, being of a particularly malevolent nature, was not one he intended to contract. Granting freedom? The wolf's eyes sparkled with interest as it opened its mouth wide, chanting incantations, raising the bone staff, and waving it with abandon. Beast technique, soul barrier. A gray aura radiated outward, coalescing into a gray shield in the blink of an eye. The shield was roughly a fist thick, hazy, adorned with patterns reminiscent of turtle shells. Boom. The blinding lightning tore through the heavens. With a deafening explosion, the gray turtle shell shield trembled violently. Countless distorted faces wailed in agony upon its surface, as gray and lightning energies clashed, erupting in a chaotic maelstrom. The violent force of the thunderburst was forcefully obstructed, like a colossal wave crashing against rocks, tearing spiderweb cracks upon the shield's surface. Yet, it ultimately failed to penetrate the barrier entirely. Cackling. The sly great shaman of the corpse wolf's eyes widened, secretly marveling at its own might. It cackled, eyes gleaming with malice, becoming increasingly arrogant. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Utilize the beast technique, corpse puppet infect. Cackling. The corpse wolf shaman obediently followed orders, waving its bone staff once more, unleashing a torrent of gray mist that surged toward the 5 corpses of the crow-faced team captains. At that moment, death unveiled its most blasphemous trick. The gray mist coiled around the corpses like a living entity, and the 5 crow-faced captains' remains began to spasm simultaneously, the sound of muscle fibers rejoining echoing from within their blood-soaked uniforms. As these captain-level corpse puppets reanimated, lunging hungrily toward the onlookers, the air was saturated not only with the scent of blood, but with something far more putrid: fear. Second team captain? No. Upon witnessing the deceased second team captain charging at him, a crow-faced inspector seemed to recall some dreadful shadow and was instantly paralyzed with terror. Useless fools, mere corpses, attack. The 7th team captain scornfully shouted, kicking the second team captain aside. The second team captain, with a caved-in chest, arose as if nothing had happened, swaying to his feet. The crowd, snapping back to reality, fought against their dread, directing their demon pets to assault their former superior. In less than a mere 10 seconds, the 5 captains were reduced to mere remnants scattered across the ground. Yi Xian, you shall pay for this. The 10th team captain seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. The 3rd team captain, Su Xing, whom he admired, was not only dead but now subject to the whims of a demon beast, igniting an inferno of wrath within him. Several individuals, lend me your assistance. Witnessing Lei Guaniying's relentless assault falter, Yi, consumed by turmoil, can no longer afford to uphold his dignity. Yi Xian must perish. He must not be allowed to thrive and escape this accursed island. With a swift gesture, he summoned forth his second contracted beast from the Beastmaster's realm, a colossal armored rhinoceros. An elite tier beast, the 2nd grade 10-star steel armored rhinoceros. Roar. The steel armored rhinoceros bellowed, taking several steps back before stomping the ground, transforming into a formidable armored vehicle, charging forth with unyielding force. The 3 captains exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering as they summoned their own beasts. Elite tier Qingfeng Night Mantis 3. Elite tier Blade Monkey X2. Elite tier Ancient Rock Rampaging Lizard X1. 6 2nd grade 10-star beasts surged forward, brimming with murderous intent, following closely behind the steel armored rhinoceros. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, for captain-level figures collaborated in a concerted effort to encircle and annihilate the renowned youth. Within the shield, tainted by lightning, Yi Xian remained unmoved, his expression tranquil. He merely observed as the host of beasts charged toward him. The distance dwindled, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. When the gap shrank to less than 20 meters, Yi Xian flicked his finger, summoning the black gold night mantis, Night Hunt. Under the sunlight, the insect beast's surface shimmered with a heavy brilliance, utterly captivating. The Black Gold Night Mantis. Yi Xian possessed a commanding Black Gold Night Mantis. The unforeseen transformation left the raven-faced inspectors in shock. As if plunged into an icy abyss, their voices lost in astonishment. "This is bad. Take cover." Team 9's pupils constricted to pinpricks, their scalps prickling with dread. The terror of the commanding Black Gold Night Mantis was something he had witnessed firsthand. Escape? Apologies, but it is far too late. We have awaited this opportunity. The chance to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Yi Xian smirked coldly, issuing commands through the beast contract. Night Hunt, commanding beast technique, instant kill. Instant kill. A technique derived from the Night Hunt's ascension to commanding rank, far surpassing the power of a cross slash. Boom. Night Hunt sprang into action, its insect legs pressing down, the commanding aura manifesting as a tangible black wave, erupting outward in all directions. Its scythe-like arms vibrated with a high frequency. At the blade's edge, a chilling metallic hum erupted. In the instant the two arms crossed, boiling dark energy scorched the air, leaving a trail of charred remnants before coalescing into a gigantic scythe, as black as ink. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated across the battlefield, akin to the heartbeat of ancient war drums. With each pulse, the spectators felt their hearts seize uncontrollably. As the third heartbeat resounded, the ground where Night Hunt once stood collapsed violently, yet its form had already vanished. No, it was simply too swift. The 50-meter distance seemed non-existent beneath the explosive speed of the insect beast. The onlookers' retinas still retained the afterimage of its departure. Yet, at the center of the arena, an enormous scythe shrouded in deathly black mist had abruptly materialized, a disorienting effect born of unparalleled velocity, as if time itself had been excised. The crowd blinked in disbelief. The sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. Uft! The steel-armored rhinoceros's thick armor shattered first, its reputed impenetrability crumbling before the giant scythe like mere parchment, cleaved neatly from brow to abdomen. Before its innards could even touch the ground, dark energy had already seared the wound into a charred black. The Qingfeng Night Mantis's once proud speed became a mere jest, utterly crushed by the superior bloodline. The three mantises barely lifted their forelimbs, their compound eyes reflecting the final image of their own severed heads soaring into the air. The blade monkeys' furious screeches were caught in their throats. Two of the ape corpses maintained their running stance, yet their midsections twisted grotesquely. Their upper halves, severed horizontally, slid downwards in a gruesome display. The most horrific fate befell the ancient rock rampaging lizard. The giant scythe pierced its rocky armor, causing the beast to explode violently, akin to a balloon rupturing, not merely severed, but every muscle and bone within its body obliterated by the high-frequency dark energy, raining down a deluge of bloody remnants mixed with bone fragments. The entire slaughter transpired in less than a heartbeat. By the time the crowd's retinas finally registered Night Hunt rematerializing, what they beheld was a nightmarish tableau. 6 beast corpses lay frozen in various horrific poses, while the Black Gold Night Mantis's blade dripped the first drop of blood. Hiss! Maintaining its scythe-swinging posture, Night Hunt twisted its neck and flicked its mantis arm, splattering blood in all directions. The sound of droplets striking the grass roused the dazed raven-faced inspectors from their stupor. The onlookers felt as if plunged into a frigid abyss, their bodies weakened, limbs cold. They were dead. 6 elite second-grade 10-star beasts, slain in an instant. The severed bond between soul and beast left the 4 captains as pale as sheets. Teams 7, 9, and 13 knelt on one knee, their heads throbbing as if exploded, ringing with a deafening buzz. The death of their beasts and the severed contracts would inevitably impact the Beastmasters. It's over. Team 9's captain's spirit crumbled, utterly shattered by the instantaneous slaughter. He staggered to his feet, disregarding all semblance of dignity, fleeing in plain sight. Run. If I don't run, I will die here. I cannot perish here. After finally ascending to the position of squad leader in the ghostly demon mansion, I have yet to savor the glory and riches. Flee. The will to survive propelled Team 9's captain to abandon everything, consumed by the singular desire to escape. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Over 50 raven-faced inspectors, their minds unraveling, cried out in panic and scattered in all directions, fearing that the next to perish would be themselves. A bunch of worthless cowards. Why are you running? Team 7's captain's furious retort was abruptly silenced. A shadow loomed, and his frail form was pierced through, effortlessly torn asunder. Night Hunt's attention shifted, locking onto captains 9 and 10. With a swift slice, the blade flashed like a lightning bolt, unleashing a barrage of blinding strikes. Accompanied by 2 agonizing shrieks, this carnage drew to a close. Thus, among the 10 captain-level Beastmasters, only number 1, Yiya, remained. As the tree fell, the ground soon became desolate. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the rich scent of blood. Yiya no longer exuded the arrogance of before. All that remained was horror and regret. Sixth uncle, our matters must be settled thoroughly. As the shield shattered, Yixian approached Yiya with an impassive demeanor, unhurried. The thunder-crowned eagle circled above, screeching incessantly, agitated. Yixian, sixth uncle was wrong. Please spare me, it was sixth uncle's folly. Yiya suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face, appearing woefully pitiful. Yixian halted, his gaze cast downward, maintaining a cautious distance from Yiya. As Yiya crawled forward on his knees, with each advance, Yixian retreated a step, embodying utmost caution. Sixth uncle, I know you wish for us to perish together. Yixian chuckled bitterly. Recalling how you taught me to concoct explosives from the urine of stone giants to catch fish when I was young. Chapter 36. None survive. Yiya's complexion changed drastically as he sprang toward Yixian. Veins bulged on his forehead, his body expanding at a visible rate. Cough, you must die. You absolutely must die. I cannot allow you to return to the Yi family. Only my son, Yi Guang, is worthy of being the next head of the Yi family. I truly regret not killing you when I had the chance. Yiya appeared frenzied, blood spilling from his mouth. The circling thunder-crowned eagle emitted a piercing shriek. Plummeting downward, its body, like Yiya's, swelled into a sphere. Evidently, within his body, a form of explosive compression potion had been ingested, once activated by spiritual energy. It could be unleashed. Night Xian retracted the corpse of the great shaman of the wolf, allowing Night Hunt to carry him away in haste. Boom! The forest of Nose Island erupted with a thunderous roar as an orange fireball, enveloped in lightning, surged skyward, transforming into a colossal mushroom cloud. The visible shockwaves swept across the vicinity, snapping trees in clusters. Hiss! Such a terrifying commotion. Who on earth is toying with explosives? Brother, should we investigate? Do you see your stature? With such a tremendous uproar, it will undoubtedly attract that flock of crow-faced inspectors. The explosion piqued the attention of numerous prisoners, who gathered in small groups, chattering animatedly. Moments later, Night Xian returned, only to find the forest before him utterly transformed. Within a 100-foot radius, charred timber lay scattered. The upturned earth laid bare, and the ground was riddled with pits of varying depths. The acrid scent of charm mingled with dust in the air, prompting a wave of nausea. What a dreadful self-detonation. Fortunate indeed that you remained vigilant. Black Princess's voice resonated in Night Xian's mind. He is my sixth uncle. Night Xian replied with a complex expression. That is true. Black Princess ceased her chatter. Although she was imprisoned within the demon refining vessel, she could still witness the happenings of the outside world. Night Xian's sixth uncle, Nightya, despite being a direct descendant, had only awakened the inferior iron-skinned beast-controlling talent of the Ding level, rather than the family's prestigious B-level Eye of Death, which had once rendered him a laughingstock among the clan. Despite being looked down upon by his kin, Nightya shone brightly in the realm of commerce. Possessing a keen insight, during his youth, he engaged in foreign trade for the first time. The beast bones he hoarded at a low price skyrocketed tenfold within 3 months, enabling his caravan to effortlessly recoup half a year's tax for the Knight family, garnering the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Consequently, the voices of doubt and ridicule directed at Nightya diminished considerably. That said, beneath the facade of glory, Nightya's heart was forever pricked by a thorn. The Eye of Death of the Knight family remained a dream eternally beyond his grasp. This is a world where Beast Tamers reign supreme. No one wishes to be perceived as weak. Each night, in the stillness of darkness, he would caress the ancestral tomes of beast taming, his fingers turning pale. Alas! Night Xian sighed, stepping forward to collect the spoils of battle. If what my sixth uncle claims is true, then it would not be surprising that my elder brother, Night Guang, seeks to harm his own flesh and blood. After all, the dynamics within a large family are far from harmonious. The direct descendants engage in overt and covert struggles, akin to the princes vying for the throne in the dramas of my past life. Nightya, having never married, leaves behind a posthumous child who awakens the Eye of Death. How could a father not secretly revel in such a development? Thus, he resolved to eliminate potential threats to his son. The first target he set his sights on was none other than Night Xian. With the battlefield cleared, Night Xian emerged with considerable gains, possessing several corpses of elite-level second-tier 10-star beasts. Regrettably, most had been rendered incomplete by the explosion. As he toyed with a jade-colored ring, he adorned it upon his finger. This was a second-tier beast artifact known as the Beast Ring, containing a spatial expanse within, suitable for storing miscellaneous items, wild non-contractual demon beasts, and more. Simply put, it was an upgraded version of a first-tier beast artifact, the Demon Cage. Observing that no valuable items remained, Night Xian departed, disappearing from the scene. By evening, he returned to the territory of the knife-wielding baboons. Within the territory, Captain Number 8 sat by the fire, quietly preparing food, accompanied by a few young men and women, including Lu Erfa and Sun Yutong. Upon seeing Knight Xian's return, their weariness vanished, and they perked up. "Ah, Knight Young Master, you have finally returned. Are you unscathed?" Lu Erfa rubbed his palms together, greeting him with a cheeky grin. "I'm fine." Knight Xian yawned, casually tossing a handful of metal insignias. Some of the insignias were scorched black, yet the numbers inscribed upon them were still discernible. In an instant, Lu Erfa's smile froze, a tempest stirring within his heart. What the hell? Aren't these the insignias bearing the numbers of those 10 crow-faced captains? Except for the number 8. All the rest are here. Sun Yutong, come with me inside. Knight Xian ignored Lu Erfa, whose expression was still in shock, and beckoned to the girl with a youthful face, his brows laden with fatigue. Oh. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she patted her skirt, lowering her head as she rose to follow. How could she not understand Knight Xian's intentions in summoning her alone? Lu Erfa, like a robot, returned to the crowd, suddenly muttering to himself, "What the hell? Knight Young Master has eliminated all the captains from 1 to 10. The young men and women were struck with horror, their breaths hastening. Captain Number 8 stood in a daze, his mind malfunctioning. Knight Xian had claimed he was going out to gather intelligence, and he believed it. So, gathering intelligence meant a single person single-handedly dismantling the temporary encampment? Coming to his senses, he managed to utter, "Little ones, you are temporarily safe. Today marks the 38th day, and of the 10 elite captains, save for me, all have perished here." Joy illuminated their faces, fists clenched tightly. They gazed at the wooden cabin where Knight Xian stood, their expressions filled with admiration and trepidation. Freak. Monster. It was hard to fathom that a novice who had awakened his beast taming talent merely 10 days prior could consistently slay 9 second-tier 10-star beast tamers. Inside the wooden cabin, Sun Yutong, clad in a white dress, knelt with her legs folded. Knight Xian reclined comfortably, his eyes squinting in contentment as he allowed the girl to massage his temples with her soft, gentle hands. "I'll take a nap. Wake me when evening falls." All right. Knight Young Master." Sun Yutong nodded nervously like a chick pecking at rice. Knight Xian slowly closed his eyes, summoning Night Hunt to stand guard. One must always remain vigilant. It is prudent to exercise caution on Nose Island. Night Hunt sat cross-legged, its emerald eyes fixed intently on Sun Yutong. The girl trembled under its gaze, her face pale, utterly unable to meet Night Hunt's stare, fearing it would pounce and devour her flesh. Within the tent, silence descended, leaving only the sound of strained breathing. As time passed, Knight Xian, in a rare moment, dreamt a dream. In the dream, a solitary moon hung high in the sky. Before a sandalwood square table sat a middle-aged man clad in a black tiger-striped tang suit, sitting upright and exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Beside him, a woman dressed in a crescent-white robe lounged, cradling a wailing infant in her arms. The child's round eyes widened, sucking on his fingers while peering at the moon. "Ahu, the child has turned 1 month old. It is time to name him." "Name him." The middle-aged man took the child, examining him with eyes full of tenderness. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Xian, distant and profound. One who is black yet possesses a hint of red is deemed profound. A dragon begets a tiger begets a tiger. My knight whose son is destined to be extraordinary. Henceforth, he shall be called Knight Xian." Chapter 37. A whale falls, all things emerge. The ruler-level demon beast consumes the remains of the sea whale. "Knight Young Master? Knight Young Master, wake up. Night has fallen. Knight Young Master." The warm call in his ear roused Knight Xian from his slumber. Glancing at Sun Yutong, he sighed deeply, feeling a sense of melancholy. He dreamed again, revisiting the days of his childhood when his mother was still present. It has been over a decade since their last meeting. What could have befallen her in this life? "What time is it?" "Knight Young Master, it is now the hour of the pig." Sun Yutong blinked, her hands resting on her legs as she replied in a soft voice. "The hour of the pig. It is still early. I am feeling a bit unwell and require treatment." "Understood." Sun Yutong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her head bowed low, a mix of fear and shyness swirling within her. She knew she could not evade the treatment. Half an hour later, Knight Xian exited the cabin. At this hour, the baboons were in the midst of their hunting ritual, with only the frail and elderly remaining in their territory. Shortly after Yi Xian stepped out of his domicile, he spotted Lu Erfa racing towards him astride a ghost-faced clouded leopard. Young Master Yi, the baboon troop has stumbled upon a great treasure." Lu Erfa, dismounting from the leopard, wore an expression of exhilaration. "Shall we take a look? A great treasure?" Yi Xian inquired, piqued by the mystery in Lu Erfa's demeanor. Awaiting Sun Yutong's emergence, he promptly followed Lu Erfa to their destination. After about an hour's journey, the trio arrived at a sandy beach, surrounded by the sea. The island of Mi Island was not lacking in such shores. Goodness, what a colossal beast. Sun Yutong gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Indeed. Sprawled on the beach was a creature measuring a staggering 20 meters in length. It was a beached whale. The whale's body glistened a deep azure, adorned with a myriad of gemstones upon its back. A horrific gash marred its abdomen, indicating that it had likely perished some time ago. A commanding level sea beast. The Devourer whale. Excitement flickered in Yixian's eyes as he mused. Fortune truly smiles upon me. This deceased juvenile Devourer whale undoubtedly possessed a rank between second tier 9 to 10 stars. Indeed, it was a juvenile. One must understand that an adult Devourer whale could grow to a terrifying length of 100 meters, with crystalline formations on its back reaching 3 meters in thickness. It seemed this unfortunate little creature had lost its way, only to fall victim to a horde of massive jaws, suffering severe abdominal injuries before meeting its demise in the depths of the ocean. A chorus of howls erupted from the nocturnal beasts along the beach, their bodies arched as they roared at one another in warning. Their numbers were astonishing, amounting to a terrifying 1,000 figures. In the shadows of the night, more nocturnal predators were drawn to the scene. Among them were ordinary-level beasts like the nightcat demons and the great-mouthed crocodiles, alongside an array of unique elite beasts. With a growl, an elite beast known as the Thorn Night Lion, clad in spiked black armor and wielding a tail resembling a meteor hammer, paced restlessly, its eyes glinting with avarice. The fall of a whale signified the birth of life anew. The flesh of such a formidable beast contained abundant energy. Consuming it could facilitate their own ascension in rank. Naturally, the nocturnal beasts would not let such a grand feast slip through their grasp. With a cacophony of cackles, the knife-wielding baboons sharpened their blades, brimming with impatience. Completely disregarding the disparity in strength among the beasts, waiting only for the old baboon king, Xuan, to issue the command to charge at the nocturnal predators. Mounted on a formidable earth-stabbing pig, the baboon king Xuan exhibited an air of calm, cunning and astute. He was wise enough to have Lu Erfa return to fetch reinforcements. "Oh dear, what a pity for this juvenile Devourer whale," remarked Captain Number 8. Cloaked in black and half concealed in the shadows, his scarred visage betraying a sense of regret. The Devourer whale, a titan among commanding level sea beasts, often commanded prices in the millions of beast coins within the black market, yet transactions were rare. Such creatures could not simply be acquired with wealth alone. Do you see the gemstone scales on its back? Those are rare materials for forging, each capable of fetching 1,000 beast coins. The flesh of the whale's abdomen is exquisite as well, and selling it would yield a handsome profit, not to mention the whale oil and liver inside, Captain No. 8 explained to the youths surrounding him, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned beast hunter. The nocturnal beasts grew restless, each vying for position as the battle loomed imminent. After a prolonged standoff, the beasts seemed to reach an unspoken agreement, retreating in unison at their leader's signal to clear a wide arena. An elite second-tier knife-wielding baboon stepped forward, its eyes gleaming with menace as it surveyed the assembly. Emerging from the throng was a black feline beast the size of a calf, an elite second-tier dark cursing cat demon. With a roar, it faced its opponent. And the imminent clash was palpable. The knife-wielding baboon, tall and imposing, surged forth, muscles taut beneath its skin as it swung its bone blade with ferocity. Just as it was about to strike, the dark cursing cat demon twisted its body, suddenly splitting into 3 shadowy figures. Its true form had circled behind the baboon, elongated claws shooting forth, leaving 5 bloody gashes in their wake. In terms of rank, the baboon's skin could not withstand the assault of the dark cursing cat demon. Clearly, this feline was far from the simple creature it appeared to be, having endured countless life-and-death battles. With a roar, the baboon's eyes turned crimson as it pivoted for another strike. Flames blazed forth. However, the dark cursing cat demon was already prepared, executing an elegant somersault to evade the attack, while simultaneously thickening and lengthening its tail, which then lashed out violently at the baboon's wrist. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as the baboon's wrist fractured, its weapon slipping from its grasp. With its weapon lost, the searing agony drove the baboon to madness. It pounded its chest, muscles bulging, its form expanding in size. Beast technique, bloodthirsty rampage. The cat demon's green eyes glinted with mockery as it stood upright, gesturing with its forepaws in a bizarre manner. A strange scene unfolded as the shadows on the ground seemed to come alive, rapidly morphing into a black cage that ensnared the baboon. When the cage vanished, a gaping wound appeared in its chest. Glancing down at the gash, the baboon could hardly believe it. Clutching its chest, it staggered backward before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With a languid yawn, the cat demon licked the blood from its claws, casting a challenging gaze at the other beasts, as if to say, "Who else dares covet the remains of the Devourer whale? Such a savage creature dispatching its equal in mere 3 moves. Utilizing the beast technique, Phantom Doppelganger, it had divided into 3 to confound its opponent, seizing the moment to employ the beast technique, Whip Tail, to disarm the knife-wielding baboon. Finally, it had utilized the beast technique, Shadow Prison, to claim victory. Captain Number 8, arms crossed and seemingly bored, took on the role of commentator. Xuan understood that amidst the impasse, the beasts were evidently engaging in a contest to determine the rightful ownership of the Devourer whale's remains. With this realization, Xuan was inspired. He retrieved from his pocket the slumbering little sword frog priest. The little creature dozed peacefully, its eyelashes fluttering as bubbles of snot ebbed and flowed. Sometimes large, sometimes small. Having absorbed the newly refined spiritual energy from the devouring refining pot, the dual-gifted Xiao had grown significantly, leaping 5 stars in rank. The first beast contract, a commanding level black gold night mantis, night hunt, 2nd tier, 7 stars. The second beast contract, a commanding level little sword frog priest, Xiao, 1st tier, 10 stars. Xuan felt a tinge of helplessness. Had it been an ordinary commanding level beast, it would have already ascended to the 2nd tier. Alas, Xiao's dual-gifted nature, harboring the soul of a commanding level sword abyss frog, necessitated a far greater spiritual energy for rank ascension, twice that of its peers. Awaken. It's time to fight. Xuan gently flicked the little creature, rousing it from its slumber. Compared to Night Hunt, this little one needed the experience of battle, and the current situation presented a perfect opportunity for growth. Xiao, the little sword frog priest, groggily crawled up, clutching its head, its gaze still dazed. Its serpentine tail coiled up into a little ball. It sat foolishly upon Xuan's palm. Chapter 38. The little sword frog priest unleashes its power. A new beast technique. Xiao. Locking eyes, the sleepy little sword frog priest clutched Xuan's finger, nuzzling affectionately against it. Go fight. If you win, I'll reward you with honey. A whole big basin full. Xuan proclaimed, his hand gesturing grandly like a magnate, painting a picture of promise for the little creature. The eyes of the little sword frog priest sparkled with a brilliant blue light, instantly invigorating its spirit. Battle, for battle brings delectable rewards. I must fight. The little sword frog priest puffed up its cheeks and glared fiercely at the arena. At that moment, the elite tier, 2nd stage Dark Curse Cat Demon was locked in a fierce struggle with the elite Ancient Rock Lizard. The two were engaged in a fierce clash. The Ancient Rock Lizard, with its impenetrable rocky armor, stood firm while the cat demon's claws scraped against the stone shell, creating dazzling sparks that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The Ancient Rock Lizard, however, found itself at a disadvantage against the nimble movements of the Dark Curse Cat Demon, which danced like a flickering shadow in the night. After a brief but intense skirmish, the Dark Curse Cat Demon achieved a second victory. It paused deliberately, exposing a seemingly vulnerable opening, and the irritable rock lizard took the bait. Its head heated with rage as it lunged forward with its gaping maw. In that fleeting moment, a shadow coalesced beneath the cat demon's feet, transforming into a black stone spike that struck precisely at the lizard's abdomen, flipping it completely over. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Curse Cat Demon leaped forward, its claws sinking deep into the unprotected belly of the lizard, pulling and tearing. With a sickening sound, the lizard's belly burst open, blood gushing forth. With a resounding crash, the Ancient Rock Lizard fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring from its massive wound. It struggled to rise, but could only emit a feeble, mournful cry. In no time, it followed the fate of its kin, the Blade Monkey, succumbing to the loss of life. Meow. The Dark Curse Cat Demon landed gracefully, its fur bristling, exhaling a triumphant huff, and surveyed the arena with its vertical pupils, proclaiming its victory. The myriad night-dwelling beasts were taken aback, astonished that such a small cat could be so formidable, ruthlessly dispatching 2 elite beasts of the same rank. Xiao. Observing this, the little sword frog priest's cheeks puffed even more roundly. It was eager to try its luck, its blue eyes fixated on the proud cat demon standing in the arena. Defeating it would grant access to an endless feast of delicacies. Night Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he sent the little sword frog priest forth. Go forth, little one. The little sword frog priest's gaze was resolute as its body curled into a ball, spinning toward the arena. With a thud, it stumbled upon landing, failing to steady itself, and its tiny frame tumbled forward, its forehead striking solidly against a piece of bluestone. Ouch! The little creature winced, tears welling up as it clutched its head, wobbling as it stood. A round, swollen bump was evident on its forehead. The little sword frog priest sniffled pitifully but stubbornly shook its head, re-establishing its battle stance with tear-filled eyes. Night Xian winced, a line of dark frustration appearing on his forehead. Roar! Hee hee! The beast horde could no longer contain themselves. A blade monkey leader doubled over with laughter, dancing wildly in place, dropping its weapon to the ground. Xiao, the little sword frog priest, both furious and indignant, shot a glare at the beast horde, summoning a staff of water spirit energy that it gripped tightly. Xiao, under the watchful eyes of all, it boldly challenged the elite second-stage Dark Curse Cat Demon. Meow. The Dark Curse Cat Demon tilted its head, pacing back and forth, intrigued by the little sword frog priest. Before it stood this small creature, adorned with a bone frog ornament in its blue hair. Though its size was no larger than a palm, it exuded a latent power. Qiao, Beast Technique, Sword Frog Horde. Knight Xian's eyes narrowed, silently commanding through his spiritual bond. Qiao, the little sword frog priest understood, channeling its energy. Buzz. The ground shimmered with a faint light, and a dreamlike blue pentagram array took shape. In the blink of an eye, over 50 sword frogs leapt forth. Each as large as a basin, their limbs resembling sharp blades, formed entirely from blue water spirit energy. First tier, 10 stars, ordinary sword frogs, 53. In an instant, the mocking laughter in the arena ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Faced with the dense swarm of frogs, the leaders of several beast clans appeared utterly befuddled. What the heck? An army of frogs. In the crowd, Deer 2 stood dazed. Not just him, but Captain 8 and several young men and women shared the same slack-jawed astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a salted duck egg inside. Knight Xian chuckled. The realm of the sword frog horde was linked to Qiao's level. Moreover, the stronger Qiao became, the greater the number it could summon. At 1-star first tier, Qiao could summon 20 sword frogs in one go. Now, having reached 10 stars at first tier, it could call forth over 50. The distinction between first and second tiers was significant. And Knight Xian sensed that should Qiao ascend to the second tier, the number of sword frogs would surely double again. Meow. The Dark Curse Cat Demon crouched low, its eyes glinting with disdain as it retreated. Qiao. Without waiting for Knight Xian's command, the little sword frog priest began directing the sword frog horde to launch an assault. Qiao, exceedingly clever, recalled Knight Xian's tactical teachings. It signaled the frog horde to split into 2 teams, one for direct harassment, while the second divided into 2 groups to flank from the left and right, lying in wait for an opportunity to strike. Meow. The Dark Curse Cat Demon emitted a shrill screech, its fur bristling like a mass of black thorns. Its hind leg muscles tensed as its claws scraped deep grooves into the ground, its emerald vertical pupils locking onto the advancing blue frog horde. Ribbit. The 25 sword frogs at the forefront leapt simultaneously, their blade-like forelimbs glinting with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. They charged toward their target in a perfect fan formation, the sound of their slicing blades creating a resonant hum. The Dark Curse Cat Demon sprang into action, utilizing the cover of darkness to transform into a blurred afterimage, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating black mist. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving 3 violet-black claw marks in the air, causing 3 sword frogs to burst into splashes of water. The second group of sword frogs seized the moment to launch a counterattack, their blade-like feet aimed at the Dark Curse Cat Demon. Yet, upon penetrating what they thought was their target, they discovered it was merely an afterimage. In the dim night, the cat demon's figure flickered along the beach, each appearance accompanied by the dispersal of blue light from its energy. In a matter of mere breaths, over 20 sword frogs had vanished. Meow. The Dark Curse Cat Demon screeched, seemingly intent on swiftly dispatching the little sword frog priest, and faced with the encircling sword frog horde, it neither dodged nor flinched, its legs compressing like springs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of dozens of blades slicing through the air melded into a singular cacophony. Just as the icy gleam was about to graze the Dark Curse Cat Demon's fur, bam! The black mist erupted, and the Dark Curse Cat Demon split into 3. As the sword frogs pierced through the phantoms, these illusions suddenly enveloped the blades like thick tar, dragging the frog's movements to a halt by 3 beats. Chapter 39, Elite Shield Frog Guards. An unexpected delight. Third stage Snake Fruit. The true killing move is revealed. The true cat demon, concealed by the illusions, transformed into a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for the little sword frog priest. Qiao. The little sword frog priest waved its staff urgently, and the remaining sword frogs immediately adjusted their formation into a pentagram, launching a coordinated attack against the true form of the cat demon. However, bam! The Dark Curse Cat Demon exploded into a cloud of black mist once more. This was yet another illusion. The genuine Dark Curse Cat Demon had already leapt from the shadows, descending upon the little sword frog priest from above, its claws enveloped in violet-black energy, striking down with lethal intent. Be careful! Captain 8 gasped in shock, feeling a jolt of fear. This Dark Curse Cat Demon was no ordinary foe, its beast technique. Shadow Clone could only create 2 illusions, including the original, making a total of 3. 2 were fakes, and 1 was real. Yet this fellow possesses the remarkable ability to manifest 3 vividly lifelike doppelgangers. In the instant of their emergence, the true body employs the beast technique, Shadow Slip, moving stealthily like a phantom assassin towards the sword frog priest. Hee. Among the throng of beasts, an observing baboon, gleeful in its anticipation, seems to revel in the imagined scene of the sword frog priest being torn to shreds. At the critical juncture, Yi Xian's voice resonates through the beast bond, urging, "Now is the time, proceed as planned. Qiao, deploy the beast technique, shield frog guard." The young sword frog priest, brimming with energy, brandishes its watery staff. Buzz. The staff emits a blinding blue light, and the pentagram array before the young sword frog priest spins rapidly. Just as the claws of the dark curse cat demon are a mere 3 inches from its head, 2 azure beams of light soar skyward. Bang! The resounding clash of metal reverberates, sending tremors across the entire beach. A sudden upheaval occurs in the arena. Within the blue magical array, 2 colossal shield frogs materialize. Standing at the height of a person, their backs adorned with thick, turtle shell-like crystals of spiritual energy, wielding hexagonal shields that perfectly block the fatal strike. The claws of the dark curse cat demon scrape against the crystalline shield, producing a sound that grates on the nerves, yet failing to leave even a scratch. Elite level 1st tier, 10 stars. My heavens, this little creature can summon elite level water elemental manifestations? The observing Captain No. 8's eyes widen in astonishment as he realizes the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the 2 shield frogs have indeed reached elite status. A confident smile graces Yi Xian's lips. With Qiao's advancement to 1st tier 10 stars, it has instinctively comprehended a new racial beast technique through the lineage bloodline within. The green pupils of the dark curse cat demon constrict instinctively, sensing danger and wishing to retreat. However, one of the shield frogs suddenly opens its mouth, spewing forth a viscous blue gel that swiftly solidifies in midair, ensnaring the hind legs of the unsuspecting dark curse cat demon. Qiao, the young sword frog priest, seizes the opportunity, directing the sword blade frogs to launch their assault. The blue blades lunge directly towards the vital areas of the dark curse cat demon, its neck, chest, and head. Meow. At the brink of death, the dark curse cat demon audaciously tears free from its entrapment, blood spraying as it transforms into 3 indistinguishable afterimages, scattering in haste. Yet the second shield frog has long been poised, stomping heavily, causing countless sharp crystalline spikes to erupt from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 phantoms shatter one after another. The true dark curse cat demon, compelled to reveal itself, is left with 3 injured legs, its black-purple blood dripping incessantly. Its body sprawled on the ground, it gasps for breath, devoid of the strength to continue the fight. The young sword frog priest perches securely upon the shoulder of the shield frog, gazing with trepidation. Did I truly win? Without the aid of the great frog? Meow, the dark curse cat demon's heart sinks. It never anticipated being defeated by a mere 1st-tier juvenile beast. Now, gravely wounded and missing a limb, survival in this jungle seems an insurmountable challenge. Quack! The 2 blue crystalline shield frogs advance menacingly, and the dark curse cat demon, immobilized, can only watch helplessly. Stand down, Yi Xian commands, casually stepping forward to retrieve the severed cat leg from the ground. Meow, upon witnessing Yi Xian's approach, the dark curse cat demon bristles, its feline eyes wide with alarm. Do not attempt to flee. Remain still, Yi Xian instructs, bending to reattach the severed limb. He then produces a small, thumb-sized jade vial. This is a 2nd-tier potion, a quick healing elixir, capable of mending damaged flesh. It was procured from his uncle Yi Ya's beast ring. In a potion shop, it could fetch at least 1,000 beast coins. The dark curse cat demon hesitates, allowing Yi Xian to bite off the vial's cork and gradually pour the liquid at the junction of the severed limb. A miraculous scene unfolds as flesh buds sprout from the amputation site. The flesh regenerates, entwining, and soon, the limb is reattached, indistinguishable from its former state. Open wide. Meow. Yi Xian chuckles, swiftly pouring the remaining liquid into the dark curse cat demon's mouth. The demon, taken aback, feels its numerous injuries begin to heal. Meow, the dark curse cat demon, bewildered, rises cautiously, its gaze filled with suspicion as it paces back and forth, uncertain of Yi Xian's motives for aiding it. Would you care to join me? I hold you in high regard. Yi Xian's eyes glimmer with interest, extending an olive branch to the dark curse cat demon. The air hangs in silence. The dark curse cat demon takes a step back, gently shaking its head in refusal. Yi Xian's smile falters, becoming awkward. Ah, rejected. Little Yi Xian, remarks Black Princess, delighting in the misfortune. Meow. The dark curse cat demon casts one last penetrating glance at Xuan, its abdomen undulating as it expels a purple orb before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. What is this? Xuan muses, picking up the purple orb from the ground. The orb feels warm to the touch, its surface marked with winding serpent patterns. Contemplating for a moment, he summons Captain Number 8. Hiss, this is Captain No. 8's physique tenses, eyes wide with astonishment. What is it? Xuan inquires, fixating on Captain Number 8. My heavens, Xuan, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is a rare third-tier magical plant known as serpent fruit. Serpent fruit? Xuan is taken aback, as if a light bulb has gone off in his mind. A third-tier serpent fruit, bearing fruit every 50 years. Consuming one can extend the lifespan of a beastmaster or beast by a year. Captain No. 8's assertion holds true. Indeed, he has found a treasure. As the ancients say, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. Yet an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. The value of a magical plant with lifespan-extending properties is self-evident. Xuan's breath quickens, his eyes shining brightly. The effects of serpent fruit can stack. There is no concept of diminishing returns. One fruit extends life by 1 year, 2 fruits extend life by 2 years, and 3 fruits extend life by 3 years. What a stroke of luck. He is in dire need of an increase in his lifespan. With an A-grade Beastmaster talent, the demolished demon eye consumes lifespan to transform it into special energy, temporarily augmenting the efficacy of a beast's bloodline. The higher the beast's bloodline, the more lifespan must be burned. The transition from commander-level bloodline to king level is a significant watershed. Xuan has a hunch that if his lifespan limit is sufficiently high, he might attempt to evolve a commander-level beast's bloodline, allowing it to briefly ascend to king-level bloodline. Xuan, there is a third-tier serpent fruit tree on the Nose Island. Captain Number 8 reveals slowly. Perhaps that dark curse cat demon knows the location. After all, this fruit is its gift to you. Indeed. Chapter 40. Harvesting the remains of the young sea whale. The humans within the whale's corpse. Xuan's thoughts linger on the third-tier magical plant, serpent fruit. He snaps his fingers, summoning the black gold night mantis, Night Hunt. Clang. Night Hunt tilts its head, its sharp mantis blade gliding against each other, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. Under the night sky, a pair of striking pale blue insect eyes sweep across the gathered beasts. The aura of a commander-level beast surges forth unabashedly. The arena falls into a sudden silence, as the creatures caught in its gaze raise their tails and retreat. The weaker ones are so frightened that they lose control, their limbs turning to jelly. Commander level. A second-tier commander-level great beast. Nose Island is under the control of the Luo Demon Manor, resembling a formidable prison. The island is predominantly inhabited by second-tier and third-tier beasts, whether ordinary or elite. Once a commander-level beast is born, it is highly likely to be captured and assimilated by members of the Luo Demon Manor. In this Nose Island, the commander-level beasts are akin to sovereign entities. In an instant, all the beasts fled in a frenzy. Who had the leisure to concern themselves with the corpse of the commanding-level ocean-swallowing whale? They hunted for themselves. Xuan's expression shifted, his voice chilling as he issued the command. Whoosh. As his words fell, the poised Night Hunt moved, transforming into a grim reaper amidst the darkness, reaping lives. In the blink of an eye, Night Hunt vanished from sight, launching itself towards the herd of beasts. Elevated by its commanding-level talent, the shadow granted it unparalleled speed. The air was soon filled with the mournful cries of the demonic beasts. Captain Number 8 and several young men and women felt their scalps tingle, internally acknowledging that this creature was indeed a formidable mount of Xuan. Its power was truly extraordinary. Slaying elite demonic beasts of the same rank was akin to chopping down weeds by the roadside. The blade of decapitation either cleaved them in two or severed them at the waist. The scene was particularly gruesome. The sea breeze wafted, infusing the air with a refreshing, briny scent. Xuan stepped forward, approaching the carcass of the juvenile ocean-swallowing whale to inspect it. He reached out and patted its solid, plump exterior. Quite impressive indeed. It was remarkably fatty. He noted to himself that he would cut a few pieces to taste later, while the remainder could be tossed into the Beast Refinement Cauldron to be refined into spiritual energy for enhancing his 2 demonic pets. Xuan smiled with satisfaction, swiftly activating his second-tier beast artifact to store the carcass of the ocean-swallowing whale. Not long after securing the whale, Night Hunt returned, its 2 black gold mantis blades dripping with blood. In its mouth, it chewed incessantly on a severed limb of a mantis beast, reminiscent of a human chewing on dogbane. Tonight's harvest is quite bountiful. Let us return and savor the taste of whale meat, Xuan remarked, signaling for the baboons to collect the spoils. The others brightened at the prospect, instinctively swallowing hard. The meat of a commanding-level ocean-swallowing whale. The flavor must be exquisite. After tidying up the scene, they departed, leaving the beach to return to its tranquil state. However, it was not long before a series of faint yet sorrowful whale songs echoed from the horizon, soon drowned out by the crashing waves. In the brightly lit territory of the knife-wielding baboons, a 20-meter-long whale carcass lay sprawled, its massive head gazing up at the starry sky, its eyes clouded. Xuan clapped his hands, signaling Night Hunt to cut a piece of whale meat. Night Hunt complied, leaping onto the whale's flank to slice off a chunk of tender flesh. The sharp mantis blades glided effortlessly, severing a piece weighing 100 pounds. Glancing at the drooling old baboon king, Digimon, Night Hunt pondered for a moment before tossing the meat toward him impulsively. Discovering the whale carcass was a reward. Roaring with joy, old baboon king Digimon expressed his gratitude and quickly scooped up the large chunk of whale meat to savor while seated on the ground. Night Hunt continued to slice, once again severing another hefty piece of meat to toss out. At the moment it flung this piece, it seemed to sense something, its keen, azure eyes fixating on the belly of the ocean-swallowing whale. Hiss! Night Hunt hissed, turning to look at Xuan, who sat by the fire. Xuan paused, frowning as he rose. Young master, what is happening? Lu Erfa inquired, puzzled. Night Hunt informed, there is a life force within the whale's belly. A life force. The group exchanged glances, ceasing their previous activities with newfound intrigue. Night Hunt, open it up. Hiss. Night Hunt complied. Its arms clasped together as it unleashed a swift cross slash, effortlessly slicing through the whale's thick abdominal skin. At that moment, a deluge of intestines and stomach contents erupted forth like a burst dam. The commanding level demonic beast, the ocean-swallowing whale, possessed 3 stomachs: the forestomach, the main stomach, and the pyloric stomach. Captain Number 8, cradling his arms, elaborated on the internal structure of the whale. The forestomach primarily stores food and does not digest it. The main stomach secretes gastric acid, responsible for breaking down food into nutrients. The pyloric stomach connects to the intestines, further digesting and absorbing residual nutrients. Night Hunt proceeded to open the forestomach. Hiss. Upon receiving the command, Night Hunt sliced open the bulging forestomach. In an instant, numerous small fish and a humanoid figure shot out. Seeing the figure within the whale's stomach, Xuan fell into silence, while Captain No. 8 and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. A person, a living person. From the faintly heaving chest, it was evident that the individual was still alive. Young master, should we save him? This fellow's belly is nearly swollen like a pregnant woman. Save him. Understood. Lu Erfa rolled up his sleeves and led a few others forward to assist in the extraction. Inside the whale's belly lay a youth clad in a tattered garment. Likely having swallowed a considerable amount of seawater, his complexion ashen and breathing weak, resembling someone on the brink of death. After Lu Erfa and the others provided aid, the youth's breath stabilized gradually as he lay beside the fire, warming himself, his pale face contorted in a frown. I have a good memory. This fellow is unfamiliar. Not a prisoner from Nose Island. A young man suddenly spoke, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perhaps he is a prisoner from one of the 4 nearby islands. The others pondered, recalling the information about the 5 islands: eyebrow, eye, mouth, ear, and nose, previously shared by Captain Number 8. Captain Number 8 nodded in agreement. That makes sense. With tonight's northwesterly winds, this little guy is likely from eyebrow. Before he could finish, the youth on the ground suddenly coughed violently, expelling a large amount of seawater from his mouth and nose. The group fell silent, their gazes sharp as they turned to the youth. The youth opened his eyes, gasping for air, his gaze blankly fixed on the sky. Suddenly, he smiled, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Cough, cough. I escaped. I escaped from that place of slaughter. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. My name is Su Bo, and I hail from the South Province. Su Bo, overwhelmed with joy, looked at the others with gleaming eyes. Let us not be too hasty in our joy. Young one, what do you make of this? Captain Number 8, who had been silent, finally spoke. At the mention, Su Bo instinctively looked over. Upon seeing it, the young man's face turned pale as a sheet. Captain No. 8 grinned wickedly as he donned a raven mask. Congratulations, little fellow. You have jumped from one hell to another. This is Nose Island. Chapter 41, The Night Cat Demon Visits. A collaborative transaction. On Nose Island, Su Bo felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes dimming gradually, becoming lifeless, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Do not be afraid. I am a good person, Captain Number 8 chuckled, removing the mask and patting Su Bo's shoulder reassuringly. However, this gentle pat seemed to cause Su Bo to faint immediately. Ah, the youth's quality of sleep is impressive. He just drops right off, Captain Number 8 said awkwardly. Retrieving a blanket from the confines of the demon cage to drape over Su Bo Xuan, while feeding the slumbering Chio, expressed understanding. Yes, this is akin to digging a tunnel to escape from prison, only to end up in the dormitory of the guards playing mahjong. Qiu smacked its lips, savoring the honey, before snuggling into Yi Xian's collar and falling asleep, revealing only its little head. So well behaved. As Yi Xian gently stroked Qiu's head, he pondered and inquired, "What is the situation on the eyebrow, eye, mouth, and ear islands?" Similar to Nose Island, they are all cultivating the final Gu King. Captain No. 8's expression turned serious, the only distinction being that our Nazaida is under the guardianship of the esteemed Lord Feng, a third-tier beast master. The Lord Feng to whom he referred is none other than the instructor with the pig-faced mask, a presence that Knight Xian regards with trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, Captain Number 8 spoke again, his voice heavy with gravity. "Knight Xian, according to my investigations, it is highly probable that Lord Feng is the sole survivor of Nazaida from a decade ago, the previous king of the prisoner's curse." Knight Xian nodded nonchalantly, his attention fully absorbed in the Four Islands. This implied that the Four Islands also possessed a captain-level figure draped in a black robe, resembling a crow's visage. If he could eliminate them all, it would yield a bountiful amount of spiritual energy. Who knows, perhaps this could facilitate his breakthrough, officially ascending to the third tier. Time was of the essence. Only 2 days remained until the special training concluded, at which point a transport ship would arrive to deliver supplies. To seize control of that vessel for an escape, it was imperative to first eliminate the instructor dominating the fifth island. Knight Xian closed his eyes, already devising a meticulous plan. Within 2 days, he would carve a path through the Four Islands. Mew. In a dark corner of the woods, the rustling meow of a cat pulled Knight Xian back to reality. Following the sound, he spotted a pair of emerald beastly eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, intently fixated on him. Mew. The underbrush parted silently as the dark curse cat demon emerged, followed closely by 3 ordinary-level Dark Knight cat demon cubs, each no larger than an arm and still clad in their baby fur. No wonder it had refused my advances, it was a mother with young ones. Realization dawned on Knight Xian, and with a friendly demeanor, he waved at the dark curse cat demon. The creature scrutinized the whale carcass, pondering for a moment before leading her 3 cubs closer to Knight Xian while maintaining a safe distance. Mew mew. The 3 ordinary-level Dark Knight cat demon cubs blinked their eyes playfully, their tails wagging with unbridled joy. Noticing this, Knight Xian tossed 3 pieces of fish meat towards them. "Please enjoy." Mew. The 3 Dark Knight cat demon cubs fluffed up their fur, hissing at one another as they scrambled to snatch the pieces of whale meat. Each the size of a human head, the dark curse cat demon relaxed a bit, affectionately licking her cub's fur. "And here's a piece for you." Knight Xian chuckled lightly, tossing a 10-pound chunk of whale meat. Mew. The dark curse cat demon glanced gratefully at Knight Xian and began to lower her head to eat. As Knight Xian sat cross-legged, calm and unhurried, he skewered the whale meat with a stick and placed it over the fire to roast, leisurely continuing. "The jungle is far too perilous. You cannot be by their side forever." The dark curse cat demon's ears twitched as she continued to gnaw on the whale meat, albeit her pace slowed. The flesh of a leader-level beast is replete with abundant energy, which can aid in their growth and transformation. Do you not wish for your children to get ahead from the very start, thus increasing their chances of survival? Mew. The dark curse cat demon paused, raising her head to regard the handsome youth before her, nodding gently in agreement. "Shall we strike a deal?" Knight Xian narrowed his eyes into a slit, approaching the dark curse cat demon mother. "You wouldn't want your 3 little ones to one day fall prey to the jaws of another beast, would you?" Mew. The new mother dark curse cat demon appeared momentarily dazed. Upon regaining her senses, she found Knight Xian standing before her, his large hands resting gently on her smooth back. The dark curse cat demon's hefty body tensed, a low growl emanating from her throat. "Easy now, relax. You are a good mother, young, untamed, and your 3 cubs are utterly adorable." With a gentle push, Knight Xian coaxed the sizable dark curse cat demon to lie down, effortlessly stroking her head. The dark curse cat demon gradually relaxed, curling her limbs and lazily closing her eyes. She was unable to resist the soothing touch of a bipedal creature. "Shall we strike a deal?" Mew. Knight Xian produced a 3rd-tier serpent fruit. "Take me to the tree that bears this fruit tomorrow morning, and I shall trade you whale meat in exchange. We can set aside the matter concerning the 4 islands for now. Acquiring the serpent fruit tree is paramount." Mew. The dark curse cat demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Faced with the temptation of leader-level beast flesh, how could she possibly resist? She readily agreed. Knight Xian sighed in relief, rising to signal Night Hunt to prepare another 100 pounds of whale meat. With a resounding thud, a 100-pound slab of oily whale meat was thrown before the 3 cubs, who went utterly wild, nearly collapsing atop the whale meat in blissful slumber. Thus, an accord was reached between man and cat. As time flowed by, the dawn of the next day arrived. and Knight Xian was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Stepping outside, he found two youths restraining the visibly anxious Su Bo Master Knight. This fellow attempted to flee. One of the boys explained respectfully. Master Knight, should we? The other boy's eyes glinted with malice as he made a slicing gesture across his throat. Wait, no, don't kill me. I have value. Su Bo exclaimed, panic-stricken as he begged for mercy. Lock him up for now. I'll deal with him later. Knight Xian cast a glance at Su Bo, then turned away, losing interest. Understood. The two nodded in understanding, their faces set as they escorted Su Bo into a small wooden cabin. Exhaling the stale air from his lungs, Knight Xian entered the demon refining pot to observe. The abyssal whale, a leader-level beast, grows at a sluggish pace due to its massive size, requiring a tremendous amount of spiritual energy to ascend in rank. If one were to compare, their advancement is even more arduous than that of the Qiu, given its size. Refining this second-tier leader-level abyssal whale cub would grant Knight Xian an unprecedentedly pure essence of spiritual energy, which, upon transformation, shifted from a pale white to a rich azure hue. With a flick of his mind, Knight Xian transferred two of his beast companions from the Beast Master space into the demon refining pot. Absorb. Night Hunt, you go first. Mew. Night Hunt obediently nodded, scampering to a corner to observe with bated breath. Inside the demon refining pot, a surge of dense azure spiritual energy coiled around Night Hunt's 3-meter-tall form, causing his black golden armor to emit a metallic hum, with brilliant blue light bursting forth from the crevices of its joints. Boom! The mass of spiritual energy suddenly exploded, transforming into thousands of shimmering threads that penetrated the armor's seams, cleansing Night Hunt's physique. Knight Xian could even hear a sound akin to flowing lava resonating beneath the armor. Gradually, the black golden hue of the armor deepened at a visible rate. Night Hunt was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier 10 stars, second tier 8 stars, second tier 9 stars, until he reached Mew. Night Hunt tightened his grip on his serpent tail, his blue beastly eyes wide with curiosity as he observed the azure vortex of spiritual energy swirling above him, forming a tempest. As the storm collapsed, his 3-meter-tall figure suddenly froze. The next moment, the pressure of second tier 10 stars spread outward like a tidal wave. He had broken through to second tier 10 stars, reaching the pinnacle limit. Outside, Knight Xian squinted his eyes. At that moment, Night Hunt merely stood still, exuding an aura of both external and internal strength, a clear sign of having reached the current limit of his power. Now it's your turn, Qiu. Knight Xian gestured. There remained 1/3 of the spiritual energy mass obtained from refining the abyssal whale cub. The residual portion was sufficient for Qiu to breach into the second-tier realm. Mew. Qiu nodded obediently, mimicking Night Hunt as she stepped under the spiritual energy mass. As strands of azure spiritual energy flowed in, the little sword frog priest's ranks surged like bamboo shoots after a rain. Minutes later, the remaining azure spiritual energy mass was entirely depleted. With a resounding boom, a wave of blue breakthrough energy radiated outward from Qiu, sweeping across the surroundings. It transcended its shackles and successfully ascended to the realm of a second-tier, 1-star demon beast. Qiu. The little sword frog priest stared wide-eyed, foolishly observing its own transformation. Having advanced to the second tier, Qiu seemed to have grown slightly larger, yet in Yi Xian's eyes, it remained a diminutive creature no larger than a palm. Not bad. Yi Xian felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This heirloom, which had accompanied him since his reincarnation, was indeed a treasure. Without a so-called system, he was confident that with the demon refining jar, he could carve out a niche in this world, thus preserving the dignity of a transmigrator. Raising his head to gaze into the distance, Yi Xian beckoned to the lurking dark curse cat demon resting atop a tree. He smiled and instructed, "Lead me to the serpent fruit tree." Meow. The dark curse cat demon nodded, cautioning its 3 young ones atop the tree not to wander off, and gracefully began to guide the way. Yi Xian followed closely behind. This time, he had no intention of bringing anyone along. By noon, the pair arrived at a rocky hillside, its back against the coast, the ground littered with red stones and scattered bones of unknown beasts. Yi Xian stood atop a 3-meter-high rock, surveying the barren expanse. Within his line of sight lay a desolate stretch. Not a tree was in sight, nor even a blade of grass. Did the serpent fruit tree truly grow here? Yi Xian glanced at the dark curse cat demon, which was perched on a stone, grooming its paws. Meow. The cat leapt nimbly among the clusters of red stones. Yi Xian followed, circling around to a desolate mound of red rubble resembling a grave. The dark curse cat demon paused, flicking its tail to deftly send a stone the size of a grinding plate flying. Meow. It pointed with its tail toward a cave behind the rubble and leapt inside. Yi Xian hesitated but ultimately chose to follow. As he crouched to enter the cave, A wave of damp, fishy air assaulted him. The interior was dimly lit, but thanks to the faint light seeping through the crevices, he could still discern his surroundings. This was not a naturally formed cave, but rather an artificially excavated underground passage, its walls bearing the faint traces of chiseling, and the floor laid with weathered blue bricks. Dark red moss clung to the brick seams, slick and sticky underfoot. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon led the way, its tail swishing, signaling Xuan to keep up. The further they ventured, the more intricate the passage became, branching out like a spider's web. Xuan's fingertips lightly brushed against the wall, feeling the cold surface. He could vaguely make out some sort of carvings, resembling ancient runes or murals eroded by time. An underground tomb? He murmured softly, piecing together a possibility. Rustle. Suddenly, a series of soft sounds echoed in the darkness. Xuan halted, his gaze sharply scanning the myriad of corners. Squeak. A rustling noise reverberated through the passage as a red-furred demon rat, the size of an adult tabby, darted out, its crimson eyes glistening in the dark, bared fangs glaring defiantly at the intruder. Soon after, a second, then a third. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A swarm of rats surged forth from all directions, covering the ground like a tide, their shrill cries echoing in the narrow passage, sending chills down his spine. The ordinary fire attribute demon beast, the red-furred Jinx rat, known for its ability to form a kingdom of rats. Individually weak, but once they amassed in numbers, the likelihood of a rat king emerging increased. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon growled lowly, emanating an ominous glow to intimidate the swarm. Yet, the red-furred Jinx rats seemed unfazed, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they advanced, baring their teeth. Ordinary beasts, yet there were simply too many. Xuan narrowed his eyes, his fingers subtly moving to scratch the little sword frog priest hidden within his clothing. Squeak. The swarm no longer hesitated, using the walls as leverage. They suddenly sprang forward in a coordinated attack. Dozens of red-furred Jinx rats leaped simultaneously, their sharp fangs glinting like cold steel, hurtling toward Xuan like a rain of blood-red arrows. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon's fur bristled in shock. Who would have thought that these normally timid little snacks would dare to launch an attack today? Were they not belittling its feline prowess? Before Xuan could summon the little sword frog priest, it took the initiative to counterattack. With a flash, the dark cursed cat demon unleashed its claws, shimmering with cold light, and in an instant, it severed the front row of red-furred Jinx rats in half. The blood hung suspended in the air as the dark cursed cat demon twirled gracefully, its long tail sweeping like a steel whip, sending another 7 or 8 rats crashing against the wall with broken bones and torn sinews, painting the space with splashes of crimson. The dark cursed cat demon did not relent. It was determined to show the swarm who was superior. Its figure flickered amidst the mass of rats, each appearance accompanied by the anguished screams of the Jinx rats, its sharp claws acting as the scythe of death, methodically reaping lives. In the span of mere breaths, the ground was already carpeted with the corpses of the Jinx rats. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon stood amidst the pile of carcasses, elegantly licking the blood from its paws, its emerald eyes brimming with disdain. Well done, I commend you. Alas, you are already married with offspring. As a contracted demon pet, I adhere to 3 principles. I do not accept the ugly, for they are an eyesore. I do not accept the disobedient, for they are troublesome. And I do not accept those with young, for they are a burden. Oh dear, I cannot afford such complications. Xuan sighed, activating the demon refining jar to collect the multitude of rat corpses strewn about. This batch of red-furred Jinx rats was weak, the strongest among them barely reaching the first tier, 8 stars. Nonetheless, a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Chapter 43. The Tomb of Beastmaster Emote Song, The Phantom Maidens. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon finished licking the bloodstains and continued to navigate through the passage. This place was familiar to it. It could find the serpent fruit with its eyes closed. Xuan activated his Class A Beastmaster talent, the Destruction Demon Eye, amplifying his vision tenfold, illuminating the darkness as if it were daylight, revealing everything within sight. As the pair delved deeper for several minutes, Xuan suddenly stopped. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon turned, puzzled, glancing back at Xuan, who appeared lost in thought. Indeed, this was a grave sight. Quickly, gather your spiritual energy at your fingertips and touch the wall. All right, Xuan replied to Heiji, his fingers brushing over the crimson lines on the wall. A miraculous scene unfolded as the blood-red patterns writhed and reformed under his touch, revealing a complete mural. In the painting stood a beast master clad in splendid robes, his face etched with the traces of time as he gazed at a serpent-shaped sapling before him. At the base of the stone wall, a faint inscription emerged. 3rd-tier serpent fruit tree, bears fruit every 50 years. 1 fruit extends life by a year. Do you seek eternal life? Then venture deeper, fortunate successors. I have left you a special gift, Beastmaster Emote Song. Emote Song? Not familiar. Yi Xian pondered aloud, realizing that the third-tier magical plant, the serpent fruit tree discovered by the dark cursed cat demon, was not a natural occurrence, but rather artificially cultivated. Just as he spoke, the dark cursed cat demon suddenly bristled, emitting a warning growl. Yi Xian had sensed it earlier and calmly sidestepped, as a semi-transparent, rusted bronze sickle narrowly missed him, embedding itself into the stone wall. Clang! A crisp chime echoed through the dark passage as 12 semi-transparent figures materialized. They were young maidens dressed in white mourning garments, their skirts trailing without feet, only ethereal mist. They wielded rusted bronze sickles, their necks twisted at odd angles, and a uniform smile adorned their pale faces. Most chilling of all, their eyes were devoid of pupils. Only 2 flickering blue ghostly flames danced in their hollow sockets. Phantom maidens? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Do you recognize them? Yes. Elite-level dark attribute demon beasts, born of resentment. It appears that Emote Song is not a good person. Yi Xian clicked his tongue. He adjusted his sleeves and explained to Heiji. I have perused the ancient history of the Yi family. A millennium ago, a cruel custom known as family burial was prevalent in certain regions. When a beastmaster sensed their impending demise, they would entomb their beloved female kin alive in a prepared grave. Over the course of countless years, the grievances of these women fused with the sinister energies of the tomb, ultimately giving birth to a dark attribute beast known as the Ghostly Handmaiden. The Ghostly Handmaidens are devoid of thought, possess territorial instincts, and will eliminate any intruders. Hee hee. The foremost handmaiden emitted a laugh like silver bells, her scythe carving a ghastly arc of pale light. The dark cursed cat demon instinctively slashed with its claws, but they merely passed through the opponent's body. Physical attacks were utterly ineffective. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon, perplexed, retreated, contemplating that it had never encountered such a creature while hunting the red-furred golden mouse in this area. Chio, summon the shield frog guards, Yi Xian commanded. Chio peeked out, waving a small hand, and a blue magical array materialized on the ground. Accompanied by a chorus of croaks, 3 massive blue shield frogs, adorned with crystalline carapaces, leaped forth. Elite level 2, 1-star, shield frog guards. With Chio's promotion to level 2, her strength surged, allowing her to summon an additional 1. Quack, quack, quack. The 3 shield frogs positioned themselves in front of Yi Xian, casting sidelong glances at the foes. Yi Xian smirked, waving his hand dismissively. I see you are growing impatient with life, daring to ambush me. All 3 of you attack. Quack. The 3 shield frog guards obeyed the command, stomping the ground and unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Boom. The ground trembled, icy air surged, and blue crystal spikes erupted from the depths, piercing toward the ghostly handmaidens. Sensing the imminent danger, the handmaidens attempted to evade, but their movements were a beat too slow. For level 2 ghostly handmaidens were struck and instantly encased in ice. The remaining 8 ghostly handmaidens shrieked, advancing rather than retreating, rushing towards the shield frog guards. Their sides wove a deadly web, leaving charred marks on the rocky walls. Frog, charge. Chio, observing the scene, seemed worried that the 3 shield frog guards might falter. With a decisive gesture, she unleashed the beast technique, Blade Frog Swarm. The magical array trembled, and in an instant, hundreds of level 2, 1-star blade frogs erupted forth. Composed of water elemental energy, the blade frogs could indeed harm the ghostly handmaidens. This time, victory through sheer numbers. The battlefield descended into chaos, a sight both gruesome and unbearable to behold. The blade frogs leaped, their glistening, sharp limbs inflicting varying degrees of damage upon the ghostly handmaidens. The dark cursed cat demon licked its claws, alarmed, casting furtive glances at Chio. This little creature had grown stronger since their last encounter. Little one, instruct your froggy subordinates to be cautious. Do not let them kill me. Chio obediently nodded and hastily issued commands. Little Yi Xian, do you wish to capture this batch of ghostly handmaiden beasts? Heiji inquired with curiosity. Of course, Yi Xian replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gestured towards several of the ghostly handmaidens. Look at their appearances, quite exquisite. Oval faces, noses, but no eyes. Therefore, I intend to send them to the market. Wait, what do you mean? Heiji, within the confines of the refined beast cauldron, found it hard to maintain her composure. Exasperated. The literal meaning, Yi Xian explained with his arms crossed, a hint of nonchalance in his voice. Ghostly handmaidens possess boundless energy, never tiring. They are not human. They are essentially composed of condensed grievances, devoid of thought, existing solely for slaughter, perfect for sale. Once we return to the Stone City Yi family, I shall consign them to the Juhui Hongni Pavilion. fetching 100 beast coins per capture. Yi Xian licked his lips, transforming into a greedy merchant, his eyes gleaming with the unique luster of beast coins. Do not underestimate the profits. Consider this: 100 beast coins per capture. 12 ghostly handmaidens would yield 1,200 beast coins. With 12 hours in a day, that's 12 cycles, potentially earning me 10,000 beast coins daily. Over a month, that totals 300,000. Over a year, 3,600,000. And over 10 years, 36 million beast coins. A lucrative venture, which can not only bring joy to the ambitious souls of Stone City, but also fill my coffers to overflowing. Of course, I, Yi Xian, am not a petty individual. Leaning against the wall, Yi Xian observed, though they just attempted to ambush me, I hold no grudges. As long as they work for me for 100 years, I shall grant them freedom. Ji was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Chapter 44, The Mouse King, the Serpent Fruit Tree, the Blood Coffin. As the two conversed, the battle within the tomb concluded, and all 12 ghostly handmaidens transformed into icy statues. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward to collect them into his beast ring. Time was of the essence. Lead the way. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon nodded, agilely turning and continuing its guidance. As they advanced, Yi Xian encountered numerous beasts, night bats, rockworms. But the most abundant were the red-furred golden mice. The typically timid red-furred golden mice displayed an unusual boldness, launching a suicidal wave attack. Their aberrant behavior causing Yi Xian to ponder deeply. It must be that a mouse king has emerged among them. This was the only possibility that crossed his mind. The corridor gradually widened, and the dark cursed cat demon gracefully leaped down the final few steps. In the darkness, its green feline eyes shimmered unpredictably. Yi Xian followed closely, his boots crunching softly on the years of accumulated dust. Suddenly, the cat demon halted, licking its paw to signal their arrival. Before them stood two colossal stone statues, guardians of a tomb door, with fearsome fangs and claws entwined in decaying chains. The tomb door, worn by time, lay in ruins, revealing a dark, gaping cavern. With a swift kick, Yi Xian shattered the broken stone door and swaggered boldly inside. As he stepped into the main burial chamber, a chilling wind assaulted him. The lofty ceiling was adorned with countless glowing green phosphorescent orbs, illuminating a pool of blood below. At the center of the pool stood a grotesque, twisted ancient tree, its black trunk adorned with snake-like scales, each groove oozing dark red sap. Among the branches of this eerie tree hung hundreds of blue-purple fruits, varying in size from large to small and immature. Hiss! Yi Xian's complexion flushed, his eyes fixated. His heart thumped uncontrollably within his chest. At this moment, all he could see was that twisted, black fruit tree. Snake fruits. Hundreds of them. A single ripe snake fruit could extend one's lifespan by a year. And this tree bore at least half of its fruits in maturity. Yi Xian cautiously approached the snake fruits. Meow. The dark cursed cat demon emitted a warning, suddenly positioning itself before Yi Xian. It's all right. I am aware there is a beast in the pool, Yi Xian replied with a smile, continuing his advance. 1 step. 2 steps. As Yi Xian approached the blood-red pool, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! The blood pool erupted, and a scarlet shadow surged forth. With sharp fangs bared, it lunged for Yi Xian's throat, moving with a speed that left a trail of crimson light. Yi Xian remained calm and unperturbed, making no attempt to evade. Clang! At that critical moment, Yi Xian's companion revealed itself, its mantis blades closing in to shield him from the attack of the scarlet shadow. As the assault was thwarted, the figure decisively retreated, agilely climbing onto the cliff, a pair of beastly eyes gazing down intently at Yi Xian. Indeed, a mouse king had emerged from the swarm, TSK, and it was merely a newly ascended third-tier beast. Yi Xian murmured to himself, raising his gaze to scrutinize the massive red rat atop the cliff. The rodent stretched a meter in length, its body brimming with sinewy muscle, its skin taut and seemingly on the brink of bursting. Strangely, it bore structures akin to shark fins along its back. An elite-grade beast, the bloodfin rat, was an amphibious creature endowed with the talent of immense strength. Meow! The dark cursed cat demon, perched upon the azure stone, tilted its head in confusion. This was peculiar. All the formidable rodent beasts in this vicinity had been consumed by itself. Where had this creature emerged from? Chirp! Unable to suppress its inner bloodlust, the bloodfin rat launched itself forward, charging at Yi Xian once more. Night Hunt, instant kill. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he issued the command. Night Hunt sprang into action, its insect-like legs pressing down, the commanding pressure morphing into a tangible wave of black energy that erupted outward. In the fleeting moment of crossed arms, the surging dark attribute spiritual energy scorched the air, leaving behind a trail of charred residue. which then coalesced into a colossal scythe as dark as ink. Whoosh! A flash of black light flickered across the arena as the red and black streaks intersected. In midair, the descending third-tier bloodfin rat momentarily froze, and in the next instant, it exploded into a shower of uniformly scattered rat flesh. Meow! The dark curse cat demon puffed up, eyes wide with terror. Instant kill. The third-tier elite bloodfin rat was dead. Hiss! Night Hunt returned. Glancing at the faint scratch mark on its chest, an unexpected glimmer flashing in its insect-like eyes. The fallen creature was surprisingly swift, intriguing indeed. But that was all. After gathering the remnants of the bloodfin rat king, Xuan made his way toward the blood pool. Standing at the edge, he found himself in a quandary. For the third-tier magical plant, the serpent fruit tree, grew at the center of the pool. To excavate the tree in its entirety, he first needed to drain the mysterious liquid from the blood pool. After a brief contemplation, Xuan flicked his fingers, summoning the little sword frog priest from his embrace. Chio summoned the blade frog swarm. Chio. The obedient Chio complied, and as the array activated, hundreds of blade frogs materialized on the scene. In an instant, the croaking of frogs resonated throughout. Chio, have your frogs dig a drainage trench at the west side of the blood pool. Xuan pointed to the soft earth on the western side of the pool. Chio, ribbit. The blade frog swarm obeyed, their sharp legs flying as they effortlessly tore through the earth, soon forming a deep pit. Beginning the drainage, upon Xuan's command, several blade frogs simultaneously struck their claws, creating an opening at the edge of the blood pool. In an instant, the viscous blood surged forth as if a dam had broken, flowing into the deep pit along the newly excavated trench. The blood level visibly decreased, gradually revealing the bottom of the pool. Xuan's pupils widened in astonishment. At the bottom of the blood pool lay a coffin. The roots of the serpent-patterned ancient tree were entirely entwined around the crimson coffin, which was as red as blood and adorned with serpent-like patterns reminiscent of the ancient tree, partially obscured by the residual blood. Could it be that this coffin contained the beastmaster named Xuan? Xuan pondered aloud, recalling the mural. It was possible. Little Xuan, go and see if the coffin holds any valuable burial treasures. Black Princess showed interest, urging Xuan on. Very well. Xuan felt an itch of curiosity. As the Blue Star folk had a few favored pastimes, farming, thievery, and archaeology among them. To experience archaeology firsthand was undeniably thrilling. Cautiously, Xuan refrained from acting on his own. He positioned Night Hunt in front of him, directing the blade frog swarm to open the coffin. The blade frogs hopped over to the coffin, working collectively to dismantle it. The sharp blade sliced, and the blood coffin was gradually disassembled, revealing its contents. Xuan squinted to observe. Within the coffin lay a desiccated corpse of an elderly man. Clad in a tattered blue robe, the corpse showed no signs of decay. His fingers adorned with an ancient beast ring, and he held a small azure orb in his mouth. The azure orb shimmered like a morning star. If I am not mistaken, the object held by the old man should be a dragon pearl birthed from a king-level dragon beast. Chapter 45, The Dragon Pearl. An extraordinary talent among beast masters, Xuan. The dragon pearl is immensely valuable, containing the essence of dragon beasts. When worn continuously, it promotes longevity. And if held after death, it can prevent the body from decaying. Furthermore, it can be utilized to concoct a fourth-tier dragon molting potion. Administering this potion to a dragon beast can enhance its bloodline, allowing it to transform into a dragon. Xuan elaborated, his dark eyes brimming with excitement. The dragon pearl. A coveted treasure. If sold in the market, it could fetch at least a king-level beast. A king-level beast. Who would have imagined such a treasure lay within this modest tomb? Xuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, yet maintained his caution, not daring to approach. Drawing from the knowledge gleaned from numerous tomb-raiding films in his past life, he could not discount the possibility of the old man's mouth concealing venomous insects or beasts that might spring forth upon the pearl's extraction, delivering a vicious blow to the tomb raider. Chio, retrieve the pearl. Chio. A blade frog stepped forward, gently using its blade to extract the dragon pearl from the old man's mouth. The moment the pearl was dislodged, an unforeseen event transpired. Whoosh! Before Xuan's eyes, a translucent insect shadow swiftly burrowed into the blade frog's body. The shape of the insect was peculiar, with a human head and insect body. The human head bearing an uncanny resemblance to the deceased old man. The old man's expression was placid as he surged toward the blade frog's head. Witnessing this scene, both Black Princess and Xuan fell into silence. Xuan rubbed his nose, a chill creeping down his spine, instinctively retreating. A brand new life. Damn the Beastmaster Alliance. After a millennium, I, Xuan, have returned. I shall be reborn. How infuriating, to be a mere frog. Within the blade frog, the human head's gaze deepened, leaving only panic in its wake. Damn, Quickly, kill that wretched thing. Yi Xian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and hurriedly issued commands to Night Hunt. Wait, young friend, hear me out. Song was horrified. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a dark red cross energy slash came hurtling toward him. The explosion of dark attribute spiritual energy instantly obliterated the blade frog into fragments, accompanied by a piercing scream. Night Hunt, continue. Faced with the unknown, Yi Xian dared not be careless, cold sweat trickling down. Night Hunt nodded, its mantis arms clasped in prayer, releasing another cross slash. The strike tore through the air with a resounding buzz, accurately hitting the spot. Continue. Hiss. Continue. Hiss. Continue. After 3 minutes, Night Hunt's spiritual energy was depleted, panting heavily. Unable to execute any more beast techniques. Gazing at the smoking pit, Yi Xian's taut heart eased slightly. Having endured 23 cross slashes, it should be dead by now. Go. Sever that old man's corpse, lest any further troubles arise. Ribbit. The swarm of blade frogs hopped forward, eager to dismember Song's remains. During the dismemberment, a black book fell, catching Yi Xian's eye. He signaled one of the blade frogs to open the book, and upon seeing no hazards, Yi Xian approached to pick it up, settling onto a piece of azure stone to examine it. Upon opening the first page, it was filled with hasty handwriting. After a careful perusal, Yi Xian's expression turned complex as he slowly closed the book. How intriguing! The origins of Song could be traced back a millennium. Song was born into a humble family, orphaned at a tender age. The landlords who had seized his land took pity on him, granting him the position of a shepherd boy, which allowed him to scrape together a meager meal. Perhaps having endured the trials of life and death, he awakened to his innate talent as a beast master in adulthood, embarking on a new quest for immortality. A millennium ago, he secretly engaged in acts defying the heavens, using the living to nourish demons. Ultimately, his misdeeds were exposed, leading to a relentless pursuit by the Beastmaster Alliance that left him gravely wounded on this desolate island. Deep within this barren isle, Song stumbled upon an ancient tomb. Within, he discovered a sapling of a third-tier magical plant, the serpent fruit tree. This revelation indicated that the tomb was not of his own making, an opportunistic occupation, indeed. Night Xian mused as he closed the notebook titled Insect Cultivation Manual. Song was fortunate to have acquired a sapling of the serpent fruit tree, yet he was also cursed, for the tree would take 50 years to bear fruit, far beyond the span of his life. In pursuit of longevity, Song diligently researched and, in his twilight years, successfully cultivated a unique insect companion, the soul-devouring insect. This creature could harbor the souls of the deceased within its body, preserving and nurturing them until the opportune moment for possession arose. The elite-level insect he had encountered was, in fact, the soul-devouring insect housing Song's own soul. Night Xian was astounded and could not help but acknowledge Song's genius. His experiment had succeeded, allowing a third-tier Beastmaster's soul to lie dormant for a millennium without dissipating. Night Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his caution that had spared him from falling into Song's trap. The old man, in his dying moments, had intentionally planted the serpent fruit tree sapling atop his coffin as a bait, the first lure. The second lure was the invaluable dragon pearl in his possession. Should someone pluck the pearl, the soul-devouring insect would spring forth to seize their body, allowing Song to be reborn and escape the relentless pursuit of the Beastmaster Alliance, thus beginning anew under a different identity. Dusting off the notebook, Night Xian treasured it as a valuable find. The manual meticulously detailed the cultivation steps for the soul-devouring insect. It could potentially provide a second chance at life for any loved ones lost to misfortune. After gathering the book, Night Xian's gaze fell upon the third-tier serpent fruit tree and the azure dragon pearl. These two treasures were indeed priceless. The serpent fruit tree would extend his lifespan, while the dragon pearl could be exchanged for a king-level beast. With a flicker of inspiration, Night Xian attempted to store the serpent fruit tree within his beast refining vessel. In a flash of dark light, the mysterious space within the vessel materialized the tree. Excellent. My world now bore a shade of dark crimson. In the confines of the prison, the black-clad princess, bound by chains, languidly spoke. Next time, I'll find you a few money trees to brighten your view. Very well, she replied earnestly, without hesitation. Time slipped by unnoticed within the confines of the beast refining vessel. After securing the serpent fruit tree and the dragon pearl, Night Xian led several beast companions away. However, after taking a few steps, he retraced his path, resolutely searching the vicinity. Having collected all the treasures, what more could he be after? The beast ring, Song's beast ring. In his days, he had nearly forgotten this crucial item. As a renowned third-tier beastmaster, even if the ring's contents had suffered considerable decay over a millennium, it was likely to still contain something of value. As he spoke, his eyes brightened, and he hastily pried open a fragment of the shattered coffin, retrieving an ancient beast ring. A blind box. A millennium-old antique blind box. Chapter 46. Bubble Sprint. Arrival at May Island. Night Xian's consciousness melded with the second-tier beast ring, revealing its inner workings. As expected, after a millennium of erosion, most of the items had been reduced to mere remnants, leaving behind only a half-suit of black armor. This half-armor resembled a vest, approximately half a finger thick, adorned with a vividly lifelike tiger's head design. Night Xian's eyes sparkled as he summoned the half-armor from the ring. A remarkable find. Having withstood a millennium's wear, it must certainly be a third-tier beast artifact. With a grin, he donned the armor over his upper body. Nightshow tilted his head, unable to resist gently tapping the back of his mantis blade against it. Clang! Upon striking the armor, it gleamed brightly, and in the next instant, a translucent black shield materialized, enveloping Night Xian securely within. Witnessing this, Night Xian chuckled, certain of one fact. This half-armor was undeniably a third-tier defensive beast artifact. Only a third-tier artifact could possess such a protective barrier. Indeed, this excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. 12 elite-level ghost handmaidens, a third-tier magical serpent fruit tree, a dragon beast pearl, and a third-tier defensive beast artifact, along with the manual for cultivating the soul-devouring insect. With this half-armor, his personal safety was significantly enhanced. Night Xian patted the half-armor and proceeded to lead his beast companions out of the tomb. Stepping back into the sunlight, the radiant sun blazed overhead. I have matters to attend to. You may leave first. On the beach, Night Xian gazed toward the horizon. Through the mist, a shadowy outline of an island became discernible. According to Captain 8, this should be May Island, one of the 5 islands. Meow? The water-averse dark curse cat demon nodded while perched on a red reef, transforming into a black flash as it sped toward the knife-wielding baboon's territory. How do we get across? The distance between May Island and Bai Island appeared to be a daunting 20 kilometers. Fear not, I have a plan, Night Xian replied to Heiji, snapping his fingers to rouse the slumbering Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu, use your spiritual power to create a bubble for me. The larger, the better. Qiu. Qiu Qiu scratched its head, puffing its cheeks as it began to blow a bubble. With a pop, the small creature, despite its size, produced a 4-meter-high, 5-centimeter-thick blue bubble. Panting heavily, Qiu Qiu looked utterly exhausted. Impressive. Here is some honey as a reward, Night Xian praised, offering a treat. Qiu, instantly rejuvenated. Qiu Qiu eagerly accepted the reward. Little Night Xian, you plan to cross 20 kilometers with this bubble? Indeed, Night Xian affirmed, stepping into the blue bubble and signaling for Night Show to join him. Night Show tilted its head, contemplating, before sheathing its mantis blade and diving in. Night Show run. Towards May Island. Hiss. Night Show understood, channeling its strength into its legs and sprinting within the blue bubble. Gradually, the bubble began to roll in place, launching forth like a cannonball into the sea. An amusing scene unfolded as the calm ocean surface parted before the blue bubble, creating ripples as it surged forward with unyielding momentum. With Night Show's full-speed sprint, its velocity was nothing short of terrifying. Anything that crossed its path was met with a violent collision. A second-tier ordinary puff fish leapt into the air, only to be obliterated into a mist of blood by the speeding bubble, prompting a frenzy among the smaller sea beasts vying to feast upon the remains. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, a disoriented Night Xian felt as though he had collided with a speed bump. The sound of piercing screams filled his ears as his body was propelled uncontrollably into the air. Just as his head was about to strike a boulder, Night Show narrowly caught him, landing them both safely. Ugh! Night Xian's complexion paled, his throat convulsing as he succumbed to nausea, unable to restrain himself from retching on the ground. Heiji observed with a hint of schadenfreude, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she continued to gather her strength. You scoundrel! You've wrecked our ship. A voice erupted from behind Night Xian, only to be swiftly muffled as if someone had silenced it. Night Xian wiped his mouth and turned to investigate the source of the voice. On the sandy beach behind, 5 young men and women came into view, one girl having her mouth forcibly silenced, while the others displayed expressions of stark terror. A closer inspection revealed that the source of their distress was a rickety wooden boat, which they had apparently collided with due to the speed bumps they had just traversed. These 5 young prisoners from Meidao had intended to construct a vessel for a clandestine escape. The atmosphere turned eerily silent, the wind swirling sand about them, creating a disquieting ambience. You are not a prisoner from Meidao. After a moment of hesitation, a delicate-faced youth cautiously broke the silence, glancing fearfully at the towering figure of Yi Xian, gathering his courage to approach. Indeed, I hail from Binao, just like you. A mere prisoner, Yi Xian replied, his expression softening slightly as he rolled up his sleeves to reveal a distinctive mark, a symbol denoting his status as a prisoner. The mention of Binao sent shockwaves through the group, their minds stirred into a tempest of disbelief. A powerful individual indeed, having crossed the sea to arrive here, they marveled. Although expressions of perplexity soon clouded their faces. Young brother, I possess considerable intelligence. The circumstances in Meidao are no different from those in your Binao. Why have you come here to hide? I am not here to evade disaster, but to exact vengeance. Vengeance? Young brother, whom do you wish to kill? The leading youth, taken aback, inquired incredulously. Those marked with the numbers 1 and 10 on their chests. Yi Xian shrugged casually, beckoning as Night Hunter, ever attentive, handed him a half-open coconut. Kill the captains? Young brother, are you jesting? Those 10 captains are all at least second tier, with 10-star rankings, immensely powerful. With a swift motion, Yi Xian tossed a stack of seals before them, exactly 10. The leading youth was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the numbered seals. These seals, we recognize them well. Are they not the very seals worn by captains numbered 1 and 10? Could it be from Binao? Fellow wanderers in this troubled world, time is of the essence. Do you know the location of the temporary encampment? I require someone to guide me there. Yi Xian flashed a broad smile, his teeth gleaming like daggers in the dim light, which struck the others as somewhat sinister. The young men and women exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and suspicion. Are you afraid? Yi Xian's smile vanished as he revealed the mark on his arm. In your eyes? We are but ants, mere targets for your amusement. Are you truly content to hide away until the 10th day, continuing to slaughter one another until only one remains? Trust me, I can offer you. No, I can grant you all freedom. The leading youth fell silent, seemingly steeling himself before stepping forward with clenched fists. Young brother, I know the location of their temporary encampment. I shall lead you there. Your words ring true, rather than cowardly hiding in fear. It would be far better to follow you into battle. I wish to join as well. I possess the talent of a C-grade beastmaster and may be able to lend some small assistance. Very well, Yi Xian nodded, casually plucking a blade of foxtail grass and chewing on it. Chapter 47. The B-grade talent, Gongsun Yu Massacre. May I inquire your name, young brother? I am Gongsun Yu. Hailing from the Gongsun family of beastmasters beyond the South Sea, blessed with the B-grade talent of Beastmaster's Frenzy Aura. Gongsun Yu, the delicate-faced youth, performed a respectful bow. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, reassessing the seemingly frail young man before him. He bore the B-grade talent? The B-grade talent of Beastmaster's Frenzy Aura ranked among the upper echelons of its kind. This talent could bestow a beast with a brief surge of power, doubling its strength, speed, and defense for a short duration, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. In summary, it bore both advantages and disadvantages. Yi Xian, of the Knight family from Eastern Stone City, he introduced himself succinctly. Eastern Stone City. Gongsun Yu's eyes brightened with recognition. What a coincidence, young brother Yi. Several years ago, while accompanying my uncle on trade expeditions, I resided in Stone City for a time. I had no idea you hailed from one of the 3 great families, the Knight family. My apologies for my previous ignorance. As they conversed, a bond began to form among them. Gongsun Yu was a quintessential chatterbox, his voice soft and gentle, evoking an almost effeminate impression. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to have an epiphany, reaching out to grasp Gongsun Yu's neck. The speed was astonishing. Gongsun Yu was completely unaware until his neck was caught. The air stilled as Yi Xian blinked, awkwardly retracting his hand. Indeed, as I suspected, having studied traditional medicine, he could easily discern the pulse. Gongsun Yu gasped, his face flushing as he awkwardly stepped back. This spectacle caused the other young prisoners to roll their eyes in disbelief. What sort of conduct is this for a grown man? One muttered. If one were unaware, they might think you were the more delicate one. Cough, cough, young brother Gongsun. You appear slender, yet I did not expect you to be so muscular beneath the surface. Not quite as exaggerated as you claim. I merely exercise occasionally. Gongsun Yu, realizing his faux pas, lowered his hands and forced a smile, attempting to regain composure. However, he cast a somewhat resentful glance at Yi Xian, sensing something amiss. Up ahead lies their temporary encampment. Sister Bai Qiao possesses the talent of Eagle Eye, allowing her to scout from the perspective of birds. It was she who discovered this encampment, Gongsun Yu elaborated, introducing a young girl in their group who shared a similar scouting ability as Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded, his gaze sharpening as the power of his A-grade talent, the demolishing demon eye, amplified his vision tenfold, revealing the encampment with startling clarity. Within, numerous figures clad in black robes engaged in casual conversation, resting and recuperating. Should we discuss strategies before approaching? Gongsun Yu suggested, his courage waning as they neared the encampment, his eyes betraying trepidation. Not just him, the others displayed similar hesitance, caught in the web of fear instilled by the raven-masked enforcers. Strategies? None are needed. Yi Xian replied calmly, striding boldly into the temporary encampment. As he entered, the resting raven-masked enforcers and captains were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the young man clad in half-black armor who had intruded so brazenly. Without hesitation, Yi Xian made his way to the center. Sitting cross-legged beside a campfire, casually grabbing a piece of roasted meat to gnaw on, Gong Sun Yu and the others stood in stunned silence a short distance away, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. After a moment, a captain adorned with the number 10 insignia slowly spoke, his murderous intent palpable. You, boy, look unfamiliar. Do you seek to become a glutton before your demise? Yi Xian did not respond, instead flicking his wrist to produce a bronze beast coin emblazoned with the emblem of the Beastmaster Alliance. The coin rolled to rest before the 10th captain. Interesting. Do you wish to challenge me? The 10th captain rose with a mocking grin. Are you too afraid? Yi Xian wiped the grease from his lips, issuing a provocation. The captain's expression darkened as he summoned his beast, a second-tier 10-star elite Hell Tiger. The Hell Tiger, an elite bloodline beast, roared fiercely, its spiky black fur bristling with menace, poised to strike. As the atmosphere in the arena relaxed, the black-robed raven-faced inspectors formed a circle, relinquishing the space, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating a gruesome spectacle. Captain 10, known for his volatile temper, relished the practice of using individuals to nourish his monstrous companions. TSK. This unfamiliar young man dares to challenge our Captain 10. It is the most absurd jest I have ever heard. I wager he won't survive 3 rounds. 3 rounds? He likely won't endure even one. Whispers filled the air as they regarded Yi Xian with eyes akin to those of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Strike him down. Grant this young one a swift end. Captain 10 grinned menacingly, issuing commands through the beast contract. Roar. The infernal tiger stirred, its body enveloped in a sinister aura, exhaling a cloud of black mist. Within this mist, hundreds of black fog orbs, each bearing a human visage, screeched forth, hurtling towards Yi Xian. These were the wraiths, a talent of the infernal tiger, feasting upon human flesh and souls, transforming them into wraiths to serve its bidding. Calmly, Yi Xian gently patted the front of his attire. With a soft croak, the little sword frog priest emerged, hands clasped, glowing with a cerulean light. A hum resonated as the ground trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a blue magic array materialized. Just as the wraiths were about to surge forth, a colossal azure shadow erupted from the center of the array, a tongue slick with slime sweeping through the air with a sound like a thunderclap. Bang, bang, bang. The arena was filled with piercing shrieks, as the onlookers were momentarily blinded. In an instant, hundreds of wraiths exploded into black mist, dissipating into nothingness. Quack! The magic array trembled violently, and the next moment, a towering 5-meter giant frog beast composed of blue spiritual energy burst forth. The frog's entire body glimmered of vibrant azure. Crowned with a horn fashioned from water swords, its back adorned with countless blue mini-water swords, resembling fish swimming freely. The little sword frog priest's innate ability, dual birth, summoned a commanding sword abyss frog. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The raven-faced inspectors, who had initially gathered to spectate, now stood frozen in place, their pupils dilating sharply beneath their masks, their throats involuntarily convulsing. Those at the front row began to tremble uncontrollably, the hems of their black robes vibrating faintly. See commanding level. One managed to stammer through clenched teeth. Captain 10, aghast, instinctively recoiled a step. As a captain accustomed to dealing with ferocious beasts, he understood all too well what a commanding level sword abyss frog implied. It was an entity beyond the capabilities of inspectors of their rank. Quack. The second-tier 1-star commanding level sword abyss frog squinted its small eyes into slits, its 5-meter stature rendering it akin to a small blue mountain. Under its gaze, the infernal tiger's limbs weakened, almost succumbing to terror. Quack, quack, quack. The magic array roared, and 100 ordinary second-tier 1-star blade frogs leaped out in succession. Attack. Leave none alive, Yi Xian commanded, rising to summon his first contracted monster from the beast space. With a flash of black light, another commanding level pressure descended upon the arena. The black gold night mantis, Night Hunt, appeared, its murderous intent expanding like a tidal wave. Night Hunt's elongated form shimmered with a dark metallic sheen. 2 mantis blades crossing over, sending sparks flying, raising the hairs on the necks of all present. Black gold night mantis, dual commanding level. Captain 10 felt as if he had been choked, roaring in desperation. Don't just stand there. This is no ordinary rookie. This one comes prepared. All of you attack. A commanding level beastmaster? Several captain-level raven-faced inspectors were drenched in cold sweat, their resolve hardening as they summoned their monstrous companions. The arena was suddenly illuminated. Powerful beasts being unleashed: an elite second-tier 10-star flame lion, an elite second-tier 10-star armored rhino, an elite second-tier blue edge night mantis, and an elite wind blade owl. Too late. As the consequence of underestimation, I have already seized the upper hand. Swish, swish, swish. The sword abyss frog took the initiative. Its swimming fish swords buzzing as they darted forth, 100 beams of blue light cascading like a torrential downpour, carving deadly arcs through the air. 3 elite wind blade owls had just taken flight when they were pierced through by the dense rain of swords, plummeting with mournful cries. Thud! One of the swimming fish swords precisely pierced the eye of the flame lion, bursting forth from the back of its skull and simultaneously impaling its commander, Captain 5. Captain 5 fell to the ground, incredulous, his blood staining his mask. The blade frog swarm, unwilling to yield, scattered, distracting the raven-faced inspectors to buy time for the hunt. Blue lights darted chaotically, their sharp limbs leaving deep, ominous gashes in their wake. The blade frogs moved with astonishing speed, and amidst the chaos, a raven-faced inspector found himself unable to evade, his neck pierced, consciousness fading. Remain calm. I will hold them off. You all find a way to eliminate that young man. The strongest Captain 1 commanded, orchestrating a temporary strategy with precision. Understood. Captain 1's authority was immense, and several captains responded in unison. Armored rhinos, charge. Roar. At Captain 1's signal, 2 elite second-tier 10-star armored rhinos charged forth, their massive forms resembling mobile fortresses. Their heavy hoofs cracked the ground, sharp horns gleaming with metallic luster as they barreled towards the sword abyss frog with unstoppable force. Captain 1's expression remained calm beneath his mask. His combat experience was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the younger captains. These elite armored rhinos, specially bred, boasted defenses rivaling commanding-level beasts. Even if they could not defeat the sword abyss frog, they would certainly. Brother Yi, I shall assist you. Gong Sun Yu's voice rang out suddenly. Unbeknownst to when he had entered, he had brought several allies into the arena. With a flick of his finger, a crimson halo surged forth, enveloping the sword abyss frog. Category B, Category A, Category C, Category D. B-level Beast Master Talent. Rampaging Halo. The sword abyss frog's form surged with crimson patterns, its size increasing by a third. As the massive sword horn atop its head trembled, and the blue blades became entwined with frenzied scarlet energy. What? Captain 1's eyelids twitched violently, his heart sinking into an abyss of dread. Damn it! How could I make such a fundamental mistake and overlook those pesky little mice? Boom! The sword abyss frog croaked loudly as the terrifying sword horn shot forth, spinning at a speed tripled from normal, the air splitting with a piercing shriek. Wherever the sword horn passed, the ground was plowed into a deep ravine. Bang! The first armored rhino's sharp horn collided with the sword horn, the supposedly indestructible rhino horn shattering like glass. The sword horn's momentum did not wane, piercing straight through the armored rhino's thick skull, sending the second armored rhino tumbling to the ground like a flipped turtle, struggling and moaning. No, my armored rhinos. Captain 1 staggered backward, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Impressive. Yi Xian gave Gong Sun Yu a thumbs up. Delightful. Truly delightful. It proved to be rather exhilarating to have a competent ally by one's side. Be careful, Brother Yi. Gong Sun Yu exclaimed urgently, his expression tightening. From the shadows, 3 ghostly figures stealthily approached Yi Xian. 3 captains dark curse cat demons seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, leaping from the shadows. Their sharp claws aimed directly at Yi Xian's vital points: neck, head, and chest. Swish! The black gold mantis blades sliced through the air like scythes of death. Night Hunt had inexplicably positioned itself before Yi Xian, its blades accurately severing the heads of the 3 cat demons. The 3 headless bodies stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing to the ground. Gong Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief, flicking his finger once more to cast the rampaging halo. The scarlet glow enveloped the body of Night Hunt, staining his armor crimson and causing his physique to swell. No need to protect me. Hunt on your own. Hiss. Night Hunt stirred, his murderous intent unleashed, appearing like a specter amidst the battlefield. With every flash of the mantis blade, a crimson line would shoot skyward. Night Hunt had reached the pinnacle of the second tier, 10-star rank for leaders, and now, empowered by the violent aura of a B-rank Beastmaster talent, his speed became ghostly, with only fleeting black shadows visible in the arena, rendering his true form indistinguishable. Wherever he passed, the raven-faced men and elite demonic beasts fell like wheat before the scythe. Boom! The black gold cross slash was unleashed, and the last remnants of Captain 1's steel-armored rhinoceros, having just risen from the ground, were cleaved into 4 pieces. As the afterimage swept by, the necks of 2 captain-level raven-faced figures simultaneously revealed bloodlines. In an instant, heads rolled, leaving only headless corpses behind. Night Hunt's speed had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. With every flash, death accompanied him, and the entire battlefield seemed to be pressed into slow motion, while the Black Gold Reaper remained breathtakingly swift. Run! Under an unprecedented pressure of terror, the raven-faced inspectors lost all courage, weeping and howling as they fled. Even Captain One chose to abandon dignity and escape. Alas, his fate was unfortunate. With the bond to his beast severed, Captain One became disoriented, in a moment of inattention. He was slain by a blade toad that sprang from the grass. In mere moments, the temporary camp on May Island had transformed into a hell on earth. Blood flowed like rivers beneath Night Xian's feet, yet not a speck of dust marred his form. Gongsun Yu and the others stood frozen, finally comprehending the true horror of the seemingly harmless youth in the dark robe before them. One man, annihilating an entire camp. Chapter 49, Leader Level, Crimson Sandworm. The temporary camp on May Island was littered with corpses of the dead and the fleeing. Night Xian clapped his hands, bent down, and picked up a triangular hat from a captain-level beastmaster, examining it. The hat was a brownish hue, reminiscent of a medieval captain's hat from a past life. It was rigid, seemingly crafted from seal skin, comparable in hardness to a first-tier defensive beast tool. After toying with it for a while, Night Xian donned it atop his head, using it to shield his vulnerable crown. Adjusting the triangular hat, he began to tidy up the scene, organizing his spoils. Half an hour later, Night Xian and his companions sat around a campfire. Above the flames lay an iron pot, simmering with meat. Next to Night Xian, the black gold night mantis, Night Hunt, sat cross-legged, silently gnawing on a remnant of a green blade night mantis. The crunching sound sent shivers down Gongsun Yu and the others. Their faces pale. Chiao, the little blade toad priest, Chiao, perched atop Night Xian's head, licking honey from a coconut bowl while sneakily observing Night Hunt as it feasted. After a moment's thought, it discreetly poked Night Hunt's head with its serpentine tail. Night Hunt paused, turning his head, his insectal green eyes locking onto the little blade toad priest. Chiao. The little blade toad priest blinked its eyes, reluctantly offering the coconut shell bowl. Hiss. Night Hunt's insect eyes softened as he deftly accepted the coconut bowl, pouring the honey over the remains of the green blade night mantis. With the bloodline of the hunting mantis bee coursing through him, the path to enhancing his lineage lay before him. To hunt his kin and then feast. After drenching it in honey, Night Hunt's mantis blade sliced off a small piece of the tender mantis flesh and presented it to the little blade toad priest, who was eagerly licking its fingers. Chiao. The little blade toad's eyes lit up, hastily accepting the honey-drizzled white mantis meat to savor. Night Brother. Gongsun Yu broke the silence, still bearing an expression of awe. He looked toward Night Xian, anticipating a question. Night Brother, what shall we do next? All eyes turned to Night Xian. The youth's prowess had captivated them. They were now entirely reliant on him. Night Xian took a sip of water to moisten his dry throat before speaking. We will hijack the transport ship arriving at Nose Island tomorrow evening and then escape from here. What about the instructor wearing the pig mask? He is quite powerful. With him around, how can we seize the transport ship? You know the instructor? Of course, Gongsun Yu replied with a bitter smile. I was personally captured by him and brought here. Night Xian fell silent, his gaze turning icy. Naturally, we must eliminate him. If we do not kill him, you and I will never escape from here. Thus, we need to unite and twist all the prisoners from the 5 islands into an unbreakable rope. Prepare yourselves. Next, we head for the nearby island. All right, we will follow Night Brother's lead. The group returned to the shoreline, where Night Xian snapped his fingers, summoning a small black boat adorned with a ghostly visage emblem from a second-tier beast ring. This vessel, a first-tier beast tool, was sturdy enough to accommodate around 10 individuals and had been acquired from the beast ring of the captain of Team 1 on May Island. It was likely used for traversing the 5 islands. Night Brother, why don't we use this small boat to escape? The air fell still as several gazes converged on the young man who had spoken, as if regarding a simpleton. Night Xian boarded the vessel and calmly explained. In this continent, land occupies merely 30%. The rest is vast, boundless sea. The waters are fraught with peril, and sea beasts abound like fish in a river. If we are unfortunate enough to encounter a high-tier king-level sea beast, or even more terrifying royal-level ones, do you think we can survive? No, we cannot. Ordinary small boats navigate the sea at the risk of death. However, the specially crafted transport vessels from the Yuluo Demon Mansion are different. Each is worth a fortune, with construction costs reaching millions of beast coins. The hull is forged from rare alloys, with high-tier sea beast bones integrated into the interior, making the entire ship as solid as rock. Even amidst stormy waves, it remains unyielding, and its aura can often dispel most sea beasts, allowing us to sail freely across the ocean. The young man suddenly understood, feeling embarrassed as he boarded the small boat. Gongsun Yu volunteered, summoning his first contracted demon beast, an elite-level unicorn seal. The unicorn seal, an elite demon beast, possessed the talent of immense strength. Roar! The round-headed, round-bodied unicorn seal nuzzled Gongsun Yu, seeking his favor. Unicorn, go pull the boat. I'll reward you with thorn fruit later. Thorn fruit was one of the unicorn seal's favorite treats. Roar! The unicorn seal's eyes brightened, swiftly manipulating water spirit energy to form reins connecting to the small boat, diving into the water and speeding away. At Nose Island, in a peach blossom grove, several raven-faced inspectors trembled as they knelt, their eyes wide with fear beneath their masks. Are they all dead? The instructor sat beneath a peach tree, his tone devoid of emotion. Yes, one of the raven-faced inspectors stammered, the one from the Night family, Knight Xuan, his beastmaster talent, Eye of Death, has inexplicably transformed and advanced to a rank. Several captains were no match for him and perished, including Captain 1. Captain 1. The instructor rose, his loose black robe flowing like raven feathers, eyes glinting with interest beneath the pig mask. A talent that has evolved to a rank? Intriguing. It seems this final Gu King is destined to be him. Tomorrow, after the 10-day special training concludes, I shall study this little fellow in detail. As for you, why return when the captains are dead? The instructor's voice turned cold as he cast a sidelong glance at the raven-faced inspectors. A chill gripped their hearts. Without a second thought, they scrambled to flee. The murderous intent, a malice akin to a tidal wave. The instructor's heart was set on slaughter. Boom. The once flat ground of the peach orchard suddenly collapsed, transforming the soft earth into a swirling vortex of pitch-black quicksand. This dark whirlpool, resembling a greedy maw, voraciously devoured all living beings in its vicinity, including the fluttering peach blossoms that were swept away, vanishing without a trace. The air was filled with anguished screams, which soon fell silent, returning to stillness. From within the sandy whirlpool, a monstrous sandworm, measuring 10 meters in length, erupted from the ground. Its grotesque mandibles consumed 2/3 of its head, with layers of circular, razor-sharp teeth spinning like a precision meat grinder, emitting a chilling clattering sound. This colossal creature first reared its head to emit a piercing shriek. Then, like a tamed hound, it slowly lowered its massive body, submissively crawling at the feet of its instructor, writhing its corpulent form in a display of deference. A commander-level beast, a 3-star 2-rank red desert sandworm. It was the instructor's second contracted beast following the elite-level Qingfeng night mantis. Knight Xuan of the Night family from Stone City found it amusing. Tomorrow, I shall await your arrival. The black-robed instructor chuckled lightly before resuming his seated position beneath the tree, feigning slumber. Chapter 50. 3 Great Supports. A significant breakthrough for Qiu. Time, like sand, slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed unnoticed. As the morning light of the 10th day dawned, casting a pale hue across the horizon, a wisp of purple mist emerged from the east, painting a fluid watercolor scene. On one of the 5 islands, Kodao, 3 youths gathered, occasionally glancing at the half-reclined black-clad youth resting on the tree branches, who lay with his arms cradling his head. A brown triangular captain's hat perched atop his face, deep in slumber. Knight Xuan has been busy and weary. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Gongsun Yu broke the silence. I am Su Yu, a first-rank 4-star beast tamer, a prisoner of Kodao, with a rapid talent for beast tamers at the B rank. The warm and gentle youth in white introduced himself with a soft smile, facing Gongsun Yu. Wang Qi, one of the 5 islands, a prisoner of Erdeo. Possessing B-rank talent as a beast tamer, with an affinity for thunder, replied the buzz-cut youth in black, opening his eyes. Gongsun Yu, a prisoner of Meidao. With a B-rank talent for beast tamers characterized by a violent aura. With their introductions completed, the atmosphere once again fell into silence. All 3 were young prodigies endowed with B-rank talent for beast tamers, sought out by Knight Xuan from the 4 major islands. It was said that there was also a B-rank talent prodigy on Yedao, but misfortune befell him one fateful night, as he was mercilessly slaughtered by a pack of knife-wielding baboons. This echoed the words of the pig-faced instructor. The weak are prey for the strong. Only those who survive can be deemed geniuses. Su Yu sighed, grasping a tuft of grass from the ground and kneading it in his palm. Knight Xuan is correct. Resistance is the only way out. The Yuluo Beast Manor is a den of evil, despised by the world. I, Su Yu, hail from a pure lineage. How can I submit to the Yuluo Beast Manor and live as a mere servant in the shadows? Many ants can kill an elephant. Even a frozen snake can wield potent fangs. Gentlemen, the outcome of this endeavor rests upon us. Let us take the instructor's head. Perhaps we can even secure a position in the Beast Tamer Alliance. Gongsun Yu replied with a wry smile. Compared to the universally reviled Yuluo Beast Manor, he preferred the Beast Tamer Alliance. The Beast Tamer Alliance is excellent. Once certified, there are monthly subsidies, and one can occasionally undertake tasks to earn substantial beast coins. Wang Qi remarked, his eyes devoid of warmth. Regardless of whether it be the Yuluo Beast Manor or the Beast Tamer Alliance, my only desire is to exact revenge for my half-sister, Yimei. She was here 10 years ago. Hearing Wang Qi's words, Gong Sunyu and Su Yu exchanged peculiar glances. This Wang Qi had a story. He was a formidable individual. Just how formidable? He had discovered a small outpost of the Yuluo Beast Manor and willingly exposed himself. In other words, he had chosen to imprison himself here solely to uncover the whereabouts of his sister, Yimei. Though they shared different fathers, their blood still flowed from the same maternal lineage, a fixation that compelled Wang Qi to risk his freedom to unveil the shrouded truth. Cough, cough. Knight Xian coughed from the tree, removing his triangular captain's hat and shifting into a more comfortable position to lie on his side. By appearances, he seemed to be asleep. In reality, Knight Xian's consciousness was immersed in the space of the Beast Refining Cauldron. Within the cauldron, a large mass of dense white spiritual energy coalesced into a white orb, floating uncontrollably up and down. The 4 islands boasted 40 elite team leaders of the second-rank Beast Tamers, each with 2 contracted beast companions, totaling 80 second-rank 10-star elite beasts. Excluding the 20-some Qingfeng Night Mantis corpses prepared for Knight Xian's consumption, the remaining were refined by him using the cauldron. Furthermore, there were some ordinary creatures present as well. Qiao, Knight Xian's consciousness stirred, summoning the little sword frog priestess into the cauldron. Qiao, the small creature tugged at her tiny hands, looking around curiously. Hello, little one. Do come visit your sister when you have time, Black G smiled, greeting her from within the dark cage. Qiao, a bit timid, Qiao shrank her head, covering her eyes with her tiny hands as she floated toward the luminous energy mass. Buzz. Under Knight Xian's manipulation, the swirling spiritual energy unraveled like a silkworm spinning its silk, transforming into countless shimmering strands that danced as if alive, infusing themselves into Qiao's body. Suddenly, Qiao's petite form trembled violently, and an explosion of radiant spiritual light erupted from within her, her aura rapidly ascending. 2 stars, 5 stars, 7 stars until finally, with a clear sound of energy release, her realm stabilized at the pinnacle of second-rank 10 stars. She had surged through 9 stars. My heavens, Knight Xian gasped in shock, a chill running down his spine. The higher the bloodline of a beast, the more spiritual energy was required for its ascension. To illustrate, consider a small bottle of cola priced at $3 versus a large bottle at $7. Spiritual energy equals cola. Ordinary beasts are like the small bottle, easily filled, whereas commander-level beasts resemble the large bottle, requiring much more cola to fill. Qiao's dual birth talent meant that the spiritual energy required for her ascension was doubled. In this instance, over half of the spiritual energy derived from 52nd-rank 10-star beast corpses had been consumed, leaving only 30% remaining. Qiao, a glutton for spiritual energy, he mused. Nonetheless, Qiao's strength was also exceptional. Contracting her as a beast companion was akin to acquiring 2 commander-level beasts. Qiao, perceiving the change in her body, Qiao scratched her head, her small face filled with confusion. It seems I have grown stronger. My body is brimming with boundless power. How does it feel? Qiao licked her fingers, drooling as she realized she was quite hungry. You're in good condition, with no adverse side effects. Rest for a bit, and we shall have a meal soon. Qiao, after placing Qiao back into the Beast Tamer space, Knight Xian gazed at the remaining 30% of the spiritual energy mass in the cauldron, feeling apprehensive. He worried whether this residual energy would suffice to support his breakthrough to the 3rd rank. After all, the spiritual energy required for elevating a beast tamer's realm was indeed a vast quantity. The further one advanced, the more challenging it became. Charge. Only by breaking through to the 3rd rank could he qualify to contend with the instructor and escape this place. Knight Xian clenched his teeth and, in reality, opened his eyes, leaping down from the tree. Wait a moment. I need to take care of something. He nodded to the 3. They quickly forced smiles and cupped their hands in farewell. Yi Xian is indeed a ruthless individual, tirelessly traversing the land within a single day. He has eliminated 40 captain-level beastmasters across 4 islands and 100 inspectors. After his departure, he stealthily concealed himself within the nearby thicket. Releasing Night Hunter and Xiao for protection, the young man finally felt at ease to sit cross-legged, channeling the spiritual energy from the demon refinement jar into his body. As time flowed, it unknowingly reached midday. The sun above the mouth island blazed fiercely, casting dappled sunlight through the branches, creating intricate patterns on the ground. In the woods, Gong Sunyu and his companions were visibly anxious. Why is Yi Xian taking such an inordinate amount of time? Gong Sunyu pondered aloud. Why don't you go search for him, brother Gongsun? Suyu encouraged. Gongsun hesitated. The expressionless figure of Wang Qi rose, declaring, I shall go. All right, thank you. Wang, Gongsun began, but before he could finish, Yi Xian emerged from the nearby bushes. Wang Qi relaxed slightly upon seeing him and resumed his cross-legged position on the ground. Prepare yourselves, we are heading to Nose Island, Yi Xian instructed. Flicking his triangular captain's hat with his fingers, his black eyes gleaming like the morning star. The trio nodded, their gazes scrutinizing Yi Xian, sensing an indescribable change within him, a transformation that rendered him otherworldly, inducing a refreshing aura. On the sea, a unicorn seal strained to pull the vessel toward Nose Island. Leaning against the stern, Yi Xian silently consumed a third-tier magical snake fruit, its taste akin to foul-smelling snake meat, yet he savored it as if it were a delicacy. A smile gracing his face. One fruit could extend his life by a year, hence the delight. After swallowing the pit and licking his fingers, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before tossing a blood-stained notebook to Wang Qi across the way. This is your sister's memento. She perished on Nose Island a decade ago. Yi Xian held admiration for Wang Qi. He possessed a certain fortitude. The black-clad youth, Wang Qi, trembled, his eyes reddening as he silently accepted the notebook and began to peruse it. As he flipped through its pages, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. With a sudden motion, Wang Qi's sleeves billowed, and azure lightning crackled, causing Yi Xian and the others to roll their eyes. His B-tier Beast Master talent, Bestow Thunder, granted temporary blue lightning power to beasts. The higher one's mastery, the more formidable the bestowed power became, an undeniably formidable talent. Wang Qi the young Suyu could not help but interject. I apologize. Wang Qi inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, nodding in contrition. Nose Island, we have arrived, Yi Xian announced, casting his gaze upon the approaching isle, which bore a resemblance to an elongated nose. Disembarking, Yi Xian navigated with ease, leading the trio directly to the territory of the knife-wielding baboons. Upon returning, he was met with unfamiliar faces, an atmosphere thick with a chilling aura. Brother Xian, the youthful girl, Sun Yutong, greeted him eagerly. Did Captain 8 bring them? Yi Xian indicated the newly added prisoners. Indeed, she replied. Captain 8 believes that more hands mean more strength. Young Master Yi, command us as you wish. We are prepared to face any peril for you. The group of prisoners from Nose Island proclaimed fervently, stepping forward to salute. Time waits for no one. Everyone, prepare to intercept the transport ship at the seaside. What? The group of prisoners faltered, wide-eyed. Intercept the transport ship of the Yuluo Demon Mansion? Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the elite elder baboon king, Xuan. Xuan, nurture your troops today and utilize them when necessary. Lead your knife-wielding baboons. With a roar, Xuan struck his chest, proclaiming, our numbers have exceeded 700. Although the majority were first tier, their sheer numbers could still hold off a portion of Beastmasters for a time. As dusk fell, a menacing iron behemoth loomed into view at the horizon where the sea met the sky. It was a warship, entirely black and extending 100 meters in length, adorned with eerie blue beast bone patterns, as though forged from the remains of countless demons. This was the transport ship of the Yuluo Demon Mansion, worth millions in beast coins. The ship's hull, crafted from high-tier sea beast bones, intimidated even the fiercest deep-sea monsters, allowing it to traverse unhindered. On the deck stood over 100 raven-masked black-robed beast masters, each adorned with various beast artifacts, their cold gazes surveying the coast. Why are all the prisoners from Nose Island gathered here? One raven-masked figure furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion. Do you think they intend to rebel and seize the ship? A bunch of first-tier waste who have only awakened for 10 days dare to intercept the ship? Something's amiss. Those holding wooden sticks squatting in the bushes are the knife-wielding baboons. A frown spread across the crowd as they sensed the abnormality. Boom! A shadow leapt from the deck, crashing heavily onto the shore, stirring up a cloud of dust. The newcomer donned a scarlet cloak with a bronze raven insignia pinned to his chest, sporting a silver raven beak mask that revealed only his chilling eyes. With a sweeping gaze, the silver-masked beast master bellowed, "Scram back. You worthless trash. Who allowed you to gather here?" Before his words faded, he swung his hand, summoning his main contracted beast to instill fear. The ground trembled as a colossal creature descended. It was a 5-meter-tall giant elephant, its skin a stony gray, marred with vicious scars, its trunk as thick as a python, and the end embedded with sharp metallic rings. A single swipe could cleave through solid rock. The most terrifying aspect was its blood-red eyes, brimming with bloodlust, as if it had been molded into a pure killing machine. Roar! The giant elephant trumpeted, its third-tier leader-level pressure sweeping across the field like a tsunami, causing many prisoners to buckle at the knees, unable to resist. Collapsing in submission. It's over, This pressure is from a third-tier beast master. How could Xuan possibly win? Run. The newly joined prisoners were so frightened they wet themselves, crying out as they fled in all directions. In an instant, only a handful of beastmasters remained, those saved by Xuan, the 8 captain, Lu Erfa, Sun Yutong, and 3 B-tier beastmasters, Gong Sun Yu, Su Yu, and Wang Qi. Xuan rolled his eyes, exclaiming, just a moment ago, they were so resolute in their willingness to face any danger, and now they fled. Roar! The elite second-tier baboon king, Digimon, howled, forcing down his fear, his white fur standing on end as he rallied the 700 baboons, charging forth to stand defiantly behind Xuan. For our deceased master, Yi Mei, we shall fight to the death. Chapter 52, The Warship Captain, Third-Tier Beastmaster. Shaping the wind. I will count to 3, retreat swiftly, or face annihilation. The silver-masked raven-beaked beastmaster glared with murderous intent, shouting fiercely. 1, 2. In the midst of this, Su Yu's face reflected uncertainty, his fists clenched as he wrestled with his inner turmoil. That was a third-tier leader-level beast. The giant nose war elephant, with its hardened talent rendering its defenses unassailable, flawless in every regard. Yet, glancing at the composed Xuan, Su Yu's hesitation dissipated. 3. The group led by Xuan remained motionless, their battle spirit palpable. Huh. The silver-masked beastmaster, enraged, twisted his mouth beneath the mask. Very well. A bunch of ignorant, worthless fools. Leave none alive. Crush them all. Roar. The third-tier, 2-star commander-level giant-nosed battle elephant roared as it lunged forward. Prepare, Xuan muttered to himself. The 3 B-rank beast tamers felt a sudden tension in their hearts, poised for action. Xuan no longer concealed his power. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him. Boom. The violent surge of energy created visible shockwaves, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. Xuan's robes billowed dramatically, and beneath his triangular captain's hat, his eyes glimmered with an eerie black light. Third tier. The silver-masked beast tamer's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Impossible. How could a newly awakened talent like the prisoner attain the third tier? You are not the prisoner from Nose Island. The mention of a third-tier beast tamer sent shockwaves through the crowed crow of crow-masked observers on the deck. A tall, slender figure, seemingly oblivious, stared intently at Xuan on the shore, his face pale as parchment beneath the mask. He is the prisoner from Nose Island. I recognize him. The illegitimate son of the Yi family from Stone City. Just 10 days ago, he was an ordinary person. Damn it, exclaimed another short, stout crow-masked individual, collapsing onto the ground. You mean to say that in just 10 days he went from being an ordinary person to a third tier? This is madness. A commotion erupted among the crowd. The front row of crow-masked observers instinctively recoiled, some even colliding with their companions behind them, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they were rubbing them to confirm the sight before them. Yi is incredible. Luer suddenly became animated, his face turning a shade of crimson. A third tier. Gong Sun Yu let out a long sigh, his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, gradually settling. He had guessed correctly. Xuan had not fled and could effortlessly slaughter 40 captain-level foes. He indeed had hidden strengths. Su Yu stood frozen, a dagger falling from his sleeve with a clatter. Wang Qi remained silent, yet his clenched fists trembled slightly. His killing intent was palpable as he gazed at the silver-masked beast tamer, as if staring at a corpse. Die. Avenge my sister. Not a single one left alive. Lending strength to Xuan, what harm could it do? Captain number 8 regained his senses, his lips moving, but he found himself at a loss for words. 10 days to reach the third tier. For heaven's sake, in the entire history of the Beast Tamer Alliance, only 13 individuals have achieved such a feat. Those 13 hailed from prominent families, possessing A-rank Beast Tamer talents, supported by ancestors of the 7th tier and abundant training resources. How on earth did Xuan manage this? Xuan took a deep breath, the salty sea breeze calming his mind. Originally, the residual spiritual energy within the Demon Refining Pod was insufficient to support his breakthrough to the third tier. Left with no choice, he had to prematurely activate the hidden backup energy, reserving over 22nd tier 10-star elite Qingfeng Night Mantis for night hunt as sustenance. He raised his hand and summoned his contracted beast. Hiss! The piercing sound of insect chirps tore through the air, echoing across the beach. Suddenly, the space before Xuan warped, and a pitch-black figure stepped forth. It was a humanoid mantis beast, standing 2 meters tall, its size diminished yet emanating an explosive tension. The black-gold carapace on its chest gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, reflecting dazzling light. It was a commander-level beast, a third-tier 1-star black-gold night mantis. With Xuan's breakthrough, Night Hunt, constrained by the beast contract, naturally progressed to the third tier as well. Hiss! As the giant-nosed battle elephant charged, Night Hunt emitted a low, threatening growl. Its mantis arms crossing in a swift motion, then launching forward like a streak of black light, ready to strike. Commander-level Black Gold Knight Mantis? The silver-masked Beast Tamer's expression changed dramatically. The Yuhua Demon Mansion was renowned for its expertise with mantises, and the Night Mantis series had almost become their trademark. How could he not recognize the Black Gold Knight Mantis? Buzz. In the midst of the battlefield, the two third-tier commander-level beasts clashed fiercely. The giant-nosed battle elephant, with its tough hide, made Night Hunt wary of a direct confrontation. Boom. The massive elephant's heavy foot shattered the ground, its metallic ring blades whistling as they swept through the air, leaving a trail of shattered rocks and a rising dust storm. Night Hunt moved like a specter, its black gold wings vibrating rapidly behind it, producing a sharp roar. At the critical moment, it suddenly veered aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Swish. It retaliated with a swift flick of its mantis blade, the dark gold blade glinting as it grazed the elephant's front leg, leaving only a faint white mark on the tough hide. Roar. The giant elephant bellowed in pain, its fierce gaze intensifying as its powerful trunk whipped back. The metallic ring blade aimed directly at Night Hunt's head. The trunk, considered the most agile part of an elephant, executed a counterattack with the speed of thunder. Night Hunt did not retreat, but instead pressed forward, lowering its stance and crossing its mantis blades in defense. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated along the coast, sending Night Hunt staggering back several dozen meters, carving deep furrows in the sand. Its black gold mantis blades were enveloped in smoke, a testament to the ferocity of the blow. So tough, Xuan squinted, activating his A-rank Beast Tamer talent, the demonic eye, to observe the giant-nosed battle elephant's weaknesses. The scenery transformed into shades of black and white, revealing a series of red weakness markers within Xuan's line of sight. However, the number of weaknesses on the giant-nosed battle elephant was pitifully few, only two, the tip of its trunk and its left hind leg. Xuan's eyes narrowed. A scar of a different color caught his attention on the elephant's left hind leg. It seemed this beast had previously suffered a significant injury. Futile. The silver-masked Beast Tamer sneered. The elephant's talent, hardening, makes it nearly impossible for even a third-tier 4-star commander-level beast to inflict damage, let alone your little mantis. Hiss. Night Hunt did not grow anxious. Instead, it lowered its body slightly, its insect wings slowly unfurling, dark gold patterns flowing like a stream. At that moment, Xuan's calm voice echoed through the beast contract. Night Hunt, do not engage directly. Its explosive power is formidable, but its turning is sluggish, and it cannot match your agility. Remember, the old wound on its left hind leg is your breakthrough point. Hiss. It moved. This time, Night Hunt refrained from brute force and transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting around the giant elephant at high speed. Its mantis blade no longer slashing but precisely targeting the elephant's joints, behind the ears, and other vulnerable spots. Puff, puff, puff. The flashes of blades quickly covered the battle elephant in a multitude of shallow wounds. Though not fatal, they only served to exacerbate its fury. Roar. The giant elephant, enraged, wildly swung its trunk, the metallic ring blades ripping through the air, yet it could never touch Night Hunt. Chapter 53, Trinity, randomly refreshing the Idea King. As both sides engaged in a fierce battle, over time, Night Hunt's offensive began to show signs of fatigue. Its previously fluid movements had slightly faltered, clearly indicating exhaustion. An opportunity. The captain of the transport ship, a third-tier beast tamer with piercing eyes, recognized the opening. As a seasoned veteran, he could not let such a flaw slip by. He immediately issued a lethal command to the giant elephant through the beast contract. Roar. The giant elephant's robust trunk suddenly straightened, accompanied by the sound of air being split apart, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at Night Hunt's chest and abdomen. Boom. Just as the strike was about to land, Night Hunt's form suddenly split into three, two afterimages being struck and shattering like fragile glass. The ones shattered were two illusory clones. Not good. It's a beast technique. Phantom clone. This beast is deliberately feigning a weakness. A group of observing Chromast overseers felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the underlying strategy at play. Before the eyes of the crowd, a dazzling spectacle unfolded as the true Night Hunter appeared, suddenly materializing behind the colossal war elephant. The dark golden scythe blades crossed to form a crucifix, where a dense concentration of dark elemental energy swirled and exhaled. Beast technique, cross slash. With a swift motion, a black and gold cross slash sliced through the air, akin to a roaring hungry tiger, aiming directly for the war elephant's previously injured left hind leg. Just as the blade was about to strike, a thick, earthy yellow barrier materialized out of thin air, resolutely intercepting this lethal blow. Upon contact, Ripples danced across the surface of the barrier, yet it remained unbroken. Haha. The third-tier beast tamer, Xuan, laughed heartily, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind as he cast a glance at Xuan, expressing his commendation. Indeed, you are the one who inherited the Knight family's death eye, capable of discerning weaknesses so swiftly. However, his eyes, concealed beneath the mask, narrowed into a dangerous arc. Do you think I am utterly unprepared? Xian's pupils constricted slightly as he observed Xuan lift his foot, revealing earthy yellow strands of elemental energy connecting to the barrier enveloping the war elephant's leg. B-class beast tamer talent, earthly guardian, as long as my feet are grounded. I can harness earth elemental energy to conjure protective barriers within a 10-mile radius at will. Do you really think I am just a mere puppet? Seizing the opportunity, the giant elephant turned, its metallic ring blades slicing through the air with a howling wind. Night Hunter hastily retreated, yet still felt the force of the gale. Staggering back several steps, "You clever little rascal from the Knight family. I have seen more bloodshed than you have had meals," Xuan remarked, taking measured steps forward, each footfall stirring the sandy ground into rippling waves of earthy hues. "In the face of absolute power, your clever tricks are futile." With a sudden, forceful gesture, the colossal elephant reared up on its hind legs, bringing its massive front hooves crashing down. Beast technique, War Trample. The ground shook violently as a terrifying wave of earthy energy radiated outward, causing the entire coastline to tremble. Night Hunter, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. "Die, elephant, crush it." The giant-nosed war elephant lowered its head and charged at Night Hunter with unstoppable force. Dazed, Night Hunter scrambled to his feet, narrowly evading the impact. The giant-nosed war elephant collided with the rocky formations, shattering them into fragments, while a piece of blue stone lodged itself in its ivory tusks. It shook its head vigorously, sending the stone soaring hundreds of meters into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. Hissing in frustration, Night Hunter returned to Xian's side, his eyes filled with regret. Xian smiled and patted Night Hunter's chest plate reassuringly. "No harm done. You simply lack experience. After all, it has only been 8 months. Once you grow, you will not be weaker than this beast." Night Hunter felt a surge of battle spirit rise within him, preparing to charge at the giant-nosed war elephant once more. "Gentlemen, why do you still hesitate?" Xian cast a sidelong glance, his voice calm, yet commanding. Wang Qi stepped forward in silence, a blue lightning beast phantasm erupting from his eyes and merging with Night Hunter's form. B-class beast tamer talent, Thunder. "Brother Yi, this battle will determine our fate." Suyu clenched his fists, azure starlight bursting forth as he activated his beast tamer talent. B-class beast tamer talent, Speed. This ability allows a beast to temporarily double its speed. Gongsun Yu inhaled deeply, flicking his fingers to cast a red halo above Night Hunter's head. B-class beast tamer talent, Rampage Halo. This enhances strength, speed, and defense, each doubled, but will leave the affected beast in a weakened state afterward. Though the three were first-tier beast tamers with relatively low ranks, the effects of their combined talents on the third-tier Night Hunter were still considerable. Nevertheless, the synergy resulted in Night Hunter's power amplifying exponentially, like the sun at its zenith. A crimson halo hovered above its head, black gold carapace glistening, blue lightning coursing through its sides, and azure starlight twining around its lower limbs, an imposing figure fully armed. The arena fell silent as all present, including the third-tier beast tamer Xuan, stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. B-class beast tamer talent? Where did so many B-class beast tamers come from? They are not common as cabbage. Su Feng's face twisted in realization. I understand now. They hail from the other 4 islands. Each island must possess 1 or 2 noble descendants imprisoned like Xian, and Lord Feng has deliberately separated them. The realization dawned upon the inspectors of the Crow Mask. It is well known that when a group of prodigies gathers, a king of ideas is inevitably born, and it was clear that Xian was that king. This rascal, instead of causing mischief, covertly summoned the talents from the other islands to rebel. With this thought, a look of horror swept across the faces of the Crow Mask inspectors. This meant that the inspectors, and even the captains from the other 4 islands had already. Hissing, Night Hunter sprang into action, launching itself towards the giant-nosed war elephant, a trail of lightning and thunder illuminating its path. Enraged, the giant-nosed war elephant lifted its hooves to stomp down, attempting to crush Night Hunter. Yet, with a surge of speed, Night Hunter transformed into a blur, nimbly evading the attack and unleashing a cross-slash aimed at the elephant's midsection. This cross-slash was not the same as before. It bore the enhancement of the trio. With a force that seemed to tear the air asunder, the black-blue lightning cross-slash was released, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Su Feng paled in shock. hastily employing his B-class Beast Tamer talent, Earthly Guardian. The earthy barrier materialized just in time to shield the giant-nosed war elephant's midsection. Incredulity filled Su Feng's eyes as the lightning-infused cross/slash effortlessly shattered the barrier, crashing down upon the war elephant's abdomen and leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone beneath. Blood, mingled with crackling sparks of lightning, gushed forth. Stimulated by the pain, the giant-nosed war elephant went berserk, thrashing about like a headless fly. However, Night Hunter, with its unparalleled speed, deftly avoided the chaotic strikes, occasionally raising its sides to inflict varying depths of cuts upon the elephant's body. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and act. Su Feng shouted urgently, commanding the previously dazed inspectors aboard the ship. At this moment, he was far from his earlier composure. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 54. The instructor appears, extending an olive branch. Yes. The inspectors of the Crow Mask signaled one another and leapt from the massive ship, summoning their beasts to prepare for battle. A dazzling array of creatures emerged, filling the arena with their presence. Among them were ordinary second-tier night mantises and second-tier little washing beasts. Gritting his teeth, Su Feng raised his hand and summoned two more contracted beasts to aid in the fight, an elite third-tier 1-star Qing Feng night mantis and an elite second-tier 6-star black claw berserk hound. The expenses required for nurturing beasts as a beast tamer were astronomical, and even he could only focus on cultivating the commanding giant-nosed war elephant. With a whoosh, the Qing Feng night mantis and black claw berserk hound transformed into two fleeting shadows, racing towards Yi Xian and his companions. Roar! The blade-handled baboon king, Xuan, pounded its chest in determination, ready to lead the baboon horde into a desperate struggle. The prisoners breathed heavily, summoning their beasts and preparing for battle. Wait, don't rush. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he raised a hand to halt Xuan. Xuan, though confused, complied obediently. The beast horde closed in, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. As the distance dwindled to less than 30 meters, Yi Xian made his move, flicking his collar lightly. The small sword-toed priest, Qiu, puffed out its cheeks and emerged with a determined expression, bringing its hands together to clap. Slap. Instantly, a blue summoning array materialized on the ground, and before long, an array of blue blade frogs, each the size of a grinding stone, revealed themselves. Beast technique, summon blade frog swarm. 10, 100, 200, 300. Within the span of a few breaths, 300 blade frogs simultaneously sprang forth from the summoning array, cascading down like a torrential blue rain. With a sharp sound, several of the night-slashing mantises, caught off guard, were immediately pierced. Dark green insect blood sprang forth. Just as the small wolverine raised its claws, 3 blade frogs pierced through its chest. The contract beast of the crow-faced inspector was merely of the second-tier ordinary level. Faced with the onslaught of the third-tier ordinary blade frog army, the battlefield began to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction. What manner of monster is this? As the beast contract shattered, and its soul was wounded, a crow-faced inspector turned pale as a sheet, retreating in terror. It is the blade frog swarm. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The beast technique blade frog swarm can only be mastered by a leader-level beast, the blade frog priest. This night family brat has a leader-level beast. Damn it. How is that possible? Su Feng's face turned ashen. As the battle progressed, his heart sank deeper into despair. Leader level. A leader-level beast is not something to be trifled with. Where in this land of Nazida could a leader-level beast come from? If there were such a creature, it would have long since been captured by the Yuluo demon estate. Qiu perched on Yi Xian's shoulder, its small face puffed up in indignation as it orchestrated the battlefield like a precise conductor. With each command from Qiu, the blade frog swarm shifted formations. Roar! The blade frog swarm charged forth, and suddenly, a deathly wail erupted from the center of the battlefield, where the great-nosed war elephant was. Unbeknownst to them, Yisho had already climbed atop the elephant's head, thrusting 2 mantis blades deep into its eye sockets. A surge of dark attribute spiritual power erupted, leaving black marks all over the elephant's body. No, my great-nosed war elephant, stop. Su Feng, a third-tier beastmaster, was in a state of panic, his cloak disheveled and his composure lost. The great-nosed war elephant was his primary beast, painstakingly nurtured. To obtain it, he had sacrificed his once beautiful mother to his superior, and even his brothers dared to betray him. If the elephant were to perish, he would have to start all over again. No, too late. Yisho cross/. A cold smirk danced on Yi Xian's lips as he issued the command. Hiss. Yisho's eyes glinted with bloodlust. Dark red energy waves surged forth incessantly. As the impact struck, the massive body of the elephant suddenly went rigid, cracking like shattered pottery. Its internal organs already riddled with fractures. Roar. The The great-nosed war elephant's eyes dimmed, and it swayed before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and losing all vitality. A third tier 2-star leader-level great-nosed war elephant, slain. No. Su Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, the backlash of the contract forcing him to kneel. He trembled as he raised his head, only to see Xuan approaching through the blood-soaked ground. Kill. Strike down the drowning dog, seize the ship, the young man commanded. Roar. The knife-wielding baboons brightened at the command, hastily directing their troop to charge. After the baptism of the frog swarm, the crow-faced beast masters had long since been routed, leaving only a few who still resisted tenaciously. Was this not the perfect opportunity? With the baboon troops addition, the battlefield was utterly devastated. A crow-faced beast master trembled all over, just as he attempted to flee. He was swarmed by a dozen knife-wielding baboons, reducing him to a puddle of flesh and bone. Wai Xuan, Lord Feng will kill you. The third-tier beast master Su Feng, with disheveled hair and venomous eyes beneath his mask, glared fiercely at the approaching youth. Heh, you should worry about yourself. After I kill you, he will be next. As soon as Xuan's words fell, a series of piercing, mocking laughs echoed from the heavens above. You want to kill me? The voice carried an invisible pressure that made Xuan halt in his tracks. Boom. A violent wind rose in the sky, clouds swirling like petals. Xuan looked up to see an entirely black, blade-winged elite dark feather vulture tearing through the air, diving down. On its back stood a tall, slender figure with hands clasped behind its back. The figure wore a pig-headed mask, draped in a flowing black robe, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Lord Feng. Upon witnessing the descending man, Su Feng was overjoyed, nearly prostrating himself on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. The entire execution ground fell into a sudden silence. The prisoners' pupils dilating, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as if frozen by an invisible ice. Fixated on that figure, the prisoners' knuckles turned white from clenching their fists. Resembling lambs facing a vicious wolf, their breath stilled. The pig-headed instructor, a nightmare imprinted in the marrow of the prisoners from the 5 islands, known for his capricious temperament. Xuan. The instructor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful whisper escaping from beneath the pig-headed mask. His gaze was sharp, and he uttered words that left everyone present in utter disbelief. Xuan, you are quite impressive, and you have spirit. How about becoming my disciple? Follow me, and I can offer you wealth, status, and even the beauty of a nation. A hush fell over the crowd, the prisoners' hearts tightening with a foreboding sense of dread. Lu Er felt a chill run down his spine. The instructor wishes to take Xuan as his disciple? Xuan's pupils constricted, but soon a cold smile graced his lips. Become your disciple? He slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of fear, staring directly at the instructor. And then what? Become your dog like Su Feng? Hearing this, Su Feng's expression changed dramatically. Xuan, you seek death. The instructor raised a hand to halt him, his gaze still calm, even carrying a hint of appreciation. Xuan, you are stronger than them. Su Feng and his ill-possessed limited talent, destined to be mere dogs, but you are different. He walked closer, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of the onlookers, an invisible pressure causing the surrounding prisoners to struggle to breathe. Xuan, you have ambition and strength. He surveyed the corpse of the great-nosed war elephant, noting how, in just 10 short days, you have gained the ability to slay a leader-level beast. Xuan narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. The instructor chuckled lightly and continued, I can provide you with resources, grant you more powerful beasts, and even allow you to escape this prison. At these words, the breath of the surrounding prisoners quickened. Chapter 55, King-Level Beasts. King Qiuqiu, am I truly going to face a king-level beast? Is this for real? Escape this prison? This is an opportunity that countless people yearn for. Gong Sun Yu and the others were tense, their gazes fixed on the young man in the black robe, fearing that in the next moment, Xuan would break into a radiant smile and eagerly declare his willingness to join the Yuluo demon estate. However, Xuan merely chuckled coldly, shattering the tension in the air. Escape? To continue being under your control and serve you? The instructor tilted his head slightly, as if finding Xuan's words amusing. Otherwise, do you think you can escape this island on your own? Xuan fell silent for a moment before breaking into a chilling smile. Escape? Why would I want to escape? He slowly raised his hand, and Yisho's figure appeared silently beside him, mantis blades crossed, exuding a fierce killing intent. Instructor, if I kill you, won't I be able to escape? As Xuan's words fell, the air in the venue froze instantly. Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart secretly rejoicing. What a provocative move. Observing this boy, he was already on the path to death. His expression morphed into one of fury. A lunatic. How dare you insult Lord Feng? No worries. I quite enjoy this youthful audacity. The instructor laughed, the admiration in his gaze growing ever stronger. Xuan, My Wailu has withstood the test against the Beast Masters Alliance until now, undefeated. Its strength is beyond question. With 8-tier Beast Masters stationed above, should you agree to become my disciple, Feng Tianxiang, I shall recommend you to the Tai Sui Hall. In my eyes, you, Yi Xian, are deserving of this honor. Upon hearing this, the members of the Wailu have erupted in astonishment, rendered speechless. A master, Su Feng stuttered, his heart consumed by rage. The Tai Sui Hall, also known as the Hall of Nurturing Sovereigns, has only 100 slots available. Those who secure a place within the Tai Sui Hall are entitled to 3 significant benefits. The first benefit allows one to select a royal beast egg from 10 available options, free of charge. The second benefit provides a female 5th-tier beast master as a guardian, whose loyalty is unquestionable. Even if commanded to bear offspring, she cannot refuse. This second benefit, in truth, is a carefully orchestrated arrangement by the YF. Like begets like. And a union between 2 exceptionally gifted individuals is likely to result in offspring of remarkable talent as well. Ultimately, this mirrors the practice of noble family alliances. The third benefit grants one the opportunity to receive 10 million beast coins each month. However, entry into the Tai Sui Hall is fraught with challenges. It is a sanctuary for nurturing young sovereigns, and once one reaches the 4th-tier Beastmaster level, they will be expelled, allowing the slot to be filled by another. Su Feng clenched his fists, a sense of bitterness welling within him. Lord Feng had once casually mentioned recommending himself to the Tai Sui Hall. Now, the winds of fate had shifted, and he was to bestow this precious opportunity upon the very enemy who had just slain his beast companion. How could he possibly accept this? Yi Xian, have you come to a decision? Should you eliminate them all and become the sole Gu King of Bai Island? I will take you as my disciple and recommend you to the Tai Sui Hall. The instructor spoke again, his gaze sweeping over Gong Sun Yu and the others. The youth prisoners shivered in trepidation, collectively inhaling sharply. By the heavens, the instructor is clearly attempting to employ a strategy of turning the tiger to hunt the wolf. He wishes to witness the spectacle of our internal strife. Is this true? Are you genuinely recommending me for the Tai Sui Hall? Yi Xian pondered, intrigued and eager to take action. Why Yi Xiao? He is deceiving you. You must not stray from the right path. Lu Er's heart was in disarray, his face a mask of forced cheer as he hastily dissuaded him. Gong Sun Yu and the others exchanged wry smiles, though they did not speak. The helplessness in their eyes resembled a flood on the verge of bursting its banks. If Yi Xian consented to join the Wailu, their fate was all but sealed. Death. A dead end. Indeed, once I, Feng Tianxiang, have spoken, even the might of 4 horses cannot alter my word. Nurturing a qualified Gu King to join the Tai Sui Hall will yield substantial rewards for me, allowing me to heal my wounds, break free from my shackles, and once again shine brightly. The instructor smiled, extending his hand towards Yi Xian with a heartfelt invitation. Yi Xian, when that time comes, our master-disciple alliance will surely allow us to showcase our talents within the Wailu, ascending to the pinnacle step by step. Very well, I will accept you as my master, but only on the condition that you sever your beast contracts and relinquish all your beasts to me, Yi Xian declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, the instructor fell silent, his black robe billowing without wind as he remarked, interesting, and with a flick of his hand, an overwhelming pressure descended in silence. He was enraged, fully aware that Yi Xian was deliberately provoking him. Yi Xian, having made your choice, let me see if you possess the capability. At worst, I shall sever your limbs and utilize the memory-altering worm for a thorough reprogramming. With a snap of his fingers, the instructor conjured several colossal beasts before them, including a massive black rhinoceros. As it appeared, a violent wave of pressure surged forth like a tsunami. Under the onslaught, Gong Sun Yu and the others gasped in terror, retreating hastily, blood involuntarily spilling from their lips. The assembly of baboons turned crimson, collapsing to their knees, unable to move, as if in the presence of a recently awakened tyrant. In this moment, only Yi Xian remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, gazing at the giant rhinoceros. He could not help but express his astonishment. The creature, towering nearly 5 meters, resembled a moving fortress of steel. Its dark, bluish-black hide was adorned with naturally formed basalt plates, through the cracks of which flowed dark, lava-like patterns, as if the molten core of the earth surged beneath its skin. Its wedge-shaped head boasted 3 spiraled horns arranged in a trident formation. Its elephantine limbs ended in 6-toed claws, with sharp, bony spikes protruding from its knees. The tail ended in a hammer-like bone structure, covered in barbs. This was a king-tier beast, a 3-tiered 3-star king-level earth-shattering demon rhinoceros, the instructor's first beast companion. Indeed, the instructor who commands 5 islands possesses a king-tier bloodline beast. Witnessing this, the young man's heart lightened somewhat, a relieved and radiant smile breaking forth. Xuan, why do you smile? The instructor advanced with measured steps, his voice calm. Why do I smile? Because I am confident in my ability to defeat you. Xuan's smile faded as he grasped the little Qiu from within his robes and tossed it forth. Qiu, the freshly landed creature shrank back its head. Startled and fearful, its little hands clutching its head as it gazed blankly at Xuan, as if asking, am I truly to confront a 3-tier king-level beast? Is this real? Chapter 56, The King-Level Beast, the Sword Frog Priest. You believe you can defeat me? Is this your confidence? The instructor chuckled, his gaze shifting to the timid sword frog priest, Qiu, and mocking, a mere infant beast? Qiu. Upon hearing the instructor's contempt, Qiu's eyes widened, her fair little face puffing with indignation. Roar. The 3-tier 3-star king-level earth-shattering demon rhinoceros looked down with disdain, opening its mouth to assert dominance. Its penetrating voice resonating throughout the entire Bai Island, as if declaring itself the rightful ruler of this land. Qiu, disheartened, trembled, her small hands nervously clenching into a ball. Fear not. Xuan's robes billowed as he struck the half-black armored surface, producing a series of crackling sounds. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sparkled with a black starlight, resembling 2 unfathomable whirlpools. The instructor's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Xuan, you consistently surprise me. Come now, let me witness the prowess of one who has awakened their innate bloodline. Learning that you transformed into an A-grade talent under pressure brings me immense excitement. Alas, you are not a woman. The instructor's voice carried a hint of regret. Those who awaken their innate bloodline are a rarity. Even more so than dual-talent beastmasters. Their numbers are indeed few and far between. Such beastmasters can rise from the ashes in dire circumstances, experiencing agony only to emerge reborn, completing a self-transformation of their beastmaster talent. In simpler terms, they do not rely on external elements, but rather on their own will. The annals of the Lu have recorded information about those who have awakened their innate bloodlines. A millennium ago, the have inadvertently acquired a notable individual with an innate bloodline awakening. To study this phenomenon, the higher-ups wove a web of lies around him, a seemingly perfect initial existence, yet riddled with cracks of despair. The historical records do not detail the process, only the outcome. In this desperate experiment, the youth did not rely on any external aid but, through sheer will, elevated his talent from grade B to grade A, evidently. The instructor mistook Xuan for one who has awakened their innate bloodline. As you wish, Xuan remarked with a cold smile. Buzz. 4/5 of his raven locks transformed into silvery strands, dancing in the wind. Simultaneously, a streak of obsidian light erupted from his fingertips, surging into Qiu's very being with a swiftness that defied the senses. A top-tier beastmaster talent, the Annihilation Demon Eye. As the beastmaster's rank ascended, so too would the elevation of his soul's essence. After consuming over 50 matured serpent fruit, Xuan had preliminarily acquired the lifespan of a metamorphosed king-level demon beast. This was precisely why he dared to confront the 3rd-tier instructor face-to-face. Boom. On the sandy shore, a resplendent azure beam suddenly burst forth, piercing the heavens. Within this column of light, the formidable pressure of a king-level demon beast awakened with a thunderous roar, sweeping across the land like a tempestuous sea, instilling dread among the island's denizens. The members of the Shufeng demon house were aghast, their faces flushed with an unnatural hue. Shufeng's mind went blank, finally comprehending why the instructor sought to recommend Xuan to the Tai Sui Hall. A prodigy, a genius endowed with top-tier beastmaster talent. The black-clad youth Wang Qi and his compatriots steadied themselves, hastily shielding their heads with their palms against the onslaught, witnessing a lithe blue silhouette emerge from within. Within their gaze was a humanoid demon beast commanding the waves, possessing an elegant figure adorned with soft, curled azure locks. Atop her hair rested a golden, bone-like frog ornament, complemented by pointed ears and a smattering of scaled armor, her azure eyes gleaming. Looking downward, her slender waist was partially exposed, devoid of any excess flesh. Her lower body morphed into a delicate blue serpentine tail, its scales shimmering. This was a king-level demon beast, the 3rd-tier, 1-star sword frog priestess. Qiu. As she sensed the unfamiliar power coursing within, her enlarged azure eyes widened in disbelief, surveying her form with a hint of confusion. How had she grown so large? From the size of a palm to that of a grand Qiu. Qiu, gifted with dual talents. Xuan's battle spirit ignited, issuing commands. Qiu erupted with fervor, calling out for her master. Come, great frog, let us fight. Qiu clumsily articulated, her webbed hands pressed together in earnest. A cerulean magic circle materialized before her, and in an instant, a massive blue frog, comparable to a rift demon rhinoceros, emerged partially from the ethereal realm. The giant frog was imposing, crowned with a fearsome sword-like horn, its back adorned with numerous sharp water blades that danced like fish, poised for action. This was a king-level demon beast, the third tier. 1-star Sword Abyss Frog. Ribbit. The Sword Abyss Frog stepped forth, unleashing an ancient aura as it prepared to clash with the opposing rift demon rhinoceros. Roar. Acknowledging the formidable pressure that rivaled its own, the rift demon rhinoceros's disdain vanished, replaced by a furious roar, exhaling waves of corrosive black mist that seeped into the sandy ground. Quite intriguing, remarked the observing instructor, his gaze as calm as a tranquil pond, concealing a frenzied fervor beneath a veneer of composure. The instructor Feng Tianxiang possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. In stark contrast, Gong Sun Yu and her companions felt a surge of excitement. A king-level confrontation, 2 against 1, the advantage lay with us. The atmosphere became solemn, palpable with an undercurrent of murderous intent. The instructor, unhurried, extended his hand to gently stroke the rift demon rhinoceros, murmuring to himself, Yixian, hailing from one of the 3 great families of Shiqing, do you understand the distinction between king-level and commander-level demon beasts? Yixian maintained a stoic expression, responding coolly. Commander-level demon beasts have extended lifespans and can effortlessly summon those beneath their rank. Once a commander-level demon beast reaches king level, it gains dominion over a territory, significantly suppressing those of lower bloodlines. Indeed, a territory. Moreover, each king-level demon beast possesses a unique domain. Are you aware of what the rift demon rhinoceros's domain is? Yixian paused, an ominous premonition rising within him. The instructor gently patted the rift demon rhinoceros, which then stomped the ground, and in the next moment, a visible wave of dark energy rippled outward, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, extending to 10,000 meters. Viewed from above, a black circular domain unfurled around the king-level rift demon rhinoceros, enveloping all present. Within the domain, black mist swirled, contrasting with the pallor of the onlookers, who felt drained of vitality. More terrifyingly, their spiritual energy began to uncontrollably dissipate from their eyes, mouths, noses, and ears. A smile crept onto the instructor's lips as he explained, the rift demon rhinoceros's domain, spirit devouring domain, once activated, continuously siphons the spiritual energy from all beings within its grasp. Whether a beastmaster employs amplifying talents or a demon beast unleashes its techniques, all require spiritual energy. Yixian, it appears your companions are unable to assist you. As he spoke, Gong Sun Yu and the others were drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. They were merely first-tier beastmasters, still in their infancy, unable to withstand the spirit-devouring domain of the third-tier king-level rift demon rhinoceros. In mere moments, they had been utterly drained. Brother Yi, I am depleted of spiritual energy. I fear I cannot use my talents to aid you. Neither can I. The black-clad youth Wang Qi stubbornly attempted to rise, striving to invoke his B-rank beastmaster talent, Thunder Infusion, to enhance the Sword Abyss Frog. Alas, he faltered, swaying unsteadily before collapsing again. Chapter 57, Spirit Devouring Domain. Assassination. Dazhuang. Take them out first, escape the domain's reach. Yixian's heart sank, a storm cloud looming overhead. Roar. The old baboon king strained to command his troop, urging them to retreat. On the shattered stones and sandy ground, the instructor Feng Tianxiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of intervening, allowing the baboon king to lead the prisoners to safety. He held no interest in this trivial group of insignificant insects. From the beginning, his sole focus had been on Yixian. Qiao, anxious, glanced back at Yixian from time to time, awaiting orders. Trapped within the spirit-devouring domain, her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, rendering the water elemental giant frog somewhat ethereal. Qiao, try your domain. Yixian's eyes glimmered as he issued the command. The text suggested that one domain could suppress another, significantly mitigating its power. Qiao scratched her head, and relying on her bloodline inheritance, she somewhat understood. Summoning her water elemental energy to form a blue trident, forcefully thrusting it into the ground. The Sword Frog Priestess's domain. Frog Healing Domain. Buzz. A circle of azure radiance emanated from the blue trident, expanding outward until it reached a radius of 100 meters. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of the two domains reverberated silently. The black spirit devouring domain surged forth like a ferocious tiger, each collision causing Qiao's frog domain to contract and shrink. Sensing the cessation of his spiritual energy being siphoned, Yixian seized the moment, directing through the beast contract. Qiao, have your Sword Abyss Frog restrain the rift demon rhinoceros. Qiao understood and relayed the command. The Sword Abyss Frog's back trembled, and a barrage of blue flying swords shot into the air, their blades pivoting sharply toward the Rift Demon Rhinoceros. The instructor remained unperturbed, his expression calm. A mere trick. Rift Demon Rhinoceros, Dark Wall Impact. The Rift Demon Rhinoceros reacted, the horn atop its head glowing with a dark shimmer. In the blink of an eye, a black wall of spiritual energy, adorned with thorny patterns, erupted from its horn, expanding and thickening until it formed a towering 10-meter-tall black wall. Roar! The Rift Demon Rhinoceros charged forth like a massive bulldozer, propelling the immense black wall ahead. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of water swords struck against the colossal black wall, producing a sound akin to rain on banana leaves, dissipating into mist. Ribbit! The Sword Abyss Frog seethed with anger as it observed the earth-rending demon rhinoceros barreling towards it, its head bowed in submission. The blue spiral sword drill on its forehead began to shimmer with azure light, accumulating power as it spun. Whoosh! The frantically rotating blue sword drill shot forth, creating a sonic boom as it pierced directly at the advancing, earth-rending demon rhinoceros. Upon colliding with the black wall, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted as the two forces clashed. The surface of the formidable black wall was soon adorned with spiderweb-like cracks, dark spiritual energy bursting forth like a breached dam. Crack! Bang! The black wall shattered completely, and the sword drill, driven by relentless momentum, plunged viciously into the thick chest of the earth-rending demon rhinoceros like a meteor. A roar of agony erupted from the creature as it was forcefully knocked back several dozen meters. The ground was gouged, deep trenches carved into it, while dark purple blood seeped from its chest, dripping onto the sandy earth and producing wisps of acrid smoke. Instructor Feng Tianxiang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Quite intriguing, he murmured to himself, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. You have managed to wound my earth-rending demon rhinoceros, Knight Xuan. I underestimated your magical companion. The earth-rending demon rhinoceros shook its head violently. Its eyes gradually tinted with a furious crimson. It opened its mouth wide to inhale, dark spiritual energy swirling around it as its wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The horn atop its head gleamed once more, coalescing into a dark wall that surged forward. The earth-rending demon rhinoceros shall sweep away all obstacles in its path. Chiao, have your large frog lure the earth-rending demon rhinoceros away. Chiao, the Sword Abyss Frog, now in recovery mode, created a hollow in its crown. A rather amusing sight as it saw the earth-rending demon rhinoceros charge at it like a dim-witted bull. It opted not to engage directly, instead deftly dodging and intentionally guiding the earth-rending demon rhinoceros away from the battlefield. Chiao, summon the blade frogs to attack that pig-faced masked one. Knight Xuan commanded calmly. Chiao clapped its hands, and a multitude of ordinary-grade third-tier one-star blade frogs erupted from the magic circle. The blade frogs croaked loudly, launching themselves aggressively towards the instructor. Quite clever, understanding that one must capture the king before the thieves, Knight Xuan noted. Unfortunately, it is futile. Knight Xuan, my combat experience surpasses the meals you have consumed. The instructor chuckled lightly, raising a hand to strike the air, causing the sandy ground beneath him to tremble as a 10-meter-long yellow sandworm burrowed its way to the surface. I am a third-tier beastmaster with 3 beast contracts. The second beast contract commands a third-tier 2-star red earth sandworm. Whoosh! The sandworm reared up like a cobra, its mouth opening wide to release a flurry of sand blades, obliterating the approaching blade frogs into vapor. Knight Xuan, you are too naive. Your clumsy combat awareness is laughable. Is that so? Instructor, do not forget that I am also a third-tier beastmaster. Knight Xuan replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Chiao is merely my second magical companion. The allure of a royal-grade magical beast seems to have captivated your attention. Feng Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something, his pupils constricting sharply. A surge of trepidation washing over him. Not good. Red Earth Sandworm, defend. Buzz. From the shadow of a nearby blue stone, the figure of Night Hunt sprang forth. Its side-like claws aimed directly at the instructor. Beast technique, shadow ambush. Stealthily lurking in the shadows, it awaited the perfect moment to strike. From the moment the earth-rending demon rhinoceros unleashed its domain, Knight Xuan had known that a direct confrontation was unfeasible. Chiao, the Sword Abyss Frog and the Blade Frog Swarm are merely a diversion. The true lethal strike lies in the stealthy night hunt hidden in the shadows. Roar! The Red Earth Sandworm, realizing too late, ceased its barrage of sand blades and swiftly lashed its tail, attempting to swat Night Hunt away. Bang! The tail struck true. Yet Night Hunt did not evade or retreat, allowing itself to be hit, exploding into a cloud of black mist. A fake. merely an illusion. The creature that sprang forth from the bluestone shadow was merely the Beast Technique's phantom doppelganger. The real one. The instructor's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. A chill coursing through him as a shadow loomed ominously behind him, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Behind the instructor, Night Hunt emerged like a specter, its icy blue eyes devoid of mercy, its side-like arms aimed at the vulnerable point of his neck. With the last remnants of its spiritual energy drained, it could no longer utilize its beast technique and could only rely on its physical prowess. Flash, sever this nightmare, and the master shall be freed from this place. Time seemed to freeze as the instructor's neck was laid bare, just as Night Hunt's scythe was about to strike. At the critical moment, a yellow energy barrier appeared precisely at the instructor's nape. Crack. The blade fell, the yellow barrier displaying cracks like a tortoise shell. This desperate strike failed to breach the barrier's defenses. Hiss. The sandworm reacted, whipping its tail to forcibly send Night Hunt flying. Chapter 58. Reversal. Reinforcements. My lord, are you unharmed? The third-tier beast master Su Feng rushed over, bowing and scraping, inquiring with concern. The war god of 10 miles, Su Feng, a second-tier beast master with the talent, Earth's guardian, could communicate with the earth beneath his feet to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius. It was he who had just utilized his talent to shield the instructor from the fatal blow. The instructor's expression shifted unpredictably, his countenance pallid beneath the mask, the fury in his eyes barely concealed. He apprehensively touched his neck, fearful that his head might suddenly detach. Rest assured, my lord, as your subordinate, I would never allow you to come to harm. I have been watching over you all along. You can trust me with your back. Su Feng seized the opportunity to flatter him, desperately ingratiating himself. The instructor could not die. If he did, Su Feng would be next to perish. Humph. Night Xian. I admit, I have underestimated you. The instructor seethed with rage, fully aware that intelligence could not compensate for physical strength. The ancients had discovered the art of contracting magical beasts to overcome their own deficiencies. The bodies of beast masters were far too fragile. Just moments ago, he had come perilously close to losing his head to that black gold night mantis. Hiss. Night Hunt returned, looking battered, a flash of regret in its eyes as it dared not meet Night Xian's gaze. It's all right, you did your best. I almost forgot about that one by the roadside. Night Xian forced a smile, his heart sinking into despair. Bang! Meanwhile, the sword abyss frog appeared ethereal, its evasive movements sluggish, and in a moment of inattention, it was sent flying by the earth-rending demon rhinoceros, crashing heavily to the ground. Big Guagua! Chio exclaimed in distress, hastily employing water healing to restore the fallen sword abyss frog. Run, little Night Xian, as long as the Green Mountains remain. There will be no shortage of firewood. You cannot defeat this instructor, the Dark Princess sighed heavily. Night Xian clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, veins bulging. To this day, he had yet to witness the instructor unleash his beast master talent. He knew nothing of the instructor's abilities, but was certain of one thing. The instructor's beast master talent was not of a defensive nature. Taking a deep breath, Night Xian resolved to flee. He communicated with Chio through their beast contract, intending to have Chio sell the sword abyss frog and retreat when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a bird, a plump golden parrot. It sat perched atop a blue stone, its tuft bobbing, observing with keen interest. An ordinary grade golden feather parrot? Night Xian squinted, astonished. What on earth? This was the domain of the earth-rending demon rhinoceros. An ordinary magical beast entering here would likely have its spiritual energy drained in less than a second. How could this creature remain unharmed? And furthermore, why did it look increasingly familiar? As Night Xian recognized it, both he and the parrot found themselves locked in a mutual gaze, each studying the other with wide eyes. Suddenly, the golden-feathered parrot, with its tongue lolling out, cackled, Kekekek, I am the guardian spirit of Nose Island. Long time no see, human. Night Xian, in a moment of realization, recalled this parrot. On the first day of special training, it had been the parrot that warned him about the dangers lurking in the night on Nose Island, a territory claimed by knife-wielding baboons. Kekekek, the parrot nonchalantly rose, flapping its wings and landing on Night Xian's shoulder, its bird-like eyes narrowing with sudden sharpness. Kekek, I was wondering why there was such a commotion on Nose Island today. It turns out the offspring of the earth-splitting demon rhino has come to stir trouble. Humph, that little creature has been brainwashed into a mindless slave for human slaughter, hasn't it? Do you know that rhino? Night Xian took a deep breath. Of course. As I mentioned, I am the guardian spirit of Nose Island. While it is the sole progeny of the earth-splitting demon rhino, the guardian spirit of Mouth Island. Boom! A dazzling burst of white fire suddenly erupted, causing Night Xian's vision to blur, and the golden parrot on his shoulder vanished without a sound. Above him, an extraordinary sight unfolded. As a magnificent white phoenix materialized out of thin air, The phoenix measured 5 meters in length, its entire body a pure white, engulfed in sacred white flames. The first impression was that it was divine, holy, and inviolable. This regal presence stood in stark contrast to the previous lewd appearance of the golden parrot. The unexpected transformation caught the attention of the instructors. Upon seeing the white phoenix, their bodies trembled, breaths quickened, and one instinctively uttered, "White phoenix, you did not escape." The third-tier beast master, Xuan, wore a puzzled expression, his brows slightly furrowed. "White phoenix, I believe I have heard of it." Caw. The white phoenix let out a clear cry, its wings spreading wide, unleashing a torrent of brilliant silver-white energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Wherever this radiance passed, the soul-eating domain of the earth-splitting demon rhino dissipated with the speed of melting snow under the blazing sun. At the edges of the clash, silver and darkness intertwined fiercely, akin to pouring thick cream into a bowl of clear water. The domain of the white phoenix, with overwhelming might, eroded its opponent's territory. In mere moments, it compressed the soul-eating domain to less than 100 meters. The earth-splitting demon rhino emitted a low, agitated growl, its hooves stamping restlessly upon the ground. The dark spiritual energy within it churning violently under the pressure of the silver domain, retreating like a cornered beast. The instructor's expression darkened beneath his mask, as if he had swallowed 100 tons of excrement, filled with a sense of absurdity. How is this possible? How could the white phoenix remain on Nose Island? Before the 5 islands, eyebrow, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, were discovered by the Yuluo Demon Manor. They had once been a resource-rich wilderness. Each of these islands was guarded by a king-tier demon beast. The Eyebrow Island housed the Night Shadow Merman. The Eye Island the Crimson Mane Fiend. The Ear Island the Tai Sui Corpse Serpent. The Nose Island the White Phoenix. And the Mouth Island the Earth-Splitting Demon Rhino. The king-tier demon beasts were exceedingly valuable, and the skilled hunters from the Yuluo Demon Manor would certainly not overlook such a windfall. During their hunting efforts, the other 4 beasts were captured, while the White Phoenix managed to escape, albeit severely injured. Its majestic form now appeared before him, eliciting astonishment from the instructor. Kekekek. I had a problem with my body that caused a significant decline in my realm. Now I am merely at the 3-star tier. I cannot defeat him alone, human. Let us join forces to vanquish them. The White Phoenix glanced down at Night Xian, its phoenix eyes radiating a fierce intent to kill. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It, the White Phoenix, is the guardian spirit of Nose Island. This group had invaded the 5 islands years ago, rampantly pillaging rare beasts and capturing its dear friends to enslave them. The grudge had long been established. Chapter 59, The Backup Plan, Empty Cicada's Leap. All right. Night Xian felt his fighting spirit rekindle. Casting aside his shock, he chose to ally with the White Phoenix. The White Phoenix, a king-tier beast of the light element, possessed the innate ability of white flame. Even among numerous king-tier beasts, it ranked among the finest. Caw. The White Phoenix flapped its wings in a long cry. Countless feathers fell from its wings, transforming into a torrential downpour of burning white arrows that cascaded down. Each arrow that struck the ground exploded, the pure white flames clashing violently against the dark energy of the soul-eating domain, creating a tumult of chaotic spiritual energy. The earth-splitting demon rhino roared in fury, forced to divert its focus to create a dark barrier in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Quack! The sword abyss frog shook itself awake, its sword drill atop its head fully restored. It aimed once more at the earth-splitting demon rhino, the sword drill spinning as it prepared to unleash its power. Earth-splitting demon rhino, unleash the death ray and bring that bird down. The seeds of anxiety spread within as the instructor nearly roared his command. The death ray was the strongest attack of the earth-splitting demon rhino, a move that had once heavily injured a 3-tier 5-star king-tier beast. Roar! The horn of the earth-splitting demon rhino glimmered with spiritual light, and in the next moment, a beam of surging dark energy coalesced within its mouth. Human, this is a killing move. The White Phoenix's expression turned grave, its voice resonating clearly in Night Xian's ears. The death ray is a unique racial technique of the earth-splitting demon rhino. Only this species can wield it, truly one of a kind. Night Xian's pupils contracted, and he swiftly issued commands through his mental beast contract. Quack, sword drill. Quack. The sword abyss frog received the command, and its spiraling sword drill began to spin violently, producing a thunderous roar as a thick mist of water billowed upward. The White Phoenix shrieked, retracting its wings. At its chest, a brilliant white light coalesced, forming a stunningly beautiful and lifelike white lotus bud. This was a beast technique, the pure world lotus. Roar. Time seemed to freeze as the earth-splitting demon rhino opened its mouth to roar, unleashing a black death ray, like an enraged dragon surging from the abyss. It carved dark streaks through the air. Caw. The White Phoenix flapped its wings, sending the white lotus buds soaring towards the black death ray. During this process, the lotus petals trembled, forming a flaming lotus with a diameter of 30 meters. Boom! The clash between the black death ray and the white flaming lotus created a stark division in midair, where the extreme darkness and light violently tore at each other, reminiscent of a black tiger battling a white lion. The explosive shockwave swept the beach down by 3 feet. Now's the time. A glimmer of determination shone in Night Xian's eyes. Quack! He commanded, swiftly directing the sword abyss frog. Quack! The sword abyss frog, its spiral sword drill compressed to the utmost limit, shot forth, astonishingly generating several water whirlpools that formed a massive water vortex sword array. Swoosh! The water vortex sword array collided fiercely with the black beam of light. With the sword abyss frog joining the fray, the standoff of energies was shattered in an instant. The black death ray was torn to shreds by the water whirlpool. The residual sword force did not diminish, smashing through the trembling dark barrier of the earth-splitting demon rhino, piercing into its side. Roar! The earth-splitting demon rhino emitted a wretched howl, dark purple blood gushing forth like a waterfall from its wound. It staggered back several dozen meters, leaving deep impressions in the sand with each retreating step. Human, continue. The white phoenix would not let this opportunity slip away. Its wings ignited with pure white flames, coalescing into an unstoppable fiery spear. This was the beast technique, Feather Flame Spear. Buzz! The spear descended with great force. The sword abyss frog's water sword merged into a massive water sword, launching forth. Boom! 2 simultaneous attacks struck the earth-splitting demon rhino, followed by the sound of flesh bursting. Enduring the onslaught from 2 royal-level beasts, the rhino, with its mountain-like resilience, could withstand no more and collapsed to its knees. It struggled to rise but had lost all its strength, left only with the effort of breathing. The scene fell into a profound silence, the observers gasping in horror. They realized, to their utter shock, that they had lost. Lord Wind had actually been defeated. You have lost, instructor. Night Xian's voice was cold, imbued with a chilling intent. The instructor remained silent, removing his pig-faced mask in front of the multitude, revealing a terrifying middle-aged man whose face was marred by countless scars. His expression was unsettlingly calm. Night Xian, you should count yourself fortunate. Without that scruffy bird's assistance, you would never have escaped my grasp. The instructor clenched his fists, attempting to conceal his resentment. How could he reconcile abandoning the meticulously cultivated goo worms to flee? Yet, the reality was evident. To survive, he had no choice but to run. Night Xian. 10 years ago, I was the sole goo king of the 5 islands, bestowed by Lord Chung. I gained entry into the Tai Sui Palace and acquired the earth-splitting demon rhino as my pet. The instructor reflected, reaching out to summon the rhino into his beast-controlling space. The Tai Sui Palace is a magnificent realm, where I encountered boundless opportunities and advanced from a B-rank beastmaster to an A rank. You are a genius. But does that not make me Feng Tianxiang a genius as well? Though I find this A-rank beastmaster talent rather unimpressive. Have you heard of the empty cicada leap? Night Xian's pupils constricted in sudden dread. The A-rank beastmaster talent, empty cicada leap, allows one to leap between points, leaving behind a cicada's molt. As long as I wish to leave, the path lies beneath my feet, and no one can obstruct me. Night Xian, as a prisoner of the Shadow Demon Mansion, you shall forever remain ensnared in its shadows. My presence will haunt you, becoming an inescapable nightmare throughout your life. The instructor, filled with bitterness, cast a final harsh remark before swiftly grabbing the panicked Xufeng. Just as Night Xian intended to command Qiao Qiao to attack, the instructor and Xufeng inexplicably vanished. My lord, please do not abandon us. The expressions of the crow-faced prisoners turned pale, despair enveloping them like a suffocating cloud. They had been forsaken, reduced to expendable pawns. Kekekek. This is dire. We are doomed. We are doomed. No, I cannot stay on Nose Island any longer. I must flee. Farewell, until we meet again. The white phoenix, with a frantic twinkle in its eyes, transformed back into a golden, plump parrot and hurriedly soared into the distance. The black-robed figures would return, and they would not let this royal-level beast escape. The next fate would likely mirror that of the other 4 islands, memory wiped, reduced to slaughtering beasts. There was a slight chance it might be forced to breed with other beasts, producing hybrids. After all, with such striking looks and prowess, who could resist? Do not run. Come back. With me, you are safest. Night Xian coughed, signaling Qiao Qiao and night hunting to eradicate any remaining threats. And he quickly gestured for the fleeing white phoenix to return. Chapter 60, Escape to Freedom. The golden plump parrot, having turned back, perched lazily on a piece of blue stone, its tufts swaying, casting a sidelong glance at Night Xian. Night Xian allowed the mini Qiao Qiao to hop onto him. Burrowing into his clothing, he gently stroked its head and calmly stated, "We are allies. united by a common enemy. Kekekek, indeed, that is true. Thus, you would be better off following me. Together, we shall seek vengeance against the Shadow Demon Mansion. Knight Xuan spoke earnestly, extending a slender hand toward the golden parrot. This creature was playing the fool, and Knight Xuan had once considered devouring it. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he was not a killer. Hiss! Night Hunting returned, its black gold scythe dripping with warm blood. Following Knight Xuan's orders, the remaining 70 crow-faced beastmasters on the beach had been dealt with. Kek, do you wish to enslave me as well? No, I wish for you to be my partner, Knight Xuan replied without a flicker of his eyelids. His gaze filled solely with sincerity. Kek, you lie. I can read minds and hear your thoughts. Kekekek, I refuse to be enslaved. With a hasty farewell, the white phoenix transformed into its golden parrot form and took flight, not looking back as it soared into the sky. The most dangerous place is often the safest. After sustaining severe injuries from the Shadow Demon Mansion's powerful beings, it had concealed itself on Nose Island, masquerading as a common golden-feathered parrot, recuperating in secret. Now exposed, it had no choice but to abandon its territory and continue its flight. Xiao. Xiao Xiao poked its head out, revealing half of its small eye, curiously observing the departing figure. Ah, it seems our little Knight Xuan is not quite to their liking. Black Princess's voice chimed in, lightly mocking. That is of no consequence. I shall find someone better. Knight Xuan smiled, gently caressing the beast ring on his fingertip. Within the second-tier beast ring lay a priceless dragon pearl, valued akin to a low-tier royal beast. Upon returning to human cities, he might exchange this pearl for a third-tier contracted beast. The matter of contracting beasts was of utmost importance, and Knight Xuan currently possessed considerable wealth, affording him the privilege of choice. Young Master Knight. In the distance, Deer 2 and Captain Number 8 rushed over. Young Master, the instructor has fled. We must go, do not delay. Knight Xuan maintained his composure, gazing at the 100-meter black crystalline ship upon the sea. The instructor's A-rank Beastmaster talent, Empty Cicada Leap, bore resemblance to a certain revival skill from a game in his past life. Interesting talent. I wonder if it comes with side effects. Fled? The group paused in confusion, then quickly dismissed it, their chests heaving with exhilaration as they beheld the black ship. A transport vessel. With this 100-meter ship, we can traverse the waters and return to human society. After clearing the battlefield, they boarded the transport ship of the Shadow Demon Mansion. As soon as they stepped aboard, Knight Xuan issued commands. This vessel is worth millions in beast coins, Captain No. 8. You understand this better than I do. Please lead the others to inspect for any tracking devices. Understood. Captain Number 8 nodded, leading a few individuals to search the ship. After a thorough examination, Captain Number 8 indeed discovered several tracking devices. An elite-level beast, the mother and child barnacle. This is the child barnacle. The mother barnacle can sense its location. On the deck, Captain Number 8 held a barnacle the size of a palm, explaining its properties. Throw it into the belly of a fish and release it. Knight Xuan instructed without hesitation. Very well. Captain Number 8 understood Knight Xuan's intentions. It was clear that appearances could be deceiving. He smiled as he commanded a beast to catch a long fish, stuffing the child barnacle into its mouth before releasing it into the ocean. Splash! The long fish fell into the sea, creating ripples as it swam away, disappearing beneath the waves. Set sail. And what of the others on Nose Island, and the remaining prisoners from the 4 islands? Captain Number 8 hesitated, unable to refrain from asking. Do not concern yourself with them. We have no time to waste. Danger could descend at any moment. Currently, my reach is limited and can only extend to you. Knight Xuan's expression remained stoic as he laid bare the harsh reality. Captain 8 wore a bitter smile, recognizing the resolute decision of Yi Xuan as entirely justified. One must ensure their own safety before tending to the needs of others. Yet, as a member of the Beastmaster Alliance, he felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. However, he did not deny his desire to save lives. After all, he was a part of the Beastmaster Alliance, dedicated to the ideals of fairness and justice. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity, infiltrating the lower ranks of the Yulo Demon Court. If no one were to uphold fairness and justice, the world would surely descend into chaos. Someone must stand up to the challenge. Given the circumstances, the only option was to return to the human capital to report and summon the Alliance's strong to this place. Gritting his teeth, Captain 8 unfurled the sails, preparing for the voyage ahead. The transport vessel sailed in a primitive manner, utilizing multiple masts and sails. It harnessed the seasonal monsoons for navigation. With favorable winds, they sailed straight ahead. Against the wind, they adjusted the sails and rudder to create a unique S-shaped course, leveraging lateral wind currents. Moreover, they could also contract large sea beasts, such as elite-grade giant-nosed sea lions and elite-grade giant flag blue fish, for rapid towing. Gradually, the The massive black ship began to glide across the ocean's surface until it became a mere speck, completely vanishing over the horizon. On board the transport vessel, the sea breeze was brisk, infused with the rich scent of the ocean. The crew lounged on the deck, lost in a daze as they gazed at the azure sky. It was unbelievable. They had escaped from the nightmarish islands that had haunted their dreams. The perilous journey of the Beastmasters had been fraught with danger, and upon returning, I intended to inherit the spice business of the Liu family in Shurching, marry 18 wives, and raise a brood of chubby children, living a humble and honest life. Liu Erfa, clad in a green robe, cradled a jug of wine, conversing with himself. His words stirred the thoughts of those around him, their expressions drifting far away. Senior, please recommend me for the Beastmaster Alliance. The young man in black, Wang Qi, stood up, leading the baboon king, Da Zhuang, to Captain 8's side. I want to make the Yulua Demon Court pay dearly. Captain 8 maintained a serious facade, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Wang Qi was an A-class beastmaster with extraordinary talent, a true genius. He feigned contemplation, nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that it was feasible. Thank you, senior. Wang Qi clasped his fists and then approached Yi Xian, who was leaning against the wooden railing, bowing respectfully. Brother Yi, you saved me. You are my benefactor. From this day forth, if there is anything I can assist you with, you need only command me. Yi Xian smiled, patting Wang Qi on the shoulder without uttering a word. Gong Sun Yu and Su Yu, both possessing A-class beastmaster talent, hurried forward to express their gratitude. Chapter 61, The Whale Pod. The fiery Crystal Nation arc time passed seamlessly, and before they knew it, 3 days had drifted by upon the sea. Captain 8 was quite the jack of all trades, possessing a smattering of knowledge across various domains, including navigation. On the 4th day at sea, the star-filled sky twinkled above while the ocean lay as dark as ink. The wind stirred the waves, and occasionally, sea beasts emerged to breathe, eyeing the approaching black ship. However, deterred by the formidable aura emanating from the vessel, they dared only to observe from a distance. Inside one of the cabins, a lamp oil lamp cast a dim light. Yi Xian, donned in a black robe with half armor, sat on his bed, lost in deep contemplation. Qiu, the little sword frog priest, was overjoyed, perched on a basin-sized wooden bowl, exuberantly showcasing the honey within, akin to a piglet flaunting its feed. This was a special reward from Yi Xian. The little creature was becoming increasingly unreluctant towards battle. After several skirmishes, its experience had surged, revealing its burgeoning prowess. Meanwhile, the black gold night mantis, Night Hunt, stood in a vacant corner of the cabin, tirelessly wielding its mantis blade to hone its slashing techniques, relishing the practice. Who will enhance? Yi Xian opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over Night Hunt and Qiu. The 3-tier, 2-star commanding giant-nosed war elephant, coupled with the corpses of hundreds of ordinary 2nd-tier demon beasts, constituted a considerable reserve of spiritual energy. Qiu stopped indulging in honey, smacked its lips, and discreetly pointed at Night Hunt, who was diligently training. Failing to assassinate, the instructor had weighed heavily on Night Hunt's mind. With a hiss, Night Hunt ceased its training, approaching Yi Xian in silence. Remember, you are strong, stronger than any demon beast. You are my beastmaster, and the road ahead is long. We shall grow together. Yi Xian chuckled softly, extending his fist. Night Hunt nodded, its azure insectal eyes glimmering with martial spirit, gently tapping its mantis blade against Yi Xian's fist. After retrieving Night Hunt into the beast refinement jar, Yi Xian was about to resume his meditative rest when a sudden, crisp knock echoed from outside. Why, young Master Yi? Sun Yutong's voice sounded sweetly. Yi Xian's eyes fluttered open as he rose to open the cabin door. Outside stood the doll-faced Sun Yutong in a white nightgown, her head bowed in shyness. Beside her was a cold, blue-clad girl with long black hair. Yi Xian had forgotten the girl's name, but recalled her fierce demeanor. She had once slain a traitor with a dagger in the cave after a girl had leaked secrets. Is there something you need? Sun Yutong's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Yi Xian. Why, young master? You haven't spoken to me in quite some time. The blue-clad girl interrupted the stammering Sun Yutong, cutting to the chase with a tremulous yet cool voice. Young master, I have nothing to repay you with. Tonight, I wish to accompany Rain Tang to alleviate your weariness and boredom. Upon finishing, the girl's ears reddened slightly as she turned her head away, unable to meet Yi Xian's gaze. Alleviate weariness and boredom? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then stepped aside, not declining the proposal. After all, one attracts butterflies when they blossom. Why not focus on self-improvement? What kind of butterfly would one not attract? 3 people conversing would certainly be more enjoyable than 2. Seeing Yi Xian step aside, Sun Yutong's cheeks turned crimson as a peach, just as she and the blue-clad girl prepared to enter the room. A series of agitated whale roars erupted from the darkened horizon, reverberating through the ship's hull, leaving everyone dizzy from the intensity. As silence fell, the next moment, The cabin erupted into chaos as Captain 8's voice rang out in terror. Quick, raise the sails. Wang Qi, take the helm. If you don't want to die, move swiftly. Heart sinking, Xuan pushed past the two girls and strode onto the deck. At that moment, the crew was bustling about, their faces as pale as parchment. Why, young master? It's a whale pod, hundreds of commanding-level swallowing whales. Among them, there were even king-level swallowing whales. Lu Erfa's voice trembled, his pupils constricting in fear. Xuan approached the railing and peered over. What he beheld was an unforgettable sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. In the vessel's path floated a moving blue mountain range. It was a horde of terrifying deep-sea demon beasts. Leading the pack was a colossal whale, its body exceeding 300 meters in length, resembling a floating island. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black night, the blue crystalline formations embedded in the whales' backs shimmered rhythmically, akin to blue ghostly flames dancing upon the ocean's surface, both enchanting and eerie. This breathtakingly beautiful scene concealed a lethal threat. Xuan felt his scalp tingle, his heart leaping into his throat. Should this colossal whale pod collide with the transport vessel, the fate of the ship was all too clear. Roars of the whales echoed incessantly, and towering columns of water shot skyward, as if to cleanse the heavens of stars and moon. Cold sweat cascaded down the brows of the crew as they adjusted their course under Captain 8's command. Even Xuan rolled up his sleeves to join the fray. For 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, as the distance dwindled to less than 2,000 meters, the colossal 100-meter transport vessel finally completed its adjustments, maneuvering sideways with great caution to avoid the pod of whales. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew, their taut nerves beginning to relax as they gasped for breath, sweat soaking their garments. We are safe now, everyone, Captain Number 8 reassured, wiping the perspiration from his brow. The swallowing whales are inherently gentle and clumsy. They do not typically engage in aggression towards other creatures. As long as we do not provoke the pod, we shall be unharmed. But, Captain, are you certain? Gong's Sun Yu stammered, suddenly voicing his concern. At that moment, Captain Number 8 cast a glance backward, only to be startled into a jump as his heart raced. To their astonishment, the pod of swallowing whales, led by a 300-meter giant, had turned around and was now pursuing the transport vessel. Quickly, get the knife-wielding baboons down to the hold and paddle faster. Without hesitation, the crew sprang into action. When they boarded, the baboon king, Xuan, had led 100 robust baboons aboard, and now their strength was about to prove invaluable. The baboons screeched and howled, their muscles bulging like coiling dragons as they rushed to the hold to paddle with fervor. With the added might of the baboons, the transport vessel surged forward at an alarming speed. The sound of whale roars echoed across the sky, the leading whale king's eyes shimmering with a blue light as it continued to lead its kin in pursuit. As a royal beast, it possessed an intelligence far beyond that of humans. When a younger member of their clan went missing, presumed dead, the faint scent of its kin inexplicably wafted from the ship. Indeed, the whale king was not mistaken. A small portion of the crew had indeed encountered the lost youth. Chapter 62, The Royal Beast, the human-faced giant octopus versus the sacred beast of Blue Star, Qiongqi. In the ocean, the black transport vessel fled in a panic, while the whale pod pursued leisurely, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. It chased, it fled, yet neither could escape the other, leading to a tense stalemate. Night Xiao, do you think the pod is chasing us because of the deceased swallowing whale? I asked, recalling that the swallowing whales had an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, and we had all consumed whale meat. Lu Er, exhausted, panted heavily, unable to resist wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. That is indeed plausible. Captain Number 8 replied gravely, his expression darkening. Continue sailing, do not stop. Understood. The vessel pressed on, yet every heart aboard remained taut with anxiety and unease. Time sped by, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the witching hour. According to Blue Star time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Roar. As the black behemoth of a ship entered the waters ahead, the leading whale king abruptly halted its pursuit, letting out a low growl as its massive eyes reflected wariness and fear towards the misty sea. After a moment's hesitation, the whale king turned its immense body, leading the pod away. It seemed to be frightened of something. Do not let your guard down. Keep sailing. If the ship sinks, we are all doomed. Captain No. 8 admonished, his brow furrowed tightly as he silently steered the helm. Captain Number 8, it seems the whale pod has fled. Captain Number 8 paused, pivoting to glance back, and through the shrouded mist, he could discern no sign of the whales. A wave of relief washed over the crew, who collapsed in exhaustion. Gasping heavily, the baboons, still paddling, were equally spent, their tongues lolling out as heat radiated from their heads. Phew, we are safe. The ocean truly is perilous. Indeed. They say the continental waters are a forbidden zone for beast tamers, and it appears to be true. we've drifted through, and I've seen no fewer than 10 royal sea beasts. On the deck, the crew reveled in their narrow escape, unaware that Captain No. 8's countenance was progressively growing more distressed, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Shoo! He tightened his loose sleeves to prevent the sea breeze from rustling them, slowly turning his head to signal for silence among the crew. Beside him, Xuan wore a grave expression, the shadows in his eyes receding. Observing the scene through the fog, he only wished to curse the heavens. What should we do, Knight Xuan? Captain number 8 whispered, indecision gripping him. His heart was in turmoil, thoroughly disordered. They had narrowly escaped one danger only to plunge into another, as if the whales were aware of the impending peril ahead. In his line of sight, the foggy waters revealed towering black stone pillars emerging from the sea's surface like mushrooms after a rain, each adorned with clusters of fleshy nodules. No, these were not stone pillars. They were the suction cup tentacles of an octopus. Captain number 8's heart raced with dread as his eyes widened in horror. Just one tentacle was as long as the ship itself, and he could hardly fathom the terrifying size of the creature lurking beneath. Buzz! The sea breeze swept away the white mist, and from above, a shadow emerged, 10 times larger than the transport vessel. Boom! The 100-meter transport ship trembled violently, and in the next moment, it was forcefully lifted from the water, torrents of spray cascading from its hull, leaving swirling eddies in its wake. Time seemed to freeze as the crew turned pale, their expressions blank, gazing in disbelief into the depths below. Beneath the vessel, a colossal face resembling a woman, adorned with a peculiar smile, emerged, her enormous eyes numbly swiveling. Hiss! It's over, it's the royal sea beast, the human-faced giant octopus. It preys upon swallowing whales, and the larger the face on its back, the greater its power. Captain number 8 stammered, his spine chilled. Xuan's complexion turned ashen, the veins in his fists bulging as he clenched them tightly. Hey G, can you sense what level it is? 6th tier. Xuan, brace yourself. Hey G's voice gradually faded. A royal 6th tier. Xuan's heart plummeted. A wave of helplessness engulfed him, wrapping around him like a vice. The patriarch of the Knight family had only reached the 4th tier as a beast tamer. Eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the sea, sending chills through all who heard it, rendering them immobile as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Gradually, the human-faced giant octopus stirred, its immense tentacle coiling around the transport vessel, then gently placing it back upon the surface, as if handling a fragile porcelain artifact with utmost care. Wait, it seems it harbors no malice towards us? A young boy's eyes lit up with hope, but he quickly realized he was gravely mistaken. The tentacle entwined around the transport vessel lashed out with the speed of a whip. Boom! The 100-meter transport ship began to spin violently upon the water's surface. The sudden, frenzied rotation left the crew dizzy and disoriented, instinctively clutching onto anything within reach. Dozens of unfortunate baboons found themselves hurled into the sea, vanishing like a stone cast into water. Xuan's scalp prickled with terror, a frustration that almost drove him to madness. He grasped a boy on the verge of being thrown overboard, his eyes ablaze with fury. Anger, despair, and unwillingness surged within Xuan, causing his grip on the mast to draw blood from his fingertips. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why must he, Xuan, live his life on the edge of a knife? In his past life, he had fought tirelessly to escape the mountains, achieving a score of 700 in his college entrance exams, enough to secure a promising future. But now, that grand transport was in ruins. In this life, having finally been born into a fortunate lineage, I find myself betrayed by my own uncle. As I approach adulthood, I am cast into this island of slaughter, a hellish beginning, where I must confront the formidable entity of the Yula Demon Palace, wielding the prowess of an A-class beast master. How does this differ from encountering a demon lord's minion in a novice village within a game of my past life? After a strenuous escape, I encounter this irresistible imperial beast. The sharp, mocking laughter in my ears becomes increasingly deafening, while the ship groans under the unbearable strain. Alas, within the demon refining pot, the observing black princess sighs, contemplating her next move. It seems she has made a resolute decision and communicates softly with the Knight Xuan. If you wish to survive, open your mind. I shall temporarily borrow your body. However, let it be clear, my assistance in this endeavor is also a means of saving myself. For I do not wish to languish in the frigid depths of the ocean. And how will you save me? By igniting this fragment of my imprisoned soul, though I shall subsequently succumb to a century of slumber. Fine. With a decisive bite of his silver teeth, Knight Xuan casts aside all hesitation, surrendering his consciousness. In that fleeting moment of mental release, an eerie awareness seeps from the demon refining pot, merging with Knight Xuan's sea of consciousness. Darkness envelopes his sight, dragging him into the abyss. The 6th-tier imperial beast, the man-faced giant octopus cackles with delight, eager to continue manipulating its tentacles to torment the ship, when suddenly, it senses an unsettling shift. Its expression transforms in shock, akin to discarding a scalding hot potato, and it swiftly abandons the transport vessel. Boom! The moment the transport ship is discarded, a surge of black flames erupts skyward, coalescing into a colossal, winged monstrosity, soaring into the heavens. This black beast resembles a majestic tiger, adorned with wings, its fur a blend of prickly shades of blue and black, its eyes ablaze with crimson fire. Third tier. Fourth tier. Fifth tier. The feral aura sweeps across the surroundings, easily incapacitating all beings aboard the ship. Roar! The Black Princess bellows, her feet treading upon a cloud of black flames, looking down imperiously upon the man-faced giant octopus. Beneath the night sky, her crimson eyes shimmer like the twilight sun, radiating a brilliant light. The creature imprisoned within the Demon Refining Pod is a fifth-tier holy beast, the Qiongqi. Chapter 63, The Harvest of the Unique Eye. Gazing at the massive black tiger beast above, the man-faced giant octopus frantically lashes its tentacles, stirring tumultuous waves. The Black Princess squints her beastly eyes, raising a paw to summon an unnamed black gale. Whoosh! The fierce wind envelopes the black transport ship, whisking it away into the distance. TSK, barely sufficient power. You have compelled me to ignite my fractured beast soul, and I shall not let you escape unscathed. A ferocious roar erupts between the sea and sky, as the Black Princess unfurls her wings in wrath, unleashing torrents of black flames that cascade down like a broken dam, boiling the sea into a cloud of obscuring mist. She transforms into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards the giant octopus, her claws poised to strike, creating 3 deep furrows upon the ocean's surface with the sheer force of her presence. Hiss! The giant octopus's beautiful visage contorts with fury, its eyes gleaming with malevolence. In an instant, dozens of massive tentacles, adorned with suction cups, burst forth from the water. Each tentacle is laced with black venom, glimmering with an eerie purple hue. The Black Princess snorts coldly, her form twisting in midair to effortlessly evade the constricting grasp. In the next moment, baring her fangs, she sinks her teeth into the thickest of the tentacles. Talent, Sovereign Flame. Talent, Demon Flame. Talent, Soul Flame. The bizarre flames surge through the gaps in her teeth, wildly spreading forth. Upon contact, the octopus's tentacle visibly shrivels and carbonizes at an astonishing rate. The giant octopus writhes in excruciating pain, resembling an electrified monkey, thrashing its remaining tentacles aimlessly. Pain. My soul feels as though it is being cleaved in two, burning. The Black Princess, relentless in her assault, strikes down upon the floundering creature, her front paws glowing with eerie light, and without a moment's hesitation, she yanks. Pop! The entire tentacle snaps off with a resounding crack, disintegrating into ashes before it even falls. The twisted visage of the giant octopus reveals its vengeful wrath. Suddenly, a fissure opens in its forehead, unveiling a strange blue evil eye. Whoosh! A beam of ghostly blue light shoots forth from the eye, its terrifying power warping the very fabric of space. The Black Princess hastily flaps her wings, yet is still caught in the residual shockwave, stumbling hundreds of feet across the ocean's surface, her claws carving deep trenches in the waves. Roar! I shall annihilate you. Having endured a blow, the Black Princess erupts in fury, her roar shattering the overcast sky. Boom! A surge of black flames engulfs her form, transforming into countless crescent-shaped blades that rain down upon the giant octopus. Seeing this, the beast hastily brandishes its proud tentacles to defend, yet still, 7 or 8 black flames strike its body, spewing forth a nauseating mixture of foul ichor and black blood. A golden opportunity. In a flash, the blazing light of the sky ignites. In the blink of an eye, the Black Princess seizes the opening, lunging towards the giant octopus, her claws poised like hooks, ready to gouge out its grinning head. Come, allow me to enhance your appearance with a double eyelid. Pop! With a sickening crunch, a fist-sized eyeball is brutally extracted by the Black Princess's claws. As the eye is gouged out, the giant octopus emits a heart-wrenching wail. Its remaining pupils instantly bloodshot, and it thrashes its remaining tentacles in desperation. Suddenly, the entire sea is beset by towering walls of ghostly blue ice. Boom! At close range, the monstrous waves crash down upon the Black Princess, violently hurling her away. When she finally breaks the surface, all that remains is a scene of chaos, accompanied by the floating eyeball. Humph! 7 legs and a swift escape. If I were at my prime, I could have flattened you with a single slap. The Black Princess stands atop the flames, coldly surveying the unfathomable depths of the ocean. As the black flames rise, the figure of the beast vanishes in an instant, leaving behind only a humanoid form. This form belongs to Knight Xuan, whose skin is cracked, from which infernal flames seep and burn fiercely. To save a life is to ensure one's own salvation. Little Knight Xuan, oh little Knight Xuan, you owe me a significant debt of gratitude. On the ocean's surface, the drifting Knight Xuan murmurs, raising his hand to activate the beast ring, slowly collecting the massive human eyeball from the waters. Knight Xuan has dreamt, indulging in a peculiar reverie. In his dream, he transforms into a formidable black hound, revered by a tribe of beast skin-clad humans. In the woods, 100-meter-long giant python emerges to wreak havoc, and with a mere wave of his paw, he effortlessly rends it to shreds. This spectacle only serves to elevate the tribe members' veneration. They chant, "Chicken, chicken, chicken." In the days that follow, Knight Xuan enjoys a life of effortless luxury, reclining as the object of worship. Yet, he cannot discern how much time has passed before his fortunate days come to an abrupt end. One day, as he slumbers, a streak of black starlight suddenly falls from the sky. This starlight descends with incredible speed, crashing into Knight Xuan with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! Knight Xuan's vision turns black, and upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself imprisoned within a black cage, his hands bound tightly by chains, unable to move. Time flows mercilessly. A century, a millennium, 10 millennia, confined within this mysterious black cage, deprived of sight and sound, Knight Xuan feels a profound loneliness, teetering on the brink of madness. Finally, one day, he is granted a glimpse of the outside world, able to hear the sounds beyond his prison. Good grandson, this is our family's heirloom. Wear it, and fortune shall follow, and your pen shall flow with divine inspiration. Indeed, grandfather, I shall safeguard this heirloom with utmost care. Kneel. May our ancestors bless the G family with a literary prodigy. On the year the college entrance examination concludes, the boy adorned with the heirloom is struck by a vehicle. The chaotic memories pierced through Yi Xian's neural pathways, and in a daze, he faintly sensed someone gently wiping his face with a damp cloth. With a sigh, he opened his eyes to behold the dilapidated beams of a small wooden cabin, along with the cherubic face of a young girl. She appeared delicate. Around 11 or 12 years of age, her forehead adorned with a white cloth, and her attire was tattered and threadbare, her limbs frail and emaciated. You're awake? Upon noticing Yi Xian had come to, Sangyu blinked her bright eyes and propped her chin on her hands in greeting. Yi Xian, intending to respond, found his throat felt as though it had swallowed shards of glass. With every slight movement of his muscles, he was met with excruciating pain. It was not only his throat that ached, his entire body felt ablaze, every inch of skin aflame. Don't move. You are gravely injured. When I found you, your skin was all torn, quite a fright, lying on the beach unable to move. She continued, by the way, are you a beast master? This little one, Sangyu, carefully retrieved the sleeping Chio from her pocket and added, oh, and there's a large fellow covered in black armor guarding you. I saw him slay a wild boar demon with a single stroke. The girl was naturally vivacious, a chatterbox who leaned over the bedside, rambling incessantly, making Yi Xian's ears nearly calloused from the barrage of words. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Sangyu. Sang as in mulberry, and you as in elm. Beastmaster, are you thirsty? Wait a moment, I'll fetch you some water. After saying this, she hastily dashed to the table, grabbed a broken bowl, and barefooted, rushed out of the door. Yi Xian blinked, assessing his physical condition. The sight was alarming. He was swathed in ragged strips of cloth, resembling a mummy, with only his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose exposed. Chio. The little sword frog priest, Chio, rubbed its eyes, groggily meeting Yi Xian's gaze. It paused for a moment, then leapt onto Yi Xian's face, showering him with affectionate kisses on his forehead. Chio, water, healing, technique Chio. Suddenly, the little frog had an epiphany, clapped its tiny hands, and promptly unleashed a water-based healing beast technique. Waves of blue mist emanated from it, gently cascading over Yi Xian's wounds, silently soothing them. Yi Xian's shadow flickered on the ground as Yisho appeared silently. His proud green insect-like eyes filled with concern. Do not fear, I am not dead. Yi Xian closed his eyes, connecting with the demon refining pot, his consciousness drifting into its space. Hey Ji, he called softly toward the curled figure within the cage. Hey Ji offered no response, her eyes tightly shut, her spirit frail, akin to a flickering ember in the wind, a visage on the verge of shattering. Yi Xian fell silent, then withdrew from the demon refining pot's space. Burning the soul? It matters not. In the human cities, there are numerous magical plants and potions capable of restoring soul injuries. Perhaps I can use these to aid Heiji in mending her fractured spirit. As soon as Yi Xian's consciousness exited the demon refining pot's space, he spotted Sangyu returning with a bowl in hand, her tattered dress billowing. Beastmaster, water. Good. Xuan bore through his discomfort, propping himself up to accept the bowl and drank heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over his throat. Shall I fetch more? I can go to the village elder. No need. Chio, water. Chio. With a clap of its small hand, Chio summoned water elemental energy, condensing pure water into the bowl. Wow. Beastmaster, you're amazing. Sang Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xuan exhaled deeply, striving to soften his voice. Your name is Sang Yu, correct? Little Sang Yu, where are we? We are in the Fire Crystal Kingdom, Sangshire Village. The Fire Crystal Kingdom, Xuan frowned, pondering how he had drifted beyond the borders of the Black Cool Kingdom. What are my companions? Companions? I only found you, Beastmaster. Sang Yu looked puzzled. Xuan contemplated, rummaging through his beast ring for a map, which he unfurled. After a thorough search, he finally located the marking for the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Its territory was pitifully small. While the Black Cool Kingdom sprawled across vast expanses like an eagle spreading its wings, the Fire Crystal Kingdom was but a fragment, small yet tenaciously surviving. This was a nation with a population of less than 1 million, comprised of 1 city, 18 towns, and 100 villages. Folding the map away, Xuan felt he had garnered a fair understanding of the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Departing from here and following a merchant convoy toward the Black Cool Kingdom would require approximately a month's time. Beastmaster, may I ask you a question? Sang Yu rested her chin on her hands, leaning over the bedside. Certainly. Speak freely. Beastmaster, you're not from our Fire Crystal Kingdom, are you? Indeed, I am not. I hail from the Black Cool Kingdom. The Black Cool Kingdom. Sang Yu gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Beastmaster, I heard from the village elder that the Black Cool Kingdom is vast, with a population exceeding 100 million, far more than ours. That is correct. Then, Beastmaster, what is your name? Xuan. Xuan, then I shall call you Master Xian. I once accompanied the village elder to a small town, where the shopkeeper liked to call him sir, saying it was a title of respect. When meeting a noble beastmaster, one must address them as sir. Very well, as you wish. Xuan replied lazily, engaging in idle conversation with Sang Yu. After a brief exchange, Xuan's stomach audibly protested, just as he was about to inquire whether Sang Yu had any warm porridge to soothe his stomach. A cacophony of beastly roars and boisterous shouts from men erupted outside the cabin. Sang Yu froze, her small face clouding with alarm, and without a second thought, hurried to close the door. Are you frightened? Xuan couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's the Beastmasters of the DeLiang dynasty. They've come to collect blood again. The DeLiang dynasty? Xuan was taken aback. Isn't this territory of the Fire Crystal Kingdom? Having just perused the map, he vaguely recalled the boundaries of the DeLiang dynasty, which was slightly larger than the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Yes, it is also a small nation. Sang Yu scratched her head, her mood visibly dampened as she explained. Once, we were the Fire Crystal Kingdom, but we are no longer. 10 years ago, the cavalry of the DeLiang dynasty invaded our Fire Crystal Kingdom. We were too weak, and then the Fire Crystal Kingdom fell. Xuan nodded, allowing the little demon pet Xiao to rest atop his head, and posed another question. What do you mean by collect blood? Literally, they take blood. Our Fire Crystal Kingdom is rich in fire crystals, known for their extraordinary resilience. According to the village elder, when incorporated into beast tools, fire crystals can enhance their durability. To mine fire crystals, they require blood-forged tools. After invading our Fire Crystal Kingdom, the DeLiang dynasty relegated our people to the status of criminals, periodically conscripting them to mine the fire crystal mines. They are truly despicable. Just as Sang Yu spoke, urgent footsteps echoed outside. Bang! The rickety wooden door was kicked open, blinding sunlight flooding in as a burly soldier clad in gray armor stormed into the room. Accompanying him was a first-tier, ordinary-level beast, a long-nosed dog. The soldier squinted as he scanned the room, his gaze landing on Xuan, and with a stern expression, he turned to shout, I say, old manly. Didn't you say Sang village had no able-bodied men to offer blood? Is this one in the bed a woman? Outside, an elderly man approached with a forced smile, surreptitiously producing a pouch of beast coins and slipping it into the soldier's hand. Sir, please, this is a guest from Sang village who has been injured. The soldier's expression softened momentarily, but he soon commanded a subordinate to take Sang Yu away, stating that the DeLiang dynasty was in dire need of military entertainers. Upon hearing the term military entertainers, the old man's face paled, and he hurriedly grasped the soldier's sleeve. Sir, you absolutely must not. This girl's father perished while mining for the dynasty. While he may not have achieved great merit, he certainly endured hardship. She is still just a child, not yet in her prime. To hell with it. Do you, a mere commoner, dare to speak back? The soldier's expression turned icy. Speak another word, and I shall take you away to mine as well. With that, he kicked the pleading old man to the ground and gestured for another soldier to step forward. Just as that soldier reached out to drag him away, a sudden flash caught his eye, and in an instant, an arm was severed cleanly from its body, falling to the ground with a thud. Chapter 65, Kill. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Blood splattered, leaving tiny stains on the compacted earth. The soldier holding the long-nosed hound stood frozen, staring blankly at the twitching, severed arm on the ground. The old village chief of Sangstone Village was completely dumbfounded, his lips quivering. After a moment, the pain surged from the severed arm, and the soldier howled in agony, his face contorting into a nightmarish visage, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Woof, woof. The ordinary long-nosed hound grew restless, sensing an impending danger, its gaze fixed warily on the figure of Xuan, who was swathed like a mummy. Their eyes met, and Xuan narrowed his gaze slightly. Hiss. Shadows surged like a tide as the commanding Tier 3 2-star Black Gold Night Mantis Night Hunt slowly emerged from Xuan's shadow, revealing half of its imposing form. Under the flickering light of the fish oil lamp inside, its black gold carapace resembled tempered abyssal iron, indestructible and glimmering with a cold sheen. The golden bee-head pattern on its chest was vividly lifelike, as if it might spring to life at any moment. Aru, the long-nosed hound whimpered, terrified to the point of losing control over its bowels. Tail tucked between its legs as it bolted outside. Damn it, you're a beastmaster. What audacity! You dare to harm a soldier of the Daliang dynasty. The lead soldier's eyes widened in rage, his mind still struggling to comprehend the situation, and he instinctively exclaimed, Silence, Night Hunt, escort our guests. Xuan slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh. Night Hunt moved, its incredible speed transforming the situation into one-sided slaughter. Swish. In a blink, several soldiers who had just turned their lizards around froze, maintaining expressions of terror, and the next instant, their bodies shattered into pieces, disintegrating like a broken puzzle. Scattered in all directions. Monster, help, don't kill me. In less than 5 breaths, Night Hunt ceased its carnage, casting a glance at the remaining elderly and weak, before turning back into the shadows, leaving behind a scene of dismembered corpses. Inside the house, the old village chief, recovering from his shock, approached with trembling knees, clasping his hands in a bow. I, Sangyu, the village chief of Sangstone Village, greet you, my lord. A third tier. The opponent was undoubtedly a third-tier beastmaster. Such a figure could easily attain the rank of general in the Fire Crystal Kingdom of the Daliang dynasty. Sangyu, my dear. It seems you've encountered someone of considerable temperament, the old chief thought, feeling a mix of concern and admiration, careful not to show any disrespect. Is there any hot porridge? Please prepare a bowl for me. Xuan opened his eyes. His stomach felt uncomfortable. He longed for something warm. Yes, my lord, just a moment. The old chief replied with a forced smile, hurrying out of the house. However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene outside, he nearly collapsed, terrified. Brutality. Such sheer brutality. Killing is but a mere act of striking the ground, and the aftermath is horrifying. The stench of blood permeated the air inside the house, nauseating. Meanwhile, the slender figure of Sangyu snapped out of her stupor, excitement radiating from her as she dashed to the bedside. Aren't you afraid? Xuan asked, surprised, as he shifted into a more comfortable position, regarding the girl wrapped in white cloth. Afraid? But the ones you just killed were the very oppressors who tormented us. So I am not afraid. Sangyu clenched her thin fists, her eyes shimmering with fervor. Help me up. I wish to get some fresh air. Xuan shifted the topic. The intensity of her hatred at such a young age spoke volumes about her life as a national slave, stripped of basic human rights. Oh, with all her might. Sangyu assisted Xuan, her face flushed with exertion as she limped out of the wooden house. Sangstone Village was sparsely populated, with barely 100 inhabitants, mostly elderly, infirm, or weak. The village's youth had either been taken to mine fire crystals or had fled to escape the soldiers' enslavement from the Daliang dynasty. In the village, the elderly and frail were busy cleaning up the aftermath, eagerly collecting the scattered remains of the red lizards, their faces barely concealing their joy. In times of chaos, food was the most precious commodity. The Daliang dynasty enslaved the Fire Crystal Kingdom, reducing its commoners to mere slaves, imposing heavy taxes and hunting bans. With the absence of young laborers, the villagers barely remembered the taste of meat. Noticing Xuan passing by, an elderly woman, filled with fear, hurriedly gathered the bits of flesh she had collected into a pile, kneeling before him and pressing her hands down in reverence, urging her child clad in tattered pants to bow as well. Ahem, it's quite all right, please take it. Xuan coughed, gesturing that no formalities were required, casually tossing a piece of black sugar to the child. This black sugar was made from beast milk mixed with magical plants, possessing the ability to rapidly restore stamina. Yiya, his uncle, had a considerable stash of food stored in his beast ring. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The old woman wept tears of gratitude, as if she had grasped a lifeline, continuously bowing in respect. After wandering for a while, Xuan settled down to rest beneath an old mulberry tree, its leaves falling like the village itself, struggling for survival. As dusk descended, a few carrion crows, drawn by the scent of blood, circled overhead. Xuan casually peeled off a piece of bark. The old mulberry tree, much like Sangstone Village, was barely clinging to life. "Does your village have no other beastmasters apart from the village chief?" Xuan inquired, glancing at Sangyu, who was cradling her small companion, Qiu. Sangyu shook her head, sitting glumly at the tree roots, her small hand propping up her chin as she gazed at the sky painted by the setting sun. Grandpa Village Chief said that upon turning 18, one awakens the talent of a beast master by consuming an awakening stone. However, these stones are exceedingly precious and have all been seized and controlled by the Daliang dynasty, with the intent of preventing our rebellion. Chapter 66, Rebellion. Xuan nodded in agreement with Sangyu's perspective. The most effective means of controlling a nation is to stifle the growth of the younger generation, rendering them utterly devoid of the spirit to resist. When the source of fresh water is cut off for an extended period, servility takes root. Gurgle. A sound echoed in the air, and Xuan turned to see Sangyu blushing, her stomach grumbling as she tightened her belt around her waist. A bit embarrassed, she whispered, "It's just the worms in my stomach." "Worms? Are you referring to hunger pangs?" Xuan teased, tossing a piece of black sugar and a palm-sized piece of dried beast meat from his beast ring. "Here, eat. Consider it your reward for saving me. Take as much as you desire." "Thank you, Xuan," Sangyu replied bashfully, quickly catching the food. As she savored the dried meat, a look of bliss spread across her small face. She chewed vigorously, wishing to relish every bit of flavor. "By the way, Xuan, shouldn't you escape?" "Escape? Indeed. After all, you have slain the beast master of the Daliang dynasty." At her words, Xuan chuckled, gesturing to the bandages wrapping his upper body. "Do I look like someone capable of fleeing? I can hardly walk without your assistance." Sangyu fell silent, quietly gnawing on her piece of meat, though a glimmer of concern flashed in her bright eyes. Night fell, and the entire Sangshur village descended into silence, with every household closing their doors. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, Xuan cradled his head in his hands, lost in thought as he stared vacantly at the beams above. Qiu, the little sword frog, was sound asleep, its serpent tail coiling around Xuan's neck, while its upper body lay across his chest. Meanwhile, Yisho was restless, having ventured out of Sangshur village to hunt in the nearby wilderness. "I'm so full," Sangyu murmured, curled up on the ground as she occasionally spoke in her sleep. On the bed, Xuan found it difficult to drift into slumber. Black G was in a deep sleep, and he wondered about the whereabouts of the transport ship and the safety of everyone. Reaching out to touch the demon refining pot, Xuan's gaze sharpened suddenly. "There's movement. It's coming from outside." He rose silently and swiftly opened the door. As the door creaked open, moonlight illuminated a group of stealthy youths. Among them, the old village chief. Upon seeing Xuan, the village chief hurriedly approached, clasping his hands and speaking in a low voice. "My lord, please do not be angry. These children mean no harm. They often hide in the nearby wild mountains to escape the oppression of the Daliang dynasty's enforcers and occasionally descend to secretly bring us, the elderly and infirm, some food. Hearing that you were here, they specially brought gifts to pay their respects in the dead of night." The youths, clad in tattered garments, appeared anxious, clutching dew-soaked baskets of fruits, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet Xuan's gaze. "Just lay it down. I wish to sleep," Xuan replied indifferently, closing the door behind him as he returned to bed. Outside, the group seemed reluctant to disperse. Xuan yawned, ignoring them as he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xuan rose and opened the door once more. Outside, over a dozen youths knelt in unison, holding up fruits and food with reverence. Upon seeing Xuan, their faces lit up with joy, and they bowed in unison, their disheveled hair dancing as they knocked their heads against the ground. "The Daliang dynasty has gone too far. We beseech you, my lord, grant us the power of beast masters to resist the enforcers of the Daliang dynasty." "Whose brilliant idea is this?" Xuan's eyes narrowed as he glanced toward an elderly figure in the distance. The old village chief, his face weary with age, stepped forward and bowed. "We implore you, my lord, to grant these children awakening stones to awaken their beast master talents for self-preservation. The Fire Crystal Kingdom should not remain bent for generations." The youths remained silent, persistently raising the fruits and knocking their heads against the ground. Gradually, the uneven blue stone slabs were stained with crimson blood. After contemplating deeply, Xuan produced a handful of awakening stones and casually tossed them out. The old village chief was overjoyed, kicking a few of the youths playfully. "Hurry up and thank the Lord for his generosity." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." The youths exclaimed, their foreheads bruised and bloodied, yet their faces beamed with gratitude. With the power of beast masters, they were certain they could survive in this chaotic world. Sighing, Xuan moved past the crowd to sit under the old mulberry tree at the village entrance. Xiao, assist me in healing my wounds. Xiao. The little sword frog priest Xiao sprang forth, utilizing its beastly skills to heal Xuan. Xiao was indeed quite effective. The pain from his injuries eased significantly, far less than the agony he felt the day before. Relishing the healing, Xuan glanced sideways to observe the youths consuming the awakening stones. He was somewhat curious if any of them would emerge as a genius. However, his curiosity soon turned to disappointment. Among the 13 youths, 12 possessed D-grade talent, and the remaining one had C-grade Beastmaster talent. It was to be expected. Geniuses do not simply appear without effort. Leaning against the old mulberry tree, Xuan's voice rang out sharply. By consuming the awakening stones, you have successfully established your Beastmaster consciousness. Sit cross-legged, focus your energy, and form a contract with your beasts. Only by forming a contract can you bind a magical beast. The youths were taken aback, quickly settling into a cross-legged position as they followed Xuan's guidance. Time passed, and nearly half an hour later, each of them successfully formed their contracts, their faces glowing with radiant smiles. My lord. Upon seeing Xuan rise and approach, the youths quickly bowed in respect. Do you wish to rebel? To overthrow the rule of the Daliang dynasty? Xuan's words dropped like a bombshell. Rebel. The youths exchanged bewildered glances, looking from one to another, utterly confounded. They merely wished to awaken their Beastmaster talents to survive better in the chaotic world. Rebellion had never crossed their minds. Even the old village chief stood there, wide-eyed in shock. I shall lead the rebellion, Xuan declared earnestly. The Fire Crystal Kingdom is rich in fire crystals, which are valuable and can enhance the resilience and quality of beast equipment. It was precisely for this reason that the Daliang dynasty sought to obliterate the Fire Crystal Kingdom. If I, Xuan, can seize control of the Fire Crystal Kingdom and its mineral veins, I could earn a fortune in beast coins every year. The resources of a small nation were enticing to contemplate. The requirements for advancing as a beastmaster only grew more daunting with time. Setting aside realms, magical plants, potions, and beast equipment were essential resources, all of which needed to be purchased with beast coins. And where would those beast coins come from? Naturally, they must be earned through skill. My lord intends to lead us in rebellion? The old village chief's voice trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Yes, I will lead you in rebellion. Clap. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and kneel to pay your respects. The old village chief, brimming with excitement, kicked each of them again. Rebellion is splendid. It is far better than mere survival. As an elder of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, I do not wish to see the new generation enslaved for eternity. A single spark can start a prairie fire. As long as there is a leader, people will surely rise in response. Chapter 67, Tiger Stripes, Eye of the Giant Octopus. In the quiet morning of the small village, Xuan prepared to lead his people in rebellion. Naturally, the more participants, the better, as this was his first time leading a rebellion. A tinge of nervousness fluttered in Xuan's heart. After all, it was indeed his inaugural venture into insurrection. The old village chief, a man of considerable knowledge and culture, promptly produced brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to compose a proclamation. This proclamation served the purpose of enumerating the transgressions of the enemy, extolling the righteousness of their cause, uplifting morale, and garnering the support of the populace. With great fervor, he wielded his brush as if it were a sword, inscribing fervent characters upon the white cloth. The great Liang dynasty is devoid of moral integrity. Heaven itself has turned against it. Their tyrannical oppression of the people shall no longer be tolerated. Today, we heed the will of the celestial, rally the banner of justice, and strike down the unjust. This is not an act of rebellion against heaven, but rather a divine retribution. The old chief's eloquence was so compelling that Xuan began to suspect that the opposition had long harbored rebellious intentions. In the afternoon, Xuan led a dozen young men to a nearby desolate mountain, a treacherous terrain fraught with danger, where wild beasts were sparse, predominantly occupied by monstrous creatures. After a thorough search, they stumbled upon a herd of ordinary first-tier red-haired armored boars. The boars were grunting as they fed, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Xuan, sensing an opportunity, summoned the night hunter from his beast taming space. The red-haired armored boar was an excellent choice, known for its tough hide and commendable endurance. With a hiss, the night hunter, a commanding Tier 3 beast under his control, unleashed a formidable aura. The sheer release of its pressure sent the first-tier boar herd into a frenzy, causing them to collapse in fear, trembling and too terrified to move. The young men, filled with delight, eagerly approached to select suitable beasts for their contracts. Before long, They were transformed into wild boar beast tamers, observing them with a contemplative gaze. Yi Xian flicked his fingers to summon the beast rings he had confiscated from the Great Liang Dynasty's first-tier beast tamers the previous day, a helmet and a spear. Put these on. The first-tier defensive gear will provide you with a measure of safety. Yes, thank you, my lord, the young men exclaimed, laughing as they donned their new equipment. Pleased with their progress, Yi Xian led the group to hunt several enormous demonic beasts, returning down the mountain with bountiful spoils before sunset. Tonight was destined to be anything but tranquil. At the entrance of Sangshur village, the old chief distributed several proclamations, instructing the young men to gather provisions and venture into nearby villages to recruit soldiers. It was well understood that insurrection relied heavily on the swift acquisition of manpower. Drops of water, when accumulated, would eventually form a small pond. Under the cover of night, the newly minted beast tamers rode off on their red-haired armored boars. In the chief's residence, the old man animatedly gestured at a map laid out on the table, saying, "My lord, our territory in the Fire Crystal Kingdom is not vast, consisting of a single city, 18 towns, and 100 villages. These 18 towns are all occupied by high-ranking generals of the Great Liang Dynasty, known for their fierce customs and mastery of beast-riding combat techniques, each one formidable in strength. Our immediate objective is to amass power and systematically dismantle their defenses." "Which town is closest?" "Hotu Town," he replied. "Its defenses are formidable, with 5 fire crystal or veins nearby, making it a town of great importance to the Great Liang Dynasty. Within, there are 30,000 second-tier beast-riding wolf cavalry, with the town master and deputy town master being of third-tier rank. Once we have gathered sufficient strength, I propose we first attack Wangjiao Town." Noticing Yi Xian's attentive demeanor, the old chief elaborated. "Wangjiao Town has only 1 fire crystal vein and is situated far from other towns, housing merely 3,000 beast-riding wolf cavalry." "Very well," Yi Xian replied, coughing lightly as he nodded in understanding. It became apparent that the overall strength of the Great Liang Dynasty's beast tamers was indeed commendable, yet still fell short compared to the Yi family of Shiqing in the Heliang Kingdom, which boasted a 4th-tier royal beast tamer. Realizing that Yi Xian needed rest, the old chief did not delay in suggesting, "Xiao Sangyu, take my lord back to recuperate." "Oh," Sangyu scratched her head and promptly assisted Yi Xian back to his quarters. "Master Xian, would you like to take a bath? I can prepare the water for you. We have plenty of stream water here. You smell a bit. It seems like you haven't bathed in several days." Yi Xian, catching a whiff of his own scent emanating from the white cloth wrapping his upper body, grimaced in agreement. The odor was reminiscent of a pair of old ladies' bound feet after 10 days, mingled with a hint of decay. "Please wait a moment," Sangyu cheerfully replied, leaving only to return dragging a wooden tub for bathing. As she prepared to fetch the water, Yi Xian halted her. With hands clasped together, Qiao summoned a substantial concentration of water's spiritual energy, coalescing into liquid that cascaded into the tub. This spectacle left Sangyu in awe, as she squatted down to observe. Beast tamers, commanding demonic beasts in battle, is truly a marvelous profession. I want to become a beast tamer too, to be a valiant beast tamer like Master Xian. At 11 or 12 years old, the girl harbored no convoluted thoughts. In her eyes, Yi Xian was simply a chivalrous hero righting wrongs. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Xian's intentions were not merely focused on heroism, but rather on the fire crystal mines. Slowly, he began to unwrap the disheveled bandages from his body, revealing a series of ghastly black scars that appeared like the grotesque faces of demons, twisted and contorted. Some scars had healed, while others remained fresh, with the underlying flesh visible in a V-shape, reminiscent of a peach that had split open. Yi Xian inhaled sharply, taken aback by the horrifying side effects of Blackheim's possession. "How frightening!" Qiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern. She then employed a healing technique to continue treating Yi Xian. "Master Xian, you resemble a tiger," Sangyu abruptly stated. "A tiger?" "Indeed. The scars on your body resemble a tiger." Sangyu rose and traced the scars on Yi Xian's body with her hand, exclaiming, "Look, this line here connects to here, forming the head of a tiger, and this line here connects to here, representing the claws. The scars on your back resemble a pair of blooming." Yi Xian's expression grew complex as he softly replied, "Yes. Wings. A winged tiger." Sangyu clapped her hands in delight. As Yi Xian touched the scars, fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. Blackheim had transformed into a black-winged tiger, battling a royal 6th-tier giant octopus. The mention of the giant octopus triggered a sudden recollection. He gestured for Xiao Sangyu to step back. "Stay behind me." "All right, Master Xian." Without hesitation, Sangyu moved behind him, peeking out curiously. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian flicked his fingers to summon the 2nd-tier beast ring. Clang! The beast ring shimmered, and to Sangyu's astonishment, A shriveled, giant human eyeball materialized in the room. Hiss! Qiu, trembling, emerged from the shadows, instinctively placing herself in front of Yixian. Sangyu, startled, covered her head with her hands, her snake tail wrapping around Yixian's neck. The eye of the 6th-tier royal beast, giant octopus. The battle with the giant octopus had yielded more than just scars. Chapter 68. The Eye's Mutation, X-Ray Vision? A Tier B Beast Tamer's Talent. Royal Beasts. A treasure in their entirety. Yixian narrowed his eyes, quietly observing the giant octopus's eye before him. The value of the giant octopus's eye was immense. The internal eye fluid could restore vision to the blind when ingested, while enhancing the eyesight of those with sight. Additionally, it served as a precious ingredient for concocting high-tier potions. The mere ability to restore sight to the blind attested to the worth of the giant octopus's eye, as potions capable of regenerating severed limbs typically began at 4th tier. Yixian flicked his fingers again, and the ground was soon littered with numerous white glass vials. Come, help me gather it. Understood, Master Xian. With newfound courage, Sangyu crept forward, mimicking Yixian as they began to collect the giant octopus's eye fluid. The eye of the colossal octopus had once been marred by the Black Princess, causing its ocular fluid to leak and rendering it feeble and withered. Nevertheless, adorned in splendid attire, Yixian managed to procure 100 vials of the eye's liquid. Master Xian, this hue is simply exquisite, Sangyu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she observed the pale blue, starlit liquid within the glass vial. Shall we dare to sample it? The vial in your hand is a gift. Can this be consumed? Sangyu gasped, her small face betraying a hint of trepidation. Of course, Yixian replied, uncorking the vial and tilting his head back to drink. As the liquid entered his mouth, it bore an unusual briny scent reminiscent of the ocean, cascading down into his abdomen, transforming into a warm flow of heat. Yixian felt a peculiar itch and soreness in his eyes, as if countless ants were crawling upon them. Gradually, his vision sharpened, allowing him to see further than before. After a few moments, the discomfort subsided. Exhaling a deep breath, he was astonished to discover that his eyesight had indeed doubled in distance from its original capacity, a most alarming revelation. Discarding the empty vial, Yixian's mind stirred as he continued to open and consume more vials. One. Only after consuming 30 vials did the itch in his eyes finally dissipate. It appeared that his visual enhancement had reached a plateau. Even with further consumption of the ocular fluid, it became increasingly difficult to improve his sight. Stepping outside, he stood on the threshold, bare-chested and barefoot. His pupils narrowed slightly, taking on an eagle-like sharpness, allowing him to perceive the dewdrops on blades of grass from 10,000 meters away with startling clarity. A weasel, drinking from a stream 3 miles away, suddenly lifted its head, displaying a look of suspicion, its yellow nose twitching as it inadvertently locked eyes with Yixian. In midair, a black bat-like creature took flight, clutching a small mantis within its jaws. The tiny mantis, no larger than a thumb, fought valiantly, wielding its raptorial appendages, yet it could not breach the creature's formidable defenses. Shall I activate the Destruction Demon Eye? Yixian pondered, invoking his Class A Beastmaster talent. With a hum, as the Destruction Demon Eye activated, his pupils shimmered with black starlight. Instantly, his vision was enhanced tenfold. 100,000 meters, 100-mile sight. Gasp! Under this tenfold enhancement, Yixian could not restrain a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, it felt as if he had entered an entirely new realm. Certain entities previously invisible began to manifest, the ripples created by moonlight traversing through the atmosphere at 10,000 meters. And the subtle tremors of mist coalescing transformed into shimmering silver threads woven upon his retina. His eyes had transcended a certain limitation, far beyond the ordinary human visual apparatus. Resembling 2 swirling vortices of starlight that devoured the heavens and earth, pulling distant objects into close proximity. Creak. The old village chief stepped out of his dwelling, preparing to meander behind the house to relieve himself. Yixian cast a sidelong glance, and to his astonishment, he beheld the chief's garments gradually becoming transparent, until they vanished entirely, revealing his gaunt back and shoulder blades. X-ray vision, Yixian mused, hastily dispelling the Destruction Demon Eye's enchantment. Such a sight was unseemly. If one were to gaze, let it be upon a blooming maiden. Suppressing an inexplicable sense of delight, Yixian seated himself upon the threshold, allowing the gentle night breeze to caress his form. How intriguing! It appeared that this Class A Beastmaster talent, the Destruction Demon Eye, still possessed untapped potential. Yao Shou, Qiu, hiss, Qiu, let us share both fortune and misfortune. You too should drink until the itch in your eyes subsides. Yixian chuckled, issuing his command. Yao Shou nodded and led the small sword frog priest Qiu into the house. The following morning, a throng of beastmasters returned. accompanied by a multitude of youths clad in tattered hemp garments. Yixian glanced down, counting. There were indeed 100 individuals. Upon sight of Yixian, the crowd promptly knelt, their faces brimming with fervor. "We beseech you, Great One, grant us the formidable strength of Beastmasters. We are willing to lay down our lives to follow you in expanding your dominion and pursuing grand enterprises." Yixian nodded, waving his sleeves to release over 100 awakening stones. These awakening stones were plentiful, as a shipment from the Shadow Demon's realm contained thousands. The crowd expressed their gratitude, eagerly collecting the stones and consuming them. A quarter of an hour later, their talents awakened. The area now boasted over 100 first-tier Beastmasters. Yixian was particularly delighted to observe that among them, a one-armed youth had awakened a Class B Beastmaster talent, a purple halo blossoming above his head. "What is your name?" Yixian inquired, beckoning the youth forward. The youth, appearing somewhat bashful, wiped his palms and clasped his fists in salute, replying, "My name is Lu Si, hailing from the nearby Shaolu village." "Your arm?" Yixian prompted. It was severed by the ruffians of the great Liang dynasty. They desecrated the ancestral graves of Shaolu village, and in my rage, I confronted them, Lu Si retorted. His fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot and filled with boundless hatred. Yixian nodded. With but a few words, he gleaned Lu Si's character. This fellow possessed high aptitude and a commendable disposition. He could be cultivated as a trusted aide. "Allow me to see your talent." "Yes." Lu Si closed his eyes in concentration, then slowly opened his palm to reveal a shimmering serpent chain. Class B Beastmaster talent, Ouroboros. "Quite an impressive talent," Yixian remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Lu Si's shoulder. Those with the Ouroboros talent, upon contracting a demon beast as a familiar, could harness 30% of the beast's power. First-tier Beastmasters could form one contract, second-tier, two, and so forth. The more contracts one formed, the greater the benefits received. Lu Si's face flushed with joy, and he knelt once more, bowing his head to Yixian 3 times. With a Class B Beastmaster talent, he understood that his opportunity had come. By midday, Yixian led the 100 Beastmasters to scour the nearby desolate mountains. The mountains were not devoid of ordinary first-tier red-haired armored boars. After a series of hunts, they finally gathered enough demon beasts for the group, signaling everyone to rest. Yixian prepared a special training session for Lu Si. As dusk approached, he finally discovered an elite-level demon beast within these desolate mountains, a first-tier, 8-star earth spike boar. This boar stretched nearly 2 meters in length, clad in earthy armor, resembling a small tank, meandering through the forest while occasionally lifting its legs to urinate on trees to mark its territory. Chapter 69, The Siege. 3 steps to slay me? I dare to take 4. Yixian summoned Qiu, who effortlessly subdued the earth spike boar. "Go and form a contract." "Yes." Lu Si, suppressing his excitement, gathered his beast contract and approached the earth spike boar to establish the bond. In no time, he successfully obtained his very first demon beast. "My lord, I feel an abundance of power surging through me," Lu Si exclaimed, his complexion blooming with vigor, his hair standing on end as his physique expanded. "With 30% of the boar's strength, I shall adapt well." "Understood." Time flowed on, and Yixian continued his life of recuperation and training recruits. 10 days later, in Sangshur village, 1,000 young men and women convened. These were the remaining youth from the neighboring villages, each having become first-tier Beastmasters with Yixian's assistance. After 10 days, Yixian's injuries had healed considerably. He unraveled the bandages, exposing a series of black scars resembling a fierce tiger. Standing there, despite his youthful appearance, he emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect. Qiu perched atop Yixian's head, licking a piece of black sugar while casting curious blue eyes upon the gathered crowd. Yixian shook his arms, donning the half-black armor he had acquired from the grave on Naz Island, preparing to embark on an assault against Wangjiao Town. The territory of the Fire Crystal Kingdom is modest in size, comprising a single city, 18 towns, and 100 villages. The 18 towns have all been seized and occupied by high-ranking generals of the Great Liang dynasty. Among them, Wangjiao Town stands as the weakest. The youth are stirred with excitement, their eyes sparkling like flames, as they raise their arms in fervent cheers. The elderly village chief of Sangshur village, filled with uncontainable fervor, mingles with the crowd, his toothless mouth roaring. The tyrants of the Great Liang must first have their claws severed. Sever the claws. Yixian chuckles lightly, mounting a common first-tier steed, and gallops away with a flourish. The crowd, witnessing this, hastily summons their red-maned armored boar beasts and follows suit, hooves pounding like flying swallows. Dust rises along the forest path. Led by Yixian, the procession marches vigorously towards Wangjiao Town. 8 days later, 20 miles outside of Wangjiao Town, Yixian and his entourage set up a temporary camp. Await my command and proceed as planned, he instructs, dismounting to survey the over 1,200 beast masters behind him. Over these 8 days, they have traversed several mountain villages, gradually recruiting a number of scattered young men and women. Lucy, keep the team in order. Yes, my lord. Lucy bows in acknowledgement. Xiangyu, I want to go with you. Sangyu exclaims, her eyes twinkling as she clings to Yixian's arm, instinctively acting coy. Having spent nearly a month together, the young girl has grown familiar with Yixian's temperament. Very well. I shall take you out for some fun and a good meal. Yixian does not refuse, lifting Sangyu onto the beast and speeding towards Wangjiao Town. Wangjiao Town is not large, with a mere 20,000 inhabitants. During peak trading times, the population has swelled beyond 30,000. From a high vantage point, the layout of Wangjiao Town resembles a sinuous, solitary dragon. At the town's entrance, scattered merchant caravans line up, with several traders bowing and scraping as they approach the gate guards, discreetly offering bribes. Honorable guards, please be accommodating. Humph, you know your place. You may enter. The 2 guards, turning a blind eye, signal a knife-wielding baboon to move aside the barricade and allow passage. Yixian remains composed, following behind the merchants and paying the fee to enter. In this world, no one dares to defy beast coins. The guards pocket the money without scrutinizing identities, exchanging laughter as they ponder whether to visit Ichuan Pavilion that evening. On the flagstone streets, a gentle drizzle falls, and Yixian strolls forward, holding an oil paper umbrella purchased from a roadside stall. Beneath the umbrella, Sangyu tugs at the corner of Yixian's robe with one hand while clutching a skewer of glistening candied hawthorns with the other. Grandpa Xian, it's my first time in Wangjiao Town, and it's so bustling. The candied hawthorns are delicious. Sweet, sweet. I haven't had them in such a long time. Chi-Chi, hugging a candied hawthorn, nods enthusiastically atop Sangyu's head. Next time, I'll take you to Shurching in the Black Cool Kingdom. It's far more prosperous than here, with a population of 1 million. 1 million? Goodness. That's more than our Fire Crystal Kingdom. Are you hungry? Yixian diverts the conversation, his gaze landing on a nearby inn. It's been quite a while since I've savored a steaming dish from a tavern. Starving. Sangyu's mouth waters, her stomach audibly protesting. Let's go sample the culinary skills of your Fire Crystal Kingdom chefs. Upon entering the inn, they find it filled with merchants. The atmosphere's somewhat somber as hushed conversations revolve around rising taxes. Even the waiter wears a frown, appearing distracted. You're unfamiliar here, an outsider, I presume. What would you like to eat? The waiter, head bowed, bends to wipe the table with a towel slung over his shoulder, occasionally glancing at a table of well-dressed young men nearby. One young man, clad in exquisite garments, boasts a complexion as fair as jade, exuding an air of arrogance. Drunk and boisterous, he shouts loudly while embracing companions, reveling in his merriment. Who is he? Yixian inquires with curiosity. The waiter's expression shifts slightly, and he quickly blocks Yixian's view, signaling for silence. Shu, that fellow is the son of General Su from the great Liang dynasty stationed here. Keep your voice down. Ah, I see. Yixian chuckles, producing a beast coin and flicking it with his fingers. Smack. The coin strikes the young man's head with a resounding thud, leaving the waiter aghast. Time appears to freeze. The jovial expression on the young man's face vanishes, replaced by a dark scowl as he slowly rises, scanning the frightened crowd before locking eyes with Yixian. Did you do that? Indeed. You were too loud, croaking like a frog, and it was quite bothersome. Upon Yixian's words, an eerie silence envelopes the room, merchants scrambling to avoid the impending chaos. Hastily bowing and exiting the inn, a few bold souls linger at the entrance, eager to witness the spectacle. This is a sight to behold. Someone dares to provoke the unruly scion of privilege. Su Dongyan's eyes darken, seizing a wine jug from the table. He kicks over the wooden table with a loud crash, advancing menacingly towards Yixian. This brat must die. Su Dongyan approaches like a predatory beast, fueled by frustration from his father's deployment and the audacity of someone daring to irritate him while he indulges in drink. He yearns only to vent his pent-up rage through violence. In 3 steps, I shall end you. Yixian pours himself a cup of wine. 3 steps to kill me? Huh, you reek of alcohol. Su Dongyan's laughter is harsh as he hurls the wine jug down, stepping forward menacingly. What if I've taken 4 steps? Look behind you. Suddenly, thud. Su Dongyan's gaze falters as he hears a gasp from outside and glimpses a headless corpse teetering ominously. A headless corpse? Could that possibly be his own? At that moment, clarity returns to Su Dongyan, the alcohol fading from his senses. Young master, an elderly servant cries out, his face ashen. Get lost, and summon his father to collect the body. Yixian takes a delicate sip from his cup. Chapter 70. The Royal Beast, Platinum Slaying Night Mantis. In the town hall of Wangjiao Town, Numerous beast masters from the great Liang dynasty patrol in groups with their long-nosed dog beasts, the atmosphere somber. Inside the main hall, the temporary town chief, Sushi, clad in military armor, sits regally in a grand chair. Sushi is tall and robust, his short hair complemented by a diagonal scar across his face, adding an air of ruggedness. Pulling the trembling maidservant close to him, Sushi gazes at a middle-aged scholar wearing a hood. The tofu vendor's daughter is quite lovely. What do you think, master? The middle-aged scholar, understanding the implication, immediately agrees. Your excellency has an eye for beauty. It's a pity such blossoms go unpicked. Sushi nods, producing a command token and tossing it aside. Bring her here tonight. Yes, I will attend to it at once. The middle-aged advisor departs with a beaming smile after receiving the token. Sushi takes a sip of tea, just about to loosen the maidservant's attire when an individual rushes in, panic-stricken, and kneels before him. General, it's bad. The young master. The elderly servant accompanying Su Dongyan trembles, his lips quivering. Has he incurred gambling debts with itinerant merchants? Sushi's brow furrows slightly as he inquires in a calm voice. It was well known that his only son had a penchant for gambling, often playing against outsiders when local residents refused to indulge him. This was hardly surprising. And no, the young master. The young master is dead. He died at the Inn of Fate, his body severed. What? Sushi's eyes widen in shock, his breath quickening. Blood vessels in his eyes beginning to rupture. Say that again. He shoves the maidservant aside, stepping forward to grip the servant's collar, disbelief etched across his face. Dead. How could my only heir die? General, the young master. The servant swallows hard. Standing at a height of 6 feet, but feeling as fragile as a chick under Sushi's grip. Useless. What purpose do you serve? With a resounding slap, the old servant was sent sprawling, as Sushi emanated an aura of murderous intent, summoning forth his monstrous companion. A colossal rhinoceros, clad in crimson bronze armor and towering 3 meters high, materialized before the scene. The old servant, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in utter despair, unable to evade in time before being trampled into a pulp beneath the giant's foot. This was a 3-tier, 4-star leader-level beast, the triangular rhinoceros. Gifted with the heart of the earth, as long as it stood upon the soil, it could continuously draw upon the earth's strength to mend its bodily injuries. You dare to slay my son? What audacity! Sushi exclaimed, mounting his rhinoceros in a fury, charging toward the inn. A squad of soldiers, witnessing the spectacle, hastily summoned their own beasts to pursue him. Inside the inn, Xuan leisurely sampled the dishes laid out before him. The establishment was deserted, the innkeeper and waitstaff having fled in haste. It's about time to release this one, Xuan remarked, wiping his mouth as he produced a cylindrical object the size of a fist, along with a fire starter. Understood, Master Xuan, sang Yu, with a quick dash, exited the inn. Moments later, a series of urgent sounds erupted from the sky, as a colorful firework burst into bloom above. Master Xuan, it's done. Come back and continue your meal. Food is hard to come by. Let us not waste it. Xuan called, shaking a chicken leg in his hand. Oh, Sang Yu giggled, scampering forward to take the chicken leg, obediently munching on it. Perhaps the wisest decision I have ever made in my life was to disregard the village chief's objections and adopt Master Xuan. She thought cheerfully as she savored the chicken leg. After a brief pause, Xuan's ears twitched, prompting him to rise and head outside. With a resounding boom, the street trembled as countless merchants and commoners scrambled to flee. As Xuan looked on, he beheld the stampede of a 3-meter-tall rhinoceros. On its back, Sushi's gaze quickly locked onto Xuan, and he bellowed, "You, are you the one who killed my son?" "It was I. Prepare to pay with your life." Sushi roared, raising his hand to strike his beast. The triangular rhinoceros exhaled hot breath, lifting its front legs to violently shake the ground. Beast technique, golden bamboo spike. With a resounding crash, golden light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, a barrage of golden spikes erupted like bamboo shoots, aimed directly at Xuan. Xuan did not flinch. At the critical moment, a shadow leaped from his own shadow, arms clasped together, unleashing a dark golden cross-shaped blade of energy. Beast technique, cross slash. The two forces collided with a thunderous crack, sending a flurry of spikes tumbling in every direction. The leader-level beast, the black gold knight mantis? No wonder you dared to kill my son. Seeing his lethal strike intercepted by Xuan, Sushi felt both astonished and enraged. Quite perceptive. Night Hunter, finish this swiftly. He commanded. The Night Hunter let out a fearsome roar, its legs coiling, arms poised, ready to spring into action. Sushi, with a mocking smile, conjured a bow and arrow. Send me on my way. You insolent wretch. I've consumed more salt than you've walked roads. I shall see how you intend to send me off. Xuan chuckled, the stars in his eyes twinkling as his raven hair swiftly turned white. Sushi was taken aback. Suddenly, Xuan flicked his finger, and an eerie black light seeped into the Night Hunter's body. Thud, 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 on the silent street. The sound of a heartbeat resonated from within the Night Hunter. Its black gold shell rapidly transformed into a brilliant platinum hue, its form elongated, becoming increasingly humanoid, with wings unfurling like a flowing cloak. The golden bee-patterned emblem on its chest became even more striking against the platinum backdrop. In the distance, a merchant observing from the second floor of a clothing store was struck by a bolt of fear, stumbling to the ground, utterly aghast. A royal-level beast. By the heavens. It's the royal platinum slashing night mantis. I once witnessed one hunt a beast-catching team in the desert, and they were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. The merchant gasped, his voice trembling, and without finishing his thought, he turned and fled, haunted by the memory. In the street, Sushi's expression froze, his mind swirling with shock and dread. The triangular rhinoceros trembled in fear, retreating as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The Night Hunter's emerald eyes glimmered with intrigue as it admired its own reflection. Its platinum insect wings billowing in the wind, slowly raising the massive platinum blade, its handle reflecting a glimmer of Yi Xian's smile. Time to strike. The Night Hunter surged forward, moving with lightning speed. In an instant, it appeared before the triangular rhinoceros, pausing briefly before bringing down its platinum blade. Fool, do not underestimate me. Sushi's forehead bulged with veins, unleashing his potential as he infused all his spirit energy into the rhinoceros's armor. This was a heavily forged beast apparatus of the 3rd tier, capable of forming a protective shield when activated by spirit energy. If it could withstand the blow. Sushi had countless methods for a counterattack. Buzz. The platinum blade descended lightly, and the earthy yellow shield was activated just in time, enveloping Sushi and the triangular rhinoceros. As the blade fell, Sushi barely had a moment to catch his breath before witnessing the shield split cleanly in two, the blade rushing toward him. No. Sushi's pupils dilated, his voice choking off. With a sickening squelch, the platinum blade cleaved the triangular rhinoceros in two, the residual force of the strike sweeping across the cobblestone street like a crazed shark, leaving behind a profound, smoking chasm. Chapter 71, 3rd Tier City Defense Beast Apparatus. Steel Beast Cannon, seizing the city defense apparatus. The street fell into an eerie silence, the wind stirring the scent of blood. Sushi had earned his position as a general of the Great Liang dynasty for a reason. Engaging further would undoubtedly lead to a passive outcome, falling victim to being encircled by the enemy. Yet, who could have anticipated Yi Xian's sudden and explosive strike? A leader-level beast, publicly transforming into a royal-level beast. Sushi had barely managed to wield a fraction of his power before meeting his demise. As the soldiers who arrived in succession beheld the severed Sushi and the terrifying chasm on the ground, they were left dumbfounded. General, is he dead? In less than 3 breaths? Go. Do not waste time. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he collected the corpse from the ground, quietly summoning Sangyu, who had been hiding in a corner. The royal corner town was garrisoned with 3,000 Beast Tamers of the Great Liang dynasty. Do not underestimate the beast apparatus configuration of the Great Liang dynasty's military. Those stationed in the town were all 2nd-tier elites, not mere recruits. In recent years, having profited from the Fire Crystal Nation, they had enriched themselves, equipping every soldier with top-notch gear, armored to the teeth. Loose arrows. Yi Xian did not believe his current form could withstand the onslaught. Having consumed his lifespan to swiftly eliminate the general, the morale of the royal corner town plummeted. Achieving one of his objectives, Sangyu snapped back to reality and hurried to Yi Xian's side, her small face tense. Picking up Sangyu's petite frame, Yi Xian quickly leaped onto the Night Hunter's shoulder, taking advantage of the lingering power from its bloodline transformation to head toward the city wall. The Night Hunter signaled, its arms clasped together, unleashing a white-golden cross-cutting energy to create chaos, and then leaped forward, leading Yi Xian toward the city wall. Bad news. The general has been attacked, and the assailant has fled. Seal off Royal Corner Town immediately. Chaos erupted in Royal Corner Town. The alarm sounded, drums resounding through the air. In an instant, a throng of cavalry beast tamers clad in standard armor surged forth from Royal Corner Town, their murderous intent palpable, riding 2nd-tier speed-type beasts, the Cloud Leopard, and bearing 2nd-tier piercing crossbows. Under the command of their respective leaders, they charged toward the town's entrance to intercept. In the alleys of Wanjiao Town, Night Hunt exhibited an astonishing agility, deftly navigating the terrain. Standing upon Night Hunt's shoulder, Yi Xian's white hair danced wildly in the wind. He could sense the fervent power within Night Hunt, a result of bloodline metamorphosis, waning rapidly. Every fleeting second was as precious as gold. There was still time. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled like stars as he murmured to himself. Enhanced by tenfold vision, the defensive walls of Wanjiao Town came into view, with 4 silver ballistae clearly visible atop the city gate's ramparts. These formidable military-grade siege weapons were third-tier steel beast crossbows, crafted entirely from refined dark steel. The steel beast crossbow resembled a coiled silver tiger, its 6-meter-long frame glinting with a chilling light, every joint embedded with intricate gears. Within the bow slot lay a massive bolt, as thick as an adult's arm, the tip tinged with a toxic hue from the venom of demonic beasts. Such a military-grade weapon, once unleashed, could effortlessly pierce through even a non-defensive third-tier commander-level beast. Even Sushi's third-tier, 4-star commander-level Triceratops would suffer severe damage if struck directly without its protective gear. It was hard to fathom the carnage that would ensue when these 4 machines of slaughter were aimed at a densely packed enemy formation. Yi Xian's second target was these 4 lethal instruments of war. At that moment, the city gate was on high alert, the guards tense and anxious. They remained unaware of the events unfolding within the town, only knowing that alarms were being sounded. Danger! Enemy attack! A guard atop the wall spotted the white flash hurtling towards them. 3 breaths. Yi Xian's fingertips glided over Night Hunt's shoulder armor, shifting right. Hiss! Night Hunt's azure beast eyes flashed crimson, suddenly accelerating. The guards on the wall were taken aback, and before they could comprehend, the platinum-armored figure had already appeared before the first steel beast crossbow on the right. As the mantis blade swept through, 3 beast masters remained poised, channeling their spiritual energy. Uft! 3 heads, marked by fear, tumbled down. A smile curled at Yi Xian's lips as he stood atop the wall, unceremoniously taking control of the third-tier steel beast crossbow. Night Hunt, employing a phantom doppelganger technique, moved left, and then for real. Whoosh! Night Hunt surged forward, the mantis blade flashing, instantly transforming into 3 figures lunging towards the other 3 steel beast crossbows. Enemy attack. Adjust the crossbow's aim, quickly. The beast master responsible for the first crossbow turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he almost screamed a warning. Bang! The massive crossbows roared in unison, unleashing bolts infused with the power of wind and thunder, the air tearing apart with a deafening shriek. Boom! Boom! The first 2 bolts pierced through Night Hunt's afterimage, creating 2 massive craters in the wall behind, debris flying. And the third bolt. Clang! Night Hunt's true form suddenly materialized, the mantis blade crossing in a dazzling white gold X/, effortlessly shattering the enormous bolt capable of piercing through a third-tier commander beast. Before the shockwave dissipated, Night Hunt's figure had already ghosted to the 3rd crossbow. Uft! Blood splattered as the beast masters controlling the crossbow had no time to scream. Their heads soared into the air. Night Hunt did not need to destroy the steel beast crossbow. Severing the spring core would suffice. Hiss! Night Hunt paused in his action to sever the spring core. Once the core shattered, he darted towards the remaining 2 steel beast crossbows. Be careful, Lord Yi. Sang Yu, vigilant and observant beside Yi Xian, offered a warning. Below the city wall, a unit of patrolling cavalry had appeared, 30 riders simultaneously raising their second-tier piercing crossbows. The specially crafted triangular arrowheads glowing with a ghostly blue hue, forming a sea of stars. Their target was clearly Yi Xian, adopting the stance of capturing the leader first. Fire! Whoosh! A torrent of blue triangular arrows shot forth, and Yi Xian swiftly shielded Sang Yu, issuing a command. Chio, beast skill, shield frog guard. Chio emerged, waving its hands, the blue summoning array shimmering as 3 elite third-tier 1-star shield frogs materialized before them. Ribbit! The shield frogs crouched, protecting Yi Xian with their thick, crystalline backs exposed. Bang! 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 The arrows struck, yet could not pierce the third-tier shield frog's armor. Fire again! The squad leader hesitated before issuing the command. Yes, are there more than us? Chio, blade frog swarm. Chio's cheeks puffed slightly, and with a clap of its small hands, over 300 ordinary third-tier 1-star blade frogs sprang forth, leaping towards the cavalry. What in the world is that? The sudden onslaught of the blade frog swarm threw the squad into chaos. Before they could react, several members suffered fatal wounds from the blade frog strikes. Chapter 72. Seize Wangjiao Town. Chio. The little blade frog priest Chio commanded the swarm to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Night Hunt successfully commandeered the other 2 steel beast crossbows, the power from his bloodline transformation now depleted, reverting back to the commander-level black gold Night Mantis. Severing the spring core, Night Hunt leaped down from the city wall, joining the fray, slaying the relentless reinforcements of the Liang dynasty's beast master cavalry. Come, let me show you the might of a third-tier siege weapon, the steel beast crossbow. Occupying the high ground of the city wall and shielded by the frogs, Yi Xian's anticipation surged, eager to engage. Buzz! Yi Xian grasped the steel beast crossbow, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing the surface to glow with prominent crimson patterns. This war machine, under his control, emitted a deep, resonant rumble, akin to a bloodthirsty beast awakening. Having consumed the eye liquid of a 6th-tier royal beast giant octopus, Yixian's vision was greatly enhanced. Even without activating his innate talent, he could clearly discern targets at a distance of 10,000 meters. Fortune was on his side as he aimed for headshots. The 3rd-tier crossbow sniper Yixian was ready. In an instant, he locked onto a squad of Liang Dynasty cavalry 3,000 meters away. Boom! The first massive bolt was released, and the charging Cloud Leopard cavalry barely had time to react. The foremost 10 riders pierced through, blood splattering everywhere. Reload. The exhilarating slaughter filled Yixian with delight, excitement evident in his eyes as he swiftly cranked the winch. Below the city, a cavalry captain's eyes bulged with fury as he shouted, "Scatter! Quickly scatter!" Yet, the second bolt was already whistling towards them. This massive arrow, entwined with spiraling air currents, was unstoppable. Puffed, 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 puffed. Blood sprayed mercilessly as the 1st-tier armored cavalry crumbled before the steel beast crossbow, their limbs and cries of the beasts mingling in a chaotic explosion. The once orderly cavalry formation instantaneously turned into a hellish nightmare. For the third shot, Yixian licked his lips, suddenly narrowing his eyes. "Yixian?" Sang Yu's timid voice rang out. Yixian paused, looking down at the little girl tugging at his clothing. In that moment, he recognized the fear reflected in her clear gaze. "Yixian, were you enjoying the slaughter just now? It's a bit frightening." Sang Yu's words struck a chord in Yixian, leaving him with a sense of longing. He smiled helplessly and continued to release the 3rd bolt from the steel beast crossbow. Shortly after the 3rd bolt was fired, dust suddenly swirled outside the city, accompanied by the sound of thundering hooves. Yixian turned towards the sound and beheld 1,000 cavalry charging forward. "My lord, we have arrived," the one-armed Lucy bellowed, leading the charge atop his elite beast, the earth-stabbing boar. The fireworks released by Sang Yu outside the inn earlier had signaled the assault. Just in time, Yixian laughed heartily, commanding Yisho to breach the city gates. Like a wraith, Yisho swiftly dispatched several obstructing demon beasts, its arms clasped together as it slashed. The black and gold blade aura effortlessly shattering multiple steel bolts of the inner gate. It was over. A sense of dread gripped the hearts of the great Liang Dynasty's Beast Tamers, their faces paling. The main general had been fatally wounded, and the 4 city-defending beast artillery had been seized. Fight! How could they fight? With their heads? Boom! The city gates were smashed open, and Lu Si and his fearless companions charged into Wangjiao town. Xiao, the great frog leaped into action, activating its innate duality, summoning spectral frog images that descended upon the summoning array. As the array trembled, a massive 3-star leader-level sword abyss frog sprang forth. The great frog was here to assist its master in vanquishing foes. Ribbit! The sword abyss frog's eyes gleamed with ferocity as its mountain-like form leapt from the city walls, sending shockwaves that flung several 2nd-tier ordinary red lizards into the air. Whoosh! With a shudder of its back, 100 water blades erupted forth, unleashing carnage. In an instant, the sound of piercing flesh resounded, as the 1st-tier beast armors of the great Liang Beast Tamers offered no protection whatsoever. Kill! With enemies before him, Lucy's eyes burned crimson, his hair standing on end. The B-rank Beast Tamer talent, Serpent of the Tail, bestowed upon him 1/3 of a pig's strength. He mounted a Terran spike boar, charging forward. Each thrust of his 1st-tier beast weapon spear pierced through the flesh of 2nd-tier ordinary beasts with overwhelming force. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, the momentum favored Yixian's faction, surging like a tidal wave. Retreat! Retreat! Break through! The commander, paralyzed with fear, ordered the demon beasts to slaughter the renowned red-haired armored boar Beast Tamer, Su Shi's deputy, who, upon witnessing the dire situation, immediately contemplated retreat. Their opposing commander was simply too formidable. As the words left his mouth, the battle-weary soldiers scattered, mounting their demon beasts in a frantic flight towards the shattered city gates. Do not pursue the desperate enemy. Seal the gates. Lu Si, take a group to cleanse the remnants within the town. After a moment's thought, Yixian gestured for the demon beast Yisho to assist Lu Si in the cleanup. Old village chief, lead a team to scour the battlefield and account for casualties. Yes, my lord. Understood. As they claimed Wangjiao town, the crowd was filled with exhilaration, especially the old village chief, whose white beard trembled with excitement, revealing his toothless grin. Chaos engulfed Wangjiao town. In the alleys, the sounds of fierce combat occasionally erupted, causing both civilians and merchants to cower indoors in fear of inciting trouble. At the mayor's residence, women and maidservants trembled, kneeling on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. In the hall, Yixian sat quietly in half-black armor, listening intently to the battle reports. The old village chief, beaming with joy, eagerly recounted their achievements, my lord. We have slain over 1,300 of the great Liang dynasty's Beast Tamers, capturing more than 2,000 second-tier beast corpses and several second-tier standard beast armors and crossbows. Thanks to your prowess, our forces of over 1,200 suffered only 400 casualties. Upon hearing the number of 400 casualties, Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Losing over 400 men, even under his leadership, was a heavy burden. It was understandable, considering they were a grassroots force that had barely formed for less than a month. My lord, what shall we do next? Xuan lightly drummed his fingers on the armrest, pondering for a moment before saying, distribute all the captured beast armors and actively recruit fresh blood. 90% of Wangjiao Town's residents were ordinary people, and Sushi had been covertly suppressing the rise of local beast tamers from Huijin Kingdom. With the promise of an awakening stone upon joining, no one would refuse the opportunity to become a beast tamer. Old village chief, you are wise and have experienced far more than I. I lack worldly experience and require your assistance with many trivial matters. Xuan took on the role of a carefree master, entrusting the old village chief with responsibilities. The old village chief, visibly moved, immediately affirmed his readiness to take charge. After clapping his hands, as the old village chief prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. My lord, there is one more thing. Someone has just discovered an underground prison containing a group of captives. After a moment's hesitation, he added, my lord, would you like to take a look? This underground prison holds a batch of former beast tamers from Huijin Kingdom. If we can. Chapter 73, A Pharmacist. The distinction between military beast tamers and ordinary beast tamers. An underground prison? Xuan raised an eyebrow, retrieving a piece of black candy to reward the inquisitive Qiao. Today, little Qiao performed admirably and deserved a reward. Qiao, the little sword frog priest with blue eyes narrowed them joyfully, curling its serpentine tail around the candy, bringing its head close to lick. Indeed, an underground prison. Let us go take a look. Upon hearing this, the old village chief chuckled and led the way. The group traversed the winding corridors of the mayor's residence, arriving at a concealed cellar entrance. At that moment, Lucy and several beast tamers had gathered. Upon Xuan's arrival, Lucy hurriedly instructed someone to lift the heavy iron plate. As it was raised, a damp atmosphere mixed with the stench of decay rushed forth. The stone steps spiraled downward, with dim beast oil lamps flickering on either side, casting shadows that revealed mottled bloodstains. My lord, watch your step. Lucy, leading the way, held a torch to illuminate the prison. Descending into the chamber, the sight that met Xuan's eyes caused his pupils to constrict. Hundreds of iron cages were lined up in the dark dungeon, each containing a gaunt figure. Hearing the commotion, most captives merely numbly raised their heads, their eyes devoid of light, some filled only with hatred and apathy. My lord, after enduring severe torture, the former advisor of Sushi in Wangjiao Town revealed that these individuals are all former beast tamers of Huijin Kingdom. The old village chief's eyes brimmed with compassion as he sighed. To control Wangjiao Town, Sushi imprisoned those who refused to comply. Xuan walked slowly past the cages, suddenly pausing in a corner. There, curled up, was an elderly man in a tattered yellow robe, his eyes bound with cloth, silently sitting cross-legged. For some reason, Xuan felt that this person was extraordinary. As if sensing Xuan's gaze, the old man lifted his head, his expression vacant. Old sir, what is your name? Xuan squinted, inquiring through the bars. Reporting to my lord. From a nearby cage, a previously listless, emaciated prisoner suddenly lunged forward. His bloodshot eyes wide open yet remarkably alert. Clearly, he had overheard Xuan's conversation with the old village chief, the advisor torturing Sushi. Could it be that Wangjiao Town has been breached? It is the Bone Master. He croaked, his bony fingers gripping the bars tightly. This is the Bone Master, a second-tier pharmacist. That beast Sushi wanted to force him into concocting potions, but the master refused, and thus he was tortured with drugs that blinded him. The prisoner's voice trembled with emotion, his eyes reddening as he pounded on the iron bars. Observing the prisoner's fury, it was evident that the bone pharmacist had once been highly esteemed in Wangjiao Town. Xuan's interest was piqued. A second-tier pharmacist? What a delightful surprise. Pharmacists are a highly revered profession in the world of beast taming, capable of endowing demon pets with formidable enhancements through meticulously crafted potions, making them an essential connection for every beast tamer. For instance, the third-tier potion Blood Bodhi from the Nose Island was concocted by a third-tier pharmacist, allowing ordinary demon beasts to ascend to elite status upon consumption. The effects are truly remarkable. He crouched down to meet the old man's gaze, pondering whether the master could indeed hear his voice. The bone apothecary's lips trembled slightly, his expression dazed as he mumbled incoherently, "Is it you again? Urging me to concoct potions? Tell that child Sushi, cough cough." I would rather perish in this dark dungeon than brew elixirs for the wretched dogs of the great Liang dynasty. Lucy chuckled softly, his voice booming like a bell. Sushi is dead. Today he has been cleaved in two by my lord's monstrous pet. The dungeon fell into a chilling silence, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In a fleeting moment, muffled sobs erupted from within the cramped confines. The bone apothecary's frail body shook violently, his hands, veined and gnarled, grasping the iron bars tightly. Is it true? Indeed, replied Xuan, as he opened the cell door without a hint of distaste, personally assisting the elder to his feet. Not only has Sushi met his demise, but Wangjiao Town has also been reclaimed. Master, you have suffered greatly. Today, I, Xuan, shall grant freedom to all the prisoners within this dungeon. The bone apothecary trembled, extending his calloused hands to touch the half-black armor of Xuan. He suddenly found himself weeping profusely. Storm clouds loomed over Wangjiao Town. The city gates were sealed. Merchants wore expressions of despair, and a cadre of beast tamers, under the direction of the village chief, swiftly occupied the battlements, equipped with second-tier crossbows that could pierce armor. Seizing the high ground, there existed a distinction between the army's beast tamers and those of ordinary lineage. The former concentrated on collective strength and the strategic pairing of beast equipment, while the latter, hailing from prestigious beast tamer families, focused on nurturing monsters, adopting a route of elite prowess that could stand against 100 foes. In essence, both factions possessed their respective strengths. Within the town hall, Xuan sat confidently upon a high seat, playing with a beast ring in his hand. This ring contained over 2,000 second-tier beast corpses and 1 third-tier, 4-star commanding beast corpse, a substantial bounty. Xuan chanted incantations, casting the ring into the Beast Refining Cauldron to commence the refining process. As the cauldron activated, the ring emitted a resonant hum, and pure spiritual energy began to diffuse, gradually coalescing into a luminous white sphere. 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths. After 100 breaths, the beast ring ceased to release its spiritual energy, the corpses now nearly entirely refined. After careful consideration, Xuan resolved to elevate his second contract beast, Qiao. Qiao, adept at group combat, would be an ideal choice given the current circumstances. Qiao, enter for cultivation, Xuan commanded, pulling out the little creature peeking from his collar. Qiao blinked its large blue eyes, cutely sticking out its tongue, allowing Xuan to envelop it within the cauldron. Shortly thereafter, the village chief led 100 prisoners to the hall. After a thorough cleansing, the prisoners appeared rejuvenated, their spirits markedly uplifted. Greetings, my lord. They collectively bowed with respect. Unbelievable. Wangjiao Town has truly been conquered. My friends, the tyrannical Liang dynasty has oppressed the people. I find myself in need of assistance. Those willing to remain shall find that I, Xuan, will not betray your trust. As he finished speaking, the prisoners, as if in unison, knelt on one knee, pledging their allegiance to Xuan, ready to expand territories and dismantle the tyranny of the great Liang. Excellent. Xuan laughed heartily, gesturing for them to rise, urging them to forego excessive formality. This batch of prisoners possessed considerable prowess as beast tamers, with the weakest among them boasting a second-tier, 1-star level, and the strongest reaching a third-tier, 1-star status. A third-tier beast tamer was capable of serving as a notable figure within the town. Xuan's gaze fell upon a robust man with a horse-like face and a large beard, known as Xuan, who was indeed a third-tier, 1-star beast tamer. Regrettably, Xuan's innate talent was only of the C grade, far beneath Lucy's potential. Xuan? Present. The burly man stepped forward, his eyes radiating respect and fervor. I have heard that you once served as the deputy general of the former Wangjiao Town. Indeed. Very well. I entrust you with the training of the new beast tamers of Wangjiao Town. Understood. Xuan nodded, unable to contain his excitement. Leaning back in his chair, Xuan continued, Village chief, please lead everyone to select suitable contract beasts. Understood. The village chief nodded, acknowledging that with the great Liang dynasty's troops in disarray, there was an opportunity to capture a batch of injured second-tier monsters. Chapter 74, Soul-type potions, quality-enhancing potions. As the crowd dispersed, Xuan called upon the bone apothecary once more. My lord, what is your command? The bone apothecary, his eyes covered with a white cloth, appeared quite perplexed. I summoned you for a matter of great importance. I wish to heal your eyes and restore your sight. Heal. The bone apothecary's frail form trembled, his calloused hands forming into fists. Generally, potions capable of curing blindness or regenerating severed limbs were of at least the 4th tier. He found it hard to believe that Xuan intended to treat this aged shell of a man. Xuan rose from his seat and approached, speaking as he walked. Have you heard of the royal beast with human face giant octopus? The royal beast is a treasure trove. and the eye fluid of the human-faced giant octopus possesses countless miraculous uses, including healing eye ailments. Perhaps you could give it a try. The bone apothecary was taken aback, suddenly feeling a delicate glass vial pressed into his palm. This is far too precious, a mere relic of the past. There is no need for formality. I require your strength. Yi Xian spoke earnestly. The value of a second-tier potion master was immense. The bone apothecary's frail body quivered as warmth surged through his heart. No one wishes to be blind. And he certainly did not. If he could restore his sight, it would be akin to receiving a new lease on life. Taking a deep breath, the bone apothecary hesitated no longer and tilted his head back to drink from the glass vial. As the eye fluid coursed through him, an unusual warmth exploded within his abdomen, surging towards his poisoned, blind eyes. The bone apothecary felt a peculiar itch, as if insects were crawling within. After a few moments, the strange sensation subsided, and he slowly removed the bandages. At that moment, his once vacant eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, brimming with vitality. With a clap, the bone apothecary, tears streaming down his face, fell to his knees in gratitude, exclaiming, "My lord's generous gift. Even if I were to sacrifice my life, I could never repay your kindness. I shall dedicate my remaining days to serve you faithfully." Yi Xian hurriedly extended his hand to assist him, smiling as he helped him to his seat, personally pouring a cup of tea for him. "Master Bone, I wonder if you could concoct some soul-type potions?" Soul-type potions? The bone apothecary was momentarily taken aback. Soul-type potions are one of the most enigmatic branches of the potion system, specifically designed to mend wounds on the spiritual level. For instance, when a beast companion perishes, leading to the severance of the beast contract and subsequent harm to the beast tamer's soul, the crafting process for such potions is intricate, and their value far exceeds that of ordinary potions of the same tier. My lord, I possess some knowledge. I am familiar with the method to concoct the second-tier soul-type potion, Soul Nurturing Elixir. This potion serves to nourish and heal damaged souls. Excellent. I shall now trouble you with this task. Yi Xian internally sighed in relief. The day that He Ji burned her soul, resulting in her weakened spirit and subsequent slumber, had created an urgent need for soul-type potions. Understood. Within the hall, Yi Xian cradled a teacup while engaging in casual conversation with the bone apothecary. To his delight, he discovered that this bone apothecary was also capable of concocting the highly complex second-tier quality-enhancing potion. The quality-enhancing potion could be administered to second-tier beasts, permanently enhancing their physicality by 30%. The higher the beast's level, the less pronounced the effect. A beast could only benefit from this potion once in its lifetime. Do not underestimate this second-tier quality-enhancing potion. Imagine two beasts of the same level and bloodline engaged in a life-and-death struggle. If one were to gain the advantage of the quality-enhancing potion, it could turn the tide of battle. This is precisely why potion masters are so cherished by beast tamers. The bone alchemist, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and assured, "Rest easy, my lord. Entrust this to me. As long as the materials are abundant, I shall undoubtedly concoct 2 potions of enhanced quality to strengthen your magical beasts." "Very well, I shall rely on you, esteemed elder. For materials, you may consult the old town mayor." As time passed unnoticed, the night deepened. The gates of Wangjiao town were sealed, the city walls illuminated with bright lights, while numerous beast tamers stood guard, vigilant in their duties. In the alleys of Wangjiao town, beast tamers patrolled with torches in hand. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the makeshift recruitment station was fervent. In the twilight, a long line of young men formed, exchanging excited chatter, their faces alight with anticipation. In the eyes of the higher echelons of the Daliang dynasty, the residents of the original Fire Crystal Kingdom were merely a wretched populace, serving only 2 purposes: to toil in the mines and to bleed for their masters. Now, the opportunity to enlist in the military and receive an awakening stone to become beast tamers was a glimmer of hope for those oppressed. How could they not feel elated? In the backyard of the town hall, a steaming hot spring bubbled, shrouded in mist. After a tiring day, Yi Xuanguang relaxed in the waters, clad only in his beast-hide shorts. Suddenly, the black-gold night mantis, Qiuqiu, tilted its head in contemplation, mimicking Yi Xian by balancing a leaf atop its head. Qiuqiu gleefully frolicked in the hot spring, absorbing the transformed spiritual energy from the beast refinement jar, propelling its realm from a 1st star of the 3rd stage to a 3rd star. Just 1 step remained to reach the 4th star of the 3rd stage. Yi Xian felt content with this advancement. The higher the bloodline of a magical beast, the more arduous the path to elevation became. With its dual innate talents, Qiuqiu required double the spiritual energy for ascension. Possessing a 3rd stage, 3-star Qiuqiu was akin to having an additional 3rd stage, 3-star sword abyss frog companion. With cheeks puffed, Qiuqiu expelled a blue bubble, launching it towards the shore where Sang Yu watched with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The newly learned fourth beast technique. Floating bubble. Sang Yu shrieked as the enlarged bubble enveloped her, sending her splashing into the hot spring. With a splash, she emerged, hair drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Qiu. Sang Yu, both angry and flustered, splashed water back at Qiu. The playful creature, delighted by the commotion, dodged while spraying water back at Sang Yu. Oh, how delightful. Relaxing in the hot spring, Yixian reveled in the comfort it provided, all the while contemplating the future. In the ensuing days, he must hasten his development. Once the Daliang dynasty learned of any insurrection, they would surely dispatch beast tamers from nearby towns to quell the rebellion. Xiange, no peeking. Snapped back to reality, Yixian noticed Sang Yu, drenched and clutching herself, her face flushed. Stop fooling around. You look so undernourished, like a little monkey. If not for your feminine features, one might mistake you for a young boy, he teased with a chuckle. Sang Yu, indignant, muttered to herself while clutching Qiu. Do not mock the young and impoverished. I'm only 12 this year, almost 13. Perhaps with better nutrition in the future, I shall blossom into a beautiful maiden. Yixian laughed again, reaching for fruits to snack on. With Heiji absent, it was rare to have someone to converse with, and the company of the innocent young girl brought Yixian a sense of relaxation. Sang Yu pouted, gently pinching Qiu's cheeks. Chapter 75, A Mysterious Visitor? The royal beast egg of the dim candle dragon lizard. My lord, a mysterious noble guest has arrived. The tranquil ambience of the hot spring was abruptly shattered by an aged voice. It was the old village chief. A noble guest? Yixian rose from the hot spring, bare-chested, and approached the old chief. How mysterious can this guest be? Seeing Yixian approach, the chief's expression grew tense as he whispered, My lord. This mysterious guest is accompanied by a third-stage beast tamer. Surely, they are of great importance and have specifically requested to meet you. Yixian's pupils narrowed slightly as he donned his garments, intrigued. Accompanied by a third-stage beast tamer? They must indeed possess a notable identity. Exiting the hot spring's backyard, Yixian followed the old chief to a brightly lit hall. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Si and Hu Xia wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed on a tall, thin figure cloaked in black robes and a wide-brimmed hat. Perched upon the figure's shoulder was a diminutive white avian beast. With a mere glance, Yixian recognized the creature's species, a third-stage leader-level magical beast, the luminescent bird, endowed with the talent of radiant light. Among its peers, it ranked at least in the upper echelons. Such formality is unnecessary for a guest. We ought to treat them with respect, Yixian spoke calmly. Indeed. Yixian took his seat at the table, curiously observing the cloaked duo. In an instant, his eyes glimmered with dark light, activating his beast tamer's talent. Under the scrutiny of his all-seeing gaze, the black robes gradually became transparent, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man and a demure young girl, neither particularly striking in appearance. The third-stage beast tamer, Zhang Yi, furrowed his brow, a chill creeping up his spine, his instincts on high alert. Reflexively, he positioned himself protectively in front of the girl. Uncle Yi, there is no need for alarm, the frail figure in black robes spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a chime. Zhang Yi hesitated and stepped aside. Should we find a secluded spot to converse? Yixian inquired, glancing at the slender figure. Very well. The figure acquiesced, following Yixian into a private chamber. This chamber, originally intended for Su Shi's indulgence, spanned over 20 square meters, sealed tight, with a stone table laden with various fruits and delicacies. What shall I call you? Yixian locked the door behind him and returned to the table. The frail figure in black lifted the brim of his hat and removed the mask, revealing a refined young girl. Dongfang Yuli. Dongfang. Yixian murmured, a crescent smile gracing his lips. If my memory serves me right, only the royal family of the Fire Crystal Kingdom bears the surname Dongfang. Dongfang Yuli remained silent, calmly acknowledging her identity under Yixian's gaze. Indeed, I am the last surviving heir of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, the final member of the Dongfang clan. Hehe. I have perused many novels, and they describe princesses as being stunningly beautiful, captivating all who behold them. Novels are merely fabrications. I am quite content with my appearance. How intriguing. Yixian rose and struck the stone table, an aura of menace emanating from him. I never expected a royal heir from the Fire Crystal Kingdom to still be alive. Dongfang Yuli, do you not fear that I might hand you over? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are not foolish, Dongfang Yuli replied coolly. She plucked a fruit from the table and continued, Today, I witnessed you slay Su Shi of the Daliang dynasty at the tea house, an act that defied the authority of the Daliang dynasty. They will not let you off lightly. I have come to assist you, to help you grow stronger. Assist me? How do you intend to do so? Yixian's expression softened, akin to a master of the art of face-changing. Dongfang Yuli peered deeply into Yixian's eyes, then flicked her fingers to produce a second-stage storage beast ring. Buzz. The beast ring shimmered, and before Yi Xian's astonished gaze, a half-human-sized beast egg appeared before him. The egg, a vibrant crimson, bore a scaly surface reminiscent of a lizard. This is the royal beast egg of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, the king-level dim candle dragon lizard. General Xian, do you think it may assist you? In an instant, the atmosphere within the chamber fell into a profound silence, a quiet so palpable it was almost tangible. Knight Xian's pupils widened, and his breath became unexpectedly rapid. A royal beast egg. Instinctively, he activated his Class A Beast Master talent, the Destruction Magic Eye, and gazed at the fiery egg. The shell gradually became translucent, revealing a curled-up young beast within, a chubby red creature reminiscent of a triceratops from Blue Star. Its entire body adorned with distinctly segmented dragon scales. A tempest of emotions surged within Knight Xian. This was indeed a Ming Zhu Longxi cub, exactly as depicted in the Monster Encyclopedia. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Knight Xian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and I do not believe my appearance alone could compel a stranger to willingly gift me a beast egg. Dongfang Yuli, why would you present me with your royal beast from the Fire Crystal Kingdom's legacy? Why not keep it for yourself? Knight Xian's sharp gaze pierced through. His hands braced on the table as he blurted out a trio of questions, eager to delve into Dongfang Yuli's heart. Dongfang Yuli's eyes lowered. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. I possess a mediocre talent, only a Class C Beast Master aptitude, and have not inherited the Class B Beast Master talent that my father took pride in. Contracting this beast egg would only hinder its future prospects. Moreover, nurturing a royal beast is a veritable money pit. With the Fire Crystal Kingdom's downfall, my resources are insufficient to raise it. As for why I am willing to gift it to you, Dongfang Yuli's voice trailed off. Drip, drip, blood fell from her fingertips onto the stone floor. The girl raised her head, her gaze as cold as ice, her murderous intent unmasked. When the royal palace of the Fire Crystal Kingdom fell, my father was slain in battle. I witnessed Su Shi and several generals of the great Liang dynasty mock and humiliate my mother. Her cries of anguish still resonate in my mind. General Xian, in my eyes, you are a genius, a high-talent individual capable of effortlessly slaying Su Shi, the benefactor who can avenge the humiliation of my mother. Furthermore, you are the first to dare openly challenge the great Liang dynasty. This egg is a gift to you, a form of investment. I only possess a modest wish, to take my investment and eradicate that horde of great Liang invaders. The more, the better. The girl's expression swiftly contorted, her brow furrowing as excitement surged through her, blood vessels bursting in her eyes. Heaven knows how exhilarated I felt witnessing you slay Su Shi in an instant. The thrill of witnessing such carnage nearly suffocated my soul. Her legs weakened, trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed to the ground. Knight Xian fell silent before smiling and extending his hand toward Dongfang Yuli. It's a deal. Dongfang Yuli's small wish does not conflict with my own objectives. It's a simple matter. Chapter 76, Nurturing Manual, Third Contracted Beast, Ming Zhu Longxi. With the transaction concluded, Knight Xian's attention returned to the Ming Zhu Longxi egg, a royal beast egg. Unable to contain his excitement, Knight Xian rose and reached out to touch it. The shell was surprisingly thick, warm and scorching to the touch, its surface smooth and delicate, akin to caressing polished jade. A fervor ignited within Knight Xian. He had originally planned to return to Shicheng in the Black Cool Kingdom, trading Jiao pearls for a royal beast egg, but unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he had stumbled upon this third opportunity in the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Calming himself, Knight Xian channeled his spiritual energy into the beast egg. As he infused his energy, the fully developed little creature within was awakened and began to attempt to break free from its shell. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 100 breaths. Under Dongfang Yuli's watchful gaze, cracks began to multiply on the egg's surface. Crack. The shell, riddled with fissures, shattered, and a small red-scaled paw emerged, stained with faint red amniotic fluid. Soon after, another paw followed, then its head and half of its body. Thud. The red figure tumbled awkwardly from the shell, marking the moment the Ming Zhu Longxi cub was officially born into this world. Knight Xian withdrew his hand, curiously observing the royal beast, which was roughly the size of a calf. The royal Ming Zhu Longxi cub was enveloped in vivid red scales, with faint golden patterns glimmering along the edges, exuding a glassy sheen. Its body was round and plump, displaying the unique baby fat of a young beast. Its limbs were short and stout, yet brimming with strength, and its paw pads were thick. The head of the Ming Zhu Longxi resembled that of the Fire Kingdom's native beast, the red lizard, with a broad and short snout that slightly curled upwards, revealing a pair of small, sharp fangs. Most striking was the robust horn atop its head, spiraled at the base, emanating a metallic red glow at the tip. Night Xian's attention shifted as he locked eyes with the bewildered Ming Zhu Longxi cub. The little creature's eyes were as large as copper bells, with vertically slit pupils, and its sclera gleamed with a faint noble golden hue, reflecting the innocence and vivacity characteristic of a young beast. Roar! The Ming Zhu Longxi cub shook its head, surveying its surroundings before pouncing on the shattered shell, devouring it with delight. Night Xian nodded. The royal beast eggshell and amniotic fluid contained essential nutrients for the cub's growth, an invaluable supplement. Crunch! Crunch! The little creature's sharp teeth made quick work of the eggshell, as if it were munching on potato chips. After consuming a third of it, the little Ming Zhu Longxi's aura reached a first-tier 3-star level, and upon finishing the entire shell, its aura surged to a first-tier 4-star level. Its calf-sized body grew slightly more robust, the red scales thickening significantly. Burp. After letting out a satisfied belch, the little Ming Zhu Longxi shook its head and began to roam the chamber, resembling a lion surveying its territory, leisurely strutting about. General Xian, please treat this little one well. Dongfang Yuli spoke softly, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions as her brow relaxed, gazing at Night Xian. With that, she presented him with a thin, small parchment. What is this? Night Xian inquired, taking the booklet with curiosity. The nurturing manual for the Ming Zhu Longxi, a treasure of the Fire Crystal Kingdom's royal lineage, dating back centuries. Upon hearing this, Night Xian opened a page to examine it. The first page recorded the fundamental information about the royal Ming Zhu Longxi. Species name, Royal Beast Ming Zhu Longxi. Spiritual energy attribute, a dual attribute beast, possessing both earth and fire elements. Beast talent, fusion core, capable of devouring fire attribute ores, such as the fire crystal. A specialty of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, to enhance its scales, horn, or claws. Beast lifespan, a baseline of 300 years, with potential lifespan increases as its realm advances. Beast habits, prefers high-temperature environments and despises the cold, exhibiting a lion-like territorial instinct. Core diet, the young beast has a large appetite. It requires feeding 8 times daily, with a diet consisting of fire attribute beast meat, fire attribute magical plants, etc., taboo foods. Ice attribute magical plants, ice attribute beast meat. After perusing the first page, Night Xian decisively closed the small booklet in his hand. Not bad at all. This manual is quite excellent, befitting the royal heritage of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, with thoroughly comprehensive information. Being a beast master is no easy feat, Night Xian mused. Just the daily sustenance and nurturing alone entail a significant financial burden, not to mention the costs of magical potions and beast-enhancing tools. He was grateful to possess the refining beast pot. For the time being, he need not worry about the beast's realm, saving him a considerable amount of effort. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The little chubby one is ready to eat. Night Xian beamed with a warm smile, retrieving a fiery red crystal from his beast ring. This is Fire Crystal, a product of the Fire Crystal Kingdom's Fire Crystal Mines, the root of the dispute between the Great Liang Dynasty and the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Within Su Shi's beast ring lies a towering 5-meter-high fire crystal mountain. In contemplation of recent mining endeavors, or perhaps covertly amassing personal wealth with the intention of clandestinely selling it, thereby reaping profits as an intermediary. A young Mingshu dragon lizard perked up its nostrils, as if catching a whiff of something delectable, scampering eagerly towards Yi Xian, drooling in anticipation. Food, food, food. Yi Xian flicked a fire crystal from his fingers, and the young Mingshu dragon lizard leapt into the air, snapping its jaws around the crystal with precision and ferocity, before settling on the ground to munch and remain vigilant. Observing the voracious appetite of the young dragon lizard, Yi Xian chuckled softly and tossed out a dozen more crystals, seeking to foster a bond between them. After all, naive and newly born magical beasts are the easiest to deceive into forming contracts. Crunch, crunch. The hard fire crystals crumbled beneath the dragon lizard's teeth, as if they were mere wafers. Sensing the opportune moment, Yi Xian leisurely bent down, concentrating to form a diamond-shaped seal in his palm. This was the third contract beast seal of a third-tier beast master. In a swift motion, Yi Xian slapped his palm against the young dragon lizard's head. The beast contract began to seep into the creature's consciousness, establishing a connection. The young Mingshu dragon lizard halted its eating, its vertical pupils gazing intently at Yi Xian, filled with innocence and bewilderment, as if to say, "Human, what are you going to do to me? Be at ease, relax, the contract will be complete shortly." With a growl, the young Mingshu dragon lizard seemed to sense something, shaking its head vigorously in resistance. Yi Xian, focused on forging the beast contract link, was taken aback and hastily threw out another pile of fire crystals. "Obey. Become my contracted magical pet. With 9 meals a day, you shall want for nothing." The intelligence of royal-grade magical beasts is exceptionally high, even in their infancy. Hearing Yixian's promise of 9 meals a day, the young Mingshu dragon lizard began to salivate again, its resistance gradually fading. Yixian let out a sigh of relief, and half a minute later, he opened his palm, revealing a smile. Within the vast expanse of the Beast Master's realm, following the commanding Black Gold Knight Mantis and the Priestess Sword Frog, the third royal-grade beast contract materialized before him. Royal-grade magical beast, first-tier 4-star Mingshu dragon lizard. Chapter 77, The Domain Unleashed. Little one, step forth and test your abilities. Having completed the contract with the young Mingshu dragon lizard, Yixian became intrigued by its capabilities. He conveyed his intentions through the beast contract. With a growl, the young Mingshu dragon lizard followed Yixian out of the chamber, emerging into the outside world. In the garden of the town mayor's mansion, Dongfang Yueli, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, observed alongside several officials. Little one, give it your all. Let me witness the variety of beast techniques you have mastered. As dusk fell, under the sparse starlit sky, Yixian, clad in dark robes, issued commands to the young Mingshu dragon lizard. With a tilt of its head, the dragon lizard pondered for a moment before unleashing a gray-red V-shaped breath from its mouth. Whoosh! The breath stained the flowers and grasses, which became enveloped in a gray substance, rendering them incredibly hard. Petrification? No, that's not it. Yixian stepped forward and plucked a gray-tinged flower, squeezing it with force. The gray substance on its surface cracked open like a fried peanut shell, revealing the wilted flower within, cooked by excessive heat. Ah, I see now, it is crystallized breath. Yixian's mind illuminated with understanding as he recognized the beast technique. Crystallized breath, a dual-element beast technique of fire and earth, when expelled upon hitting an enemy, could bestow a pseudo-petrification state. An enemy trapped in this state, if unable to escape, would meet a dire fate, slowly succumbing to the internal searing heat. Continue. With a burp and a yawn, the young Mingshu dragon lizard suppressed its drowsiness and prepared to showcase more beast techniques. Buzz. The creature was enveloped in a gray-red aura, and in the next instant, it silently melded into the earth. The ground swelled, revealing the dragon lizard's triangular dorsal fins. The beast technique, Earth Escape. After meandering slowly underground for a while, the young Mingshu dragon lizard suddenly emerged, bearing its fangs at a flowering tree. Puff, puff, puff. Before the astonished onlookers, a barrage of gray-red stones, each the size of lychees, shot forth like a machine gun, sweeping across the landscape. The beast technique, Stone Eruption. The stones struck the tree trunk, erupting in a dull explosion. As the heat dissipated, the once robust flowering tree now bore a multitude of wounds, a pitiful sight. With a roar, the young Mingshu dragon lizard leapt from the ground like a shark breaching the surface, its stout body curling into an indomitable crimson sphere upon landing. Whoosh! The little creature reveled in its newfound freedom, its rotund form transforming into a crimson whirlwind, rampaging through the moonlit courtyard. The beast technique, Earth Roll. Its armored back scraped along the stone pavement, carving deep, charred grooves into the hard surface. Boom! A sturdy cypress tree was cleaved in half by its charge. Yet the young Mingshu dragon lizard, oblivious to the destruction, barreled toward a nearby rock formation. Crack! The Taihu stone structure crumbled under the impact, sending flying debris that startled the colorful koi in the pond, causing them to leap from the water. Witnessing this spectacle, Yixian felt a surge of admiration for the innate potential of this creature. Remarkably, this first-tier royal-grade magical beast cub had already mastered 4 distinct beast techniques. With a clap, the young Mingshu dragon lizard halted, shaking its head and tumbling comically to the ground, appearing somewhat endearingly foolish. With a growl, it reached out with its short claws to pat its head and scampered back to Yixian's side. Excellent work. I shall reward you with a generous piece of fire crystal shortly. Now, we shall proceed to the final test. Unleash your domain. Yixian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he once again issued a command through the beast contract. Royal beasts inherently possess domains, the domain of a king. Just like the instructor's Rift Demon Rhino, which wields the soul devouring domain, enabling it to continuously siphon the spiritual energy from enemies within its realm. Spiritual energy is paramount. To illustrate, it is akin to the blue bar in a certain 5v5 competitive game on Blue Star. Once drained of spiritual energy, one can no longer execute many powerful beast techniques. Roar? The young Mingshu dragon lizard's eyes were filled with confusion as it closed its eyes, deeply attuning itself to the inheritance of the Mingshu dragon lizard bloodline within. Moments later, the young Mingshu dragon lizard opened its eyes, then stomped its feet forcefully against the ground. Suddenly, a transformation took place. A gray-red light ring radiated from its front limbs, sweeping outward. 1 meter, 10 meters, until it finally ceased at a distance of 100 meters. This was. The observing Lucy gasped in astonishment. Within this domain, the realm of beast masters inexplicably surged uncontrollably, jumping from first tier 1 star to first tier 5 stars. His muscles tensed, hair standing on end, as he realized that a faint red thread had penetrated his chest without his notice. Not only Lucy, but all beast masters within the 100-meter gray-red domain experienced a boost to their contracted beasts, albeit to varying degrees. The stronger the beast master, the less pronounced the enhancement. Conversely, the weaker the master, the more pronounced the effect. Confused, Lucy dashed out of the gray-red domain as coverage. As he crossed the threshold, his aura rapidly diminished, returning to first tier 1 star. In, out, standing within the circle, Lucy suddenly comprehended. This gray-red domain light ring possessed the capacity to significantly amplify the effects for both beast masters and magical beasts. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile. This, indeed, was the domain of the Mingshu dragon lizard, the advanced domain. It is no wonder the Mingshu dragon lizard could become the royal beast of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, with the king leading the charge, inspiring the troops to attack the enemy. Emphasizing the point, the effects of the domain are intricately connected to the realm of the king, who manifests it. As the realm of the king beast strengthens, the efficacy of its domain correspondingly intensifies. The expanse of a king beast's domain is intricately linked to its level of mastery. A higher realm naturally results in a broader coverage. However, enhancing the domain's extent is not solely dependent on elevating one's level. An alternative method exists, administering soul-enhancing elixirs to refine and augment the strength of the soul. It is imperative to recognize that the domain itself is a tangible manifestation of the king beast's soul. As the soul ascends, the domain of the king beast inevitably expands. The earth-splitting demon rhinoceros from Nose Island, for instance, manifests a terrifying domain that spans an astonishing 10,000 meters, illustrating the instructor's diligent training efforts. In the arena, the 100-meter domain gradually dissipated, revealing the young Ming Zhu Longxi curled up by Yi Xian's leg, blissfully asleep. Being a juvenile beast, it was only natural for it to be exhausted after a bout of frolic. Dismissed, maintain vigilance tonight, Yi Xian announced, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. Yes. The crowd bowed in unison, dispersing rapidly, with some taking their posts at the city walls and others patrolling, leaving only Yi Xian, Dongfang Yuli, and her steadfast third-tier beast master guard, Zhang Yi. Yi Xian chuckled softly, collecting the slumbering Ming Zhu Longxi, and remarked, Princess Dongfang, night has fallen. We shall conclude our discussions for today. At dawn tomorrow, we shall resume our conversation. Agreed, Dongfang Yuli nodded, her gaze following Yi Xian as he melded into the shadows. Princess, Zhang Yi spoke up, a hint of reluctance in his tone. He could not fathom why the princess would part with the last remaining king-tier beast egg. It matters not, Uncle Li. I trust my judgment, Dongfang Yuli replied, a glimmer of conviction in her eyes. She had witnessed Yi Xian's ascension to night hunt firsthand from the second floor of the tea house. An unfathomable ability. Such talent was undoubtedly that of an A-class beast master. With A-class beast masters being exceedingly rare, should he mature, he would surely rise to become a formidable force in the future. Chapter 78, The Storm Approaches. As the morning sun ascended, Yi Xian awoke amidst a cacophony of noise. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld Night Hunt engaging in a playful tussle. Night, a name bestowed upon the third beast, the Ming Zhu Longxi, by Yi Xian. Roar. In the courtyard, the young Ming Zhu Longxi, irate, unleashed its earth roll technique, unceremoniously colliding with Night Hunt, who remained unfazed. Smack. Night Hunt, disinterested in entertaining the little creature, casually kicked it away. Humph, this mere first-tier 4-star king beast dares to challenge my third-tier 2-star commander-level Night Hunt. The Ming Zhu Longxi ceased its rolling, panting, and indignantly climbed back up. With a defiant twist of its neck, it once again employed the earth roll technique, charging towards Night Hunt. Smack. Night Hunt responded with another kick, sending it tumbling beside the watchful Qiu Qiu. Roar. The young Ming Zhu Longxi then redirected its attention towards Qiu Qiu, issuing a playful challenge. Qiu Qiu blinked her azure eyes, peeking out with curiosity at her new companion. A chubby little beast, indeed, so small and adorable. Roar. Qiu. Reluctantly, Qiu offered a piece of black sugar, the last morsel she possessed. The Ming Zhu Longxi sniffed at it, its eyes gleaming with desire, the urge to fight momentarily forgotten. Just as it prepared to devour the treat, Night Hunt appeared in a flash, positioning itself protectively in front of Qiu and gently nudging it with its leg. Smack. Once again, the young Ming Zhu Longxi was sent sprawling into the dirt. Roar. The young Ming Zhu Longxi was incensed. I am no longer challenging you. Why do you continue to strike me? Big bully bug. It huffed angrily, curling into a ball and charging at Night Hunt once more. Night Hunt narrowed its eyes, swiftly snatching the black sugar from the ground and tossing it into its mouth, playfully teasing the Ming Zhu Longxi with quick movements, occasionally delivering a light kick. Akin to playing with an exuberant puppy. Yi Xian smiled, slowly retracting his gaze. All was well. The king beasts were inherently proud. Allowing Night Hunt to refine its skills was no detriment. After all, competition breeds motivation. Master Xian, the old village chief seeks you. Upon noticing Yi Xian's awakening, the observing Qiu released her hold and tiptoed over to call out. Very well, Yi Xian replied, quickly preparing for the day and following Qiu to the assembly hall. Master Xian, our ranks have swelled significantly. Look at all these people. The enigmatic little Qiu wiggled for slender fingers in excitement. 4,000? Yi Xian was somewhat taken aback. With a population of merely over 30,000 in Wangjiao town, 4,000 individuals had rallied to the call. Indeed, many responded eagerly to yesterday's recruitment. Unity is strength. The village chief has always said, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle is hard to snap. As long as we work together, we can surely overthrow the tyranny of the Deliang dynasty. Qiu's small fist clenched tightly, her eyes shimmering with hope. Her innocent and spirited words brought a smile to Yi Xian's face. Master Xian, what are you laughing at? Yi Xian merely shook his head, stepping forward into the assembly hall. Inside the meeting hall, numerous high-ranking officials had gathered. The old village chief, Lu Si, General Huxia of Wangjiao town, a burly third-tier beast master, the bone alchemist, and Dongfang Yuli, among others, were present. My lord, the old village chief and his companions bowed respectfully. Indeed, Yi Xian noted, observing the empty seat at the head of the table. He advanced to take his place. The old village chief stroked his beard, unable to conceal his smile, and declared, My lord, Wangjiao town boasts over 30,000 youth and elders. Yesterday's recruitment met with an enthusiastic response, surpassing 4,000 individuals. Following a round of awakenings, there are no A-class talents, 370 B-class, and for C-class. The old village chief, hunched and frail, gestured with his bony fingers across the table, recounting everything he had witnessed with meticulous detail. As he finished his account, the candles in the room flickered suddenly. Dongfang Yuli stood gracefully, her delicate features partially veiled by a pure white scarf. General Xian, according to the calculations, the remnants of the Deliang forces that retreated from Wangjiao town should now be approaching Tongqian town. Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging that Wangjiao town's situation had changed, and the surrounding towns likely had caught wind of the developments. The campaign to subjugate Wangjiao town would undoubtedly be executed in the coming days. Time was of the essence. He inquired, What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? Please, feel free to voice your opinions. The assembly exchanged glances before articulating their thoughts. Meanwhile, in Tongqian town, a burly man clad in armor sat brooding in the hall, gazing down at Deputy Su Shi with a thunderous expression. You mean to say that Wangjiao town has fallen, and Su Shi, that good-for-nothing, has perished? Yes, indeed. Lord Sunday. Deputy Su Shi knelt, sweat trickling down his brow uncontrollably. Who is responsible? I do not know. Only that it was a young man clad in black armor who swiftly dispatched the general and seized 4 three-tiered city defense beast weapons, the steel beast crossbows, in alliance with a host of scattered soldiers to conquer Wangjiao town. Deputy Su Shi dared to raise his gaze, but upon seeing Lord Sun's icy demeanor, he hesitantly suggested, My lord, should we report this to the royal court and send specialists? Silence. Report? Do you not feel embarrassed for losing Wangjiao town? Leaning back in his seat, Lord Sun's expression softened slightly. This presents a rare opportunity for merit. We shall strike first and report later. Su Shi may be a fool, but that does not reflect upon my own capabilities. Humph, how surprising it is that after all these years, a mere commoner from the Fire Crystal Kingdom dares to defy the might of the Deliang dynasty. His fingertips lightly tapped against the armrest, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. It seemed the time had come for these ants to once again relive the agony of a fallen nation. Buzz, a faint yet sudden howl echoed, and before Su Shi, the vice commander, a dazzling sight unfolded. 2 colossal wolves, as white as jade, materialized out of thin air. The temperature in the room plummeted drastically upon their arrival, even the floor crystallizing into a delicate layer of frost. His scalp prickled with unease, and he hastily lowered his head, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the 2 wolf beasts. The third-tier commander-level snow silver wolves, rare ice-type creatures. These twin beasts shared a profound mental connection, mastering combined attack techniques, and possessed formidable strength. Together, They could effortlessly overpower even 3- or 4-star creatures, swiftly eliminating commander-level beasts. Here is your chance to redeem yourself. Lead the remaining troops and join me tomorrow in the assault on Wangjiao Town to eliminate the treacherous rebels. Yes. Sushi felt a wave of relief wash over him and immediately bowed in salute. General Sun's Snow Wolf Cavalry Beastmasters were indeed a formidable force. Chapter 79, Quality Enhancement Potions, Collaboration, and the Role of Merchants. In Tongxin Town, over 4,000 elite second-tier Snow Wolf Cavalry Beastmasters were poised for action. As Yixian stepped out of the conference hall in Wangjiao Town, his companion, the Bone Pharmacist, followed closely behind, clearly intent on discussing something of importance. Upon returning to Yixian's residence, he found the young Mingzhu dragon lizard still frolicking with the Night Hunter, bursting with energy, as if determined to collide with something. The mischievous little creature was adored by the Night Hunter, who lavished it with care. The Bone Pharmacist observed the scene, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. Before producing 2 black glass vials, "Master, I have completed the refinement of the 2 second-tier quality enhancement potions you requested. Simply consume them." He continued, "I am currently working on a soul-repairing potion for the weak soul. Thank you, Master." A smile flickered across Yixian's face as he called over the tussling Night Hunter and Ming. Hiss, growl. The Night Hunter and Ming rushed to Yixian's side, with Ming huffing and casting furtive glances at the proud Night Hunter, as if to say, "Humph, just wait until I advance to the second tier. 1 beast, 1 vial. Drink." Yixian tossed the quality enhancement potion into the air. Originally, he had intended to give 1 vial to Qiao, but Ming's presence prompted him to reconsider. Qiao, perched atop Yixian's head, paid no mind, contentedly licking the black sugar cube in his hand. Around its neck hung a second-tier beast ring, filled to the brim with small mountains of black sugar and nectar, all little rewards from Yixian. The Night Hunter raised his head and eagerly consumed the vial. Upon ingesting the second-tier quality enhancement potion, a red glow enveloped his body, as muscle and bone density underwent a remarkable restructuring and strengthening, visibly enhancing his physical attributes. Ming sniffed the potion vial and, mimicking the Night Hunter, opened his mouth to swallow. Minutes passed, and the Night Hunter opened his insect-like eyes, exhaling warm air. The quality enhancement potion had elevated his physical prowess by approximately 20%. Due to Ming's lower rank, the enhancement effect was more pronounced, boosting his physique by around 40%. Witnessing this transformation, Yixian marveled at the allure of potions. They could elevate a beast's strength in mere moments. Alas, the quality enhancement potion could only be consumed once in a lifetime by each beast, as repeated use would lead to resistance, rendering it ineffective thereafter. I believe this little fellow requires a second-tier hormonal potion, 1 vial daily, to expedite the development of its skeletal structure. The larger it grows, the more formidable its collisions will be, the Bone Pharmacist interjected, pointing at the Mingzhu dragon lizard with a grin. "Thank you for your assistance, Bone Pharmacist." Yixian did not decline. The second-tier hormonal potion, when administered to young beasts, could indeed accelerate their growth, albeit with side effects, such as increased fatigue and a voracious appetite leading to a surge in Beastmaster expenses. The Bone Pharmacist shook his head. "It is an honor to assist you, Master." As he spoke, the elder pinched his throat and produced a beast ring. He shook the ring, summoning a weathered tome, with his finger gently caressing the yellowed pages. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. "Master, your extraordinary talent and unwavering determination are truly rare. Perhaps the path ahead may be broadened a little." He extended the tome. "To give a fish is not as beneficial as to teach fishing. This book is the culmination of my life's work, chronicling insights into potion making, and I trust it will aid you greatly in the future." Yixian was momentarily stunned before accepting it. The lifetime insights of a potion master? This was indeed a treasure. The Bone Pharmacist spoke wisely. Teaching one to fish was far superior to merely providing fish. With this invaluable tome, enrolling in an academy to study potion making would surely become less daunting. "Thank you, Master." Yixian's expression turned solemn as he clasped his fists in gratitude. "Do not overestimate me, Master. Your wisdom and courage, unyielding in the face of tyranny, leading us to resist the oppression of the great Liang dynasty. This is what you rightfully deserve." The Bone Pharmacist chuckled bitterly, bowing even lower. Gazing at the elderly man with graying hair before him, Yixian carefully stored away the potion master's insights. As noon approached, the gates of Wangjiao Town, which had been closed for several days, slowly swung open. Within the government hall, Yixian sat at the head of the table, summoning a multitude of detained merchants. One should not underestimate this group of merchants. The prosperity of a city's tax revenue heavily relied on them. Below, dozens of anxious merchants bowed in greeting, their expressions fraught with unease. They mused internally about the young man who had assassinated Su Shi. Could this audacious youth truly be coveting their wealth? Fret not, esteemed merchants. Yi Xian smiled. I have gathered you all today solely to seek collaboration. I am willing to purchase complete beast corpses of all tiers at a 20% premium over market price. He produced a beast coin and flicked it into the air, catching it deftly. Remember, I will buy as much as you have. The promise of a 20% premium made the merchant's eyes widen in shock. The leading merchant from the southern region was the first to react, his eyes lighting up as he instinctively inquired, is this truly the case, Lord Xian? Indeed, in business, integrity is paramount. After all, I was once a merchant myself. Yi Xian raised his cup and stood. Today, all present here will receive a tax reduction order upon my success. Holders of this order will enjoy a 50% reduction in commercial tax within my territory. Yi Xian expertly painted a lucrative picture for the merchants. He understood their hearts, for merchants prioritize profit over parting ways. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and the merchants' breaths grew heavy. A few merchants trembled, accidentally toppling their teacups. This was an unexpected windfall. The merchants could practically envision their caravans laden with fire crystals crossing the borders. Let us do it. We'll risk our lives for a gentleman. The leading merchant clenched his silver teeth, weighing his options before raising his cup. Swish. The other merchants followed suit. Splendid. Yi Xian laughed heartily, clinking glasses with the merchants as they downed their drinks in unison. At that moment, faced with the prospect of soaring profits, the merchants willingly embraced the risk of being labeled as collaborators with the great Liang dynasty. Sometimes, merchants could be braver than many. Master, I currently have a batch of beast corpses ready. About 300. Master, I have a similar number. The merchants began to probe. Yi Xian, fully aware of their intentions, waved his hand grandly, opting to pay in the local specialty, fire crystal, instead of beast coins. Having tasted the sweetness of profit, the merchants' eyes gleamed with excitement. Their fists clenched tightly. They yearned to sprout wings and fly to neighboring towns to procure more beast corpses for resale here. By midday, the gates of Wangjiao town swung wide open, and the merchants hurriedly maneuvered their caravans to depart, racing towards nearby towns. On the city tower, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly observed the retreating figures of the merchants. With this batch of profit-seeking traders scurrying about, he, Yi Xian, could effortlessly reap the rewards, gathering an abundance of beast corpses in a remarkably short span of time. The cost incurred was merely in excess of fire crystal or within the borders of the fire crystal kingdom. The Beast Refining Cauldron would transmute the beast corpses into pure spiritual energy, which could then be utilized to cultivate contract beasts, thus accelerating the enhancement of one's realm, a perfect cycle of prosperity. Chapter 80. Enemy Attack. Zhang Yi's astonishment. The sharpshooter Yi Xian. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Xian toyed with the beast ring in his hand. Following a recent flurry of transactions, he had acquired over 700 beast corpses, the majority being first and second tier ordinary level demon beasts. These corpses offered a meager amount of spiritual energy, hardly worthy of his attention. It was akin to the disparity in experience points between ordinary monsters and elite monsters in certain upgrade-based online games of his past life. Yet, even the leg of a mosquito is still meat. Small accumulations can eventually form a river. The harvest was commendable, and unexpectedly, this group of itinerant merchants possessed over 30 elite-level second-tier scarlet-armored lizard demon beast corpses. Yi Xian's spirits soared as he sat cross-legged, activating the Beast Refining Cauldron to commence the refinement. Buzz. The Beast Refining Cauldron whirred to life, transforming the beast corpses into pure spiritual energy. As he opened his eyes, Yi Xian turned to the young Ming Zhu Long lizard. Roar. Ming dashed over joyfully, anticipating yet another feeding session. Yi Xian reached out to caress Ming, drawing it into the Beast Refining Cauldron for enhancement. Due to the bloodline issues inherent to royal-level demon beasts, the requirements for ascending in realm far exceeded those of leader-level demon beasts. Yi Xian contemplated that perhaps, during this round of ascension, Ming might achieve first-tier 7-star status. Before long, he was taken aback. This little creature exceeded expectations, leaping 4 stars to attain first-tier 8-star status. Roar. Upon being released, Ming had grown significantly, its size now reaching Yi Xian's chest. It nudged him playfully with its horn before curling into a ball and executing its beast technique, rolling towards Yi Xian in a playful yet fierce manner. The bone pharmacist had been right. As Ming's size increased, its lethality became increasingly formidable. If it were to mature into a colossal beast, employing its rolling technique amidst throngs of enemies would be terrifying to contemplate. As Yi Xian pondered future plans while affectionately rubbing Ming's little head, his trusted confidant Lu Si rushed in hastily. My lord, bad news, bad news. Speak. Scouts report that 50 miles away, A battalion of Snow Wolf cavalry and beast masters are racing towards us, numbering around 4,000. So soon they have launched an offensive? Yi Xian rose, summoning 3 frolicking demon pets. Hiss. 3rd tier 2-star leader level Night Hunt. Chiao. 3rd tier 3-star leader level Chiao Chiao. Roar. 1st tier 8-star royal level Ming. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his demon pets, a cold smile gracing his face. Proceed as previously discussed. Yes. As dusk approached, 30 miles away, a torrent of blue steel surged forth in a charging formation. Enveloped in mist, Yi Xian sat cross-legged upon the back of a massive white bird. Activating his Class A Beast Master talent, the Destruction Demon Eye. With a tenfold enhancement in vision, he could see the wolves clearly. Major General, leading from the front, I. Zhang Yi, commend your bravery. Today, I shall accompany you on this venture. The Eastern Moonlit Guard, 3rd tier Beast Master Zhang Yi, spoke solemnly, admiration evident in his eyes. Thank you, Yi Xian replied with a light smile, retrieving a 5-meter-long silver weapon from his beast ring. The 3rd tier city defense beast weapon, the Steel Beast Crossbow. As the crossbow emerged, the 3rd tier leader level Clear Sky bird strained under the immense weight, desperately flapping its wings to maintain balance. Shaking his palm, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he focused on the center of the wolf cavalry formation. There, the wolves were harnessed to steel cables, pulling 5 massive silver contraptions. These were the 3rd tier siege beast weapons of the Liang dynasty's military, the Steel Beast Catapult. Yi Xian's heart tightened. It was hard to fathom the catastrophic damage this apparatus could inflict on the city walls and the lives within Wangjiao town when launched from a distance. Humph. Soldiers do not harm civilians. How dare these ruffians employ such lethal devices, clearly intending to kill the chicken to scare the monkey and bloodbath Wangjiao town. Zhang Yi's voice was heavy with barely restrained fury. No matter. I shall intervene. Yi Xian remained calm, channeling his spiritual energy into the 3rd tier beast weapon, the Steel Beast Crossbow. Having consumed the giant octopus eye liquid, his vision had dramatically improved, allowing him to see with clarity over a distance of 10,000 meters. Activating his Destruction Demon Eye for a tenfold enhancement, Yi Xian was formidable indeed. Buzz. As the spiritual energy flowed into the Steel Beast Crossbow, it gleamed with silver light. The sunset bled crimson, and the evening clouds churned. Threads of spiritual energy spiraled around the crossbow, and through the lens of the Destruction Demon Eye. The structural weaknesses of the 5 catapults became glaringly apparent. First catapult, the fulcrum. He whispered like the wind, releasing the crossbow arrow. Boom. Thunder roared as the arrow shot forth, leaving a streak of light in the air, its explosive sound echoing. The first siege machine, forged from fine steel, shattered at the fulcrum. The 20-meter-high siege behemoth collapsed like a great beast with a broken spine, crushing the 5 snow wolf cavalrymen beneath it into a bloody pulp. 3rd tier Beast Master Zhang Yi was left dumbfounded. This was from several thousand meters above. Was it sheer luck? Did he happen to strike the fulcrum? Enemy attack. Aerial enemy attack. Time seemed to freeze as piercing howls filled the sky. The cavalry formation descended into chaos. The terrified howls of the snow wolves mixing with the furious shouts of the soldiers. Whoosh. In the high altitude, a second arrow shot through the air, its momentum like a thunderous gale, once again piercing and shattering the fulcrum of the second massive catapult. Fortune favored him again, igniting the catapult's explosive chamber. And a fiery explosion erupted, showering the battlefield with iron rain. The burning debris ignited fresh screams among the ranks of cavalry. Zhang Yi stared in disbelief at the young man beside him, utterly astounded. The wolf pack carrying the catapults at high altitude, a live target. The first strike on the fulcrum may have been a stroke of luck, but what about the second? A chill crept down his spine, a sense of dread overwhelming him. This was a sharpshooter with divine prowess, a natural-born commander of aerial forces. Third shot. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed into slits as he unleashed the third arrow. The arrow soared like a dragon, cleaving through the high skies. Just as it was about to strike the third beast catapult, 2 enormous silver wolves leapt from within the enemy ranks, howling to the heavens. Buzz. Frigid ice crystals formed in the air, manifesting into 3 glimmering snow shields. Not good. Those are the snow silver wolf demon pets of General Sun Zhong stationed at Coppercoin Town. Zhang Yi recognized the 2 beasts, gasping in shock. Bang! The arrow struck the snow shields, bursting forth in dazzling silver brilliance. The first shield shattered upon impact, the second shield cracked like a spider's web. Yet the massive arrow succumbed to exhaustion before it could breach the third shield. Bold, youngster in the sky, instead of cowering within the town awaiting your demise, you dare to confront us at Wangjiao town. Sun Zhong stood upon the back of his wolf, clad in a fearsome visage, gazing up into the sky. Yi Xian remained silent, merely smiling as he urged the third-tier steel beast crossbow to continue firing. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! The massive arrows roared downward with tremendous force. Chapter 81. Hybrid Demon Beasts? B-Class Talent? Ultimately, it has all been consumed. Bang! Despite the myriad defenses of the cavalry, they could not evade the inevitable gaps in their protection. Sun Zhong's face turned a deep shade of iron as he witnessed the destruction of a third costly steel beast catapult, its remnants strewn across the ground. In that moment, his heart bled. The third-tier siege beast, the steel beast catapult, was an expensive endeavor. Even the routine maintenance and ammunition required a vast amount of resources. As he saw the crossbow bolts raining down from the sky like vengeful eyes, Sun Zhong could no longer remain composed. He roared to the heavens, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "You wretch! If I do not slay you today, I shall write my name, Sun Zhong, backwards." With a swift motion, he summoned his third-tier commander-level snow silver wolves, which crouched low like springs ready to launch, propelling themselves into the air with tremendous force. Another snow silver wolf followed suit. An extraordinary sight unfolded. Mid-air, the wolves sprouted a pair of wings fashioned from frost and snow upon their backs. Beast technique, snow wings. Seeing Sun Zhong command his monstrous pets in pursuit, Xuan smirked with satisfaction, sheathing his cumbersome steel beast crossbow, and gestured to Zhang Yi to proceed with the next phase of their plan. Cheep! The clear Ming bird emitted a soft cry, taking flight with powerful strokes. In the sky, 3 demon beasts engaged in a relentless chase, with 2 pursuing the 1 fleeing. "General Sun, be cautious. Beware of ambushes." Deputy Su Shi felt a surge of anxiety and called out. "No need for concern. The general's strength is formidable and unafraid of ambushes," Sun Zhong's deputy reassured Su Shi, brimming with confidence in Sun Zhong's prowess. Su Shi offered a wry smile, choosing not to respond. Indeed, Sun Zhong was exceptionally strong, ranking 10th among the 58-star generals of the Daliang dynasty. In contrast, their fallen general, Su Shi, was merely in the 50th position. A quarter of an hour later, the clear Ming bird ceased its flight, descending into a vividly red valley, a place that had once been a vibrant fire crystal mine, now stripped of its riches. Boom! The 2 third-tier 6-star snow silver wolves landed, their claws striking the ground, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of solid frost. "You lured me out of formation to set a trap here, did you?" Sun Zhong inquired, arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion. "Huh, and yet you still pursued me?" Yi Xian chuckled, bemused by Sun Zhong's intelligence. "Rodents will always be rodents, no matter their numbers. They remain but ants. What is there to fear?" Sun Zhong sneered, brimming with arrogance. Yi Xian smiled, snapping his fingers as the third-tier commander-level Night Hunter materialized. Xiao! The creature poked its head out, waving its tiny hand, causing a blue magical array to emerge from the ground. Within the array, the croaking of frogs echoed as a mountain-sized sword abyss frog emerged. The third-tier commander-level clear Ming bird circled and chirped, its body shimmering with white light, brimming with latent power. 2 commander-level Beast Tamers? I see now. This clear Ming bird is not your pet. Sun Zhong's smirk faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Very well, young man. I rank 10th among the 58-star generals of Daliang. Do not compare me to that useless Su Shi." Cracking his neck, he brought his hands together in a clap. The 2 snow silver wolves merged as if melting into one, transforming in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The fused snow silver wolf stood an impressive 4 meters tall, appearing as a magnificent sculpture carved from frost, exuding an aura of power and an intense chill. Its strength surged from third-tier 6-star to third-tier 9-star, perilously close to third-tier 10-star. Yi Xian's pupils widened, seemingly recalling something, muttering to himself, "A hybrid demon beast?" Snow silver wolves of this commander level lacked the ability to merge. This could only mean one thing, a hybrid with dual talents, akin to the Night Hunter. Quite perceptive. These twin snow silver wolves have inherited their mother's snow demon talent, allowing them to merge and enhance their strength, Sun Zhong remarked, cracking his neck again as a tiger-headed insignia appeared in his palm, which he then pressed firmly onto the wolf's body. B-Class Beast Tamer Talent, Royal Seal. Buzz! The snow silver wolf's aura surged once more, breaking through to third-tier 10-star, a royal insignia manifesting on its forehead. "Young man, I shall freeze you into an ice sculpture and present you to His Highness." Sun Zhong's grin morphed into a sinister smile as he issued his command. Roar! The snow silver wolf arched its spine, its pristine fur standing on end like steel needles, its sharp claws slicing through the air, enveloped in a bone-chilling aura. Boom! In an instant, a violent whirlwind of ice took shape in the void, shrieking as it spun, leaving a trail of fine ice crystals in its wake, sweeping mercilessly toward Yi Xian and his companions. "Clear Ming, light burst." Zhang Yi's heart raced as he quickly signaled through their beast contract. The clear Ming bird screeched, flapping its wings to send forth a sphere of light, composed of light attribute spiritual energy, to meet the ice storm. Xuan remained impassive, similarly directing his 2 demon pets. Night Hunter, cross/. Sword Abyss Frog, sword drill. The fiery battle intent surged in the Night Hunter's compound eyes. With a powerful thrust, it cracked the ground beneath, its executioner blades crossing into a 10-pointed star formation as its chest displayed a silent golden bee emblem, releasing a piercing sound as it unleashed a dark golden cross, imbued with the aura of death. The Sword Abyss Frog glimmered with ferocity as it croaked, its spiraling sword drill buzzing and launching toward the oncoming ice storm. Boom! The attacks collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion, scattering frost in all directions and leaving indelible frost marks upon the surface of the Crimson Stone. Is this it? The 10th among the 58-star generals is but this? Xuan chuckled, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits as he gauged Sun Zhong's limits. Zhong, withdraw to the town and commence the next phase. Understood. Exercise caution. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, guiding the clear Ming bird skyward. You've been abandoned by your comrade, Sun Zhong remarked in astonishment, bewildered as to why Zhang Yi would leave Xuan behind. I instructed him to return. Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Why? Because the test is concluded. I require only myself to deal with you. Xuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth, sending chills down one's spine, as his once black hair slowly transformed into white strands. The atmosphere thickened, charged with a palpable sense of danger, as if a spring were coiling tight. Sun Zhong's muscles tensed, a feeling of wariness creeping in. For reasons unknown, gazing at the figure of Xuan before him, he felt an instinctual urge to retreat. In the Snow Wolf Cavalry unit, Sun Zhong's deputy and Su Shi engaged in a heartfelt conversation, awaiting Sun Zhong's return. My brother, I envy you for following General Su Shi. Unlike me, who is often commanded by General Sun, said the deputy. Ah, do not mention it. It is not easy to serve under General Su Shi either. They shared their grievances, finding camaraderie in their shared struggles. Deputy Su, we seem to hit it off quite well. When the general returns, shall we swear brotherhood, though not of the same surname? Sun Zhong's deputy laughed heartily, proposing the idea. Absolutely. Su Shi agreed with enthusiasm. Just as he nodded, a shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing precisely in his embrace. The sensation was icy and viscous. Confused, Su Shi instinctively looked down at his arms. Upon seeing, he felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen. In his grasp lay a severed head, its features twisted in horror, dusted with frost. Sunday. Sun Zhong, General. Su Shi screamed, his voice piercing as he realized it was only the head of General Sun Zhong that had returned. He was formidable, possessing both a B-class talent and a hybrid contract beast. Yet, in the end, he could not surpass the genius of his peers. Above the heavens, Xuan sat cross-legged on a blue bubble, his white hair dancing in the wind. Inside the bubble, Qiuqiu's cheeks were puffed up, straining to maintain their form. The beast ring flickered as he slowly produced a third-tier beast weapon, the Steel Beast crossbow. Chapter 82, a second-tier 4-star King Beast. First battle. Battlefield dominance. Whoosh. In the sky, Xuan's gaze was calm as still water, skillfully maneuvering the third-tier Steel Beast crossbow for a high-altitude shot. One by one, the bolts, trailing flames, descended with astonishing might. The 2 deputy generals felt their scalps tingle, their faces as pale as thin paper. Impossible. Deputy General Sun Zhong's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his hand trembling uncontrollably. General Sun's strength was unparalleled, and as his close aide, he was well aware of Sun Zhong's capabilities, yet the reality lay stark before him. At that moment, Sun Zhong's head lay in the embrace of Deputy General Su Shi. Boom. The Snow Wolf Cavalry unit was thrown into utter chaos. Under the relentless onslaught, several third-tier Steel Beast siege vehicles were shattered, and with each bolt fired, Snow Wolf cavalrymen were reduced to mere pulp. The turmoil did not end there. In the distance, dust billowed as a ragtag Beastmaster unit, commanding first-tier red lizards and shielded boars, charged forth. The defenders of Wangjiao Town had arrived. It's over, it's over. Deputy General Su Shi's eyes glazed over, his hands trembling as his head rolled from his grasp. Morale is of utmost importance, especially for Beastmasters in an army. The death of Sun Zhong dealt a severe blow to the soldiers. However, despite this, Sun Zhong's Snow Wolf cavalry displayed a fierceness far beyond expectations. Their fighting spirit undeterred even in the face of their commander's demise, as they formed an orderly line to counterattack. It truly echoed the saying, a soldier is as fierce as his general. For General Sun's revenge, Deputy General Sun Zhong fought back his grief, summoning his main pet, a third-tier 1-star elite-level snow spirit wolf. The elite snow spirit wolf had evolved from an ordinary snow wolf. Boom. The two forces collided like a torrent of steel, the battlefield transforming into a meat grinder, where lives were lost every moment. Taking a deep breath, Xuan, feeling his spiritual energy depleted, chose to stow away the steel beast crossbow. Though this prized weapon was effective, its consumption of spiritual energy was staggering. Even as a third-tier beastmaster, Xuan could only manage about 12 shots at most. Watching the brutal clash below, he realized that he could no longer afford to delay. He patted the Demon Refining Cauldron, instantly refining the beast corpses within. Sun Zhong had offered 2 hybrid third-tier 6-star Snow Silver Wolf beast corpses. If not now, then when? Buzz. The Demon Refining Cauldron activated, and within it, the 2 beast corpses began to dissolve like melting glaciers, transforming into pure spiritual energy. This energy was exceptionally pure, appearing in a deep azure hue. Little one, it's your turn. Xuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he connected with the third contracted beast within his beastmaster space. The king-level creature, the Twilight Candelabra Lizard. Roar. The Twilight Candelabra Lizard flashed into existence within the Demon Refining Cauldron, absorbing the spiritual energy. The deep azure energy surged like a tidal wave, and the young Twilight Candelabra Lizard opened its massive tooth-filled maw, its scales expanding and contracting as the pure spiritual energy transformed into countless azure streams, flooding into its body, absorbing and refining. Roar. The cauldron resonated with its deafening roar. The Twilight Candelabra Lizard's body began to swell dramatically, its crimson scales cracking apart to reveal newly formed, thicker, and harder scales beneath. By the time the last vestige of spiritual energy was absorbed, its size had surged to over 2 meters, standing like a small crimson mountain, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror, with flames flickering in its vertical pupils. Hiss. From an initial first-tier 8-star to a second-tier 4-star, as expected of a king-level beast. The spiritual energy required for its advancement was far beyond imagination. I declare that from this day forth, you shall replace Qiuqiu and assume the role of the new spirit devouring king. Xuan remarked with a discerning appraisal. That amounted to 2 third-tier 6-star commander beast corpses, yet the rich spiritual energy only elevated the Twilight to 6 minor star levels. Roar. The newly empowered lizard let out a triumphant roar, its voice resonating, causing the Demon Refining Cauldron to hum. Though the little creature had grown larger, its youthful nature remained, still possessing a playful spirit. Go fight. Let me witness the prowess of a second-tier king beast. The young Twilight Candelabra Lizard was eager to prove itself, its beastly eyes sparkling with fierce determination. Boom. The Twilight Candelabra Lizard crashed heavily into the center of the battlefield, its robust tail sweeping through, effortlessly sending 3 snow wolf cavalrymen, along with their mounts, flying 10 yards away. What is this? A commander-level Crimson King Lizard? The appearance of the Twilight Candelabra Lizard drew Deputy General Sun Zhong's attention, involuntarily exclaiming, Commander? It is no mere commander. Twilight, Crystal Breath. On the battlefield, Xuan stood atop the Sword Abyss Frog. Roar. The young Twilight Candelabra Lizard responded, opening its cavernous mouth, unleashing a grayish-red V-shaped breath that surged forth like a tidal wave, extending over 20 meters. An eerie scene unfolded. The Snow Wolf cavalrymen caught in the breath were instantly encased in grayish crystal, their faces frozen in terror. Crack. As the first crystal figure shattered, both man and beast had already been seared into charred remains. A peculiar aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Not good. Scatter. Quickly scatter. This is a king beast. Deputy General Su, she felt the hair on his neck stand on end. This familiar beast technique mirrored that of a king beast from the royal family of the Fire Crystal Kingdom from years past. He recalled everything, every horrific detail. The terror of a king beast compelled him to scream, but it was too late. Twilight, Earthroll technique, now unleash your full potential. Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Roar. The Twilight Candelabra Lizard curled into a ball, transforming into a 2-meter crimson wheel. It rampaged across the battlefield like a wild stallion, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. As it passed, the scene was one of blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Any Snow Wolf cavalry attempting to intervene was instantly ground into paste. It's the Earthroll technique. Get away, quickly get away. The Deputy General's fear escalated. The well-equipped Snow Wolf cavalry appeared as fragile as wheat stalks before this king beast, being harvested in droves. What was even more terrifying was that this ferocious creature occasionally burrowed underground, only to erupt from the ground again. Each time it appeared, it would claim dozens of lives. Like a reaper of souls. Swish. The addition of the Twilight Candelabra Lizard instantly reversed the tide of battle. It alternated between spewing crystal breath to block paths and ambushing from underground, transforming this pursuit into a one-sided massacre. The king beast's body granted it exceptional defense. Even numerous attacks failed to penetrate its layer of crimson scales. Retreat. The fearless snow wolf cavalry began to flee, their once indomitable morale shattered. The spirits of the remaining troops soared, chasing after their advantage. In one corner of the battlefield, Dongfang Yuli was stunned, her face hidden beneath her veil, utterly shocked. Was this truly the same small king beast? How could its size have grown so immense? Despite the king beast's strength, nurturing one was extraordinarily challenging. How had Yixian managed to elevate it to the second tier in such a short time? On top of the sword abyss frog, Yixian nodded in satisfaction. The grown king-level beast was indeed powerful. Its true battlefield dominance had single-handedly reversed the course of fate. Chapter 83, Solo Leveling. Decapitation Operation. As night fell, the group began to clear the battlefield, returning to Wangjiao Town laden with spoils. Even with the assistance of the king beast, the Twilight Candelabra lizard, the disparity in strength still exacted a considerable toll on the defenders of Wangjiao Town. Yixian meticulously calculated the toll, concluding that approximately 1,000 novice beast masters had perished. Such a grievous cost. In the face of a large-scale war among beast masters, life is as fragile as gossamer. Hurry, bring in the precious treasures. The consecutive victories dulled the ominous clouds of anxiety, particularly the two third-tier steel beast siege engines that could still be repaired, which exhilarated everyone. With these formidable weapons at hand, the defenses of Wangjiao Town could reach new heights. After attending the banquet, reeking of wine, Yixian returned to the courtyard. Inside, the little Ming Candle Dragon Lizard had achieved a significant leap in power, ascending to the second-tier 4-star level, rendering it no longer fearful of the third-tier commander-level Night Hunt. Roar! It proudly lifted its head, and as it passed by the Night Hunt, who stood with arms crossed, it deliberately exuded the aura of a second-tier 4-star king-level beast. Night Hunt cast a disinterested glance, dismissing it as an immature little creature. Roar! Infuriated and vexed, the Ming Candle Dragon Lizard scurried over to the observing Qiao Qiao. Qiao, very, very impressive, more so than Qiao Qiao. Here a reward. Qiao Qiao blinked and pulled out a piece of black square candy. Roar! Upon hearing Qiao Qiao acknowledge its prowess, Ming instantly brightened. Eagerly lowering its fierce head and opening its wide maw in anticipation of being fed, its lizard tail wagging joyfully behind. Qiao Qiao tossed the candy, and Ming extended its tongue to wrap around it, savoring the treat with delight. Roar! Qiao, do you want more? Roar! One piece of black candy hardly sufficed, and with a flick of its vertical pupils, Ming relinquished its dignity as a king beast, rolling on the ground to beg for more. Qiao Qiao, reluctant to part with more of her stock, tossed another piece to Ming. Hiss! Night Hunt, lurking in the shadows, seemed to sense someone approaching and let out a warning cry. Yixian, hearing the sound, lifted his gaze toward the courtyard entrance, where a slender figure approached. It was Dongfang Yuli, clad in a flowing white dress, cinched at the waist with a simple sash. She revealed a pair of elegantly smooth legs beneath. Carrying a bamboo basket, her veil had been lifted, exposing a delicate countenance. I noticed you indulged in quite a bit of wine today, so I prepared some hangover tea. Dongfang Yuli smiled, her gaze sweeping over Yixian's head of white hair. Thank you. Yixian nodded in gratitude, accepting the bamboo basket. Opening it to pour a cup of tea, which he then offered to Dongfang Yuli with a smile. Ladies first, please. Are you afraid I might poison it? Dongfang Yuli accepted it and drank it down in one go. Not at all. Yixian poured himself a cup, savoring it slowly. The hangover tea cleared his thoughts considerably. Shall we chat? Dongfang Yuli settled onto a stone, her voice gentle. About what? Yixian glanced sideways. About development. Sun Zhong's reputation is far more formidable than you might imagine. This uproar has surely caught the attention of the rulers of the Daliang dynasty. I wish to know your plans moving forward and hear your opinions. Yixian fell silent, draining his tea bowl. The development of Wangjiao Town is entrusted to you. And you? I intend to leave Wangjiao Town for a while. Where to? To execute, within 3 days, the assassination of the remaining 16 leaders of towns in the Huijing Kingdom to sow terror. Yixian stretched lazily, stating it with nonchalance. Roar! The Ming Candle Dragon Lizard scampered over, with Qiao Qiao perched atop its head and the proud, aloof Night Hunt standing beside it. Upon realizing that Night Hunt had stealthily positioned itself on its back, Ming immediately grew displeased, shaking its head. Qiao Qiao was acceptable, as it willingly shared treats. But not the blackworm, Night Hunt. Yixian reached out, soothing the agitated Ming, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Possessing the refined beast cauldron, he could continuously acquire spiritual power by slaying powerful beast pets to cultivate new ones. This was Yixian's distinct advantage. He did not intend to spare the remaining 16 town guardians. Very well. Dongfang Yuli took a deep breath, accepting the mantle of responsibility. The air fell into silence. After a moment, Dongfang Yuli propped her chin on her hand and spoke again. Unable to conceal her curiosity, "May I ask you something? How did you raise this little one? To reach the second tier in just one day is an unprecedented speed." "Curious?" "Indeed. 1,000 beast coins." Yi Xian, ever the businessman, beckoned. Dongfang Yuli's lips twitched slightly as she produced a pouch of beast coins. "In truth, I am a dual-talent beast master. The rapid growth is related to my other talent." Yi Xian toyed with the pouch of beast coins, maintaining an impassive demeanor while fabricating a tale. The heart of a man is inscrutable. The matter of the refined beast cauldron must never be disclosed to a third party. Dual talent? Dongfang Yuli was astounded, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks, shock evident as she covered her mouth. "Are you very surprised?" "Indeed, the number of dual-talent beast masters is exceedingly rare. If nurtured, they could become a formidable force in the future. In the several hundred years of history in my Huojing kingdom, there has never been a dual-talent beast master." Dongfang Yuli marveled, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. A dual-talent beast master, if one were to spend a night with them, I wonder if they would bequeath extraordinary progeny? As this thought crossed her mind, Dongfang Yuli's breath quickened, her lips moistening, desire stirring within her. The royal bloodline of the Huojing kingdom now resided solely within her. To revive the royal lineage, she must strive to conceive the next generation. She admired Yi Xian. The fearless spirit of youth was commendable. "Are you interested in sharing a bed?" Dongfang Yuli, being proactive, extended an invitation, a few years her junior. Yi Xian glanced at her sideways, disinterestedly shaking his head. "Not interested. Not every princess is stunningly beautiful." While Dongfang Yuli was fair, she lacked the enchanting youthful charm of Sun Yutong. He was not so desperate as to settle for anything. Dongfang Yuli paused, then rubbed her face, peeling away the delicate veil to reveal a subtly alluring and fair visage. Slowly, she drew closer, delicately placing Yi Xian's rough hand against her cheek, and breathed softly. "What about now? I have no feelings for you. Neither do I. However, if you were to sleep with me, you would gain the legitimate means to control the Huojing kingdom. At that point, the resources of the Huojing mines would be at your disposal. No one would dare gossip behind your back." "Very well." Yi Xian did not refuse. To do so would be foolish. After all, he was a normal man with physiological needs. Lifting the compliant Dongfang Yuli, Yi Xian strode towards the inner room. The three beast heads tilted in unison, bewildered by Yi Xian's intentions. The following morning, Yi Xian prepared to depart, leading his three beast companions away, while entrusting the management of Wangjiao Town to Dongfang Yuli. Chapter 84, The Mysterious Visitor. With Yi Xian's departure, Wangjiao Town was momentarily under Dongfang Yuli's control. In the town, several repaired third-tier beast cannon siege engines were strategically positioned along the city walls to bolster their strength. The next day, in the Wangjiao Town conference hall, Dongfang Yuli paused mid-action, her eyes narrowing at the vivid image of a mouse head. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the crowd, her lips parting to announce, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The good news." The old village chief stroked his beard, his face etched with seriousness. "Yi Xian has slain the general stationed at two more towns, namely Yuhing Town and Xixing Town." "Hiss." The attendees gasped, utterly astonished. "And the bad news?" The old village chief's heart tightened, anxiously inquiring. "Knight Xian has drawn the attention of the great Liang dynasty, and he has been officially placed under pursuit, with a substantial bounty of 3 million beast coins." Dongfang Yuli's expression is peculiar. The bounty of 3 million beast coins has also secured his place on the great Liang dynasty's wanted list. In Sutong Town, within a bustling noodle shop, Knight Xian, clad in a black robe, quietly relishes his meal. A plump white hamster lies docilely atop his head, its clever eyes blinking as it surveys the surroundings. Perched atop the hamster is a diminutive sword frog priest named Qiu Qiu. Qiu produces a black square candy to feed the rotund rodent, which eagerly opens its mouth to munch away. Despite its unassuming appearance, this hefty hamster is, in fact, a leader of magical beasts known as the spirit-seeking mouse. Endowed with an extraordinary sense of smell, even if a magical plant were buried 100 meters underground, this little creature could easily detect it. Through the soul beast contract, Knight Xian communicates, declaring, "I have arrived at Sutong Town." He flicks his finger, signaling the hamster above him. "Gee." The hamster acknowledges with a nod and promptly initiates contact. Suddenly, the door to the noodle shop is violently kicked open, and several beast masters from the great Liang dynasty swagger in, their beast armor gleaming. The patrons shiver, lowering their heads and silently continuing their meal. "The manager is here." A voice calls out, "Coming, coming." Military officers. The shopkeeper approaches with a beaming smile. "Recently, with the rebels causing turmoil, if you see this boy, report him immediately." The lead soldier produces a wanted notice and casually hands it to the shopkeeper. lowering his head to examine it. The shopkeeper sees the image of a handsome young man. He quickly stows away the notice, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, my lord, should I encounter the traitor, I will report truthfully. 2 pots of wine, please. Certainly. The atmosphere among the beast masters eases slightly as they sit near Knight Xuan, engaging in light-hearted banter. The leader removes his sword from his waist and, seemingly unbothered, kicks off his military boots, propping his sweaty feet on the table. He reclines, hands behind his head, nostrils flared as he states, "The war with the great Qing dynasty is intensifying. I knew the lurking remnants of the traitors would seize this opportunity, and indeed, it has come to pass. Humph. The trifling Great Qing dynasty will eventually become a vassal of our great Liang, just like this small fire crystal nation. The others, though seething with anger, dare not voice their discontent, burying their heads lower in their bowls." Listening to the conversation of the beast masters behind him, Knight Xuan sips from a cup of chilled wine, deep in thought. He has long been aware of the conflict between the Great Liang and the Great Qing, and now, with the main forces of Great Liang mired in the front line, it is a fortuitous moment. From this point onward, he merely needs to stir the waters muddier. Hurry up with the wine. Several beast masters from the Great Liang dynasty, growing impatient, demand, "We have a distinguished guest visiting, General. If this delays our patrol, we will hold you accountable." Coming. The shopkeeper, beads of sweat on his forehead, smiles nervously as he rushes to serve them. After indulging in food and drink, the soldiers rise without paying a single coin and depart. With the departure of the troublesome guests, the atmosphere in the shop begins to ease, and the shopkeeper leans against the counter, wiping the beads of cold sweat from his brow. Knight Xuan settles the bill and exits, making his way to a secluded alley. He removes his hood, revealing his black and white hair, and summons a young Ming Zhu dragon lizard. Roar! The young Ming Zhu dragon lizard has significantly grown, its height increasing from 2 meters to 2.5. This transformation is thanks to Yu Hong and the 2 generals stationed at the 7 stars. While their magical pets are not particularly powerful, they pale in comparison to Sun Zhong. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy they yield has caused the royal beast Ming Zhu dragon lizard to surge by 3 tiers, reaching the 2nd tier of the 7 stars realm. With the elimination of a few more generals, ascending to the 3rd tier will be within reach. Roar! The young Ming Zhu dragon lizard lies on the ground, tilting its head curiously at the spirit-seeking mouse. Knight Xuan mounts it and issues the command, "Ming, Earth Escape Technique." Roar! The young Ming Zhu comprehends. A crimson-gray circular shield envelopes Knight Xuan, softening the ground beneath them, which ripples as the massive body of the Ming Zhu dragon lizard gradually burrows into the earth, vanishing from sight. The Earth Escape technique employed by a king-level magical beast proves to be far more effective than Knight Xuan had anticipated. 10 meters underground, the Ming Zhu dragon lizard glides through the earth as effortlessly as a fish in water. Knight Xuan sits steadily within the protective shield, directing the young Ming Zhu's movements. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, utilizing the escape technique, he successfully circumvents layers of guards and arrives at the government residence of Sutong Town. Today, the government residence is adorned with festivity. Red lanterns hang from the trees, and even the maids and servants are clad in celebratory attire. A wedding? Knight Xuan ponders, guiding the young Ming Zhu toward a particular rear courtyard. Within a festive chamber, muffled sobs can be faintly heard. Inside, 2 slender figures with red veils sit closely together, resembling fish awaiting judgment on a platter. Buzz! The young Ming Zhu emerges silently from the earth, and Knight Xuan raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the sight of the 2 slender figures. How interesting, it truly is a wedding. To be chosen by the governor of Sutong Town. They must be striking twin maidens. He leaps to the ground and approaches the 2 on the bed, hearing footsteps within. The 2 figures tremble even more violently beneath their veils. Their hands, anxious, grip each other tightly, as if seeking strength. With a swift motion, Knight Xuan lifts the red veils, and in an instant, he can hardly contain himself. Beneath the veils are 2 delicate young men, their faces adorned with light makeup, tears glistening in their misty eyes as they quiver. Knight Xuan's lips twitch. It seems the governor of Sutong Town is an admirer of Sichuan opera. The 2 delicate young men are momentarily stunned, not expecting the arrival of a stranger. With a decisive movement, Knight Xuan raises his hands and claps forcefully. The room falls silent, and the 2 figures, shoulder to shoulder, slip into unconsciousness. Ming, continue to burrow and lie in wait. Knight Xuan's expression is peculiar as he returns his attention to the young Ming Zhu dragon lizard. Roar! The Ming Zhu dragon lizard employs its beastly technique once more, resubmerging into the earth, awaiting the opportune moment. Time passes, and approximately half an hour later, footsteps echo from outside. With a loud crash, the door swings open, and a plump figure, reeking of foul alcohol, stumbles into the room. The light is obscured, and the newcomer burps, his excitement barely contained. Chapter 85. The second prince of the Great Liang Dynasty, Liang Mang, and his royal beast, the thousand-legged dragon centipede. Two little beauties, tonight. Lord Zhu will surely indulge you both. Zhu Yuan breathes heavily, his bloodshot eyes greedily fixed on the two figures on the bed. Huh. Zhu Yuan feels a surge of heat coursing through his body as he strides confidently towards them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he draws within mere steps of his target, an icy chill suddenly creeps up Zhu Yuan's spine. Every hair on his body stands on end as if struck by lightning. This is the instinctive warning of death honed through years on the battlefield. Far more terrifying than any beast's claws. There is danger. Danger is behind me. In an instant, Zhu Yuan sobers up. In a critical moment, he forces himself to activate the third-tier defensive beast artifact, the black-scaled heart shield. This shield, crafted from the reverse scales of a commanding-level beast, the black-scaled serpent, mixed with some minerals, generates a protective barrier when activated. In the life-and-death struggles of the battlefield, this defensive artifact has saved him numerous times. Boom. The Mingzhu dragon lizard appears silently, its long tail whipping towards Zhu Yuan. Boom. The moment the lizard's tail sweeps in, Zhu Yuan's pupils constrict. He senses an eerie, overwhelming force penetrating his body. The protective energy shield has already become a web of cracks. In the next instant, the shield shattered, and Zhu Yuan was violently hurled through the air, crashing through doors and windows, landing dozens of meters away. Gasping and coughing, Zhu Yuan lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, engulfed by an inexplicable terror. Instinctively, he reached for the black-scaled protective heart mirror nestled in his bosom. A third-tier defensive beast artifact crafted by a renowned beast craftsman, now reduced to mere fragments. Roaring in fury, the shadow candle dragon lizard was incensed by the failed assassination, curling into a ball and barreling forth. Your Excellency, I bear you no grudge. Why must you conspire against me? As the dragon lizard charged, Zhu Yuan felt his soul nearly escape in fright. He hastily summoned his contracted beast. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a 3-meter-tall, muscular giant ape materialized. The giant ape, robust and powerful, bore white fangs and 4 thick, bulging arms veined with azure. It was a commanding-level beast, a third-tier 5-star 4-armed giant ape. Block it. Quickly, Zhu Yuan commanded, disregarding the fate of his beast companion as he staggered to his feet and fled desperately. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, enveloped in white light. Its 4 muscular arms, like twisted vines, braced against the charging dragon lizard. The collision unleashed a shockwave, cracking the ground beneath them. To Night Xian's surprise, the creature managed to withstand the blow, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips. Attack! Suddenly, from within the shadow of the dragon lizard, a dark figure shot forth with breathtaking speed, appearing behind the 4-armed giant ape. The night hunter insect, cold and indifferent, crossed its arms in a cruciform, unleashing a dark golden cross slash aimed at the giant ape's vulnerable neck. At that moment, the 4-armed giant ape was preoccupied with restraining the dragon lizard, leaving it no opportunity to defend against the impending attack from behind. With a resounding crack, Zhu Yuan felt a sharp pain in his head as his bond with the giant ape severed. Your Highness, hurry! Save me! As his beast fell in battle, Zhu Yuan's heart bled as he spotted a young man in golden robes approaching, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he cried out for help. Qiu Night Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. From the inconspicuous corner, Qiu stealthily emerged. With a clap of its hands, a small blue bubble accurately sprayed into Zhu Yuan's mouth. Beast technique, floating bubble. Zhu Yuan paused, his body inflating like a balloon in an instant. No, Your Highness. Save me. With a resounding thud, despair filled Zhu Yuan's eyes as he found himself unable to move, his heels lifting off the ground. Stop. The golden-robed youth furrowed his brow and stepped forward briskly. A third-tier beastmaster? Night Xian recalled a few of his beasts and reached out to pull the floating Zhu Yuan back. The scene was akin to tugging a human-shaped helium balloon. You are the traitor who has slain several generals of my great Liang? Release General Zhu, and I shall spare your life. Liang Mang's face was as cold as frost, his murderous intent palpable. Zhu Yuan was his confidant, and he had hurried from Huojing City to celebrate Zhu Yuan's birthday, never expecting such a calamity to unfold. Spare my life. Who do you think you are? Night Xian's gaze swept over the 9 4-clawed serpents adorning Zhu Yuan. These 4-clawed serpents were typically reserved for princes alone. Realizing Zhu Yuan's earlier plea, the identity of the youth became apparent. The Great Liang dynasty had 2 princes, the first prince, the heir apparent, who remained within the dynasty, and the second prince, tasked with guarding Huojing City. Clearly, this young man was the second prince. Liang Mang's eyes grew colder. He ceased his idle chatter and summoned his contracted beasts. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and a terrifying figure of crimson gold emerged, revealing a gigantic centipede measuring over 10 meters in length. Each segment of its metallic shell gleamed like finely forged gold, reflecting a dazzling radiance in the sunlight. With its crimson golden scales adorned with a naturally formed totem of the unicorn serpent, flickering mysteriously with each breath. Hiss! The towering centipede shielded Liang Mang, its golden insect eyes fixed on Knight Xian, releasing an overwhelming pressure befitting a third-tier royal beast. Knight Xian's pupils constricted slightly as he recognized the species of the giant centipede. It was the royal-level thousand-legged dragon centipede, a metal attribute beast with the innate ability of blood marrow rebirth. If memory served him correctly, the great Liang dynasty's ancestral beast was indeed the thousand-legged dragon centipede. If I do not slay you today, how can I establish my authority? Liang Mang's expression remained indifferent as two more beasts materialized. These two beasts were only a few meters long, yet they bore a striking resemblance to the royal thousand-legged dragon centipede. They were both third-tier 2-star commanding level 100-legged dragon centipedes. Hiss! Hiss! The 200-legged dragon centipedes flanked either side, bearing their fangs and claws, poised to strike. Roar! The young shadow candle dragon lizard darted back and forth before Knight Xian, its dual eyes locking onto the thousand-legged dragon centipede. A threat. A considerable threat. The thousand-legged dragon centipede squinted its insect-like eyes, a thick drool oozing from its mouth. Royal beasts possess intelligence far surpassing that of humans. Its gaze shimmered with greed as it beheld the shadow candle dragon lizard. Years prior, it had feasted upon the flesh of the ancient shadow candle dragon lizard from Huojing City, savoring its exquisite taste and lingering aftertaste, and now it had encountered another. This was a rare delicacy. Consuming it would surely enhance its power. Attack swiftly and decisively. Knight Xian broke the stalemate, issuing commands. Roar! The newborn dared to confront the tiger, with the shadow candle dragon lizard curling into a ball and rolling toward the thousand-legged dragon centipede. The centipede neither dodged nor evaded. Its elongated, scaled body twisted and coiled, absorbing the impact of the dragon lizard's charge before tightening its grip. In an instant, thousands of sharp limbs unfurled, resembling countless golden curved blades, scraping against the dragon lizard's scales, producing a cacophony of clashing metal as it began its deadly constriction. Roar! The dragon lizard thrashed wildly, mercilessly biting at the body of the thousand-legged dragon centipede. Hiss! The shadow candle dragon lizard's biting force was monstrous, effortlessly breaking through one tier of defense, severing a piece of golden exoskeleton from the thousand-legged dragon centipede. Night Hunter stirred, remaining calm as it transformed into three indistinguishable afterimages, dashing toward the 200-legged dragon centipedes. Preparing to engage them both, Chiu remained vigilant, perched atop Knight Xian's head, ready to protect him. Chapter 86. The Royal Beast Domain, Golden Poison. Night Hunter was merely toying with them. Witnessing Night Hunter's audacity to challenge two foes, Liang Mang was both furious and amused. Such confidence. In this day and age, even the most inconsequential creatures dared to tread upon his Liang Mang. On the opposite side, Knight Xian held Zhu Yuan aloft, observing coldly as the shadow candle dragon lizard and thousand-legged dragon centipede clashed, relying solely on their physical prowess. The dragon lizard, ensnared by the centipede, felt its agony ignite a primal ferocity within. Its dark, golden vertical pupils constricted as it opened its mouth to bite wildly. With a crack, golden blood gushed forth, and the thousand-legged dragon centipede slackened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon lizard surged, using its limbs to break free from the binding. Its steel tail striking fiercely against the centipede's side, sending sparks flying and producing a thunderous clang. The thousand-legged dragon centipede staggered, enraged, and opened its mouth to spew out a crimson golden poisonous mist, which corroded the ground and caused it to smoke. Retreat, crystallized breath. Knight Xian's eyes narrowed as he conveyed orders through the soul beast contract. The dragon lizard leaped back, unleashing a torrent of red-gray fire mist. The two forces colliding and igniting explosively, sending shockwaves that hurled debris into the air. Roar! The dragon lizard's battle spirit surged, its inherent royal beast ferocity fully awakened. Its mind consumed by a singular thought, to devour its opponent. It advanced rather than retreated, utilizing the cover of two forces to launch a surprise attack, bravely enduring the golden blade-like appendages to pounce upon the head of the centipede. Bowing its head and opening its jaws to bite, it ferociously crushed one of the compound eyes. Hiss! The centipede writhed in excruciating pain, its many legs striking down like a torrential downpour. While the creature bathed in blood clung on tenaciously, its tail whipping at the centipede's vulnerable joints. In that moment, The two royal beasts succumbed to a state of frenzy, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. It was a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, the Night Hunter engaged in a solitary battle against two leader-class centipedes, skillfully leveraging speed to avoid any semblance of weakness. It moved like a spectral assassin, deftly toying with the two centipedes. Boom. The ground trembled as the two centipedes burrowed forth, vying to bite, yet the Night Hunter always managed to evade gracefully, occasionally sidestepping to deliver precise slashes with its black golden mantis blades, leaving varying depths of gashes along the spines of the beasts. Clang. Once more evading a bite. The Night Hunter crossed its blades, a flash of dark light illuminating the scene as it split into three. Beast technique, phantom clones. One true form, two illusions. Whoosh. Two Night Hunters leapt forth, charging towards the Night Candelabrum lizard and the centipede. Hiss. One ensnared the Night Candelabrum lizard and forcefully hurled it away, igniting the centipede's fury. Without a glance, it unleashed several golden, razor-sharp appendages from its abdomen. When did a mere bystander dare to interfere in the battle of royal beasts? Whoosh! The two Night Hunter illusions, caught off guard, erupted into clouds of black mist. The centipede soared through the air, once again lunging at the Night Candelabrum lizard. A new round of carnage unfolded. Yet, before long, two Night Hunter illusions charged in again. The centipede, exasperated, flicked its tail, causing the illusions to explode into black mist. Was it merely tormenting itself? After several breaths, the Night Hunter crossed its mantis arms to block, enduring the collision and bites from the two centipedes, retreating several dozen meters. Wielding its blades, it expended its internal energy once more, splitting into three. Whoosh! One figure descended like a falling leaf, targeting the two centipedes, while the remaining two continued their charge towards the centipede. Hiss! The centipede, entangled in a brutal melee with the Night Candelabrum lizard, instinctively spat out several blades upon noticing the return of the illusions. Yet this time, an unexpected twist occurred. One Night Hunter was pierced, exploding into black mist, while the other astonishingly dodged in an unorthodox manner, narrowly evading the launched blades. This is bad. Witnessing this, Liang Mang's pupils constricted, a sense of alarm enveloping him. Indeed, one of them is the true form. Such cunning vermin. How is this any different from the tail of the wolf? Whoosh! The Night Hunter appeared before the centipede, locking eyes with it. Their gazes met. The Night Hunter's insect-like eyes glinted coldly with derision, its mantis arms poised for a cross-slash. The centipede's last remaining eye flashed with astonishment, momentarily rendering it unable to comprehend the situation. Damn it! This leader class, lowly beast truly dares to strike at me? The thought crossed its mind as the Night Hunter swung its arm in a decisive slash, compressing the dark golden cross strike into a sharp blade, aimed directly at the centipede's solitary eye. Thud! The blade cleaved through, instantly obliterating the centipede's lone eye, causing a burst of golden-green insect blood. With its vision destroyed, the centipede flailed wildly like a gecko with a severed tail, thrashing about in a frenzy. Golden blades rained down like a torrential storm. The Night Hunter had long been prepared, having taken refuge behind the Night Candelabrum lizard. The little glutton, with its tough hide and ample flesh, made for an ideal shield. Clink, clink, clink. The myriad of blades cascaded upon the Night Candelabrum lizard's body, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. Yet, the Night Candelabrum lizard remained unfazed, its imposing form charging forward, its sharp horn piercing like thunder into the centipede's abdomen. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and bone, it violently tossed its head, sending the centipede flying. The change occurred in an instant. Liang Mang's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his thoughts racing as his gaze fixed upon Night Xuan. He was not foolish. Without hesitation, he commanded through the soul beast contract, attack. Kill it. The two deceived centipedes tensed, launching a coordinated assault towards Night Xuan. Xiao, perched atop Night Xuan's head, perked up, clapping its tiny hands as a magical array emerged from the ground, summoning a third-tier 3-star sword abyss frog that leapt forth, croaking in challenge to the centipedes. Liang Mang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Night Xuan's hidden ace. Come back. Hiss. The centipede rose again, returning to Liang Mang's side alongside the two centipedes. TSK, the second prince of the Great Liang dynasty, is but this, a waste formed by the accumulation of resources, even more lacking in combat experience than I imagined. Inferior to the first prince, incapable in martial prowess. Your life will amount to nothing. Night Xuan crossed his arms, his tongue sharp with mockery. You commoner truly believe you can defeat me? Liang Mang, enraged, laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with the chill of ice. Within his sleeves, his fists were clenched tightly. Living perpetually in the light, he despised comparisons to the first prince. Hasn't it been one already? Night Xuan feigned indifference. One? Commoner. I am merely toying with you. Open your eyes and behold. Liang Mang, filled with fury, slapped the centipede beside him. Buzz. A transformation unfolded. The centipede, with its eyes blinded and body marred, shimmered with golden light. Under this brilliance, time seemed to reverse, its wounds healing rapidly, its lost eyes regenerating. Returning to its former self, the royal class centipede possessed the innate ability of blood marrow rebirth. It could recover its physical form by consuming vast quantities of beast's blood and flesh, accumulating a special substance within its body. Once injured, it could swiftly restore itself using this blood marrow. Commoner, I shall extract your bones one by one and hang them on the walls of Fire Crystal City to wither under the sun for 3 days. The dignity of the great Liang dynasty cannot be desecrated by a wretched insect like you. 1,000 legs, golden poison domain. Hiss. The centipede's golden carapace trembled, releasing a swirling cloud of golden toxic mist. Chapter 87. Platinum/Night Mantis Domain, 1,000 Instant Kill Realm. Night Xian's lips curled into a smile, calm and composed, perhaps anticipating this very moment. The innate ability of the royal class centipede, its domain, was well within his knowledge. Liang Mang, you shall forever remain a python, never a dragon. In the presence of the sinister Liang Mang, Night Xian reached for the third-tier beast tamer Xuan. What are you doing? Xuan's eyes widened in fear as he gazed at Night Xian's hand, shrouded in dark light. To consume you. This will be my first attempt at devouring a person. A sinister aura flickered in Night Xian's expression as he licked his lips and chuckled lightly. No. Xuan trembled, feeling as though he was inexorably losing something vital, the very essence of his lifespan. And indeed, that was the case. Xuan's body swelled before rapidly withering, shrinking to mere skin and bones, his once black hair transforming into dry, white strands. In stark contrast, Night Xian's disheveled black and white hair shifted to a rich black hue, radiating vitality, his skin glowing with a jade-like sheen. Moments later, Xuan's voice fell silent, completely consumed. Crack. His withered shell burst like sun-bleached oilcloth, scattering bones across the ground. The horrific scene left Liang Mang, the second prince of the great Liang dynasty, in a daze, unable to regain his composure. Night Xian exhaled deeply, his narrow eyes squinting into slits. He appeared as if under the influence of narcotics, his expression relaxed and euphoric. For a moment, he embodied the essence of a villain even more than the villains themselves, sending shivers down Liang Mang's spine, instilling a sense of dread. Liang Mang, you tyrants of the great Liang, obliterating the path of leadership, the rulers of the Fire Crystal Kingdom would fare better with me, Yi Xian, at the helm. I possess ambition and strength that surpasses yours. As Yi Xian's eyes flutter open, dark mist coils around his body, and in a moment of ethereal clarity, a shadowy, winged beast of terror manifests behind him, feigning the supernatural. Qianzu attack. Liang Mang's forehead pulses with veins, his teeth clenched as he issues the command. Hiss. The third-tier king beast, Qianzu Long Gong, glowers fiercely as it lunges toward Yi Xian, its 10-meter-long form crashing forward. The Mingzhu dragon lizard shakes its head defiantly, dragging its wounded body into battle. You too. Yi Xian flicks his fingers, his flowing black hair transforming to white in an instant. As a dark brilliance surges into Yishou's form, Yishou's body momentarily halts, its black and gold armor flowing like liquid, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, swiftly morphing into a noble platinum hue. The formidable shell expands in a dazzling radiance, its bones reshaping, taking on an increasingly elongated and refined silhouette. Approaching a paragon of human form, with wings unfurling behind, transforming into streams of platinum light, like a regal cloak billowing in the wind, carving out a fierce trajectory. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupts, soaring into the heavens. The king beast, third-tier platinum, slashing night mantis. The atmosphere in the arena grows still, and in that fleeting moment, Liang Mang is drenched in cold sweat. His mind goes blank. A king beast. Another king beast. Yishou, domain of 1,000 instant kill realm. Hiss. The platinum wings behind Yishou ignite, and with a breath, a ring of gray light blossoms around it. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. It halts only upon reaching 400 meters. Whoosh. Yishou bends its legs slightly, launching forth as a streak of white light toward Qianzu Long Gong. Caught between the onslaught of two king beasts, Qianzu Long Gong finds itself in dire straits. After barely fending off the wounded Mingzhu dragon lizard, Yishou appears before it like a specter, wielding a colossal platinum blade poised to strike. Qianzu Long Gong screeches in madness, refusing to evade. As it unleashes a spray of golden toxic mist, it dares to exchange injury for injury. The venomous mist engulfs Yishou, yet oddly, it pierces through Yishuo's form. A ruse, the beast technique, illusionary doppelganger. Hiss. Qian Zhu Longgong, in a fit of rage, realizes it has once again been outwitted. A fleeting glimpse reveals, 300 meters away, a platinum figure with arms crossed, observing coldly. Roar. The Ming Zhu dragon lizard, with its tough skin, endures. Its scales momentarily resisting the encroaching gold toxin, relentlessly crashing forward once more. The little one, akin to a stubborn gum, clings tenaciously to Qian Zhu Longgong. Yishuo's azure eyes flicker, traversing the domain. An uncanny scene unfolds. With every movement Yishuo makes, a vivid afterimage materializes in its wake. These phantoms, frozen in time, maintain stances of blade wielding, wing flapping, and poised readiness, resembling statues in the air. In no time, within the 400 meters domain, over 30 lifelike afterimages take form. Witnessing this, Liang Meng panics, fear surging within him. His instincts scream that he must extricate Qian Zhu Longgong from Yishuo's domain. Qian Zhu, tunnel technique. He feigns composure, hastily conveying commands through the soul beast contract. Just as Qian Zhu Longgong attempts to burrow underground, a panoramic view reveals over 30 platinum afterimages. Like phantoms, encircling it. Each afterimage brandishes its blade at varying angles, some horizontal, some diagonal, some thrusting, some slashing, creating a platinum web of death around it. False. All mere illusions. Hiss. It bellows in fury. Qian Zhu thrashes, the gold toxin erupting in a corrosive fog, sweeping outward like a tide. Yet those afterimages remain utterly still. The toxic mist passes through the afterimages as if traversing the void of illusions, until the first blade glimmers. Whoosh! The third joint on Qian Zhu Longgong's left side suddenly shatters, its carapace fracturing, foul insect fluid spraying forth. And it fails to perceive the source of the attack before excruciating pain seizes its nerves. Whoosh! 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 The second, third, fourth strikes follow. Slicing through Qian Zhu Longgong's myriad legs, the wounds impeccably smooth. Are the afterimages attacking? Or has Yishuo's speed surpassed its sensory limits? Qian Zhu Longgong rides in madness. Yet with every inch it moves, new blades strike. The solidified afterimages now seem to possess life, each transforming into a genuine harbinger of death. Qian Zhu Longgong cannot land a blow, yet the afterimages can inflict harm upon it. Yishuo stands with arms crossed, a cold smirk curling at his lips. This is the domain of the platinum slashing night mantis, 1000 instant kill realm. By utilizing the solidified afterimages within the domain, it creates psychological pressure, intertwining reality and illusion, leaving foes defenseless. In simple terms, it is a game of positional exchange. Assuming Yishuo is A, the conjured phantoms are B, C, D, E, etc. Within the 400 meters of the 1000 instant kill realm, Yishuo can interchange positions with any of the afterimages B, C, D, etc. at will. It is all about catching the enemy off guard, inducing chaos. Do you think they are mere phantoms? In reality, the phantoms seamlessly swap places with Yishuo in an instant. This is the power of the 1000 instant kill realm. Roar! The Ming Zhu dragon lizard seizes the opportunity, lunging at Qian Zhu Longgong, delivering a powerful strike to its back, cracking its carapace. And in that fleeting moment, zing! A blinding streak of platinum light pierces through the battlefield. Yishuo appears above Qian Zhu Longgong, the colossal platinum blade raised high. A golden honeycomb aura swirling around the edge. The blade descends. Time seems to freeze in that instant. Chapter 88, Fire Crystal City, Beastmaster Alliance Subdivision. Crack. The platinum blade cleaves down with unstoppable force. Qian Zhu Longgong's body stiffens, and in the next moment, its corpse is severed in twain. Not far away, Liang Meng stands like a statue, his face ashen and pale. He is incredulous, unable to fathom that the king beast, Qian Zhu Longgong, has fallen before him. Roar! The little Ming Zhu dragon lizard, breathless and panting, wishes to roar triumphantly, yet suddenly recalls Yi Xian's voice. The centipede may die, but does not yield. Crystallized breath seals Qian Zhu Longgong's head to prevent this creature from feigning death and launching a surprise attack. Roar! The little Ming Zhu dragon lizard remains vigilant. It opens its mouth and sprays a copious amount of gray-red mist to envelop Qian Zhu Longgong's head. Realizing the dire situation, Liang Meng attempts to flee, commanding another Qian Zhu Longgong to charge at Yixian while mounting another himself, seeking to escape through the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The platinum blade's aura flashes, and both Qian Zhu Longgongs are cleaved in half, one piece here, one piece there. Liang Meng, regaining his senses, finds himself pallid and weak, collapsing to the ground. Glaring at the approaching Yixian, he feels his trousers dampen, his body trembling, utterly devoid of the previous arrogance he exhibited. I shall spare your life for now. Slap. Yi Xian strides forward, delivering a kick to Liang Mang's chest, causing his vision to darken and a sweet taste to flood his throat. As he collapses into unconsciousness like a mound of mud. Withdraw. Briefly collecting the spoils of war, Yi Xian hauls Liang Mang away, vanishing into the earth. After a considerable time, a battalion of the great Liang dynasty's beastmasters hastily arrives, surveying the chaotic courtyard, all rendered speechless. This is bad. The general has been ambushed. Quickly secure the scene. A delicate soldier inadvertently catches sight of a desiccated corpse, his delicate features paling in an instant. Having frequently sold hooks to Xuan, he could recognize him even if he turned to ash. After a thorough investigation, a wave of terror swept through the crowd when a soldier stumbled upon a red jade pendant, prominently engraved with the characters Liang Mang. This was the prince's pendant. Could it be that the prince had also fallen victim to an enemy attack? In an instant, despair enveloped the soldiers, their spirits plummeting into an abyss of icy dread. Should anything happen to the prince, they, the guardians, would be unable to escape blame. What to do? Swiftly inform the generals stationed across the various towns of the Fire Crystal Kingdom. Indeed, when a significant figure is in peril, news travels faster than that concerning mere pawns. By evening, the entire Fire Crystal Kingdom was abuzz with commotion, and the soldiers of the Great Liang were both astonished and enraged. How audacious! To dare to lay hands on a member of the Great Liang royal family in broad daylight. Search. The matter was of utmost importance. The prince must not be allowed to come to harm. The Fire Crystal Kingdom was akin to a boiling cauldron, bubbling with fervor. A day later, in a concealed alley of Fire Crystal City, the ground trembled as Yi Xian, cloaked in a mantle, silently rode the shadowy candle dragon lizard into view. Stowing away the dragon, Yi Xian stepped out of the alley, enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of the bustling marketplace. The Fire Crystal Kingdom comprised a city, 18 towns, and 100 villages. The main city was far more lively than one might have imagined, with pedestrians in the azure alleyways laughing and mingling, while merchants hurriedly navigated their carts. In contrast to the villages and towns, Fire Crystal City's amenities were notably more sophisticated, boasting a branch of the Beastmaster Alliance. A small auction house, beast equipment shops, potion shops, and magical plant shops, among others. Here, one could catch a glimpse of humanity's beast-taming civilization. Yi Xian stood in the alley, lost in thought, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his robe. After a while, a hurried troop of soldiers on beast mounts brushed past him, their mounts panting heavily, pulling Yi Xian from his reverie. Stretching languidly, he made his way toward a brightly lit red building, seeking to rest after several days of tireless exertion. Registration was required at the inn, but wandering through the brothels was unnecessary. "Young master, come play," exclaimed several merchants with pipa instruments at the entrance, their eyes lighting up as they rushed forward, playfully clinging to Yi Xian's arm. All right, he feigned a lecherous demeanor, allowing himself to be dragged inside. On the second floor, Yi Xian declined the performances of two charming merchants and tossed out several dozen beast coins to signal them to leave. With a resounding clap, the door shut, plunging the room back into silence. He drew the curtains and summoned 3 of his magical pets. Roar! The shadowy candle dragon lizard greeted him enthusiastically. "You performed admirably yesterday." Yi Xian smiled, generously praising it. Roar! The little dragon lizard beamed with joy, rolling about on the ground. Having received Yi Xian's acknowledgement, the little creature felt sweeter than honey. As it rolled, it cast a furtive glance at Yi Shou, akin to a child who has aced an exam, eagerly seeking approval from an elder. The gleam in its eyes was filled with anticipation. Yi Shou nodded slightly, conceding that the little dragon lizard had indeed matured, no longer the insignificant creature it once was. The little dragon lizard, with a hint of pride, turned its head away and wiggled its body to lie beside Yi Xian, occasionally playfully licking his palm with its tongue, signaling for the 3 magical pets to remain vigilant. Yi Xian leaned back against the beast skin chair, lost in contemplation. Utilizing the A-level beast master talent Devouring Demon Eye consumed his lifespan, which could be replenished by absorbing external life essence. Yesterday, upon absorbing the life force of Xuan, he discovered something remarkable. Absorbing the life of a beast master seemed to provide far greater nourishment than that of ordinary plants and trees, particularly those of the 3rd-tier beast masters. Perhaps, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, glimmering with light. Perhaps he could keep some life packs from 3rd-tier beast masters on hand for future use. Rising from his seat, he refreshed himself and stepped out of the red building. Qiu perched atop Yi Xian's head, its blue beast eyes curiously surveying the human civilization before it. "Let's take a stroll through the Beastmaster Alliance branch," Yi Xian chuckled, poking Qiu's cheek playfully. Qiu obediently nodded, tugging at a handful of Yi Xian's hair without letting go. After a while, Yi Xian arrived before a luxurious 3-story black tower. The tower was brightly lit, with beast masters frequently entering and exiting with their magical pets. The Beast Master Alliance, a superpower that spanned the entire continent, had a foundation as deep as the abyss, with branches scattered across the land. In the vast expanse of the continent, aside from the Luo demon mansion, few dared to provoke it. Throughout the annals of history, the Alliance had witnessed the rise of several 8th-tier beast masters, among whom were unparalleled masters who forged contracts with sacred-level magical beasts, etching their names into history for eternity. In contrast, the Night family, a local power occupying a corner of Stone City, appeared as a mere firefly next to the resplendent moon. After all, the most formidable member of the Night family, Yihu, was merely a 4th-tier royal beast master. Such a rank would hardly even register as an ant in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Beastmaster Alliance. Standing before the towering black structure, Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After all, the Fire Crystal Kingdom was a small nation, and the local Beastmaster Alliance branch was far from the grandeur of that in Stone City, which boasted a staggering 12 stories in height. Taking a deep breath, Xuan stepped forward, gradually entering the 3-story black tower. Chapter 89, Defying Fate, 4th Tier, Mutagenic Potion, The Mysterious Master Me. The first floor of the tower was dimly lit, with the sweet scent of roses lingering in the air, and the crowd surged like a tide. As he tread upon the soft wool carpet, Xuan surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Before long, his gaze landed on a guiding signboard. First floor, Beastmaster Identity Certification. Second floor, Potions and Magical Beasts for sale. Third floor, Task Issuance and Acceptance. Chio, come, let us go certify our identity, Xuan grinned. Certifying as a Beast Master would grant him a generous monthly allowance of Beast Coins. The higher the rank, the more Beast Coins one could receive. A 3rd-tier Beast Master could receive approximately 1,000 Beast Coins each month, a sum that would comfortably suffice for a tranquil life back on Blue Star. Chio. Approaching the counter, a serene maid dressed in a fitted green gown stood elegantly, with pointed ears, green eyes, and a tall, graceful figure. She revealed a glimpse of her alluring curves, accentuated by the deep neckline of her garment. On her shoulder, a plump white dove pecked at its feathers. The otherworldly beings, a rare breed, emerged in a probability of 1 in a million. Their lifespans typically surpassed that of ordinary humans by 2 to 3 times, and they often bore physical traits of magical beasts, such as ears, eyes, or skin. Hello, I would like to certify my identity as a Beast Master, Xuan said softly, producing a Beast Coin. Beep. The Beast Coin spun on the table, casting a golden halo. Please hold on a moment. The otherworldly maid smiled sweetly, taking her time to retrieve a blue crystal and a piece of parchment. Please place your palm on this crystal and channel your inner spiritual energy to verify your rank. Upon hearing this, Xuan extended his hand and gently placed it on the crystal, releasing his spiritual energy. Buzz. As the energy flowed, the crystal gradually glowed with a blue light, and 3 lines appeared. Witnessing this scene, the otherworldly maid gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. It was indeed rare to see such a young 3rd-tier Beast Master emerging from a remote village. All around, gazes fell upon Xuan, filled with reverence, envy, and admiration. Name, Xuan. Age, having just turned 18 this year. The otherworldly maid paused momentarily in her writing before resuming. The aptitude level of the Beast Master was revealed. Knight Xuan felt a surge of determination, activating his Grade D Beast Master talent, which shone with a brilliant white light above his head. The certification could be done casually. Once completed, he would be able to post various tasks within the Alliance's branch. A Grade D talent. The otherworldly maid expressed a hint of regret. A Grade D Beast Master talent would ultimately not lead far unless one could acquire a miraculous elixir capable of enhancing their abilities. Suddenly recalling something, the otherworldly maid blinked and subtly gestured towards the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, a rare 4th-tier transmutation elixir was available for sale. Consuming this elixir would grant a 30% chance of elevating his Grade D talent to Grade C, thus achieving a transformational effect. Perhaps, young sir, you might consider trying it. However, you must have sufficient Beast Coins, the otherworldly maid shrugged. Knight Xuan's curiosity was piqued. How much for the 4th-tier transmutation elixir? He inquired. This amount, she replied, leaning forward with one hand propping her chin, her slender fingers stained with tea as she inscribed the number 1 upon the counter. Knight Xuan, unable to contain his astonishment, blurted out, 1 million Beast Coins? Indeed. After all, it is an elixir capable of Grade D transformation, and its rarity makes it precious. She explained. Pondering this, Knight Xuan reflected that one could purchase a decent commander-level beast egg for just a fraction of that sum. It seems alchemists are indeed in high demand, he mused, pointing to the shelf of beverages behind the counter and selecting 2 bottles of 10-year-old plum wine. The 10-year vintage. 2 bottles for 3,000 beast coins. Without hesitation, Knight Xuan tossed a bag of shimmering beast coins onto the counter. Accepting the palm-sized wine flask handed to him by the maid, he smiled and pushed one toward her, saying, "Please, indulge." The otherworldly maid squinted, contemplating for a moment before bluntly asking, "What is this, young sir? Are you trying to woo an older sister?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully leaned against the counter, her long, slightly curled black hair swaying, a small dark spot on her otherwise pristine white skin, reminiscent of dark matter, perpetually drawing attention. Knight Xuan shook his head, declaring, "I currently have no interest in women. I only request your assistance in posting a delivery task." "A delivery task? Do tell," she prompted. "I require a proficient high-tier beast master, skilled in speed, to deliver a message to the Knight family in Shurcheng of Haelyang Kingdom." Knight Xuan stated, pausing briefly before softly adding, "Father, your unfilial son, Knight Xuan, is on the brink of death in Huijing Kingdom. I beseech you to come and retrieve my remains." Having spoken, Knight Xuan gestured to his beast ring, producing a substantial sum of beast coins for the delivery fee. 500,000 beast coins. "Very well. A bold young man. I shall assist you in posting this," the otherworldly maid agreed, noting that 5% would be deducted as a processing fee, with the remainder allocated for the reward. With practiced ease, she produced a small notebook to record the details, then handed the page to a white dove perched on her shoulder. The dove took flight, carrying the message toward the 3rd floor. With wine in hand, Knight Xuan stored his identification, promptly turning to leave. His objective was clear, the 2nd floor. This visit was not in vain. He had not anticipated the presence of a 4th-tier transmutation elixir at this Beastmaster Alliance branch. He was determined to acquire this elixir at all costs. How intriguing. A young fellow from the Knight family in Shurcheng, a prestigious lineage, it seems, with considerable wealth, the otherworldly maid mused to herself, idly toying with the plum wine as she observed Knight Xuan's retreating figure. Summoning a short-haired maid passing by, she instructed, "There was a white-haired boy in a black robe. If he wishes to purchase the 4th-tier transmutation elixir, grant him a 95% discount." "Yes, master," the short-haired maid replied respectfully before departing. By the way, a new 4th-tier elixir master has recently been dispatched for field training. At under 30 years of age, he has already reached the level of 4th-tier master, with a promising future ahead, she informed. On the 2nd floor, the foot traffic was exponentially greater than on the 1st. Numerous beast masters traversed the areas dedicated to elixirs and beasts, each gaze ablaze with desire. Despite their fervor, none dared entertain malicious thoughts. For this was the Beastmaster Alliance branch. Who would dare provoke such an organization? Even the emperor of the great Liang dynasty, having conquered Huijing City, would approach this place with utmost respect. The Beastmaster Alliance would not shy away from issues regarding the Huijing Kingdom, should anyone dare to wreak havoc within the branch. A high-tier royal or saint-level beastmaster would descend within a day, erasing the great Liang dynasty from existence without a trace. Such was the foundation of a superpower. Chapter 90. Unexpected Gains. The Song of Woe-Winged Maiden. On the 2nd floor, Knight Xuan began to wander leisurely. He first ventured into the beast section, where transparent partitions showcased various juvenile beasts, including those from unique regions. Notable specimens included the elite-level white-crowned scorpion from the desert, the elite-level mirage beast, and the commander-level juvenile, a new hound, among others. Truly, the abundance of resources at the Beastmaster Alliance branch was commendable. Even commander-level juvenile beasts were available for sale. Knight Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he slowed his pace, keenly observing each creature with great interest. Chiao, perched atop Knight Xuan's head. The little figure tugged at a tuft of white hair, curiously eyeing a palm-sized sword frog priest within the display. "It's a fellow kin." Upon hearing the commotion, the sword frog priest glanced at Chiao, then disinterestedly closed its eyes, adopting a demeanor that suggested it wished to be left undisturbed. Seeing that it was unresponsive, Chiao's enthusiasm waned, and she ceased her attempts to engage. What is this?" Knight Xuan halted, intrigued by a glass display. Inside was a white-haired girl adorned with white wings, wearing a feathered dress. She appeared pitiful, her golden eyes shining with clarity as she gazed up at the bustling crowd. This was a special beast from the Western realms, known as the Woe-Winged Maiden, a being of light attribute with a commander-level bloodline, typically residing atop high peaks. Beneath her seemingly harmless, pure exterior lay a heart capable of destruction. A bandaged merchant paused nearby, muttering to himself, "By the way, she has a penchant for drinking blood, human blood. Her ability, Song of Woe, allows her to manipulate minds. Many beast masters have unwittingly succumbed to her control, becoming her slaves." In summary, One must never be deceived by her humanoid appearance and seemingly innocent demeanor. As the merchant concluded his remarks, the woe-winged maiden's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously serene beauty was replaced with fury as her forehead bulged with veins, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. Mind manipulation? How fascinating, Knight Xuan mused, captivated by the woe-winged maiden from the western continent. What is this, young brother? Do you wish to purchase her? The merchant inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. Such detailed information. Could it be she is your consignment? He asked with surprise. The merchant burst into hearty laughter, embracing the moment. Indeed. This creature from the Western realms is indeed my consignment here. The proceeds will be split 90-10 with the Beastmaster Alliance. If you wish to buy her, I can offer you a friendly discount of 99%. Knight Xuan's lips twitched as his gaze fell upon the price tag of 3 million beast coins. Humanoid beasts were indeed exorbitantly priced, twice that of ordinary commander-level beasts. With a pensive expression resting on his chin, Xuan appeared to reach a difficult decision, reluctantly stating, "Brother, would you be interested in exchanging demon pets with me? Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss, and may even reap considerable gains." Oh, the bearded merchant's eyes lit up, piqued by the proposition. Xuan wasted no time, flicking his finger to summon a beast ring, revealing a crystalline orb. Within the orb resided a girl of ethereal form, her lower body shrouded in mist instead of feet, wielding a bone scythe. The merchant furrowed his brow, leaning in to scrutinize her with keen curiosity. Xuan smiled and elaborated. This is an elite-level phantom made of dark attributes, possessing the innate ability of an ethereal body. Such beings are typically birthed only within ancient tombs of a millennium. Ah, I see, the merchant mused, yet a look of hesitation crossed his face as he remarked. Young brother, are you truly considering trading this elite for my commander-level beast? If so, I would be at a disadvantage. In silence, Xuan flicked his finger again, summoning his beast ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 9 dazzling lights flickered, manifesting 9 encased phantom maids on the scene. Brother, I offer you these 10 elites in exchange for your commander. The bearded merchant was momentarily taken aback, his astute mind rapidly calculating. Not interested? Xuan sighed, feigning the intent to reclaim the 10 phantom maids. Wait, I'll trade. The merchant gritted his teeth, conceding on the spot. Humanoid demon beasts hold substantial value. Observing the 10 phantom maids' allure, he realized he could easily sell them. With a single transaction, he could earn dozens of beast coins, accumulating hundreds daily. Viewed from a long-term perspective, the market is indeed promising. Excellent. You are a man of your word. Xuan's lips curled into a smile as he shook hands with the merchant, sealing the deal. With 10 phantom maids in his possession, the merchant departed the branch with great delight, leaving Xuan with the commander-level Sorrowwing. Squeak. The Sorrowwing, returning to its seemingly harmless demeanor, curled up in a corner, its wings partially concealing its form. Xuan crossed his arms, silently observing its performance. Initially intending to use the Liang Python to command the lords of the Fire Crystal Kingdom, he suddenly reconsidered upon seeing the Sorrowwing. Perhaps, he could harness the Sorrowwing's abilities to control the Liang Python. Chio, clutching black sugar, clumsily greeted the Sorrowwing. Squeak, squeak. The Sorrowwing, exuding a pitiful charm, began conversing with Chio. What are they discussing? Xuan inquired with curiosity. Chio responded. It says that Chio is remarkable, and also praises Chio for being adorable. It wonders if Chio is interested in flying away together. Ah, flattery. Such flattery harbors ulterior motives. It seems you must endure a bout of beastly bullying to be compliant in serving me, Xuan remarked impassively, stepping forward to open the counter and grasping the Sorrowwing's wings, tossing it into the beast ring. The Sorrowwing, momentarily disoriented, regained awareness only to find itself within the confines of the beast ring. After surveying its surroundings, it fluffed up in alarm. Roar? The playful night candle dragon lizard, engaged in frolicsome antics, approached with an intimidating demeanor. Caution! A strange demon beast without the Master's contract scent. The Sorrowwing trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. Roar! The night candle dragon lizard paid no heed to its pitiful display, its tail ensnaring the Sorrowwing and swinging it about, unhesitatingly exerting the pressure of a second-tier 7-star king beast. It seemed to declare, I am the boss here. You must obey. The Sorrowwing attempted to plead for mercy, but the night candle dragon lizard was in high spirits, bouncing around without any intention of releasing its grip until Nightshow intervened, reluctantly letting go of the Sorrowwing. Nightshow turned its head, the sound of its black golden armor clashing resonating. It approached the Sorrowwing, arms crossed, looking down imposingly. Whimper. Hiss. In an oddly gentlemanly manner, Nightshow bent down, offering its blade-like arm to assist the Sorrowwing up. Immediately after, its azure insect eyes flashed with bloodlust, and in a swift motion, it sank its fangs into the Sorrowing's shoulder, savagely tasting its flesh. Whimper. The Sorrowing was consumed by terror, struggling desperately. This creature sought to devour her. How frightening. Enough. Amidst the struggle, Yixian's voice resonated slowly within the beast ring. Upon hearing this, Nightshow reluctantly released its grip, allowing the Sorrowing to escape. Shivering in a corner, the Sorrowing dared not move, having already succumbed to the torment of beastly bullying, now tamed and obedient.